Chapter 1. 1978, the 16th day of the first lunar month. In the agricultural machinery factory's residential area. Jiang Nan, today I ran into Director Wu from the personnel department while buying groceries. She asked when you would be able to return to work. Jiang Nan was puzzled why the usually stingy mother-in-law hadn't gone out after setting the table. It turned out she had been building up the courage to suggest that she go back to work to earn money. Jiang Nan sneered inwardly and said coldly, "Mom, the doctor said my condition is best treated by observing a full month of postpartum rest just like a normal delivery. Otherwise I'll suffer when I get old. It's only been half a month. I definitely can't go back yet. Next time Director Wu asks you, please help me deliver all the doctor's notes to her. She's a woman too, so she should understand the seriousness of this. If she still insists I go back to work, then we'll just take it to the labor union." Sure enough, as soon as the cheap mother-in-law heard it, the corners of her mouth stiffened. Jiang Nan saw this and sarcastically thought about who it really was that wanted her to go to work. The cheap mother-in-law mumbled a vague response, then awkwardly said, "You eat, your mother is going to eat too," and then left. Hearing the lively voices of the whole family outside inviting the cheap mother-in-law to eat, Jiang Nan looked down at the chicken soup and white noodles in her bowl, instantly losing her appetite. She leaned against the headboard and sighed deeply. If her body hadn't not yet recovered, she would have kicked the bed frame a couple more times. What kind of situation was this? So many people watch these cheesy period dramas, but she was unlucky enough to have the same name as the original character, and ended up as this big sucker. Yes, Jiang Nan traveled through time, or rather to be precise, she swapped souls with the original character and couldn't swap back. Jiang Nan was originally a single woman in her 30s from the 21st century, having worked for over 10 years. She had finally saved enough for a car and a house, and was hesitating whether to transfer to a different position within her big company to recuperate, or just quit and move to a more livable third or fourth-tier city to retire. Unexpectedly, she woke up to find herself as the original character, the female lead's pitifully wrong sister-in-law, just pushed out of the emergency room. Saying the original owner was a fool is not an exaggeration at all. She mistakenly married into the city from a rural family that favored sons over daughters and did not have a job. In her situation, city mothers-in-law usually passed the job to the daughter-in-law, but before she married into the Chang family, the mother-in-law had already given the job to her husband to prevent Chang Denglin from going to the countryside. After marrying in, since the father-in-law was a level 5 technician earning 68 yuan and 80 cents a month, if the job were given to her, the salary would have to start at apprentice level, only 18 yuan a month, a full 50 yuan less, which was not worth it at all, so the whole family tacitly agreed not to mention it. Fortunately, the original owner was capable. After giving birth, she worked as a temporary worker at the factory and, through her own efforts, eventually became a permanent employee. In contrast to her, at the beginning of the melodrama, the protagonist's younger sister-in-law, Chang Yisen, returned to her parental home with her twin children after her officer husband was killed. As soon as the protagonist arrived home, the Chang family was overwhelmed with sympathy and no longer considered issues of salary reduction or demotion. The job that the original owner could not even dream of was quickly transferred by the father-in-law to the younger sister-in-law, who was also forbidden from contributing living expenses to the household. The elderly couple covered all the costs. In other words, the female lead returned to her parental home bringing 3 mouths to feed, yet took away the family's main source of income without contributing a single cent. Occasionally buying candy and meat was considered her way of showing care. The original couple-in-law said they would provide subsidies, but only did so for the first few months. As time went on, the elderly couple, who were already unemployed, saw their retirement funds gradually dwindle and became anxious. So they stopped giving money. Whenever the living expenses submitted by the original couple ran out, the mother-in-law would privately approach the original husband. The original husband and the female lead were fraternal twins with a deep sibling bond. Thinking that since the brother-in-law was gone, the sister and her 2 children had no support, and since he was capable, it wouldn't hurt to help out more. So he was willing to give money to the mother-in-law. The original wife noticed her husband's private subsidies from the start but didn't pay much attention, thinking it was only temporary. After all, the younger sister-in-law had many suitors after returning home, and would eventually remarry and form a new family. They wouldn't be able to subsidize for long, so she chose to turn a blind eye and let her husband soothe her. However, the love story of a melodramatic drama heroine is never as simple as she thinks. Without the constant coming and going of different people, the on-again, off-again entanglement spanning 40 or 50 episodes, there can be no true love with a happy ending. So the original couple, these 2 big fools, with a combined monthly salary just over 80, struggled desperately, living frugally to support their parents, who had some savings, a sister whose savings were several times theirs, a son, and 2 nephews. They have been supporting them for more than 2 years. And this was only the beginning of the original fool's miserable life. Half a month ago, the original suffered a miscarriage, losing a 5-month pregnancy, and most likely will be unable to conceive again in the future. The rook has only made people feel speechless and like a fool. The female lead is good-looking, wealthy, and pays attention to dressing up. She is known as the fashion pioneer in the agricultural machinery factory's residential area. Her daughter Lu Xiaoxiao is deeply influenced by her and is already a little beauty lover at a young age. This year, the factory office director Zhou's granddaughter wore a red down jacket bought in Shanghai, stunning all the little girls in the residential area. Because of this, Lu Xiaoxiao lost the beauty contest and cried to the original owner's son, Chang Hao, asking him to help her get back at her. So when the children in the residential area gathered to set off firecrackers, Chang Hao secretly lit one in the little girl's pocket, damaging her clothes and scaring her into loud crying. Fortunately, she was not injured. The original owner was so furious when she found out that she flew into a rage and grabbed a broom to hit. Before going out, she had repeatedly warned that firecrackers must never be thrown at people. She never expected the child to be disobedient, but even worse, to dare to use firecrackers to bully others, and the reason was so simple and ridiculous, because she made my little sister cry. Not to mention the original owner, even Jiang Nan, an offstage audience member, felt his blood pressure spike with anger upon hearing this. He wished he could personally step in and teach him a lesson. The little girl happily wore new clothes for the new year. What harm did that do to you? Your sister insisted on competing, and when she lost, she cried. What right do you have to take revenge on her? Do you really think your sister is a little princess who can't suffer even a little injustice, no matter if the king of heaven himself came? What did you say? In short, the original owner's thoughts were not much different from Jiang Nan's, so the actions were even more ruthless. Chang Hao was hit so hard for the first time, and since he was usually protected by his grandparents, he wasn't very afraid of the original owner, his biological mother. Hurt and upset, he recklessly charged at her. This collision caused his already developed biological younger sister to be lost. And the trigger for the whole incident was merely a petty dispute between little girls. How unjust it was for the original owner, and how pitiful for the child who didn't survive. The most explosive part is yet to come. If Jiang Nan didn't come, based on the original character's personality and the plot development, the original character would, under her mother-in-law's various explicit and implicit hints, feel sorry for her husband bearing the family's livelihood alone, return to work before her postpartum leave ended, and continue to work hard and selflessly to support the entire Chung family. As for the female lead, she sold her job, left her 2 children in the care of her parents and siblings-in-law, and alone with her admission letter, the money from selling her job, more than 2 years' salary, her late husband's savings and compensation, she headed toward a bright university life, romance study, making friends, meeting benefactors. After graduating from university, she began her Mary Sue self-reliant leading lady's magnificent business career. In this process, the original owner continued her life of being wronged. She demanded child support for the twins from the female lead, but her mother-in-law and the twins spread rumors everywhere that this aunt was mean and stingy, neglecting the children, causing neighbors and colleagues to gossip and point fingers at her. In reality, she didn't get a single cent from the female lead, yet she still raised the twins healthily and decently until they graduated from elementary school, only sending them away after the female lead's relationship and career both stabilized. Seizing the opportunity of the reform and opening up, she set her sights on business. Planning to take unpaid leave to start a business, the female lead also needed capital to start her own venture, and asked to borrow money from the family. She was unwilling to lend it, causing a big scene, but she couldn't stop her husband and in-laws from secretly giving all the family savings to the female lead, so she had no choice but to give up. A few years later, when her husband's workplace was raising funds to build a house, she was happily planning to replace their home with the spacious and bright new building. The female lead came again, saying she needed funds to expand production. Once more, her husband and in-laws ignored her wishes and lent the money away. Despite having lent the hard-earned money she had painstakingly saved several times to the female lead, she still became the so-called stingy, short-sighted, and terrible sister-in-law in everyone's eyes. After being laid off, she was unwilling to be a housewife and planned to start a small business near a local school, but was looked down on and considered embarrassing by her adolescent son. Finally, when her son went to college and she was ready to make a big move, her husband got promoted and advised her that a bureau chief's wife running a stall would look bad. Just like that, the original owner was like a person unfortunate enough to fall into a swamp, clearly struggling to save herself, yet being slowly dragged into the abyss bit by so-called lovers and family. Her ambition, drive, and fighting spirit were worn down day after day by the trivialities of daily life, until she became a mediocre and numb middle-aged woman, blamed by her own son for not being able to earn money like his aunt, and secretly looked down upon by her in-laws for not being worthy of her husband. The once beautiful and sweet marriage was reduced to endless quarrels and cold wars. Everyone advised her to divorce. Her son said he would support her after the divorce, that he would always be her fallback. He didn't want her to waste the rest of her life on her husband, nor did he want to see his parents torment each other anymore. She believed him, but after the divorce, she realized her son only wanted to exchange for a graceful, presentable mother. Her husband, back in his college days, had a close female confidant. Although they never took that step, he kept her in his heart for most of his life. Finally, with the matchmaking of his sister-in-law and the blessings of the whole family, they happily got married. In the end, she, who had sacrificed her whole life for her beloved and son, was heartbroken. On the day her husband remarried, she left for a distant place and died alone from illness in a rented room. That was the end of the unfortunate woman's life. Ugh! Jiang Nan recalled the plot and couldn't help but feel nauseous. When she used to binge-watch dramas, she only thought the melodrama was entertaining. Now the script has become her real life, and those brain-blood-boiling scenes from the TV show have turned into her actual memories. It's truly disgusting. Fortunately, it happened to her. Jiang Nan couldn't help but sigh again. Even after half a month, she still couldn't accept it, but she was still relieved for the original owner. The original owner should have discovered this drama in her memories as well, Jiang Nan guessed. Although the actors' appearances do not match the real people, every character's personality and interpersonal relationships correspond exactly to reality. Of course, the various events in the Chung family cannot all be reflected in detail in the TV drama, but all the important events related to the female lead are included without omission, which the original owner can definitely confirm. Having seen those disgusting follow-up plots and recognized the true nature of her mentally unfaithful husband and her useless son, she should be able to completely break free from the so-called shackles of love and family ties and strive without any reservations, right? Jiang Nan thought this while quietly calculating the assets under her name. Whether the original owner planned to start a business or work hard to improve herself and continue her career, it was enough to secure her later years. And she should also adjust her mindset, adapt to this era as soon as possible, and start her retirement plan. Jiang Nan thought carefully, this really is an era suitable for retirement. There are subsidies for attending university, guaranteed job placement after graduation, work units provide dormitories, and there might even be welfare housing. It can be said that the state basically covers all aspects of life. Even at the forefront of economic takeoff, the pace of life and work is relatively slow, and pressure for seasoned corporate workers is almost non-existent. Jiang Nan couldn't help but touch her face, which looked 10 years younger. Looking at it this way, the exchange between her and the original owner could be called, each getting what they deserve. The more she thought about it, the more motivated she became. She bent down, opened the bedside drawer, took out a cheap Tianzi notebook and half a pencil, and quickly started making plans. Unconsciously, the clinking of bowls and chopsticks in the main room gradually faded, replaced by the sounds of children laughing and playing. Immersed in her own world, Jiang Nan heard a knock on the door and a voice saying, "Sister-in-law," before someone pushed the door open. Chapter 2. Jiang Nan closed her notebook and carefully examined the visitor. A beauty by the standards of this era, with an oval face smooth and fair, jade-like skin, almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, medium height, a graceful figure, and a gentle temperament, like an elegant and resilient lily. Compared to the original owner, who was pretty but sharp-featured and had become somewhat gaunt and fierce-looking in recent years, she was indeed more likable. "Sister-in-law, are you feeling better?" came a gentle and tender voice. Seeing that she had only half a bowl of noodles left, the person quickly asked with concern, "Is your appetite poor? Or are you feeling unwell somewhere? Should I call Big Brother to come back and take you to the hospital for a checkup?" Hearing this string of caring words, who wouldn't praise this sister-in-law is thoughtful? But in reality, today was only the second time she had met this female lead sister-in-law. She was hospitalized for a week, and this sister-in-law never came to visit her even once, claiming that the mother and elder brother were busy and she had to stay home to take care of 3 children. Until the day of discharge, the original husband Cheng Denglin carried her through the door, and the two only briefly exchanged glances. For the next 8 days, she stayed at home for postpartum confinement, The female lead never stepped into her room even once, though she was often heard asking Chang Denglin about her health, but never once greeted her directly. Anyone who has struggled in the workplace knows what's going on. Jiang Nan didn't care whether she was healthy or not, but her attitude of concern toward her sister-in-law had to be known by the brother who loved her. Now she humbly entered, putting on such an elaborate act. She must have an ulterior motive. Jiang Nan remained expressionless, glanced at the oily noodles and pretended to be picky as he replied, "Nothing's wrong. It's just that eating chicken and drinking chicken soup every day has gotten boring." Seeing the fleeting, indescribable look on her face, Jiang Nan chuckled and pressed on, saying, "I'm not even breastfeeding, eating such bland food all the time. Of course I'm tired of it. Mom doesn't even think about changing things up for me." Perhaps hearing her complaints grow more excessive, she even started grumbling about her own mother. The female lead couldn't stand it and interrupted, "Sister-in-law, drinking chicken soup during confinement is to nourish you. Mom means well and hopes you recover soon." Jiang Nan laughed again. "Why recover early? Just to be a beast of burden for your Chung family." Chung Yisun slightly frowned, almost imperceptibly. She felt that today's sister-in-law's gaze and tone were somewhat strange, and she always managed to disrupt her rhythm with just a few words. This couldn't go on. She dared not look for a topic to pave the way anymore, so she directly unfolded the 20 yuan in her hand and handed it over, explaining her intention. "Sister-in-law, the household expenses have been high lately. I want to do my part, but several times when I gave living expenses to Dad, Mom and Big Brother they all pushed it back. I really had no choice but to come to you," she said, pushing the money forward again. "Please give it to Mom in your name, but make sure Big Brother and Mom don't find out, or else they'll just shove it back to me." The female lead showed thoughtfulness and concern for the urgent family issues, offering a small financial support. Everything seemed harmonious and beautiful. Unfortunately, Jiang Nan was not moved. A trace of mockery flashed in her eyes. She thought, what is the female lead doing here? It turned out she was trying all sorts of ways to remind her that the family was tight on money, coming to assist her mother. If the current Jiang Nan were still the original owner, she would definitely have a strong sense of pride and would never agree to have the female lead's money claimed as her own. She would grit her teeth and refuse, naturally thinking of how hard her husband worked to support the family alone, and she couldn't just lie down anymore, then get up and go to work. But the plan of the Chung family mother and daughter couldn't keep up with the changes. The sucker had changed. Jiang Nan was different from the original owner. She was meticulous about every penny, had no feelings for Chang Denglin, and certainly wouldn't pity the man. She not only wants to collect the money, but also thinks it's too little. So Jiang Nan snatched the 2 big unity bills from Chang Yisun's hand, a worried look immediately appearing on his face, and complained to the female lead. "Since little sister is so considerate, then use it to compensate for the Zhou family's apology and my surgery and medical expenses together. You know, these past 2 years, I have been supporting a whole family with your brother, not saving a penny, and suddenly spending so much again we really have no way out, please understand us." Then, without giving the female lead any chance to speak, he quickly flipped the Tianzi notebook to the last page and calculated item by item. "Your brother had someone buy the same down jacket as the Zhou family's young lady in Shanghai, plus postage 37 yuan 90 cents. Last time when I went to apologize to the Zhou family, the fruits, milk powder, canned food, tea and tobacco and alcohol cost 32 yuan. My surgery fees, medical expenses, and nutrition fees were partially reimbursed by the factory, but our family paid 74 yuan and 60 cents. The total came to 144 yuan and 50 cents. This trouble was caused by Xiao Xiao and Chang Hao together, so our family should pay half. Little sister, you need to give me 72 yuan and 25 cents. Jiang Nan spoke while writing, and as his words fell, the account was settled. With a swish, he neatly tore off the page, held it up in front of the female lead, signaling her to take a look and see if she had any objections. Chang Yisun stared at the sharp characters on the Tianzi grid, feeling dry-mouthed and swallowing unconsciously. Her graceful demeanor was almost hard to maintain. Her feeling was right. Today's sister-in-law was really acting abnormally. In the past it's not that she hadn't done similar things before, but it was always just holding the money and going through the motions. The sister-in-law would never actually take her money, but today she snatched 20 yuan from her without a word, and then even demanded more than 70 back. Chang Yisun couldn't help but wonder if she was dreaming, her heart and eyes full of disbelief. Jiang Nan snorted at the sight, having gotten used to sucking blood, and still couldn't accept a little interest. This was all the original owner's marital property, and she was inheriting it fairly and reasonably. No one could take even a cent from her. Seeing that the person was still slow to come to her senses, Jiang Nan didn't care and said to herself, "Little sister, you haven't saved the money from your work yet, right? Perfect, just give me that money now. Your brother and I are really tight on cash." As soon as Chang Yisin heard her sister-in-law ask her to immediately give money, she naturally didn't want to, but she had no reason to refuse. She was instantly caught in a dilemma, regretting having taken the initiative to help her mother. "What money?" A timely voice came to the rescue. "Phew." Chang Yisin calmly breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Nan turned around and saw Cheng's mother, wearing an apron tied around her waist, coming in while wiping her hands that showed no trace of water or oil. Judging by her posture, she was there to collect the bowls and chopsticks, but she accidentally overheard the conversation between the two. She looked at this pair of drama queens with a half-smile, half-smirk. These two must have been using all their cunning on the original owner. "What money did you just say?" The two didn't answer immediately, so Cheng's mother asked again. Jiang Nan briefly gave the female lead 20 yuan and explained the situation to Cheng's mother. It's not that she didn't want others to know. She wanted to keep her achievements low-key, right? Jiang Nan accommodated her. Sure enough, the mother and daughter looked a bit displeased. They hadn't expected Jiang Nan to truly not mention the 20 yuan at all. Regarding the other half of the compensation, Cheng's mother firmly disagreed. The whole thing about the clothes being blown up was Hao Hai being mischievous and going too far. Although he was supposedly standing up for Xiao Xiao neither gave Hao Hai the idea nor dragged him along. What does Xiao Xiao have to do with it? And the child, that was also Hao Hai's. Cheng's mother sighed at this point. Losing her precious eldest granddaughter was hard on her too. "Xiaonan, I know you're upset, but you can't take it out on Xiao Xiao and then ask your sister for money. Are you still hung up on the fact that your dad gave the job to your sister and not you? Let me tell you, don't even think about it with Deng Lin. That was your dad's job, and we give it to whoever we want." Mom. Seeing that Mrs. Chung was carefully and continuously slapping a big label on her head, trying to divert the topic, Jiang Nan quickly raised her hand to interrupt. "Let's stick to the point and not get sidetracked." She really couldn't think of that job, but there were parts she could think about, just not right now. You have to eat a meal one bite at a time, and debts must be collected bit by bit. The immediate priority now is to get that 72 yuan and 25 cents in hand. You are Chang Hao's biological grandmother. You know his temperament and who he usually gets along with better than I do. Do you think Chang Hao would voluntarily play firecrackers with a 4 or 5-year-old girl if it weren't for Xiao Xiao? Moreover, Director Zhou has been kind to Chang Denglin. Chang Denglin has taken Chang Hao to the Zhou family more than once, and there has never been any conflict between the children. With his father's attitude being so clear, do you think Chang Hao would bully the Zhou children for no reason? No, Mrs. Chung understands. Chang Hao only likes to play with children his age or older. Except for Xiao Xiao, he is impatient with those little girls who can't keep up with them. She also knows that everything started because of Xiao Xiao, but whenever she thinks about her daughter being widowed at such a young age, and Xiao Xiao and Mingsheng losing their father at such a young age, she can't help but feel a bit biased. After all, Hao Hao has already been punished, and her son has more or less resolved the matter. There's no need to dig deeper and cause Xiao Xiao to suffer unnecessarily. Right now, the daughter-in-law actually demanded that her poor daughter bear half the costs. No matter what, Mrs. Chung would never agree and could only stubbornly insist that this matter had nothing to do with Xiao Xiao. Jiang Nan saw that the Chung mother and daughter knew the truth but stubbornly denied it. She went back and forth arguing that Chang Hao didn't understand the gravity of the situation and acted on his own, her eyes full of sarcasm. When she saw no reaction from them, she awkwardly stopped talking, then pretended to suddenly realize something, clapping exaggeratedly and saying, "So Mom, you and little sister don't think Xiao Xiao was wrong. No wonder. I was wondering how little sister, such a sensible person, could show no sign of it even after so long. Xiao Xiao too even now hasn't repented. A few days ago, I even heard her inciting Chang Hao and Mingsheng to each unite with the kids from the neighborhood to isolate those few kids from the Zhou family." What? Mrs. Chung was already displeased with her daughter-in-law's sarcastic and harsh attitude toward her daughter when she heard the first few sentences, but the last sentence hit her like a heavy hammer right on the forehead. Xiao Xiao is still targeting the Zhou family's children? You didn't know? Jiang Nan looked like he was enjoying the show. They've discussed it several times at home. Then why didn't you stop them? Cheng's mother was both angry and anxious. The Zhou family has done them a great favor. If it weren't for Director Zhou insisting on recommending Deng Lin to attend the Workers' Peasant Soldiers University among several candidates, how could Deng Lin have had the chance to work in a government department? But now, because of a petty quarrel between the children, their family suffered a casualty, leaving the Zhou family justified but only able to suppress their frustration. The two families ended up with a grudge and can never go back to how things were. And Xiao Xiao is still meddling in this kind of thing. If the parents of those children she contacted find out, who knows how they'll accuse their family of being ungrateful, not to mention the Zhou family. Cheng's mother, abandoning her usual gentle temper, went out with a stern face, calling out as she walked, "Xiao Xiao, how high? Come here. I have something to ask you." Then there was the sound of a door slamming, probably Cheng's mother taking the person into the room for questioning. Hearing no more, Jiang Nan could only teasingly look at the female lead. "Little sister, you see, when a child makes a mistake, if you don't teach or punish them, they'll think they did nothing wrong, or believe that making mistakes has no consequences and will dare to do it again next time. Xiao Xiao is obviously like that, so consider this money as a lesson bought for Xiao Xiao. You should give it to me too." Cheng Yisin was so angry she felt both ashamed and annoyed, yet couldn't find a reason to argue back. Her image wouldn't allow her to make excuses and refuse to pay, but giving away over 70 yuan hurt. She could only say bitterly, "Sister-in-law, I will teach my child, but Xiao Xiao is still young. I hope you won't use harsh words like instigating to describe her anymore. Or don't blame me for being rude." Of course. Jiang Nan readily agreed. If Lu Xiaoxiao didn't do such things again, she certainly wouldn't deliberately use such words to describe her. Seeing someone so calm and getting what they deserved quickly, Cheng Yisin felt completely stuck again, caught in an awkward spot. Today was truly a day of misfortune. She gritted her teeth, ready to leave, but was called back by an annoying voice. "Little sister. Mom forgot to bring this, can you help me take it out?" Jiang Nan nodded his chin toward the bowl of noodles on the bedside table. Cheng Yisin was stunned by Jiang Nan's shamelessness, her eyes wide open, frozen for 2 seconds before taking a deep breath. She went over, picked up the bowl and with an even more shameless tone said, "Hold it steady, if you drop it, your mom and brother will have to clean it up," then walked out without looking back. Chapter 3. Bang! Cheng Yisin slammed the bowl on the stove, tore the towel hanging on the iron wire, and wiped her hands hard before slamming the door and going back inside. Jiang Nan continued with her plan, waiting left and right but seeing no one come with money. It was obvious without thinking that the female lead intended to drag it out until her brother returned before bringing the money to make a show of it. Jiang Nan was not going to tolerate this bad habit. Supporting herself, she got up, preparing to go ask for it herself. Slowly walking to the door, she happened to run into Cheng's mother just finishing up, opening the door and pushing the whining siblings out. She coaxed and firmly demanded that they go tell their friends the previous isolation plan was no longer valid. These 3 kids were obviously unhappy, pouting as if they could hang an oil bottle from their lips. When they saw her, as if they knew she was the one who tattled, they even dared to glare at her. The twins were a bit better. At least they knew she was their aunt and elder, so they didn't show it too obviously. But the Char Siu son was brazen, sticking out his tongue at her with his head held high. Tattletale. Jiang Nan remained calm and expressionless as he looked at him, which actually scared the kid into shrinking his neck. Cheng's mother was anxious and protective of her kids. She couldn't stand her daughter-in-law scolding her eldest grandson, so she pushed them out the door saying, "Go quickly, you promised to come back. Grandma will make you biscuits with milk powder." The 3 of them went off unwillingly. The children left, but Mrs. Cheng still stuck her head out the door, wishing she could personally follow and supervise them, afraid that someone might be missed or not properly informed. Only when she saw from afar that someone had entered a house did she feel at ease and return inside. Turning around, she saw Jiang Nan leaning at the door watching her. Mrs. Cheng was in a bad mood and complained softly, "If you had stopped them earlier, none of this would have happened." Jiang Nan found it amusing. Even if she hadn't stopped them, those little brats wouldn't have gotten anywhere. After all, Director Zhou's status was well established. Children don't understand social niceties, but the adults at home always do. Once a slip-up was discovered by the parents, or if the child was inherently cunning, they wouldn't have caused trouble with them in the first place. So Jiang Nan didn't intervene. As for this matter possibly damaging the reputation of the Cheng family and Cheng Denglin, what does it have to do with someone who is planning to divorce? "Why are you up?" Cheng's mother looked displeased again. She acts like a young lady waiting for someone to serve her food, hardly leaving the bed except to use the bathroom. Why is she up now? Jiang Nan smiled upon hearing this. "I'm going to get money from my little sister." Cheng's mother looked even more displeased. "Xiao Nan, do you really have to separate the family so clearly and make things so distant?" Jiang Nan was speechless. "Mom, so my little sister brings 2 kids and freeloads. But when it comes to us, it's not considered distant. My brother and sister-in-law don't contribute money, and when she pays her rightful share to help us out a bit, That's called being distant. Cheng's mother wanted to retort, but she vividly remembered the promise to subsidize her daughter. Although her son was contributing, her daughter-in-law was unaware. When she glanced up and met her daughter-in-law's dark, cold eyes, then saw the faintly mocking sarcastic smile on her face, all her words got stuck in her throat. The daughter-in-law found out. Bang! The bedroom door of Mr. and Mrs. Chung was forcefully pulled open, banging loudly against the wall. Mr. Chung stood at the bedroom door with a furious expression. Xiaojiang, what do you mean by freeloading? This is Isen's maternal home. Deng Lin is Isen's full brother. It is only right and proper for him to take care of his widowed sister, and his nephews and nieces who have lost their father. It's none of your business to interfere. Jiang Nan looked at the silent and just father-in-law from the original owner's memories and said with a smile, Dad, if my little sister were underage or unemployed without the ability to support herself, then of course she should eat and drink at home, and I wouldn't have any objections. But is that the case? Jiang Nan glanced at the confident old couple, making them avert their eyes, then continued, My little sister has a job, a salary, and ration tickets. In the past 2 or 3 years, neither I nor Chang Dinglin have taken a penny from her. Apart from the clothes on their backs, the candies, snacks, milk powder, and milk that Xiao Xiao and Mingxing eat. All of that is Chang Hao's share. When it wasn't enough, Mom would secretly use the living expenses we paid to buy more. If the living expenses weren't enough, she'd ask Chang Dinglin for more. Have I ever said a word? You two shouldn't blame me for speaking harshly. If Chang Isin called me Mom, I could bear it. Walking around the whole family compound, how many mothers-in-law are worse than me, letting their daughters bring grandchildren home to freeload for 2 or 3 years? You. What nonsense are you talking about? What was thought to be a well-hidden little secret was abruptly exposed. Cheng's mother was embarrassed and angry, her face flushed red, gasping for breath. Cheng's father was much the same. Jiang Nan paid no attention. These 2 old folks were in good health, likely to live into their 80s, and wouldn't die from anger anytime soon. She turned her head to glance at Chang Yisin's door, but with such a commotion, she didn't even come out to take a look. Jiang Nan sneered. The female lead in this kind of drama is always like this. Someone else fights and takes risks for whatever she wants, while she just sits back and enjoys the benefits. The villains do all the dirty work and she just looks caught in the middle, torn. Afterwards, she sincerely shares her feelings with those who helped her, talks about her difficulties, thanks them, and ends up with a gentle and kind image. Unfortunately, in this drama, Jiang Nan is the villain. She straightened up and walked directly to the door, then knocked. Little sister, haven't you finished counting the money yet? Or can't you break it? It's okay, just bring it out, I have change. There was no response inside for a long time, so Jiang Nan kept knocking. Cheng's mother was furious, her voice trembling as she said, Xiao Nan, do you have to pressure your sister like this? Jiang Nan looked utterly confused. Mom, how am I the one pressuring? Enough, how much is it? I'll give it to you. Cheng's father, unable to bear it any longer, didn't want to see this farce continue. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow and smiled. 72 yuan and 25 cents, thank you, Dad. As long as the money is in hand, it doesn't matter who pays. No wonder children are considered debts of their parents. Seeing Cheng's father immediately turn around and go back inside to get the money, Jiang Nan couldn't help but sigh. No wonder they are the parents of the female lead. Honestly, Cheng's father and mother really have no complaints when it comes to Chang Yisen. They love her to the bone. Being their daughter is very fortunate. But when it comes to the daughter-in-law who is being drained and exploited, they are very unfriendly. Jiang Nan immediately discarded the tiny bit of sentiment that had just arisen with disdain. Not long after, Cheng's father came out, standing at the door and handing money towards Cheng's mother, who then reluctantly passed it to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan took it with a big smile, counted it carefully in front of them, and only after confirming it was correct did he say, Thank you, Mom and Dad. Little sister is really lucky to have parents like you too. However, if he was this straightforward and generous, he'd be perfect for debt collection. Then Jiang Nan shouted to Cheng's father, who had already gone inside. By the way, Dad, you just said that Chang Dinglin taking care of his sister is only natural, and I have no right to interfere. I think you're right, but as a sister-in-law, emotionally and logically, I have no obligation to support my little sister-in-law, right? So why don't you reimburse me for the extra living expenses I've paid all these years? Jiang Nan's voice was crisp and clear, making Cheng's father and mother inside and outside the house feel dizzy. What does it mean to beat the snake with a stick? This is it. Cheng's mother burst into tears with a woo sound, crying loudly enough to alarm the neighbors. Xiao Nan, what exactly are you trying to do today? Do you have to tear this family apart to be satisfied? Yeah, Jiang Nan replied indifferently, then added, I don't want to live anymore. Chang Mu's crying suddenly stopped with a crack. Tears smearing her face, her expression twisted. Chang Yisin, who had been about to come out and comfort her mother after hearing Chang Fu take the money, was also stunned. What is this woman saying? Jiang Nan didn't care about the mother and daughter at all. She calmly moved to the bench by the dining table and sat down. She had originally planned to bring up the divorce after finishing her confinement period, but unexpectedly, the money and words came rushing. Today, so she decided to say it early to avoid the daily hassle of dealing with this mother and daughter, both low-class and annoying. It's better to clarify the division of property first before getting a divorce. Divorce? Mrs. Cheng's voice trembled. How did it come to the point of divorce? In an instant, she shook her head again. Impossible. The daughter-in-law doesn't have the confidence to divorce. Not to mention her ruthless family, given that she can't have children and is remarried, which man would marry her? She must be scheming to use divorce as a threat to get money from them. Thinking this, Mrs. Chang calmed down and continued crying with a composed attitude. Xiao Nan, where did Mom go wrong? Tell Mom. How can you bring up divorce? Are you still thinking about the money Yisin got from selling her job? Her voice grew louder, and people gathered at the door to eavesdrop on the gossip. Faintly, someone could be heard asking, what happened? Mrs. Chang cried even harder. Xiao Nan, we let Yisin take the money from selling her job because we thought the family was poor but the road ahead was rich. If she got sick or ran into trouble alone outside, she would have an emergency fund. How can you even calculate this? What's wrong, Auntie Chang? Need any help? A nosy man knocked on the door, speaking loudly and carelessly, clearly wanting to come in and watch the commotion. Nothing's wrong, Aunt Chang replied, her voice choked and aggrieved, which only made people imagine more. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Nan plugged his ears tightly, squinting one eye, looking like he found the noise annoying even while watching the drama. The original owner had never seen such a strange expression before, which stunned Chang Yisin. Is this really my usually quiet and hard-working sister-in-law? This also angered Cheng's mother. She could no longer continue acting and pointed at Jiang Nan with a cold, trembling finger. Xiao Nan, what kind of attitude is this of yours? A divorce attitude, Mom. Someone like me who can't selflessly dedicate to my little sister. How am I worthy of being a daughter-in-law of your Chang family, right? So, it's better for us to separate early, so it won't delay you from finding a good daughter-in-law who suits you. Why does it sound like you're talking about divorce? Jiang Nan's voice was not low either, attracting gossip from people outside. Jiang Nan is ridiculous. This is what Cheng's mother calls a clever move. She neither dares to let people know that the female lead freeloads at home, nor wants people to think badly of Jiang Nan. So she always uses this trick to attract people, letting them vaguely overhear some things, then half concealing and misleading afterward, using both soft and hard tactics to control the original owner, and ruining the original owner's reputation. The original owner has suffered many losses because of this method. However, since she wants to make a scene, Jiang Nan will oblige. The bigger the fuss, the better. She's just worried about how difficult the divorce will be. Chang Yisin bit her lip, knowing she had to step in. Otherwise, if people misunderstood that the sister-in-law was causing the divorce because of her, her years of maintaining her image would be ruined. So she decisively turned back into the room, deliberately making a ruckus rummaging through the drawers, then hurriedly came out holding a stack of money, placing it on the dining table. Sister-in-law, don't say things in anger. It's not to the point of divorce. As she spoke, she hugged her mother, looking deeply moved and on the verge of tears. Mom and Dad were just worried I'd have difficulties outside, so they let me take the money from selling my work. Don't blame them. Also, over these past 2 years, thanks to my brother and sister-in-law for taking care of me. After speaking with Jiang Nan, she relieved and smiled at Mother Chang. Mom, this money should be left to my brother and sister-in-law. Seeing her daughter so understanding, Mother Chang felt even more heartbroken. She grabbed the money and stuffed it back into Chang Yisin's hand. Take it back. We're still alive. We don't need you. Jiang Nan leisurely watched this play, unsure if it was sincere or fake, chuckled twice and said, Mom, little sister, don't rush to push it around. I said I don't want the money from little sister's work, and I mean it. Did you hear what your sister-in-law said? Put it away quickly. Mother Chang sighed in relief and then pointed at Chang Yisin's forehead. How could this silly girl take out this money? But Jiang Nan said, what I want is the extra living expenses I've paid over the past 2 years. Hearing this, the Chang family mother and daughter stopped again, stiffly looking at her. Jiang Nan ignored them and said, before my little sister came back, I and Chang Danglin each paid 30 yuan a month for living expenses at home, not including Chang Hao's milk, snacks, and clothes. After my little sister returned for the first 4 months, we still paid 30 yuan a month, but after 4 months it was 50, 60, even 70 yuan sometimes. This doesn't include the milk powder, biscuits, and malted milk I bought for Chang Hao, to prevent him from sneaking snacks. I always had you keep them, but how much actually went into Chang Hao's stomach, you know well. Now there's no way to calculate it item by item. So let's just take an average and count it as 55 yuan per month. The extra 25 yuan each month, Chang Danglin and I split evenly. Whether Chang Danglin wants to claim back his share is his business, I don't care. But my share must be given to me. 2 years and 3 months, totaling 337.50. After calculating, she reached out to the mother and daughter. It doesn't matter which one of you pays this amount, just give it here. The Chang mother and daughter still froze and didn't move. Go call Danglin back and let him see the good wife he found. Mr. Chang appeared at the door again, holding the back of his neck, looking like his blood pressure was soaring. Jiang Nan laughed it off, pretending not to hear, staring at the female lead. Little sister? To be able to calmly throw 650 yuan for work right in front of me, I only need a little over 300 for living expenses, you wouldn't be reluctant, would you? Saying that, he pretended to reach out to take the money from the female lead's hand to count it himself. Chang Yisin reacted instinctively, clutching the money and stepping back, her face wary. Then she suddenly realized what she had done, and her face flushed red. Jiang Nan, seeing this, finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. While laughing, she gently pressed her belly, which still hadn't recovered and was a bit sore from the tug. The Chang family, hearing her mocking laughter, were nearly driven mad with anger, especially Chang Yisin, whose face felt as if the skin had been peeled off and thrown to the ground to be trampled on, her ears burning intensely. What are you waiting for? Go make the call. Chang's father shouted at Chang's mother. His face flushed red. Jiang Nan was startled but also relieved that the female lead's family, proud city dwellers and educated people, cared about their dignity and wouldn't, like other mothers-in-law or sisters-in-law, recklessly come at her in a fit of anger. Otherwise, with her sickly and weak body, she really wouldn't stand a chance. Chang's mother hesitated for a few seconds, then left, thinking to herself that she must teach her lawless daughter-in-law a lesson. Jiang Nan saw that Chang's father and mother had both left and had no intention of letting the protagonist and her cheap husband off easily. Little sister, 337 yuan and 50 cents, count it. Sister-in-law, do you really want a divorce? This was a threat, not a question. Chang Yi's heart turned cold, her eyes flashing with hatred, rarely showing a glimpse of her true feelings in front of others. Of course, even more genuine than pearls. Jiang Nan retorted provocatively. Chang Yisin took a deep breath, threw down 34 big unity cards, and slammed the door as she went back to her room, leaving Jiang Nan alone on the spot, sighing. Today I really was vicious and mean, got that flavor. Chapter 4. The show was over, and Jiang Nan happily returned to the bedroom. She reorganized the collected debts according to their face value, then counted them again. The total was 429.75 yuan. Although the original owner had lent out far more over the years, this was the maximum amount she could recover. After all, in this era, it was normal for parents to be supported by their sons. As long as the Chang family claimed the extra money was spent on Chang's father, Jiang Nan didn't argue further. Continuing to press the issue might affect her job and her subsequent college entrance exam registration. The college entrance exam was the crucial first step in her retirement plan. There could be no mistakes. After a slight moment of regret, Jiang Nan got up and found an old pair of pants and some needle and thread. She divided the money into 2 parts, sewed each into the rolled-up cuffs of the pants, folded the pants neatly, and tucked them back into the pile of clothes in the trunk. The matter of money was settled for the time being, and it was time to prepare for the divorce agreement with Chang Danglin. Jiang Nan's gaze fell on the desk in the room. She walked over, opened the drawers one by one, took everything out and then put them back in the same way. Finally, under the biscuit tin in the rightmost drawer, she found what she was looking for. It was a volume of Mao's selected works, wrapped in a craft paper cover. Upon opening it, on the flyleaf was a line of elegant handwriting. Watch the sky at dawn, watch the clouds at dusk. And below it was a single character, Cheer. That was the surname of Chang Donglin's second wife. Jiang Nan showed a sarcastic expression. Watching the sky at dawn and the clouds at dusk, thinking of you while walking, thinking of you while sitting. The meaning is simple and clear. Thinking of you and missing you all day long. And the woman's name just happened to be Sijuan, which is a pun. It's unclear who exactly is longing for whom between these two. The original owner had never studied this poem, and didn't know the latter half. When Chang Danglin casually mentioned it was a gift from a classmate, she didn't pay much attention. Who would have thought this would turn out to be the token of love between those two, which Chang Danglin treasured for most of his life, and they often took it out to reminisce after marriage. Pa, do the great men know you're messing around with their works? Bad luck. Jiang Nan threw the book onto the table, rubbed his hands as if there was something dirty. The leverage for negotiation was found, and she turned to her own matters, took out her high school textbooks, and began reviewing for exams. As for Chang Danglin, as Jiang Nan had anticipated, he did not take leave to come back, because during this period, the original owner and Chang Danglin's marital relationship was still quite loving and harmonious. The two married early, around 18 or 19, both in their prime, one beautiful and lively, the other gentle and handsome. During their newlywed period they were deeply affectionate, soon becoming new parents, bustling together to welcome the newborn. Their revolutionary camaraderie grew even stronger. After the newlywed phase, Chang Danglin went to attend the Workers' and Peasants' University, where he met his soulmate Chu Sijuan. He at least maintained his physical boundaries. After graduating and returning home, he felt guilty toward the original owner and treated her doubly well. The original owner was unaware, and their brief separations were even better than their newlywed days, continuing up to now. Although there have been quarrels over trivial matters in recent years, both have been working hard for a better family and life, so their relationship has become stronger. This is also the main reason why the big sister-in-law in the TV drama, after learning that her husband had mentally cheated on her at the deepest point of their relationship, was so devastated that she left for another place and never returned to this place of heartbreak. So for now, when Chang's mother tells Chang Danglin that Jiang Nan wants to divorce him, Chang Danglin will not believe it. The fact is just like that. After Chang's mother left, she was immediately surrounded by curious neighbors who had come to watch the commotion. She couldn't explain in detail, so she just pretended, shook her head, sighed a couple of times, and then went to borrow a phone from the security office. But this behavior only piqued people's curiosity even more. Many followed her to eavesdrop on the phone call. She couldn't say why Jiang Nan was having a divorce dispute, only repeatedly urged Chang Danglin to come back quickly, saying Jiang Nan was causing a scene at home. Chang Danglin's first reaction was indeed disbelief. After confirming that no one at home was sick, injured, or in an emergency, he had no intention of taking leave. During the few days of the new year, there had already been several incidents at home for which he had taken leave. Now that everything was fine at home, taking leave again would surely cause his superiors to have opinions about him. So after hanging up the phone, he continued to focus on his work. It wasn't until he got home from work that he noticed the atmosphere was off. The three children looked at Grandpa's face, not daring to make a sound. The younger sister was not there, the door was tightly shut, and his mother was cooking in the kitchen. When she heard him come back, she greeted him with a Danglin's back, then turned away as if wiping away tears. "What's wrong?" Chang Danglin put down the briefcase and package in his hands and asked his father. Chang's father, with an angry expression, slapped the newspaper on the table. "Go ask your wife." Then he kicked the bench aside and went back into the room, the door slamming loudly with a clang, which showed just how furious he was. Chang Danglin looked at the three children in puzzlement, and the three children shook their heads at him. He was about to go inside to ask his wife when he heard, "Danglin," his mother called him. Chang Danglin changed direction, rolled up his sleeves and headed to the kitchen. How could Chang's mother allow her son to be the first to interact with his daughter-in-law? Of course, she had to pull her son to her side first. So while pouring water for Chang Danglin to wash his hands, she subjectively detailed Jiang Nan's actions today, then said, "Danglin, Mom knows you and Xiaonan have worked hard these past 2 years, but your sister hasn't had it easy either. It's all our fault for being incapable, letting her marry in a hurry years ago, marrying that short-lived Lu Lin, leaving her to struggle raising 2 children alone. Now she can't even support you young couple. But you know, the money from Isen's job sale was decided by us to keep for her security. I didn't expect Xiaonan to keep thinking about it and even threaten divorce over it." Isen was terrified. If you really divorce over this, she won't even be able to step outside without being spat on. As Chang's mother spoke, she began wiping her tears. She truly felt sorry for her daughter, and sincerely believed that Jiang Nan's fuss was all about the 650 yuan from selling the job. Even though Jiang Nan explained the details many times, she still wouldn't change her view. Not only her, but Chang's father and Chang Yisen shared the same opinion. Chang Danglin listened without speaking, splashed water to wash his face, then took the towel his mother handed him to dry his face before saying, "Mom, don't worry, I'll talk to Xiaonan." He understood the meaning behind his mother's words. Back then, either he or Isin had to go to the countryside. Isin voluntarily gave up the chance to take over their mother's job, instead bringing Lu Lin back and quickly reporting their marriage. In the first 2 years, Lu Lin's rank wasn't high enough, so Isin couldn't follow the army. His mother said Isin suffered many grievances in the Lu family. Later, when she was able to follow the army, the good days didn't last long before Lu Lin in his prime was sacrificed. Chang Danglin always felt guilty toward his sister and often wondered if she had taken the position back then, would she have avoided meeting Lu Lin, not lost her husband at such a young age, and not been looked down upon as a widow with 2 burdensome children. So, he sincerely wanted to support his younger sister. Don't blame Mom for being biased, Chang Danglin said as he stepped out of the kitchen, hearing his mother say this. Wait, Isin is about to go to college, you'll soon have it easier. For these past 2 years, Mom thanks you and Xiao Nan on behalf of your sister. Chang Danglin said nothing and went straight back to his room, where he saw his wife bent over a desk reading, her hand also writing and drawing. If it weren't for his mother's words, he would have been happy to see his wife recovering from the grief of losing their daughter. But at this moment he brushed aside that thought and asked, "Did you ask Xiaomei for money?" Jiang Nan didn't even look up, just gave a and continued drawing a mind map. She had already heard Chang Danglin come back. Why? That was the money my little sister earned from her job. How can you take it? Jiang Nan finally looked up at him. Didn't your mom make it clear to you? I just took back the living expenses I spent over the past 2 years. Of course I didn't take your share, so it's none of your business. Chang Danglin almost laughed in anger and asked her again. Why did you suddenly ask your little sister for so much money? Didn't your mom say? Jiang Nan was speechless. What have these mother and son been talking about all this time? She slapped the Mao Zedong selected works on the table in front of Chang Danglin, flipped open the page, and pointed to the line of text. Sure enough, Chang Danglin's face darkened instantly. Divorce, Jiang Nan said with a smirk. I haven't wronged you. Realizing that his wife had found out, Chang Danglin explained that nothing inappropriate had happened between them. Jiang Nan looked at the fleeting emotion on his face, feeling disgusted and sympathizing with the original owner. Just because the body didn't cheat, does that mean he was faithful to his wife? Then I really lost out. During your college years, I should have also asked a male coworker out, just the 2 of us to take a walk in the park, chat about poetry and songs, talk about life ideals and exchange gifts as keepsakes. Jiang Nan sized up Chang Danglin's increasingly dark expression and deliberately said, Does this also not count as being unfaithful to you? Chang Danglin was indeed furious, his handsome face filled with confusion. What exactly are you making a fuss about? Clearly, everything was fine before he left in the morning, just as usual. How could everything have turned upside down after a day at work? Getting a divorce, Jiang Nan said seriously, looking at him. Chang Danglin, you have someone else in your heart. I don't like you, I don't love you, and I don't want to be a bloodsucker like an old ox for your parents and sister and your family. So let's get a divorce. Now Chang Danglin understood clearly. His wife was unhappy about how he had been supporting his younger sister over the past 2 years. As for the not loving mentioned by his wife, his ears automatically filtered it out. He didn't believe it. He knew very well how much his wife loved him. I know you've worked hard these past 2 years. Now is a good time to take a proper rest during your confinement period. After you recover, you can go back to work. My younger sister is going to college, and with the government subsidy, we won't have to. Divorce, I am serious. Jiang Nan interrupted him. In his memory, Chang Danglin never had the habit of talking to himself. How could he not understand human speech? Then she picked up the Mao selected works and said sternly, Chang Danglin, if you are unwilling to agree to a peaceful divorce with me, I don't mind using some means. As long as she takes this book to visit Chang Danglin's workplace and Chu Sijuan's workplace, they will both be finished, and her divorce will be much easier. But unless absolutely necessary, she is unwilling to use such means. Chang Danglin was stunned by his wife's firm and resolute attitude. A child, how can you cause so much trouble? Came the exclamation from Cheng's mother in the living room, along with 2 moderate slaps and Lu Xiaoxiao's crying. Chang Danglin seemed to have heard a savior calling. Without responding to his wife, he threw everything aside and quickly left the bedroom. Danglin, come take a look. In the living room, Cheng's mother was holding one of Lu Xiaoxiao's arms, and Lu Xiaoxiao was wearing the red down jacket that Chang Danglin had just picked up from the post office today. There was a small tear at the cuff, the red fabric fraying with white down inside fluttering out. Chang Danglin felt as if someone was constantly drumming on the back of his head, causing a severe headache. Is today just an unlucky day? One bad thing after another. This. Cheng's mother hesitated. It's just a small tear. I can use the sewing machine to stitch a pattern over it and cover it up. It should be fine, right? Chang Danglin rubbed his face with both hands and waved weakly. Mom, no need. Just let Xiao Xiao wear it. I'll ask someone to buy a new one. Cheng's mother was anxious. Buying a new one doesn't cost money. And the tear is small. Patching it with little flowers or grass would look nice. Besides, it was brand new to begin with. How can it be the same? Chang Danglin showed impatience on his face, his voice unconsciously rising quite a bit. If it weren't the same style as the Zhou families, having a little flower on it would be fine. People would just think it's the original pattern of the clothes. But since it's the same style, how could an apology be enough after it's been broken and repaired? Originally, he intended to compensate at the original price, but the Zhou family's little girl cried and insisted on having the clothes. So he contacted an old classmate and ran to 2 department stores in Shanghai before finally finding it. The classmate even told him this style of children's clothing was very popular. If Chang Danglin had looked for him a bit later, he really wouldn't have been able to buy it. Just the shipping took more than half a month. If he had to buy it again, it would take another half a month and there was no guarantee he could get it. Cheng's mother dared not speak. Who opened it? Chang Danglin suddenly thought of this and asked with a cold face. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at Chang Hao with tear-streaked cheeks, and Chang Hao shrank his neck. A few days ago, Chang Danglin had given him a severe scolding, and he still hadn't forgotten the pain. He was just curious about what his dad brought back. When he opened it and saw it was a girl's dress, he lost interest. It was his little sister who liked it and wanted to try it on. When she put it on and twirled around showing off, she accidentally caught it on a nail on the rattan chair and got a scratch. Jiang Nan followed out and leaned by the door, not expecting to watch a TV drama up close. Chapter 5. This part of the plot was in the TV drama. But Jiang Nan didn't know it would happen today. In TV dramas, there are always sudden problems that arise, and then the protagonist solves the trouble, pushing the plot forward. For example, right now, the issue with the Zhou family would have been completely resolved as long as Chang Danglin delivered the down jacket. But in a drama starring Chang Yixin, how could anyone other than the female lead step in to solve the problem? Therefore, it was only natural that the clothes Chang Danglin bought could not be successfully delivered. On one side, Jiang Nan was recalling the plot and watching the show, while on the other, Chang Danglin was already holding a feather duster, ready to hit Chang Hao, but was stopped by Cheng's mother. I was present when Hao Hai unpacked the package and I agreed to it. You can even try on clothes in the department store, so I let Xiao Xiao try them on. Who knew there would be an accident? If you want to blame someone, blame me, but don't take it out on the child. Chang Danglin held a feather duster and said helplessly, Mom, please don't make things worse. Protected by his grandmother, Chang Hao dodged left and right. In the meantime, he saw his biological mother sneaking a smile, and he took the chance to glare fiercely at her, which was then seen by his father. Chang Danglin felt even more that Chang Hao was stubborn. Not only did he cause big trouble repeatedly, but he also disrespected his own mother. If he didn't correct him while he was young, what would happen when he grew up? So he acted faster and harder. There was also a hidden little thought. If his wife could see him standing up for her, maybe she would soften and not bring up divorce. With such a commotion, Chang Yixin couldn't pretend not to hear. She opened the door and came out to stand in front of Chang Hao with her mother. Her eyes red as she looked at her brother. Brother, it was Xiao Xiao who ruined the clothes. Why did you hit Hao Hao? As she spoke, she had Lu Xiao Xiao apologize and then took out money, saying she would compensate. Chang Danglin, of course, would not accept her money. Chang Yixin looked up at the figure climbing up and glanced at Jiang Nan. Sister-in-law, the clothes were about 30-something yuan, I forgot. TSK. Jiang Nan clicked her tongue, really not missing a single chance to slip her some poison. However, this time she really couldn't get her hands on the money, so she vaguely said, keep it for the person who bought the clothes. They probably wouldn't accept it anyway. Because the one who helped solve this matter was one of the female lead suitors, and since the goddess needed it, of course, he would do it without hesitation. Talking about money would just be vulgar. Mom, what time is it? Still not eating? Jiang Nan asked. Cheng's mother couldn't care about the daytime conflict with Jiang Nan anymore and went down the ladder. Yes, it's time to eat. While calling the children to wash their hands and stay away from the battlefield, she went to the kitchen to bring the dishes. Chang Hao rubbed the arm his dad had hit, obediently went with his grandmother, and rarely turned to give Jiang Nan a friendly look. Jiang Nan didn't care, boredly staring at Chang Yixin and her mother taking off Lu Xiaoxiao's down jacket. Lu Xiaoxiao's tear-streaked smiling face showed a secret delight. It seemed she really liked this new outfit and had no understanding of the adults' difficulties and worries. Jiang Nan and Cheng's mother finished setting the dishes and took their own portions back to their rooms to eat. Otherwise, except for the 3 children, no one else might be able to eat in front of her. I really am a good person. Jiang Nan praised himself. Cheng Dinglin really didn't know how to face his wife at the moment. He hurriedly finished 2 bowls of rice, then used the excuse of needing to call a classmate to buy clothes and went out. On the other end of the phone, the classmate in Shanghai was also surprised to hear that the clothes had just arrived and were already damaged. He promised to check again but told Cheng Dinglin not to get his hopes up. Cheng Dinglin himself was also clear about the situation and thanked him before hanging up the phone. After finishing the call, Cheng Dinglin was unwilling to go home and wandered aimlessly around the residential area. His wife really wanted a divorce from him. Cheng Dinglin was shocked but couldn't understand why. Because he had someone else in his heart, she no longer loved him? But he really did not have an affair with Chu Sijuan, and Chu Sijuan had also started a family. They were like 2 parallel lines that could never intersect. It was simply impossible. He didn't understand what exactly his wife was worried about. What Cheng Dinglin didn't know was that the phrase "doesn't love him" in Jiangnan dialect referred to herself, not the original owner. Simply because he was the husband of another Jiangnan. Even if he were the best and most perfect man in the world, Jiangnan could never fall in love with him. Moreover, a couple of years ago, when his wife willingly helped support the younger sister, he always felt guilty toward his wife. But his wife understood him and even comforted him in return. It will be fine once the younger sister remarries. Now, although the younger sister hasn't married, she got into university and is going to study out of town. Before the new year, they were still joking with each other about victory in sight. How did it suddenly escalate to the point of divorce over this? Cheng Dinglin paced round and round, and only when it was late at night and every household had started turning off their lights did he slowly head back. At the bedroom door, he hesitated again, unwilling to enter. Jiang Nan, having completed today's study plan and soaking her feet, heard his footsteps and called him indirectly. Seeing him sitting listlessly on Cheng Hao's small bed without speaking, she impatiently questioned his indecisive demeanor. What's there to hesitate about? If you break up, you can go find your sweetheart, isn't that good? To avoid remarrying only in middle age and wasting so many years. In the TV drama, because of Cheng Dinglin's resoluteness, Chu Sijuan, out of spite, married a colleague introduced by the unit leader. They had a daughter after marriage, but the divorce came quickly because the man was abusive, and the divorce lawsuit caused a big commotion. If Cheng Dinglin could appear before Chu Sijuan now and take her and her daughter away, he would be no different from a savior in Chu Sijuan's heart. Moreover, the female lead said Chu Sijuan was the only sister-in-law in her heart, which just happens to let the female lead get a taste in advance of how good her only sister-in-law could be before she becomes successful. Jiang Nan, just thinking about the scene of this pair of refined, self-centered sisters-in-law full of petty bourgeois sentiment clashing made him feel happy. Unfortunately, someone was not happy. What nonsense are you talking about? Cheng Dinglin really disliked his wife's flippant tone. It not only insulted his and Chu Sijuan's dignity, but also insulted their pure feelings. Jiang Nan snorted. Does wrapping filth in sentiment make it noble? Don't be disgusting. She coldly said. Cheng Dinglin, don't think I'm joking about reporting you. I really am capable of doing it. I still can't figure out why. Cheng Dinglin irritably scratched his head and explained everything he could think of on the way to Jiang Nan. But Jiang Nan remained indifferent. He could only vent his frustration helplessly. What about Cheng Hao? What about Hao Hao? Do you want him to become a child without a mother? And me, when I go to the office to get an introduction letter, if they ask why I divorced, what should I say? Others will only think I abandoned a wife who couldn't have children. Jiang Nan looked at him calmly. I will regularly pay child support for Cheng Hao and visit him when I have time. As for the reason for the divorce, as long as it doesn't harm my reputation and interests, you can explain it however you want to others. Charshu's son might not even want to see her. She just needs to fulfill the original owner's duty of care. As for education, leave it to his dear grandparents and biological father. After all, apart from Charshu, Cheng Hao has had a pretty good life overall, so she won't interfere much. As for Cheng Dinglin, it's even less her concern. After I finish my confinement period, we'll go handle the paperwork. You coordinate well with your parents and sister. I don't want any unpleasantness in the last few days. The original owner used to work 3 shifts, struggling hard for a few extra bucks of overtime pay each month. She can endure Cheng's mother taking care of her confinement. Jiang Nan unilaterally reached an agreement, regardless of how Chang Denglin reacted, finished soaking his feet, and went to bed to sleep, dreaming nothing all night. When he woke up the next day, Chang Denglin was already gone. Jiang Nan went about his usual routine of washing up, eating breakfast, and then reviewing, as it was rare that the Chang family caused any trouble. In the afternoon, Chang's mother went out to buy things for Chang Yisan to use at university. Chang Yisan found someone to handle the down jacket issue. Chang's father, not wanting to be alone at home with his daughter-in-law, took his grandson and granddaughter to play chess with an old friend. Jiang Nan was pacing around the living room, trying to stretch her body after sitting for a long time, when she heard someone knocking at the door. She opened the door and saw that it was a well-known person from the courtyard, Aunt Gua. Aunt Gua greeted her with a warm smile and immediately asked affectionately, "Xiao Jiang, are you feeling better?" "Much better, please come in and have a seat," Jiang Nan replied. Since Aunt Gua didn't ask about anyone else in the family, she knew she had come specifically to see her. She invited her inside and made a cup of brown sugar water. "What a coincidence, I was just planning to visit you in a couple of days, and here you are. It saves me the trouble." Aunt Gua leaned in and whispered, "Is it about work?" Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Aunt Gua slapped her thigh, looking like she was saying, "I knew it. At first, when you were hospitalized, I figured Xiao Chang and your mother-in-law were busy, so I didn't come by to ask. Later, when you went home, I ran into your mother-in-law outside and asked her twice. She said it depended on what you wanted, but there was no news. So I said I'd come check your situation. Many people in the residential area are asking about it." Aunt Gua was a well-known matchmaker and agent in the area, specializing in connecting people and earning some gratitude gifts and red envelopes. She had a very good reputation and a solid name. The factory's unspoken rule was that if someone took long-term leave, they could find a temporary worker to cover their position. The regular worker would have 10 yuan deducted from their salary. This way, the person on leave wouldn't lose all their income and go broke, and the temporary worker could find work to ease their financial pressure. A win-win situation. In Jiang Nan's case, it was understandable to be busy and forgetful during the week she was hospitalized, but it was strange that there had been no news for more than half a month. Jiang Nan looked down and smiled. Her stingy mother-in-law even pointed at her to personally go to work, so she had no interest in that 10 yuan commission. "I only have half a month left and someone is still asking?" she asked curiously. "Yes, of course." Aunt Gua slapped the table. Jiang Nan's monthly salary was 36, plus overtime pay close to 40. Even with only half a month left, temporary workers could still earn more than 10 yuan, so there were plenty of people wanting to work. "How about it, Xiao Jiang? If you've made up your mind, I'll contact someone on my end," Aunt Gua asked anxiously. "Only if it goes through can she make a profit." Jiang Nan shook his head. "Aunt Gua, I'm not looking for temporary workers. I want you to help me find someone to swap jobs with." "Swap?" Aunt Gua had never heard of such a thing and asked, "How does this swapping work?" Jiang Nan explained, "My job only sells for 200 yuan, but the other party has to find me a substitute teaching job at Hongshan Commune, either at an elementary or middle school. They must guarantee that I can transfer my household registration there and arrange a dorm room for me." Aunt Gua immediately thought of the rumor she heard yesterday about the Chang family having a noisy divorce. Xiao Jiang planning this job. Could it be that he really wants a divorce? To be honest, no one took it seriously yesterday. Everyone was just listening for the drama. Which couple or mother-in-law and daughter-in-law don't shout a couple of times during fights? But how many actually go through with it? "Aunt Gua," Jiang Nan called out when she saw her frozen. Aunt Gua came back to her senses and leaned in quietly. "Really divorcing?" Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Please keep this a secret for me first." She didn't mind people knowing, but she was worried that the aunties and grandmas in the residential area would find out and come knocking on her door one after another to inquire or persuade her to reconcile, disturbing her studies. Aunt Gua agreed. In their line of work, information flows quickly, and if you don't talk, no one wants to come to you. She still had that bit of professional ethics. However, secrecy was one thing, but surprise was still surprise. She lowered her head and took a sip of the red sugar water to calm herself. Look at Xiao Zhang's appearance. She's not crying or throwing a tantrum, and she can clearly and logically arrange the work. It's obvious that she's the one who wants to leave. What did the Chang family do to her? If you can help me get everything done before the confinement period ends, besides the thank you gift from that family, I'll also give you an extra 10 yuan red envelope. Aunt Gua instantly lost her gossiping mood and patted her chest, assuring, "Don't worry, those leaders have plenty of relatives. Her own children might be arranged well, but nephews, nieces and the like, there are always a few without jobs or from rural areas. Teachers require knowledge and academic qualifications, while workers aren't so strictly regulated. Those who can get teaching positions might not necessarily have children who can handle it. Swapping with Xiaojiang would be just right, but if it has to be in Hongshan Commune, she'd have to figure out who has connections there. However, Xiaojiang, you're at a bit of a disadvantage here. Anqua hesitated. Not to mention that in the past 2 years, more and more educated youth have returned to the city, and jobs have become increasingly valuable. A worker's position can be sold for 500 or 600, but substitute teachers' salaries are very low and unstable. Switching from a permanent worker to a temporary one is really not worth it. Jiang Nan shook his head. The workshop is too exhausting. This time I was hospitalized, and the doctor said my body is weak and I need to rest well. Being a teacher is much easier and suits me better. Besides, even if I wanted to switch to a permanent teacher, they wouldn't be willing. She was physically weak and really couldn't do workshop work. Another reason was that she didn't want to be too close to the Chung family. Just like the clothes Chung Denglin bought last night might get ruined, she was worried that her college entrance exam would be affected. The original owner had also planned to take the 1977 college entrance exam, but unfortunately, she was pregnant at the time, and the pregnancy symptoms were severe, making it impossible for her to focus on studying, so she gave up. But in the TV drama, the child didn't. Still, big sister-in-law did not take the college entrance exam, which is abnormal. Jiang Nan can first rule out the possibility that the original owner failed the exam. Because the original owner had very good grades and strong learning ability, she originally only had a junior high school education. After Chang Denglin entered the Workers' and Peasants' University, she felt she could not fall behind. Through self-study and asking others, she completed her high school education, passed the factory district high school test with high scores, and successfully obtained her high school diploma. Compared to the educated youth who had abandoned their books for many years, she had a great advantage, and with nearly half a year of review time, it was impossible for her not to pass. Jiang Nan carefully searched her memory. The scenes during this time slot in the TV drama mainly focused on the female lead's university life. The only plot related to the Chung family during the same period was the sister-in-law demanding child support for the twins from the female lead. If there is a causal relationship between these two events, it would be that the sister-in-law, due to the interference of Cheng's mother and the twins, failed to obtain child support. She worried that after getting into university for the next 4 years, the Chung family would lose a source of income, and her husband would be unable to support the family, leading her to give up the college entrance exam. But based on Jiang Nan's understanding of the original owner, this possibility is very small. She might have pushed herself to work despite her physical condition for Chang Denglin, but she would never give up going to university. First, because she was studious and had a dream of attending university. Second, because she was ambitious. Chang Denglin is a living example. Before going to university, Chang Denglin's salary was only a little over 30, but after graduating, he was not only assigned to work in a government department, his salary also increased to over 50. Spending 4 years studying what she had longed for since childhood, she could get an easy, well-paid, and respectable job. Jiang Nan believed the original owner could calculate this account clearly, so she was even less likely to give up. There was only one possibility. An unexpected event occurred where the TV drama was not aired. Although she would move out of the Chung family by next month at the latest, to completely rule out the influence of the plot, it was still safer for her to stay away from the agricultural machinery factory. Chapter 6 Revised. Actually, to prepare for the exam, the best option for Jiang Nan would be to sell her job outright. With the money in hand, she wouldn't have to work or worry about her livelihood, and could fully devote herself to studying. But if she did that, her household registration would become a problem. Without a work unit to rely on and having left the Chung family, her household registration could only be transferred back to her original hometown, which was a pit no less hellish than the Chung family's place, something she absolutely could not get involved with. Jiang Nan had considered buying a house in the city to settle her household registration. But in this era, housing was tight. The vacant houses either had ownership issues, or were so dilapidated they were uninhabitable. Buying a house, renovating it, and furnishing it would take time, effort, and money. She also had to bear Chang house support fees and her own living expenses, and the money she had might not even last 6 months. After careful planning, she decided to use the method of job transfer, so that both her household registration and residence could be resolved together. Obtaining or creating a substitute teacher position is easy for some people, and does not take away job opportunities from others. Jiang Nan was very satisfied with this kind of mutual benefit. The choice of Hongshan Commune was because the original owner had attended junior high school there for 3 years, was very familiar with the place, and it was far from the Chung family in terms of living arrangements. With everything settled, Aunt Gua and Jiang Nan chatted briefly, finished their brown sugar water, and then hurriedly said goodbye to get busy. Jiang Nan went to the kitchen to pour hot water and cleaned the enamel basin that Aunt Gua had used. He didn't immediately return to his room to read, but instead started flipping through the newspapers that Cheng's father had ordered in the living room. Politics was a required subject for the college entrance exam. Jiang Nan was really unfamiliar with the current affairs of this era and needed to accumulate more knowledge. Reading newspapers was the most convenient way. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of the door opening came from outside. Cheng's mother entered carrying a new cotton quilt, followed by 3 children trailing behind her, each holding a few scattered items in their hands. Seeing Jiang Nan sitting in the living room, Cheng's mother was clearly a bit surprised. After realizing it, she said lightly, "You're up." It was a form of greeting. Then she asked Lu Mingsheng to open the female lead's room door and put all the things inside. Cheng's mother's attitude was indifferent, which Jiang Nan thought was normal. After all, they had exchanged 2 or 3 rounds of fighting just yesterday, right? She just didn't know if Cheng Danglin had informed his family about the divorce news. If Cheng's mother was aware, this attitude would mean a ceasefire? Then the next half-month would be much easier for her. Unfortunately, the reality was not as she had hoped. Cheng's mother didn't bother her at all, entirely because she saw in the morning that her son was putting the passbook into his briefcase, knowing he would go withdraw money to return to his daughter-in-law. Although this indicated that the son and daughter-in-law hadn't reached an agreement and the daughter-in-law was unwilling to repay the money, husband and wife are one, so what difference is there between the son's and daughter-in-law's money? It's just moving money from one hand to the other. Cheng's mother's goal was achieved, so she was naturally willing to show Jiang Nan some kindness. Moreover, the fact that her son was willing to take money out behind his wife's back meant that he sided more with the family than with his wife. What dissatisfaction could Cheng's mother still have? By the time they came out, Jiang Nan had already returned to the room. Seeing that he was sensible enough not to stand awkwardly in the living room and get in the way, Cheng's mother felt even more pleased. Cheng Hao was fussing about wanting to eat peach crisps, so they didn't restrict him and let them go get some on their own. Lu Xiaoxiao didn't go with her 2 older brothers. She tugged at Cheng's mother's sleeve, signaling that she had something to say. Cheng's mother smiled kindly and cooperatively bent down to listen closely. "I saw Aunt Gua come to find Auntie." The childish whisper sprayed into Cheng's mother's ear. Cheng's mother asked her in confusion, "Which Aunt Gua?" Their daughter-in-law didn't have any acquaintances with the surname Gua. Lu Xiaoxiao tilted her little head and reached out her hand to gesture. "It's that tall, fair, and chubby Aunt Gua." Cheng's mother now knew who it was and understood Aunt Gua's purpose for coming. Although she was unhappy about Aunt Gua privately contacting her daughter-in-law, there was no need to make a fuss. Judging by her daughter-in-law's attitude, she didn't plan to start work early, so if she wanted to hire a temp worker, let her. At least she could earn a few bucks back. But she couldn't tell the child this, so Cheng's mother changed the subject while leading Lu Xiaoxiao in conversation. "Didn't you go to play with Grandpa? How did you see that? Grandpa isn't fun. He just keeps playing chess and doesn't move even when we call him. So we came out from Grandpa Lee's house to play and saw Aunt opening the door and letting her in." Cheng's mother understood and corrected her. "You can't call her Aunt Gua when you see her, that's the wrong generation. You should call her Grandma Gua." Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao nod in agreement, Cheng's mother told her to go find her 2 brothers to eat peach crisps, then sat down at the sewing machine to make a new quilt cover for her daughter. Jiang Nan didn't hear this scene, and even if she had, it wouldn't have mattered. The original owner's job was earned through her own hard work. The Chung family hadn't contributed anything and had no right to interfere, just as she couldn't covet Chang Yisin's job. Speaking of Chang Yisin, she returned a little later than Cheng's mother and the others. Upon entering, she excitedly approached Cheng's mother. "Mom, the clothing issue is resolved." Cheng's mother took off her reading glasses, a look of joy appearing on her face. "How was it resolved?" Cheng Yisin happily recounted the whole story. Duanhua also asked someone to buy the same style for his daughter. It should arrive in the next couple of days. He said our family's matter is more urgent, so we can have the clothes. "That's wonderful." Cheng's mother repeated happily twice, then said to her daughter, "You must thank them properly. Ask when he's free and invite him over for a meal." Duanhua was a high school classmate of both her daughter and son, and had always liked her daughter. Back then, he even sent a matchmaker to their home to propose, but Yisin had already been promised to Lu Lin early on, so both sides just acted as if it never happened. Later, Duanhua got married through matchmaking and had a daughter and a son. 3 years ago, his wife was diagnosed with stomach cancer, and because it was detected late, she didn't last even half a year. After Isin returned, many people tried to set them up. Duanhua was interested himself, but Cheng's mother was not very satisfied. Duanhua was quite good, simple family background, young and promising. Before turning 30, he was already the deputy director of production in the factory's second workshop. Like Deng Lin, he was a young talent praised by everyone in the family housing area. Even though he was remarried, he was still in high demand. The only downside was that his children were about the same age as Xiao Xiao and Mingsheng. Children naturally tend to compare themselves and compete with each other, often leading to quarrels. When conflicts arise, not to mention Duanhua, his widowed mother will definitely side with her own child, and Cheng's mother worries that her grandchildren will be wronged. Moreover, the 4 children are about the same age. When they grow a few years older, half-grown boys will drain their father's resources, and it will be very difficult for the 2 of them to raise 4 children. Therefore, she always encouraged her daughter and Duanhua to be friends, repeatedly warning them not to cross boundaries. When others tried to match them up in front of her, she would find excuses to brush it off. Now that Isin has been admitted to university, the 2 are even less compatible. So, to show gratitude, having someone over for a meal at home is no big deal. Chung Isin nodded obediently. Okay, Mom. But it will be hard work for you to manage everything inside and out. What hard work? It's all for the good of our family. Cheng's mother felt comforted by her daughter's thoughtful words and patted her hand. The mother and daughter snuggled close together, whispering private conversations. Jiang Nan didn't want to eavesdrop, but the poor soundproofing of the house let bits and pieces slip into her ears. Duanhua helped the female lead resolve the matter. Jiang Nan had already learned about it through the plot but felt curious about what Duanhua's daughter thought. Her long-awaited new clothes were easily promised by her father to someone else. When Cheng Dinglin returned, Cheng's mother was checking the items purchased with Chung Yisen. Mom, we can buy the hot water kettle at school. We'll bring it from home. If it gets damaged on the way, it would be a waste, and Dad and I can't carry so many things. Chung Yisen complained with a tone of sweet trouble. Cheng's mother disagreed. This requires industrial coupons. Where would you go to exchange coupons over there? Your dad can't carry it, look at this. Can your brother take leave? If not, I'll go with your dad to see you off. The 2 were talking affectionately when they saw Cheng Dinglin enter. Cheng's mother looked back at the clock in surprise, realizing it was still early and not yet time to cook. She asked him curiously, Dinglin, why are you off work so early today? Cheng Dinglin nodded. I need to go to the post office. I told my supervisor and left work early. Cheng's mother understood, her eyes showing satisfaction, indicating her son had gotten the money. She happily told him that the clothing issue was resolved. Once the clothes arrive, you must deliver them to the Zhou family. Make sure nothing goes wrong this time. Cheng Dinglin was also pleased to hear this and perked up a bit. Cheng's mother called him over again. Come and see if there's anything missing. Her son had also attended university in another city, and was more experienced than they were. However, it seemed that when her son was in university, it was his wife who prepared most of the things, so she didn't have to worry much. Cheng's mother thought of this, lowered her eyes, a trace of guilt flashing through her heart, followed by a hint of displeasure at her daughter-in-law's control over and handling of everything for her son. Cheng Dinglin took the account book from his mother's hands. It recorded many items: quilts, mosquito nets, toothpaste, toothbrushes, snow cream, soap, hot water kettles. Each item had a price marked next to it, indicating they were all newly purchased, with a considerable total amount. Cheng Donglin's fingers holding the account book unconsciously tightened, his mood sinking to the bottom. He asked casually, You even bought mosquito nets? Cheng's mother didn't notice her son's unusual reaction and complained, Yes, I don't know what happened to the mosquito nets at home. They turned yellow after washing and looked very dirty. I was afraid Isin would be laughed at by her classmates, so I bought new ones. Cheng Dinglin nodded slightly, holding back the urge to ask his mother who had paid for all this, and said, It's very complete. So complete that most of the things were already at home, yet they had all been replaced with new ones regardless of cost. Then, he took out the money he had withdrawn today from his briefcase, gave 340 to his sister, and prepared to put the remaining 60 back into the briefcase to give to his mother as living expenses next month. But he heard his mother hesitate and say, Your dad also took more than 70. Cheng Dinglin glanced at the money in his hand, gave a bitter smile, placed it in front of his mother, then searched the inner pockets of his clothes and pants up and down with both hands, took out all the money he had on him, and put it in front of his mother. Chung Isin noticed a hint of embarrassment in her brother's actions but lowered her eyes and remained silent. Their mother, however, was used to it and thought her son looked the same as before, just without carrying much cash on him. "Brother, have you returned the money to us? Does sister-in-law know?" Chung Isin's gentle voice carried hesitation and concern. In reality, it was a habitual mix of welcoming and rejecting, combined with provocation. "I don't know." A woman's voice, laced with sarcastic laughter, suddenly rang out. The mother and daughter of the Chung family were startled, both looking up to see Jiang Nan had somehow opened the door. Chung Donglin's body stiffened. "Where is the bank book?" Jiang Nan walked over and asked him, her eyes scanning the money in front of Cheng's mother and the female lead. Chung Donglin hesitated for a moment, then took it out from his briefcase and handed it to her. Jiang Nan glanced at the balance, snorted and called out, "Dad!" He summoned Cheng's father, who was inside listening to storytelling with the children. "What now?" Cheng's father frowned, disturbed from his mood, and came out to sit down. "Nothing has been peaceful all day long. This year hasn't gone smoothly since the start." Jiang Nan sat down as well, looked at the whole family and asked, "Dad, Mom, little sister, which bill did we calculate yesterday that was unclear, ambiguous, or that you couldn't understand?" The Chung family didn't understand the situation and Mrs. Chung asked, "Xiao Nan, what do you mean by this?" Jiang Nan smiled. "What I mean is that all three of you are mentally normal adults, able to understand human speech and do arithmetic. Yesterday, I was reclaiming money from my little sister that originally belonged to me. You acknowledged this and voluntarily paid me back in full. So what does it mean that today you're asking Chung Donglin to take it back? Have you changed your mind? Or are you just being greedy?" The Chung family was left completely blank by Jiang Nan's blunt and harsh words. Chapter 7. Before they could recover, Jiang Nan turned to Chung Donglin again. "What about you? For what purpose did you take out this money?" Chung Donglin remained silent. His sister's money was taken by his wife, and his mother hoped he could get it back from his wife, but the wife was unwilling. He could only secretly make up for it. He wanted the matter to be over quickly, and also hoped to ease the relationship between his mother and wife, but could he say these things openly? No. So Chung Donglin chose to remain silent. Jiang Nan looked at him like that and guessed about 70 or 80%, sneering. "I remember I've said more than once that the money I take back is all mine. It doesn't need to be returned." Then, looking at the three Chung family members, "I don't know if Chung Donglin has informed you, but if not, I'm officially notifying you now that he and I have agreed to register for divorce next month. And this passbook," Jiang Nan shook the passbook in his hand, "contains all the savings we have accumulated over the years. It is marital joint property, half belongs to me, and Chung Donglin has no right to dispose of it." Saying this, she stood up and precisely and neatly took 260 yuan from the money in front of Chung Isin, then placed the passbook on top of the remaining coins and pushed them together towards Chung Isin again. "Although it's not the full amount you wanted, little sister, this is all your brother's property, all given to you." The balance in the passbook plus the 400 yuan Chung Donglin withdrew today amounted to just over 500, which was only the combined 6-month salary of the original owner and Chung Donglin, yet they had saved for 8 years. Chung Isin was shocked by this and quickly looked at her brother. "How is that possible? 80 yuan plus the passbook was less than the 340 yuan she was robbed of? Yet this was all her brother's property?" She didn't believe it. But seeing her brother exhausted and dejected, and recalling his earlier embarrassment, Chung Isin looked again at the money and the passbook on the table, which seemed like a furnace set up to roast her, scorching and terrifying. "Sister-in-law, why did you two get divorced? And the passbook, how could I take the passbook belonging to you and my brother?" Chung Isin hurriedly looked at him, unsure of what to say first, then flustered, quickly pushed the passbook and money back. If she really took her brother's passbook, then their sibling bond would be over. Jiang Nan teasingly watched the female lead's performance, but Xiao Xiao ignored it. "When you were shamelessly sucking blood, you weren't afraid, but now you want to make amends, it's too late." Then, turning to the mastermind of this incident, he said with a mischievous grin, "Mom, from now on Chung Donglin is completely broke. Before he gets his salary next month, all your household expenses will have to rely on you and Dad." Afterwards, as if just noticing the large pile of cash and coins in front of Cheng's mother, he deliberately said, I was wrong. They say people get wiser with age. Look at your foresight, preparing in advance with Chung Donglin. This money perfectly covers the gap until Chung Donglin's next month's salary. You're really amazing." Jiang Nan sarcastically gave a thumbs up. There aren't many biological mothers in the world who can team up with their daughters to suck their sons dry into poverty. Cheng's mother had just recovered from her daughter-in-law's accusation of her being greedy and insatiable, only to be stunned again by the news of her son and daughter-in-law's divorce. Now, hearing her daughter-in-law indirectly call her old, cunning, and scheming against her son, she rolled her eyes and nearly fainted. This scene startled the Chung family, who swarmed around her, some trying to soothe her, others offering water. Slap! After his wife caught her breath, Cheng's father slammed the table and stood up, his face full of anger as he pointed at Jiang Nan. Xiao Jiang, you've been completely out of line these past 2 days. Speaking without restraint, showing no respect to your elders. What exactly do you want? Even if you want a divorce, we are still your elders. After saying this, he looked at Cheng Denglin. Are you really going to let your wife talk to your parents like this, and repeatedly snatch money from your sister? Xiao Nan. Cheng Denglin looked at his furious father, then at his wife bristling with hostility, and at the chaotic mess in the house helplessly pleading. Could they please back down for his sake and stop the fighting? He was really exhausted. Jiang Nan certainly was unwilling. She looked at him coldly. If I hadn't found out today that you withdrew the money, how did you plan to compensate me on the day of the divorce? 500 yuan both of us have been saving for so many years, and from now on you plan to support this whole family alone. How many years do you intend to use to pay me back the 260? Or do you plan to just default on it? Cheng Denglin was silent. He hadn't thought that far ahead. He still wanted to win back his wife before the agreed divorce date, so he hadn't told anyone about their divorce agreement. Jiang Nan continued. I also want to peacefully finish the half-month postpartum confinement and then leave, but you guys just won't give me the chance. It's understandable that Cheng Denglin wants to support his sister, but why touch her money? Cheng's parents love their daughter, so why don't they take the money themselves and instead drain their daughter-in-law? The female lead enjoys the benefits, so why should it fall on her head? Jiang Nan was unhappy and was determined to make the Chung family unhappy as well. Having made up her mind, she composed herself, sat down calmly again, propped her chin with one hand, and looked eagerly at the family of 4. Dad, Mom, little sister Denglin, I heard some news about little sister while I was outside. Are you interested? The Chung family saw her sudden change in attitude and were momentarily confused, but all had a premonition. Trouble was definitely coming. Then Cheng's father decisively interrupted her. We don't want to hear it. After speaking, she called her daughter to help escort Mother Chung back to her room to rest, then sternly admonished Cheng Denglin. Keep a good watch on her. What kind of behavior is this? Jiang Nan had no intention of letting them off easily and spoke on his own. Cheng Denglin, you know that before your sister returned from the army offered her 2 compensation options. Sister-in-law. Cheng Isin listened to the beginning with her back turned. Feeling uneasy, she immediately let go of her mother's hand, turned around and sternly said, Don't spread baseless rumors around. Jiang Nan saw her getting upset and became even more pleased. Little sister, you haven't even heard the whole story. How can you say it's not true? Besides, even if it's not true, you should understand the full picture before defending yourself publicly. Just listen first. Cheng Isin gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, wanting to stop Jiang Nan but couldn't be too obvious, fearing that her family would become suspicious. Cheng's father and mother noticed their daughter's unease and naturally sided with her unconditionally. Cheng's mother grabbed Cheng Isin's arm. Let's go inside and ignore her. Jiang Nan smiled indifferently. The army gave my little sister 2 options, a job or a compensation payment. She voluntarily gave up the job and chose the compensation. This compensation, in theory, should have been split evenly between her and her ex-brother-in-law's father, but the old man, considering how hard it was for my little sister, a woman, raising 2 children alone, not only didn't divide the compensation and Lu Lin's savings, but also gave all his own savings to my little sister to raise Xiao Xiao and Ming Sheng. At this point, Jiang Nan glanced around at the stunned Cheng Denglin and the family of 3 standing with their backs to her at the doorway, then maliciously remarked, My little sister really has a lucky life. Sister-in-law, you can't fabricate such lies to slander me just because you dislike that I live at home with the child. Cheng Isin turned around again, her eyes red and tears streaming down. This pitiful, rain-soaked appearance truly arouses sympathy, but unfortunately, the Cheng family is not in the mood for such feelings at the moment. Jiang Nan remained indifferent. Whether it's lies, rumors, or facts, why not have your brother contact the armed forces or the Lu family through the military liaison to verify? We don't need to argue here. Cheng Isin clearly could have chosen to work. If she took the job home, she could still eat and live for free as she does now, and Cheng's father wouldn't have to transfer the job to her. The Cheng family would still have a monthly income of nearly 70 yuan in wages. With Chung father's living expenses and subsidies, the original owner and Chung Dinglin wouldn't have to spend their entire monthly salary supporting the whole family. Unfortunately, Chung Isin chose to have her cake and eat it too, taking money from the army and getting a job in the Chung family. The only ones sacrificed were the original owner and Chung Dinglin, the two unfortunate souls. Little sister. Chung Dinglin crouched down, holding his head in disbelief. If what the wife said is true, then what are the hardships they endured as a couple these past 2 or 3 years' worth? Cheng's mother quickly came to her senses, holding her daughter to comfort her while defending her. Dinglin, don't listen to outsiders talking nonsense. Xiao Nan stays all day in this small factory area. How could she know anything about the army? Who knows which jealous, petty person from Isin made this up? Just wait until I find her and tear her mouth apart. If we believe this, we're being fooled. Cheng's mother's words, speaking indirectly but pointedly, revealed what was truly on her mind. The daughter-in-law is that outsider, the petty jealous person envying her daughter. With such words right to her face, Jiang Nan couldn't just let it slide. How could she, holding the script in her hands, not respond? I heard the original compensation amount was only 600, but my late brother-in-law's leader fought for 800 for my sister. Before she left, my brother-in-law's comrades contributed another 200. Adding my brother-in-law's savings, the old folks' savings, my sister's wages over these 2 years, the money from selling her job, my sister's savings must be close to 3,000 by now. TSK. Chung Dinglin, aren't you ashamed? Born on the same day to the same parents, your sister is so wealthy, yet you're penniless. Sis-in-law, are you trying to drive me crazy? Chung Isin's voice was sharp. How could that be? Jiang Nan looked innocent. I was just sharing some gossip from outside. Didn't Mom say it was nonsense? Little sister, don't take it so seriously. Enough. Cheng's father interrupted the farce in a calm voice. Dinglin, you all should go and get the paperwork done early. If the daughter-in-law stays at home any longer, this family is probably going to fall apart. After saying that, he took his elderly wife and daughter back into the room. Jiang Nan glanced at Chung Dinglin, whose face on the ground opposite was even grayer, and closed his mouth out of boredom. She hadn't even started to exert herself yet. She had originally planned to let Chung Dinglin fantasize about his many years of miserable life ahead, but the good show was already over. Unfortunately, after a few seconds, Jiang Nan also got up and prepared to return to his room to continue reading. However, the unexpected happened at that very moment. How dare you bully my mom? Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Mingsheng charged at Jiang Nan like 2 little cannonballs, knocking him against the cabinet behind him and started beating him. Chung Dinglin looked at his wife's pained face, hurriedly stood up, grabbed the collars of the 2 nephews, and pulled them back to keep them away from his wife. Then, he was stunned by the ferocity and hatred on the faces of the 2 children. Why? This is your aunt. He looked in disbelief at the nephews and nieces he had once cherished. These 2 children were almost raised by him and his wife, treated no differently than Chang Hao, more so than many biological parents. Yet now they could so easily and without hesitation pounce on and beat their sick aunt? Chung Dinglin suddenly felt that he had never truly understood this family. After pulling the 2 children aside and sternly warning them a few times, making sure they dared not approach his wife again, he hurried to support his wife and anxiously asked, "Does it hurt? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Jiang Nan brushed his hand away, wincing in pain as she shook her head. No need. The main impact was her back hitting the handle on the cabinet. Her stomach wasn't seriously hurt because she had immediately turned sideways and bent over to protect it. This time she was careless, Jiang Nan reflected. She had originally thought the Chung family wouldn't make a move, but had overlooked the 2 children. It seemed next time she would have to fight back only after her body had recovered, otherwise the kids could easily bully her. Chung Dinglin saw that she was indeed fine, so he supported her and slowly helped her back to the room. His wife lay down and closed her eyes to rest, and he sat by the bedside watching her, lost in thought. After an unknown amount of time, Chung Dinglin suddenly woke up with a start. When did his beautiful and lively wife become so thin and frail? He hadn't paid attention before. He just thought his wife was naturally aging. But today, after learning that all that hardship was unnecessary, Chung Dinglin was shocked to realize that his wife was only 26 years old. She was 2 months younger than him and his sister, but when she stood next to his sister still looked youthful and vibrant, while his wife, at some unknown point, had started to look weary and aged, appearing 2 or 3 years older than his sister. Chapter 8. Dinglin. Chung Dinglin didn't know how long he had been sitting there when he suddenly heard his father calling him. He glanced at his wife who was breathing steadily, and seeing that she hadn't woken up, he quickly closed the door and went out. He saw his father standing in the living room, gathering the scattered money on the table and clipping it into a passbook before handing it to him. Your mom isn't feeling well and can't cook. You go to the cafeteria and get a few dishes. I'll steam the rice and it'll be ready to eat soon. Chung Danglin didn't move for a moment. Take it, his father urged him. The money's just lying around on the table. Be careful the kids don't take it and go buy firecrackers again. Cheng's father's words were as if nothing had ever happened. Chung Danglin held his breath for a few seconds, reached out, took the money, and also accepted his father's whitewashed ladder. He went to the kitchen to get the lunchbox and 2 more bowls, then headed to the canteen. Cheng's father heard the sound of the door closing and sighed. He was unwilling to doubt his daughter, but he also understood his daughter. What his daughter-in-law said was not necessarily impossible. But what could be done? After all, he was a child who had been loved since childhood, so he could only continue to favor him and pretend not to notice everything. Chung Danglin came back with the food, and the father and son set aside 3 extra portions, each delivered to a room, before starting the meal with the 3 children. The atmosphere at the dining table was not very good. Chung Danglin was silent. Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Mingsheng kept sneaking glances at him, but he didn't pay extra attention, as if everything was normal. Cheng's father, while serving the 3 children, sighed quietly. Danglin had become much colder toward the 2 children. Chang Hao also remained silent. He was usually the noisiest, but today he was unusually quiet while eating. After the meal, Chung Danglin washed the dishes. When he returned to his room, he heard Chang Hao talking to his wife inside. Are you and my dad getting a divorce? Chang Hao asked. Yes. Why would we get a divorce? You can't have children, and no one but my dad would want you. If you become a stepmother, the other man's son won't support you in old age. If you leave, I won't support you in old age either. Do you believe I'll have your dad beat you up? Chung Danglin pushed the door open and saw his son freeze for a moment, then quickly reacted, tucking his neck and running inside, as if he really thought he was coming in to beat him. Come here. Chung Danglin called him with a stern face. Who taught you to say these things? Although he could hear Chang Hao awkwardly expressing his unwillingness for his parents to divorce, how could he use such unpleasant words to belittle his own mother? When Xiao Xiao was laughing and chirping while hitting his mother, he actually just hid to the side, peeking out and watching without coming out to protect his mother. This temper really can't be left uncorrected. Chung Danglin whipped him with a belt, scolded him for a long time, and then made him apologize to his wife. Jiang Nan seemed quite happy dealing with the naughty kid, but he didn't respond to Char Shu's apology. Too concerned, she said to him. Don't worry, I have money. Even if no one supports me in the future, I can still live in a nursing home. But you won't be able to. Your grades are bad, you don't listen, and you have no money. You'll have to rely on your dad. If one day your dad is gone or stops supporting you, I think you'll starve to death. PPT, who doesn't know how to do it? Come on, let's PPT each other. Xiao Nan. Chung Danglin frowned, clearly disapproving of how she was talking to the child. Jiang Nan ignored him, waved for Chang Hao to come over and seriously told him, your dad and I are indeed getting a divorce. From now on, I'll come see you once every 2 weeks or once a month, take you out to eat, watch movies, or bring you delicious food and fun things. If the kids outside tease you because your dad and I are divorced, just brag about what I do for you. Ask them. My parents are divorced, yet they still let me live so well. If your parents aren't divorced, can they let you live better? If they can't match you, then they've lost. Don't pay attention to them, understand? Although Chang Hao is a troublemaker, he's still young now. Jiang Nan doesn't want her butterfly to cause him psychological problems. What delicious food and fun things? Chang Hao immediately asked. Jiang Nan and Chung Danglin were speechless. Is that the main point? Forget it, I shouldn't have had any expectations for Char Shu. Jiang Nan waved him off. Random, whatever comes to mind is what it is. Chang Hao still wanted to stay and sleep, asking what fun and tasty things there were. But Jiang Nan chased him away, saying there was no place for him to sleep here. Because Chang Hao pushed the original owner, causing his sister to fall, he was initially scared and didn't dare to face Jiang Nan. He was forced to go to the hospital by Chung Danglin, and even then, he hid behind Chung Danglin, glancing at Jiang Nan before turning his head away. After Jiang Nan returned, he didn't even come back to sleep, staying every day with Cheng's father and mother, while Jiang Nan conveniently sent Chung Danglin to sleep on the small bed. So for the next half-month, Chang Hao would just continue to squeeze in with his grandparents. At night, Jiang Nan read her textbook for a while, preparing to sleep, when Chang Dinglin suddenly asked her, Xiao Nan, when did you find out about Xiao Mei's situation? Was it because of this that you wanted a divorce? Jiang Nan lay down and replied, not long ago. Then she said no more. Chang Dinglin stayed awake until midnight. The next morning, Cheng's mother seemed to have regained her energy and was able to get up to make breakfast. Although everyone was trying hard to put on a facade of peace, what happened had happened, and there was inevitably a crack. The amount of breakfast that Cheng's mother made was clearly insufficient. Chang Dinglin said nothing. After eating himself, he went to the cafeteria to buy porridge and buns for Jiang Nan. Cheng's mother was very unhappy. She took off her apron and threw it on the stove. Yesterday was truly a double loss, losing both the wife and the soldiers. The money was not recovered, and the daughter-in-law had revealed the daughter's secret, causing a rift between the siblings. Cheng's mother was filled with hatred and only today thought of setting a trap for her daughter-in-law. But he was caught by his son just as he started moving, so frustrating. Before leaving, Chang Dinglin stood at the kitchen door and pleaded with his mother. Mom, the child Xiao Nan lost is my daughter. It's my fault she suffered. Let her stay at home for half a month. Please help me take care of her for another half month. Cheng's mother lowered her head in silence. After her son left, she wiped her tears and said to Cheng's father, people really weren't wrong when they said sons are raised by their daughters-in-law. Cheng's father comforted her. It's only half a month. You just have to endure it. Cheng's mother gave him a sharp look. You make it sound nice, but am I not the one doing the work? Cheng's father shook his head, put his hands behind his back, and went out to play chess. Cheng's mother gritted her teeth, unable to swallow her anger. So, at lunchtime there was another scene. Jiang Nan looked at the noticeably declining quality of the food and said speechlessly, Mom, I did give you living expenses and Chang Dinglin also provided an additional nutrition fee. If you don't want to cook for me, just return the money, and I'll find someone outside to cook for me. Cheng's mother muttered, money, 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 how can everything be about money? With Jiang Nan's threat, Cheng's mother finally quieted down. The clothes from the Duan family arrived 2 days later. Chang Dinglin immediately took them to the Zhou family, but Director Zhou, using the excuse of being in a meeting, did not see him. Chang Dinglin felt disappointed and melancholy. Also, because the atmosphere at home had been tense these past few days, he and his sister were both trying to avoid meeting each other, so the plan to invite Duan Hua over for dinner was quietly dropped. Chang Dinglin went out alone to a restaurant for a drink. After crying her heart out, Chang Yisin didn't leave the house for 2 or 3 days. The first thing she did when she went out was to look for colleagues, friends, and suitors at the factory to inquire about any rumors concerning her. She thought about it for 2 days but couldn't figure out where her sister-in-law had gotten the news from, how long it had been circulating or how widely. She was very anxious but couldn't find any information. Because everyone was doing their best to act as if nothing had happened that day, the Chung family strangely settled into a calm. Jiang Nan reviewed, exercised daily, occasionally packed his luggage, and lived a very regular life. A week later, she also received good news about her job. When Aunt Gua came rushing over, Mrs. Chung was also there. Jiang Nan didn't avoid it and entertained Aunt Gua right in the living room, not minding whether Mrs. Chung was listening or not. Aunt Gua felt a bit awkward, pulling Jiang Nan aside and speaking vaguely. Middle school can be arranged. Can you teach that foreign language called English? Ah, right, can you teach English? I can teach it. Jiang Nan nodded, feeling somewhat surprised and delighted. Teaching English would be much easier for her compared to other subjects. Because of her job, she often dealt with foreign trade, which helped her develop a fluent American accent. Plus, middle school English grammar isn't difficult, so she could definitely handle it. As long as you can teach, that's good. Aunt Gua confirmed again. Then seeing Jiang Nan's confident look, she patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. That principal insisted they're short of English teachers and won't allow any other arrangements. They even require a trial lesson, and if you don't pass, they won't hire you. Before you came, I was worried you couldn't teach, but now I feel at ease. Jiang Nan smiled and thanked Aunt Gua, then asked, which day is the trial lecture? I want to prepare. Speaking of this, Aunt Gua became a bit anxious, sweat starting to form on her forehead again. Next Monday at 10 a.m. Xiaojiang, you really need to prepare well. She felt that the principal just wanted people to give up easily. The demands for a substitute teacher were many and strict. If Xiaojiang hadn't specified his available time, she wouldn't have been very willing to recommend him. Jiang Nan nodded. Today was already Saturday, so time was indeed tight. You have the textbooks, right? If not, I'll go borrow some for you, Aunt Gua said enthusiastically, hoping Jiang Nan would successfully get the job, so she wouldn't have to find someone else again. Jiang Nan did have them. When the original owner married Chung Denglin, she brought 2 suitcases. One with books, a few clothes, and a new quilt. That suitcase of books contained her textbooks from childhood, and some second-hand books she found at the recycling station. All 6 volumes of the junior high school English textbooks were well preserved. Aunt Gua felt half reassured upon hearing this and finally was in the mood to chat. I heard there used to be 2 English teachers, both sent down youths, but last year one got into university, and the other is taking the exam this year. So they didn't want to have 2 grades to handle, which is why they're recruiting a new one. But the principal has looked at several candidates and isn't satisfied with any of them. Jiang Nan found it a bit amusing. So if she and the other teacher both pass the exam and leave in July this year, will the school have to recruit again next semester? Seemed a bit pitiful. The 2 chatted a little longer before Aunt Gua left. She was quite a busy person. As usual, Jiang Nan washed a cup and planned to go back inside to prepare for the trial lecture. Just before entering, she overheard Mrs. Chung muttering, "Becoming a teacher and still able to teach English? Not afraid of bragging and getting tongue-tied?" Jiang Nan was speechless. She didn't know if the old lady was just bored or what, but she kept trying to find trouble. She pretended not to hear and took out her textbook to prepare her lesson. When Chung Denglin came back and heard his mother talk about Aunt Gua's visit and the conversation between the 2, he realized that his wife had already arranged all the work. He looked at his wife's serious back and was silent for a long while. On Monday morning, Jiang Nan got up early and changed into a white shirt and black pants. She didn't wear leather shoes because the original owner only had 1 pair, a birthday gift from Chung Denglin. Jiang Nan didn't touch them and wore a pair of black velvet shoes instead. She took her textbooks and lesson plans and went to catch the bus. Unexpectedly, Chung Denglin was waiting outside with his bicycle. "I'll take you to the bus station." Jiang Nan didn't refuse. She still couldn't walk too far or stand for long. From the factory area to the bus station, the bus took more than 40 minutes with stops along the way. From the bus station to Hongshan Commune was over an hour, and if there was no seat, she would have to stand the whole time, which she really couldn't bear. The 2 of them remained silent all the way. Chung Denglin saw her to the bus station and then hurried off to work. Jiang Nan swayed all the way and finally arrived at the destination just before vomiting. Hongshan Commune and Hongshan Middle School were not much different from what the original owner remembered, but Jiang Nan did not expect that the demanding principal would actually be an acquaintance. The principal obviously remembered the original owner as well. Upon meeting, he pointed at her and said, "I remember you, the snake-catching girl." Chapter 9. Jiang Nan found this nickname somewhat amusing and frustrating. The original owner had only helped catch a snake once at school, and had skillfully taught the cafeteria chef how to make wine using the snake gallbladder from that snake, yet her boastful and annoying cousin spread the word everywhere. She was a snake-catching expert who earned her tuition by catching snakes, and so on. Even though the original owner explained multiple times, the teachers and classmates still refused to change their perception, jokingly calling her the snake-catching girl. Because she had indeed caught a snake before and made dried snake gallbladders to sell to the purchasing station, but only a few. She happened to encounter the situation while catching centipedes or digging kudzu roots in the mountains, with no way to avoid it, so she took action. I didn't expect that after 10 years, there would still be people who remember this nickname. Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Principal Yang, you still remember me?" Principal Yang said seriously but teasingly, "I remember students with good grades, especially since you have such a distinctive skill." Jiang Nan smiled helplessly, then heard Principal Yang say, "But remembering is one thing, business is business. I won't go easy on you just because you used to be my student. This is natural." Jiang Nan nodded, confident and unwilling for her efforts to be labeled as favoritism or nepotism. Thus Jiang Nan began her trial lecture. Principal Yang specifically invited a class of 8th graders to listen. These students had a foundation in English and could discern the quality of the teaching. As soon as Jiang Nan started speaking, Principal Yang looked up in amazement and adjusted his glasses. He had very high expectations for an English teacher's basic listening, speaking, reading, and writing skills. Seeing her proficient and swift board writing and spelling, he nodded with satisfaction. Furthermore, whether it was Jiang Nan's knowledge reserve or the designed situational dialogue interactions encouraging shy students to actively speak English, Principal Yang was full of praise. The 45-minute class left both the students and the teachers who came to grade feeling reluctant to end. Jiang Nan naturally passed the trial lecture with unanimous approval. Principal Yang immediately issued her a certificate of employment acceptance, and had the logistics staff show her around and confirm her teacher's dormitory, fearing she might run away. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly, confirmed her start date with the logistics staff, thanked them, and then slowly left. As she walked out of the school gate, Jiang Nan held the certificate up to the sunlight and smiled brightly. Only then did she feel she had truly taken her first step as a newcomer. To celebrate, Jiang Nan had a hearty meal at the commune state-run restaurant before taking the bus back to the residential area. She didn't return home immediately but went to find Aunt Gua, sharing the good news and also informing her that the person taking over the job could be brought over for the handover. Aunt Gua excitedly praised Jiang Nan repeatedly and promised to bring the person over tomorrow. After agreeing on the time and place to meet, Jiang Nan returned to the Chung family. Outside the door, she could already hear Lu Xiaoxiao hiccuping from crying. She opened the door and went in. Everyone in the living room glanced at her before turning back to what they were doing. Chang Yisin held the child in her arms, patting and soothing her, while Cheng's mother was beside them, angrily complaining to Cheng's father. I mean, this Duan family is hopeless. Just look at how this girl is so domineering. Look what she did to our Xiaoxiao. Jiang Nan placed the textbook and lesson plan on the cabinet by the entrance, washing his hands in the kitchen while listening to the commotion. It turned out that somehow Duanhua's daughter found out about Duanhua transferring clothes to the Chung family. Duanhua's daughter thought the down jacket on Lu Xiaoxiao was hers, insisting that Lu Xiaoxiao take it off and return it, even calling Chang Yisin a seductress. Lu Xiaoxiao was angry and refused, so Duanhua's daughter took matters into her own hands, and the two started to struggle. Jiang Nan Xiaoxiao came out of the kitchen, looked around and not seeing Chang Hao asked Cheng's mother about it. Hearing Cheng's mother complain, I don't know where Ming Shang ran off to play, otherwise Xiaoxiao wouldn't have been bullied like this. Jiang Nan was quite pleased that Char Shu's son wasn't involved, and then snorted at Cheng's mother. Didn't you say Chang Hao didn't hold back when he hit? If he had helped Xiaoxiao and messed with the Duan family's young lady, whose fault would that be? Cheng's mother and Chang Yisin, upon hearing this, couldn't help but recall the scene when Jiang Nan came to collect the debt that day, and their faces instantly turned pale. Jiang Nan said again, from now on, regarding Xiaoxiao's noisy antics, you should let Chang Hao handle it less. Otherwise, I don't know when I'll have to visit him in prison. Xiao Jiang! Cheng's father shouted, unwilling to hear her curse his eldest grandson like that. Jiang Nan shrugged, closed her mouth, picked up a book, and was about to return to her room. But when she turned around, she saw Lu Xiaoxiao hiccuping and glaring at her. Jiang Nan stopped in her tracks and looked down at her. Xiaoxiao, your eyes seem to have a problem. Do you want me to dig them out and fix them for you? Frightened, Lu Xiaoxiao turned her head and buried it in Chang Yisin's embrace. Chang Yisin was angry. Sister-in-law, how can you say such things to the child? Jiang Nan snorted and looked at her. I've been feeding the wolf for 2 or 3 years, and even then it wouldn't look at me with such eyes. After saying that, he didn't care about the reaction of the Chung family and turned back to his room without looking back. The next day, Jiang Nan met Aunt Gua at the factory gate. The one who took her to work was a thin, half-grown boy, definitely not yet 18. Jiang Nan didn't inquire about his information in person. He just told him, once you get in, say that you are my aunt's cousin. I can't do workshop work due to health reasons, so I'm passing it on to you. The young man nodded. Jiang Nan took him to the personnel department to handle the formalities, then transferred his own file away. After coming out, he handed the person over to Aunt Gua. Aunt Gua then took him to the workshop to find Uncle Gua, asking Uncle Gua to take care of him for a few days to help him adapt. Afterwards, the two went to the Gua family. Aunt Gua gave the 200 yuan from the job transfer to Jiang Nan, and Jiang Nan immediately took out the 10 yuan he had promised to Aunt Gua. Aunt Gua smiled as she accepted it, then started talking about the young boy. He's from a production team under Hongshan Commune, not yet 17. His father died, his biological mother is too weak to do heavy work, and there are a pair of younger siblings to support. His eldest uncle can't take care of them forever, so he found this job for him. As for the identity of the boy's eldest uncle, Aunt Gua didn't say. Jiang Nan didn't inquire either, only asked, he didn't pay this money himself, right? Aunt Gua immediately shook her head. His eldest uncle paid for it. If his family could afford that much money, they wouldn't be in such difficulty. Jiang Nan nodded, that's fine then. An apprentice earns 18 yuan a month, just over 200 a year. If this young man's family is struggling, taking this 200 yuan would be like working for nothing all year, making the family's burden even heavier. After taking the money and finishing the matter, Jiang Nan went home to pack her luggage. She still had things to do today. Cheng Denglin didn't expect that after working all day and coming home, not only were more than half of his wife's belongings gone, but the divorce referral letter was already prepared. He saw her rubbing her shoulders as she informed him, you need to go get the referral letter tomorrow. Take half an hour off. I'll wait for you at the entrance of your workplace. After it's done, you can go back to work. Jiang Nan was exhausted that day. She first transported the box of books and most of her daily necessities to Hongshan Middle School. After completing the onboarding process, she asked Principal Yang to issue her a referral letter. This was a plan she changed at the last minute after having a pleasant conversation with Principal Yang yesterday. Originally, she planned to settle everything first and then take her luggage to Hongshan Middle School to start work. But thinking that if she got a referral letter from the factory would definitely send people to mediate, persuade reconciliation, or even reject her application, Jiang Nan decided to take a gamble on Principal Yang. Sure enough, after Principal Yang confirmed that her divorce was not due to lifestyle issues, he decisively issued her a certificate. Although the back-and-forth travel was tiring, it saved a lot of trouble, and Jiang Nan felt it was well worth it. Chang Denglin said nothing after hearing this, was silent for a few seconds, and then agreed. After realizing his wife's change that day, he no longer wanted to force her to stay. This family was too hard to bear, so he decided to let her go. Chang Denglin's letter of introduction did not go smoothly. The leader did not agree to his divorce. Xiao Cheng, you are a public official. You must know that divorce will affect your political future and your child's future. The leader had high hopes for Chang Denglin and did not want him to ruin his prospects. Nowadays, saying divorce due to emotional breakdown would be labeled as petty bourgeois sentimentality. A few years ago, people would have been taken away for criticism. The revolution had just ended, the environment had not fully changed, and Chang Denglin's leader's mindset had not shifted yet. Chang Denglin insisted on staying in the leader's office without approval, refusing to leave. The leader, frustrated and at a loss, reluctantly gave his approval. Jiang Nan waited for quite a while at the entrance of Chang Denglin's workplace. If they knew that Chang Denglin and the leader were arguing over this, they would definitely tell them that the marriage law would be reformed in a couple of years, truly realizing freedom of marriage. The concerns and problems they worried about would no longer exist. The two went to the police station to handle the procedures and were indeed persuaded to reconcile again. They calmly waited for the person to finish speaking and insisted on divorcing, which irritated the staff at the police station, who exclaimed, "Why are you so stubborn and unyielding?" There was no other way, so it had to be done. After the two left, another staff member said to the clerk, "You're worrying for nothing. The couple isn't arguing or making a fuss. They have no disputes over property division or child custody. It's obvious they've already discussed everything and are determined to divorce. No matter how you try to persuade them, it won't work." After Jiang Nan and Chang Denglin received their marriage certificate, one went home and the other returned to work. Before parting, Jiang Nan said goodbye to Chang Denglin in advance. "I won't be here when you get home. Cheng Hao, thank you for your concern. I will come to see him at the end of the month." Chang Denglin remained silent, nodded slightly, and walked away forlornly. Jiang Nan went home to get some things. Cheng's father, mother, and Chang Yisin were all there, watching her busily going in and out. Cheng's mother was still complaining. She even wants to take the wash basin? Why doesn't she just move everything out of this house? And she has the nerve to take half of Denglin's savings, without even considering how little her salary is. Cheng's father looked helplessly at his wife. "Then why don't you ask her to return it?" Cheng's mother fell silent again. She wasn't stupid. Jiang Nan still held leverage over her daughter, so she didn't dare to provoke her lightly. Jiang Nan went back and forth several times, moving all the things onto the summoned tricycle, patted Cheng Hao's head, said, "Let's go." Then got on the vehicle without looking back, leaving the frustrated Cheng family behind. The tricycle driver helped her load the things onto the bus before taking the money and leaving. Jiang Nan found an empty seat and sat down, waiting for the bus to depart. "Sis." She was about to close her eyes and rest for a while when she heard a familiar voice. Jiang Nan opened her eyes. Wasn't this the original owner's troublesome cousin? She saw him supporting a tall man wearing an elastic mesh cap, excitedly walking toward her. After settling the man down, he turned to look at Jiang Nan, but his smile instantly froze, and he couldn't hide his surprise in his voice. "Sis, you've already given birth?" Chapter 10. Jiang Nan followed his gaze to her belly, smiled helplessly, and briefly explained, "I didn't give birth, it was a miscarriage." Chang Denglin asked if she wanted to notify the original owner's close eldest aunt's family. Jiang Nan, firstly afraid they would worry, and secondly because she was not the original owner and didn't want to trouble the original owner's relatives, refused. She didn't expect to run into them today. Miscarriage. The cousin was angry upon hearing this. How could someone with the surname Chang take care of you? Jiang Nan shook her head. not wanting to discuss this matter in public and cause gossip, so she said casually, "I just accidentally fell." "When did this happen? Why didn't you contact home?" "My mom must have been worried sick. She'll definitely scold you when you get back," her cousin complained. Jiang Nan listened and felt very touched on behalf of the original owner. The original owner was very close to this eldest aunt. The original family lived in Jiang Commune, which was a 4 to 5 hour walk from Hongshan Commune towards the mountains. The parents favored sons over daughters, and so did the grandparents, but their family was strange. Unlike other families with son preference, the girls were neither timid nor proud of being supporting brothers. The girls in their family were all very tough. The only one with a softer personality was the original owner's younger aunt. She was promised to someone at 14. One day, she suddenly had a high fever, but the grandparents refused to pay for medical treatment and instead notified the other family to take her for treatment. That family felt they had already paid a high bride price and refused to spend more money. Both sides pulled back and forth, and the younger aunt did not receive timely treatment and died from the fever. The eldest aunt had long since married out. By the time she found out, the younger aunt had already been buried, so she hated the grandparents and never returned. It was only after the grandfather passed away that she came to the funeral with her children. Upon hearing that the female protagonist had saved money to go to school but was refused by her parents and even threatened after taking money, and that she dared to threaten her brother with a kitchen knife over 2 tails of meat, she really liked her. The original owner started school late and was already 14 when she graduated from elementary school. Her eldest aunt, worried that she might be sold by her parents like her younger aunt, arranged for her to take the exam to attend Hongshan Commune, studying alongside her cousin Li Su, who was 2 years younger, so she could be looked after nearby. As a result, the original owner became closer to her eldest aunt's family, and the new quilt in her dowry was prepared by her eldest aunt. The eldest aunt had 4 children in total, and the income they earned in a year was barely enough to cover basic needs. That quilt was made from fabric and cotton coupons saved over a long time. The original owner was always very grateful to her eldest aunt. "Sis, are you going home to see my mom now?" Li Su asked. After all, this is the bus to Hongshan Commune. Jiang Nan felt awkward. She didn't have that plan for the time being. "I'll go after I get settled." "Get settled with what?" Li Su asked curiously. Jiang Nan could only lay it all out. After all, she would be stationed at Hongshan Middle School for the next 6 months and might often run into her eldest sister-in-law's family. "I changed jobs. From now on, I'll be a teacher at Hongshan Middle School. I'll go visit my eldest sister-in-law in a few days." Li Su didn't react immediately, only happily said, "That's great. The commune is close to our home, so whether you come back or we visit you, it's convenient." "But," he asked with some doubt, "isn't life inconvenient for you like this? It's too far from the agricultural machinery factory here. Why did you decide to move?" Jiang Nan saw that he finally realized the issue and teasingly dropped a bomb. "That's why I got divorced." My cousin was indeed stunned. Divorce? The people in the car had similar reactions. Some turned their heads, some pricked up their ears, and even the aunties eager to jump in and gossip were ready to get involved. Even the tall man who had closed his eyes to rest after helping my cousin into the car opened them to look at her, seemingly very surprised. Zhao Rui was indeed surprised. He knew this woman. Besides knowing she was Li Su's cousin and having occasionally seen her at the brigade before, he got to know her again more than 10 years later when his son found a girlfriend and said he wanted to get married. While investigating the girl's background, Li Su discovered that the girl was the niece of her cousin's husband. Li Su had been with him since childhood, watching his son grow up and caring about him, but after learning that his son's girlfriend was that niece, he became very cold and didn't tease or joke with his son as he used to. Zhao Rui became concerned and asked a few more questions. Li Su helplessly revealed that his mother really disliked that family, including the girl. Zhao Rui knew that Li Su's mother was a very principled person. If she didn't like someone, there might be a problem, so he sent someone to investigate thoroughly. Unexpectedly, the investigation really uncovered the problem. The girl named Lu Xiaoxiao was very jealous and habitually bullied others at school. Because of her good looks, grades, family background, and popularity, those bullied by her had no one to turn to. Even their parents and teachers believed the victims themselves were at fault, causing these children to go from being outstanding and beautiful to mediocre and depressed. Among them, the most severe case attempted suicide and dropped out of school. Even Li Su's cousin, an adult, had suffered a lot from this girl. Zhao Rui, upon receiving the investigation results, was shocked and firmly demanded that his son break up. After the girl learned of his attitude, she came to plead multiple times, but Zhao Rui ignored her. Realizing this path was futile, the girl clung tightly to her son and even helped him find his biological mother, the woman who had abandoned her husband and child to return to the city. It was only then that he realized how important the mother was in his son's heart. Everything Zhao Rui had fought so hard to provide for him paled in comparison. Zhao Rui regretted that, in order to protect his son, he had never told him the truth about his mother abandoning him, nor had he ever spoken ill of that woman. Later, the son actually brought that woman to live with them. For her and the scheming girl, he repeatedly clashed with his mother. His mother was so upset that she fell seriously ill and was hospitalized, passing away not long after. And his son was even planning to have him remarry that woman. Zhao Rui angrily kicked his son out of the house. The next day on his way to work, he got into a car accident. Before dying, his biggest regret was not having made a will. He was unwilling to leave everything to his selfish son. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes again, he was back at the age of 27. Now what did he hear? Li Su's cousin actually got divorced? In his previous life there was no such thing. Lu Xiaoxiao's uncle was the director of the city's Bureau of Industry and Commerce, and there had been no rumors of divorce before he died. Is it that this world is different from the last life? Or did this woman also have some kind of strange encounter? Zhao Rui began to subtly size her up. Jiang Nan didn't want people to gawk, so to divert her cousin's attention, she asked about their situation instead. That man seemed to be seriously injured. The back of his head was wrapped in thick gauze and even covered with an elastic net. Jiang Nan's question triggered his cousin's boastful nature. Hey, it was an unexpected disaster. 2 guys on the team got into a fight. The team leader told us to pull them apart. We held one guy down on our side, but those bastards on the other side couldn't hold their guy. That guy in the fight picked up a hoe and smashed it. Our guy dodged behind Rui, and the hoe hit Rui instead. Luckily, it was the handle of the hoe, not the blade, or else Rui's head would have been half shaved off. Jiang Nan just felt speechless after hearing that. The guy is still behind you and you're cursing him like that? Sure enough, the man raised his hand and slapped the back of Li Su's head. The force wasn't strong and Li Su wasn't angry. He was still chuckling. Only then did he remember to introduce them. Brother Rui, this is my sister. Sis, this is my neighbor brother Rui. I think you've met before. Both remembered and nodded to each other. The original owner's memory was very vague, only recalling that whether in the past or now, Li Su liked to hang out with this person. Also, he married an educated youth. One year when the original owner went to her eldest aunt's house for New Year's greetings, the aunt, worried about Li Su's marriage, mentioned it briefly, saying that even if he found an educated youth like Zhao Rui to come back, it would be fine. She would be happy even if the daughter-in-law didn't want to work. Yes, Li Su is 24 years old this year, still unmarried, and is famously known as the old bachelor in the brigade. There isn't much else to say about him. Looking at Jiang Nan now, she just feels that this person has long arms and legs, the space between the 2 rows of seats isn't even enough to accommodate them, and he has a great figure. The loose clothes typical of this era can't hide it. He looks even better. His hair is flattened but it doesn't spoil his aura. To be honest, compared to the handsome medium-height Chang Denglin, this kind of man fits her aesthetic better. Neither of them spoke. Jiang Nan noticed that this person's gaze was very sharp, and when he looked at her, it carried the scrutiny of someone in a higher position. But the person quickly moved away, and Jiang Nan felt that he had been overly suspicious and mistaken. In short, the two had no further communication afterwards. Along the way, Jiang Nan and Li Su kept asking each other about their recent situations. After getting off the car, Li Su told Zhao Rui to find a place to sit for a while. He would first help Jiang Nan move things to the school, then come to find him. But Zhao Rui refused, carrying some light but bulky items, and followed them to the dormitory. After putting down the things, it happened to be lunchtime, so Jiang Nan, to thank them, invited them to eat at a state-run restaurant. At the table, Jiang Nan asked how they would get back. Zhao Rui had a mild concussion, so he couldn't walk back for more than an hour. Speaking of this, Li Su was quite proud. We have someone in the commune, he has a car, borrowed it to ride back, and will return it next time. That's fine then. Jiang Nan nodded. The 3 of them finished their meal. Jiang Nan went to pay the bill, but the cashier said it had already been paid. Jiang Nan turned around, and Li Su waved at her with a smile, pointing at Zhao Rui, indicating that Zhao Rui had paid. Jiang Nan was helpless, went back to the dormitory, took out the half-jean of brown sugar and 2 packs of milk powder that Chang Denglin had given her, gave half a jean of brown sugar and 1 pack of milk powder to Li Su, and the other pack of milk powder to Zhao Rui. Neither of them wanted it. Li Su knew she had just had a miscarriage, These were all to help her recover, but he didn't want them. Jiang Nan, however, said, I don't like drinking milk powder because it has no taste. You can take it to second brother's kids. As for the brown sugar, I can get a prescription from the clinic to buy more, but if Big Aunt wants to buy it, she has to save sugar coupons, which takes a long time. Just keep it. Li Su reluctantly took it. Zhao Rui also shook his head. Jiang Nan smiled and said, We're not related, but you've put in effort and money. I'd feel bad taking your help for nothing. Everyone said so, and Zhao Rui couldn't refuse anymore. On the way home, Zhao Rui sat in the back seat, while Li Su, small but strong, pedaled hard and chatted with Zhao Rui. Brother Rui, why do you think my sister got divorced? What exactly was the reason they split? Why don't you ask her yourself? Zhao Rui said with his eyes closed. Li Su held onto the handlebars, feeling awkward and scratching his head, itching inside. It's just that she doesn't want to talk about it. Then don't ask around blindly. Zhao Rui said this, but in fact he also wanted to know. He wanted to find out where the turning point was. Chapter 11. Li Su saw Zhao Rui to his doorstep. Zhao Rui changed his mind and said he didn't want the bag of milk powder anymore, asking Li Su to take it home with him instead. At that time he just didn't want to embarrass cousin Li Su, so he reluctantly accepted. He didn't put in much effort and the meal didn't cost much, definitely not worth that bag of milk powder. Li Su immediately nodded in agreement, but after riding a short distance, he threw the milk powder back into Zhao Rui's arms with a backhand, steadied his bike with one hand, waved and walked away without looking back. Zhao Rui smiled helplessly, turned around, and saw the low earthen walls and dilapidated mud brick house of his home, feeling as if in a dream. This old house was torn down and replaced with a brick and tile house after he earned his first sum of money at the end of '82 and came back. Later, after achieving some success, he rebuilt it into a villa. Now looking at it, even though he had lived inside for more than 20 years, it felt somewhat unfamiliar. Zhao Rui pushed open the door and entered the house. His mother heard the noise and came out from the main room asking, Who is it? Seeing it was him, she hurried over, pulling his arm and patting his head, anxiously caring for him. Son, you're back? How are you feeling? Better? Let Mom take a look. Oh dear, damn that expensive beef, how could he be so rough? Zhao Rui looked at his mother, who seemed more than 10 years younger, and at his son who ran out from the house, hugging his leg and repeatedly calling Dad, feeling a mix of emotions. He felt very guilty towards his mother. When she was young, she raised him alone. In middle age, she helped take care of his son. In old age, she was unable to enjoy spoiling her grandson and was so upset by him that she fell seriously ill and passed away. Before she died, what she worried about most was still him, constantly urging him to find a partner and get married, fearing he would be lonely and have no one to accompany him in old age. And the son? Raised in vain. Zhao Rui looked down, glanced at that familiar face, and almost couldn't resist kicking it. Have you eaten? I'll go make you something. His mother's voice interrupted his thoughts. I've already eaten. Zhao Rui hurriedly stopped her. Saying that, he handed her the milk powder in his arms. Zhao's mother carefully looked at the bag, confirmed what it was and asked her son, Did you exchange the ticket? She still remembered that a few days ago her son mentioned wanting to get milk powder tickets for his grandson. Zhao Rui replied, No, someone gave it to me. Who is so generous? Giving such a precious thing? His mother asked as she pulled him into the house. But it's just right to help you and Xiao Zhe recover, you lost so much blood. Zhao Rui's mother was truly frightened by the sight of him being carried away with his head bloodied and pressed with a towel. Zhao Rui said, You drink it too, let's recover together and live long lives. If he had the chance to do it again, he would definitely let his mother enjoy her old age peacefully and die a natural death. Zhao's mother was happy yet awkward. Living to 100 years old? Wouldn't that make you an old witch? Have you said who gave it? Zhao's mother asked again. Zhao Rui said, Li Su's maternal cousin's elder female cousin. I helped her carry some things on the road, and she insisted on thanking us by giving one bag each to me and Li Su. This is too polite. Zhao's mother touched the milk powder bag inside. She remembered that girl. Years ago, she even thought about bringing her over to be Zhao Rui's wife, but who knew her son just wasn't interested at the time, impatient with dating. In the blink of an eye, the good girl was married off, and Zhao's mother regretted it privately for a long time. However, when it came to daughters-in-law, Zhao's mother anxiously said, Jingqiu has been gone for so long, why hasn't she come back yet? The daughter-in-law went back to her parents' home for the New Year visit, and it's already been more than a month. Zhao Chuanzi also asked, Dad, when will Mom come back? Zhao Rui looked at his mother and son, moved his lips, but ultimately didn't say anything. She won't be coming back. It was the same in the previous life. After Chen Jingqiu took the college entrance exam, she used the excuse of returning to the city to visit relatives and never came back. At the end of March, he received a letter from Chen Jingqiu notifying him of the divorce. In rural areas nowadays, people have no concept of a marriage certificate. Holding a banquet and consummating the marriage is considered a common law marriage, which the law also recognizes. However, when divorcing, no formal procedures are required. A letter from Chen Jingqiu severed their marriage. In his past life, Zhao Rui was unwilling to accept it. Amid his son's cries calling for his mother, he went alone to find Chen Jingqiu, wanting to understand what was really going on. As soon as he arrived in the city, he saw her walking in the park with a man and a child. The way she smiled at that child was something Zhao Rui had never seen her do with their son. Zhao Rui followed all the way, watching her buy soda for the child, and seeing the man quietly take her hand. She did not refuse. Zhao Rui felt as if a green cloud was hanging over his head, but he held on to a sliver of hope, thinking maybe it was a mistake. So, he stayed in the city for 2 more days asking around about the situation. Unfortunately, the facts were just as they were. Afterwards, Chen Jingqiu told others that she only returned to the city after her divorce, and that she had no children in the countryside. That man was a match introduced to her by her brother and sister-in-law, the head of the sales department at a textile factory. The two were already at the stage of discussing marriage, and the man even supported her in taking the college entrance exam. Didn't he support her? Zhao Rui wanted to ask. It was just that she had finally escaped the sea of bitterness, and never wanted to go back. So, Zhao Rui gave up on going home and never mentioned that woman again, until his son brought her to him. Thinking of this, Zhao Rui couldn't help but look at his son, whom he had loved for many years. He still couldn't understand what was wrong with the way he raised his son. To ensure he had a good life, he went south to work doing bricklaying and plastering, fighting over territory. He sent him to the best schools, provided the most comfortable life, and to prevent him from being mocked, bullied, or developing psychological issues because of his parents' divorce, he would come straight home as soon as work ended, spending a lot of time with him and his mother. He believed he had given his son everything needed for his growth. Therefore, he couldn't understand why his son was so obsessed with the so-called motherly love, to the point of neglecting even the grandmother who had cared for and loved him since childhood. Could it be that because he has everything except motherly love, he desperately wants to make up for it? Zhao Rui couldn't understand. Thinking of his mother who died young and himself who was in a car accident, no matter how much money he earns, it can't buy life. Fighting for such a selfish and ungrateful son is even more meaningless. If he could do it all over again, he wouldn't struggle. This time he plans to take a different path. With the policy foresight, he will have an easier and smoother journey than in his previous life. Money, as long as there's enough to spend, is fine. Letting his mother enjoy her old age in peace is his most important goal. As for his son, perhaps compared to the careful nurturing in the past life, letting him grow up freely suits him better. He fulfills his duty, supporting him until he graduates from university, then kicks him out of the house to fend for himself. Whether he finds his biological mother or marries that scheming girl, it's all up to him. As long as they don't harm the mother and son, Zhao Rui planned like this. Elsewhere, when Aunt Jiang learned about Jiang Nan's recent situation and saw the milk powder and brown sugar Li Su brought out, she angrily grabbed a broom and started hitting. "You dare to accept your sister's nourishing supplies." Li Su dodged while talking back. "The milk powder is for the eldest nephew and little niece, the brown sugar is for you. I'm just helping bring them back for you. Mom, it's wrong for you to hit me." Second brother Li Chong watched the commotion twice before stopping their mother. "Alright Mom, Xiao Nan wants to give something. It would be strange if third brother could refuse." Then he turned to Li Su. "Tell us in detail about Xiao Nan's divorce and miscarriage. Let's figure out how to settle the score with the Chung family." Li Su looked troubled. Sister doesn't want to talk about it, but she seems very calm. I think she actually seems quite happy, like she's been freed. Her whole demeanor is very relaxed. Hearing this, the Li family fell silent. After a long while, Sister Jiang sighed with sympathy. "Well, considering Xiao Nan's nature, she won't get a divorce unless things become absolutely unbearable, but once she does, it means divorce is what she truly wants. She's just too strong-willed. She never talks about major issues like miscarriage or divorce at home. It's really heartbreaking." As for the Chung family, Aunt Jiang gritted her teeth. "I'll ask Xiao Nan first, then go find them." To make Xiao Nan reach the point of wanting a divorce, it must be that someone has been relentlessly bullying her and causing her grievances. They absolutely cannot be let off easily. Yes, Li Su egged on from the side. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, By the way, Mom, my sister had a miscarriage. Could you give her some eggs to help her recover? Right. Li Su's mom quickly got up and went to count the eggs. Li Su stayed where he was, breathing a sigh of relief, then took a big gulp of water and started rambling to his dad and brother. When I saw my sister's belly was gone, my first thought was that Mom must have miscalculated the dates. She had been saying at home that she'd give my sister eggs during her confinement. She already gave birth, but Mom hadn't touched the eggs yet. I didn't expect my sister to have a miscarriage. At that moment Third son, Li Chong interrupted, his head aching from listening. Do you know why you still haven't found a wife? This mouth talks too much. Li Su understood what his second brother meant and got flustered. Is it that I can't find it? It's that I simply don't want to look. What's so good about getting married? Dragging a family around, no freedom, working yourself to death and still not having enough to eat. Third brother, is that really what you think of your second brother? Suddenly hearing his second sister-in-law speak softly, Li Su stiffened and quickly explained, No, it's not that second sister-in-law I was talking about those idle men outside. Look how hardworking and capable my second brother is, raising my big nephew and niece to be so plump and adorable. While the Li family was in chaos, Jiang Nan's dormitory was almost tidied up. There were 2 bunk beds in the dormitory. Someone lived on the left side, so she arranged all her things on the right. After changing the water and wiping twice, she made the bed below and placed boxes and other items on top. She quickly finished tidying up and even went to the post office to open a new account, depositing the more than 600 yuan she had on hand. She was busy all afternoon but never saw her roommate. She asked the logistics teacher who came to inquire if she needed help, and learned that the teacher lived in the city, and only stayed in the dormitory when she couldn't go home or during lunch breaks. The teacher was very easy to get along with. Jiang Nan roughly figured out that there was only one desk in the dormitory. The teacher's books and stationery were neatly arranged on the left side. Even when she lived alone before, she never crossed any boundaries. In fact, it's not just this unseen roommate. Perhaps because there is a principal like Principal Yang who is so serious and responsible, most of the teachers at Hongshan Middle School don't have as many ulterior motives as people in other workplaces, making them very easy to get along with. For example, the educated youth English teacher. His surname is Zhu. He participated in Jiang Nan's trial lecture scoring, and had a very good impression of Jiang Nan. The next day, after attending the pre-semester work meeting, Teacher Zhu took the initiative to act as a guide, introducing her to the teachers in the office and briefly explaining the general situation of the school. Upon learning that Jiang Nan was also preparing for exams, he was very excited and said they could discuss problems together in the future. When she came back hoarse after attending 2 classes in a row, Liaron gave her 2 loquat seeds and comforted her, saying that with time, she would get used to it. Overall, Jiang Nan's new job started off fairly smoothly. At noon, as she dragged her sore, weak legs back to the dorm with her meal, there was another surprise. Li Su grinned widely and waved at her from afar, while the original owner's eldest aunt stood nearby with a stern face. 2 words flashed through Jiang Nan's mind. I'm doomed. Chapter 12. Jiang Nan approached sheepishly, glancing at her eldest sister-in-law's expression, feeling inexplicably guilty. Eldest sister-in-law Xiaoxiu, how long have you been waiting? Have you eaten? Let's go to the cafeteria and eat first. Better to avoid it for now if possible. Li Su winked at her and laughed as if watching a show. Sis, no need to trouble yourself, we ate at home before coming. Jiang Nan, upon hearing this, had no choice but to grit his teeth and use the key to open the dormitory door, inviting them inside to sit. Just as he was about to pour water, the usually silent eldest sister-in-law said, Don't worry about us, hurry up and eat. Haven't you considered your own condition? Li Su quickly took the kettle and started pouring water himself. To be honest, Jiang Nan couldn't eat. Aunt, why are you here? She asked. Quick, ask her to die early and be reborn early. But Aunt Jiang didn't comply. You eat first, we'll talk after you finish. Jiang Nan had no choice but to eat bite by bite, watching Aunt Jiang and Li Su's actions as she ate. When Li Su entered, he was carrying a bulging bag and Big Aunt had a backpack basket, and it looked like they had quite a few things. Now they were taking them out one by one. A clay stove, a earthenware pot, an aluminum pot, and half a bag of charcoal. In the backpack basket were eggs, millet, red dates, and brown sugar. Jiang Nan looked carefully and saw that the bag of brown sugar was the half a jean she had asked Li Su to bring back. Seeing that Big Aunt had brought it back for her again, Jiang Nan hurriedly swallowed her food and anxiously said, Big Aunt, why did you bring me so many things? And this brown sugar, that's for you to drink. Eldest Aunt turned her head and glared at her, saying irritably, I'm fine, why would I drink brown sugar water? What a waste. Li Su followed beside her and explained, Mom, listen to me. Sister, you don't even have a kettle here, so I brought the stove and pot. Don't worry, these are things we don't use at home. Then eldest Aunt Jiang said, eating at the cafeteria all the time isn't nutritious. When you have time, make yourself some red date millet porridge or boil some sweetwater eggs to properly nourish yourself. We don't have much at home, but we have plenty of eggs and millet. Jiang Nan heard this and felt envious and undeserving. After a long while she said, Thank you, Auntie. Aunt Jiang felt awkward. Thank what? We're all family. Jiang Nan quickly finished eating, went to wash the lunchbox and came back to talk to them. Aunt Jiang told Li Su to close the dormitory door. Then she and her son each took a tall stool and sat opposite their niece, staring at her with the air of a second family tribunal. Jiang Nan sighed, gathered her thoughts and told the whole story. From the original owner supporting the female lead's family for more than 2 years, to being caught by Chang Hao and having a miscarriage, Cheng's mother wanting her to work during her confinement period, her fighting back for money, and the divorce. Li Su couldn't bear it after hearing just the beginning. Even with the eldest aunt suppressing her, he kept pacing back and forth in the cramped dormitory, continuously cursing the Chang family. After listening, the eldest aunt darkened her face, her eyes full of pity. She lightly but firmly tapped Jiang Nan's shoulder, saying, You stubborn child, letting people bully you for so many years without saying a word at home. What's the point of having a mouth if you don't use it? Jiang Nan explained on behalf of the original owner. I initially thought she wouldn't live much longer. The eldest sister-in-law grew angrier the more she listened, and after catching her breath she said, Are you just going to let it go like this? Jiang Nan was puzzled. The money was returned and she was divorced. Apart from Chang Hao, she didn't want to be entangled with the Chang family anymore. The eldest sister-in-law was frustrated. Is it enough just to get the money back? What about all the hardships and suffering you've endured over the years? Since the Chang family dares to be so shameless, why don't you tear their faces off? Jiang Nan thought for a moment, and it was like a sudden enlightenment, yes. At that time, to avoid her many aunts gossiping and disturbing her studies, she never mentioned the divorce, then quickly divorced and moved out of the Chang family's home, so she really didn't have the chance. But now that she had settled everything, she should expose the Chang family's shamelessness and let people see their disgusting true colors. Such a slap in the face would be even more satisfying. So Jiang Nan said to her eldest aunt, It's okay, there's still time. I'll visit Chang Hao at the end of the month, and then I'll casually mention a few things to people. But her eldest aunt disagreed, slapping the table and interrupting. Why do you have to do everything? What are we here for? Then she scolded Jiang Nan. You've been strong-willed and independent since you were young, keeping everything to yourself and solving problems on your own. What are your brother, your younger brother, and your eldest aunt's husband dead? You should have informed us earlier. We would have gone straight to their door and shown the Chung family that you have your own family backing you up. How would they dare bully you like this? Was it necessary for you to suffer these 2 or 3 years, or to get a divorce? The words of the eldest sister-in-law stunned Jiang Nan repeatedly. The original owner did not contact the eldest sister-in-law's family, indeed because she did not want to trouble them, but Jiang Nan, after dealing with all these matters, had absolutely no intention of seeking help from anyone. She was similar to the original owner, born into a family that favored sons over daughters, but she benefited from the advantages of the times and policies, encountering 9 years of compulsory education. When her family refused to let her attend school, even the village committee disagreed, and so she completed junior high school. After graduating from junior high, her parents refused to pay tuition, expecting her to go out and work to support her younger brother. But she did not give up. That was the first time Jiang Nan sought help from someone. She found her junior high school homeroom teacher and borrowed tuition and living expenses for 3 years of high school. The homeroom teacher was a good person and did not refuse her despite her complete inability to repay the debt at the time. After silently looking at her for a few seconds, he agreed. Jiang Nan High School studied hard, ranking in the top 10 in the province in the college entrance examination. Scholarships and grants from local enterprises came one after another. After repaying the homeroom teacher's money in one go, she took the remaining money and her ID card and left her hometown alone. Then she went forward alone for more than 10 years. She was used to having no backing or fallback and solving problems by herself. So whether it was divorce or debt collection, she tried to handle it in a peaceful manner, in a transactional way, minimizing harm to herself, never thinking of relying on others. Now that I've heard Aunt Zhang's words, yes, it's such an easy matter to resolve, just notify Aunt. The whole family, they can just knock on the Chung family's door, easily get the money and take her away. This feeling is really good. Jiang Nan couldn't help but shed a tear. Seeing her cry, Aunt Jiang reflected on whether she had been too harsh and softly said, "Now you know how to cry, why didn't you when you were wronged?" Tough talk, but he still pulled her into his arms and patted her back. Li Su beside them could no longer hold back. "Sister, wait here, I'll go tie up the person named Chung right now." "Don't go." Jiang Nan sniffed and spoke up to stop him. Chung Dinglin is a public official. If he gets caught tied up, he'll be sent to a labor camp for reform. The Chung family isn't worth paying such a price. Aunt Jiang looked at her niece's attitude, as if she had thought of something and suddenly asked, "Xiao Nan, be honest with me. Does Xiao Chung have someone else outside?" Li Su was shocked and angry. "What? Chung dares to cheat? I think he really doesn't want to live anymore," he said while rolling up his sleeves. Jiang Nan looked at Aunt Jiang in surprise. She hadn't told them this news. "If he didn't have a second mind, why would you get a divorce?" Aunt Jiang guessed her thoughts and said firmly, "As for living expenses, just get them back. If you can't get along with your mother-in-law and sister-in-law, just move out." In Aunt Jiang's view, Xiao Nan and Chung Dinglin had a good relationship, and as long as the Chung family made concessions, given Xiao Nan's temperament, she wouldn't divorce. But she still divorced, which can only mean she no longer wanted to continue living with Chung Dinglin. Chung Dinglin must have had problems. Jiang Nan exhaled. Although Aunt Jiang's reasoning process was off, the conclusion was correct. She didn't want the original owner's grievances to go unnoticed, so she said, with one of his university classmates, probably thought the person was cultured and refined, and they had an ambiguous relationship for a few years. Aunt Jiang and Li Su, upon hearing this, were furious to the extreme. "Bastards!" After venting their anger, Aunt Jiang said to Jiang Nan, "Don't worry about what happens next, we'll go get justice for you." With that, she took Li Su and stormed off. Jiang Nan came to his senses and tried to catch up, but he couldn't keep up at all. Aunt Jiang didn't want to waste time waiting for the bus, so she directly urged Li Su to ride the bike. Li Su was startled and asked, "Mom, is it really necessary to rush like this? It's such a long way." Aunt Jiang said, "If we're any later, that little sister will have already gone to college. Can she hear what people say here? It's meaningless. After a few years at university, everyone will have forgotten. What's the point? We have to take advantage of her being at home to shame her." At this end of the residential area, Jiang Nan had only been gone for a day, with no news leaked out, and everything was peaceful and quiet. Until, bang bang bang, Aunt Jiang came with Li Su in a fierce manner, hammering on the Chung family's door, drawing a crowd from the entire courtyard. Someone in the courtyard recognized Aunt Jiang and greeted, "Little Jiang's aunt, here to see little Jiang." Aunt Jiang turned around coldly and said, "My Xiaonan has long divorced and come home. How could I be here to see her? I'm here to demand justice from the Chung family." "Divorced?" The people in the courtyard were shocked, their eyes wide open. Xiao Jiang and Xiao Chung got divorced? Everyone exchanged glances, sharing the news. How did no one know? They had seen Jiang Nan coming and going these past few days, moving things around, but everyone thought he was just taking old, unwanted items from home back to help out his rural family. How did it suddenly turn into a divorce? The crowd gathered in one place, whispering among themselves. Inside the Chung family house, Mrs. Chung heard the loud knocking and felt a surge of anger. Who is it, knocking so hard on the door with no manners at all? Walking to the entrance, she heard such words, quickly opened the door and greeted, "Sister-in-law from the other family is here. Come in and have a seat." "Come inside first, don't shout nonsense outside." Jiang Dagu's temper was naturally fierce, and her voice was full of energy. In the past 2 years, Li Su and Zhao Rui had been up to something outside, bringing a lot of money home. With plenty of resources at home, and Jiang Dagu reaching an age where she had gained weight, her voice grew even louder. The voice carried throughout the entire courtyard. "No need to sit down and don't try to connect with us anymore. We are no longer in-laws." Saying this, she leaned forward to look behind Mrs. Chung. "Where is your young lady? Call her out so I can see just how thick-skinned she is, to make her sister-in-law work like a servant, struggling to support her." Seeing no one, she turned to the others in the courtyard. "You all probably don't know yet, but my niece's former sister-in-law has been back at her parents' home for 2 or 3 years without contributing a single cent to the household expenses. She's been entirely supported by her brother and sister-in-law. I say, former in-laws, how can your family do something so shameless?" Sure enough, a buzz of discussion rose up in the courtyard. Aunt Gua, blending into the crowd, suddenly realized why Xiao Jiang wanted a divorce. Mother Chung was so angry she could hardly breathe. How could this be said in public? Did they still want her daughter to live? Her eldest aunt, speak with a conscience. All of Isen's living expenses were taken away by Xiao Nan. Mother Chang gritted her teeth and explained loudly. Her daughter paid the living expenses. Aunt Jiang sneered. If it weren't for Xiao Nan causing a fuss about divorce and asking her for it, would you have given it? Besides, I heard from Xiao Nan that she and Xiao Cheng have to pay 50 or 60 for living expenses every month. Cheng's family. You just bully my niece by not buying groceries or cooking. Do you eat gold or drink silver water to spend 50 or 60 a month? The onlookers gasped. 50 or 60. A sharp-eyed person said. Haven't you seen how Cheng's family buys so many peach crisps and biscuits every month, subscribes to milk and also buys formula, eats meat 5, 6, 7, 8 times a month? Look at how rosy the kids' faces are. How could it not cost 50 or 60? When Mrs. Cheng saw people in the courtyard pointing fingers at her family, she abandoned her usual gentle demeanor and her voice sharpened. Xiao Nan and Deng Lin are already divorced. We haven't withheld a single cent from her. We even let her take so many things with her. The accounts are all settled. What do you mean by causing trouble now? Still not satisfied and want more money? Let me tell you, no way. Bah, who asked you for money? Aunt Jiang spat. Besides, everything Xiao Nan took was bought with her own money, not a single thing taken from your Chang family. But you must be blind. My Xiao Nan has become so thin from exhaustion. She never looked this skinny even when she was doing farm work at 17 or 18. Today, I just want to see how thick-skinned your Chang family really is, and let everyone see what kind of family makes their daughter-in-law work like a beast of burden to support the little sister-in-law. Xiao Jiang has indeed lost a lot of weight these past 2 years. Someone sighed, never imagining it was for this reason. Others shook their heads in agreement. Cheng's mother, however, felt wronged and tears welled up in her eyes. Who doesn't have to work like a beast of burden washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, and taking care of the children? I haven't let her touch any of these chores. Aunt Jiang laughed. Don't act so wronged. Did you wash clothes for Xiao Nan or clean her room? No, right? My niece would never do something so lazy, expecting everything handed to her. Besides, when it comes to buying groceries and cooking, if you two old folks want to relax at home and wait for your children to come back and cook, that's fine. After all, you've worked hard all your lives. Who doesn't deserve to enjoy some comfort? But has your precious daughter or son cooked? Why do you only expect my Xiao Nan to do it? Are you still living in the old society, deliberately tormenting your daughter-in-law? Speaking of which, Aunt Jiang seemed to remember the main point. Your daughter is at home, right? Why hasn't she come out yet? With my loud voice, can't she hear me? Won't she come out to defend herself with a few words? I want to ask her face to face. Soldiers don't take a single stitch or thread from the people, so how can she, as a military family member, have such low awareness, freeloading off her brother and sister-in-law for 2 or 3 years without showing any gratitude? And then there's Chang Deng Lin. I thought he was a good guy, but I didn't expect this. Xiao Nan stays home nursing the child and taking care of his parents, while he's at school flirting with female classmates. Your whole family really is like strangers who don't enter each other's doors. Shiny on the outside, dirty inside. The whole house reeks of filth. Jiang Dagu's rapid-fire words stunned everyone. What? Xiao Cheng has someone outside? You're talking nonsense. Cheng's mother retorted. Bang! She couldn't catch her breath and fainted from anger. All right, no one in the courtyard dared to watch the commotion anymore. They hurried over to help. Aunt Gua pinched the philtrum while shouting into the house. Is anyone from the Cheng family here? Is Isen around? Your mother has fainted. Inside, Cheng Fu and Cheng Isen hurriedly ran out, carrying the person to the hospital. The person was gone, and the play could no longer continue. However, Aunt Jiang achieved her goal and called her son to leave. The people in the courtyard, having seen her fierce demeanor, didn't dare to stop her. She's Aunt just leaving? Aunt Jiang nodded and politely said, Sorry to bother you today. It left people feeling at a loss for words. After Aunt Jiang left, the gossip in the residential area spread immediately. Someone approached Aunt Gua. You old Gua, you arranged for Xiao Jiang to change jobs, didn't you? You knew all along that Xiao Jiang and Xiao Cheng divorced, yet you didn't let on at all. Can we still chat and snack on sunflower seeds together? Aunt Gua protested innocently. I really don't know what goes on inside. Others sighed. You really can't tell with Isen. She's gentle and gracious with people outside, but at home, she freeloads off her brother and sister-in-law without any shame. Another person disdainfully spat out a sunflower seed shell. Look at the dress, coat, and little leather shoes she's wearing. How much do those cost? Her monthly salary is so little. Where would she have money to contribute to the household? Someone else said. The Chung couple is the same. They seem so harmonious and kind usually, but when it comes to squeezing their daughter-in-law, They don't hold back at all. And Xiao Cheng, looking all proper and decent, but men are all the same. This whole family really can't be judged by appearances. The Cheng family had completely become famous in the residential area. And Cheng Dinglin was completely unaware of this. When he went home at night, he felt something was off. Many people on the road were whispering and pointing at him. He roughly guessed that these people probably knew about his divorce. But when he reached the courtyard gate, he heard a street punk ask him with ill intent, "Dinglin, how does it feel to be a female college student?" Cheng Dinglin was furious, slapped the bicycle aside with one hand, ready to go up and beat him, but the guy ran away, looking back and grinning slyly as he ran. He could only hold back his anger and go home. Just as he entered the courtyard, he saw several families peeking out and watching him. After entering, his father had a dark expression, and his mother and younger sister's eyes were swollen from crying like walnuts. Mother cried and scolded him. "It's all your fault for bringing a country wife, bringing in so many rude, savage, shameless people." Cheng Dinglin heard his son say that his grandaunt had come, quarreled with grandma, and then left. Coupled with those words, he roughly guessed what had happened. He said nothing, washed his hands, and prepared to go inside to rest. Cheng's mother, seeing that he showed no reaction at all, angrily asked if he was siding with Jiang Nan, if he was blaming his sister. Cheng's mother took the initiative to tear apart the illusion of peace that had lasted at home for some time. "Shouldn't I be blamed?" Cheng Dinglin asked his mother calmly. In the past 2 or 3 years, he never missed any opportunity to earn money, working overtime and going on business trips just for a little extra allowance. His wife was the same, working 3 shifts with barely enough time to catch up on sleep. Sometimes they were so exhausted when they got home that they didn't even have the energy to talk. They ate and slept mechanically in silence, had no patience in educating their child, pushed Cheng Hao towards his grandparents, and showed increasing disrespect to his wife. Can't their parents and younger sister see all this? Aren't the couple like a joke? Cheng Dinglin wanted to ask them. With this, are they still afraid of being laughed at? Gossip in the residential area spread quickly. People in the factory and Cheng Dinglin's workplace all knew about it. Cheng Yisin didn't dare to go out anymore. She always felt like everyone was watching her, talking about her, laughing at her. She kept urging her father to quickly take her to school, thinking that once she left, it would be fine. At university, no one would know about this, and no one would look at her with strange eyes. Cheng Dinglin had been doing well these years, but there were many who envied him and wanted to push him down. Those people got wind of things and filed a real name report to his workplace. The leader called him in for a talk. Cheng Dinglin, confident in his integrity, said, "I guarantee there are no misconduct issues and am willing to undergo organizational investigation." The leader saw him so confident and naturally believed him, also trusting his own judgment, letting him go back to rest for 2 days and return to work after the investigation results came out. Another leader had also heard some rumors, and when the two met, he said, "Xiao Cheng is good in workability and interpersonal skills, but this unstable rear base easily affects the work. If this continues, it will be difficult to entrust him with important responsibilities." Cheng Dinglin's originally smooth career path thus encountered setbacks. Chapter 13. On the way home, Li Su kept praising his mom in various ways. "Mom, you are really amazing. I didn't even get a chance to speak." Verbal sparring was his strong suit, but his mom didn't give him a single opportunity to show off. It was a pity that Cheng Dinglin was at work and not home. Otherwise, he could have given him a good beating to stand up for his sister. Li Su was bragging and didn't listen to Aunt Jiang, then asked curiously, "Mom, what are you thinking about?" Aunt Jiang was brought back to her senses by her son's noise. "I was thinking of finding a match for your sister again. This time we really need to carefully assess the character and the in-laws." But Li Su thought it was unnecessary. "Mom, my sister has good grades and will definitely get into university. Once she graduates, she'll be assigned as a cadre. The people you know aren't suitable at all." The people his mom knew were just those near the commune, inside and outside the village. None of them were worthy of his sister. Aunt Jiang, hearing this, slapped Li Su's back discontentedly. "Isn't that Cheng guy a cadre? Doesn't he still fool around? Just because someone is a cadre doesn't mean they have good character. Besides, I don't know many people, but the matchmaker knows a lot. If I start preparing early and look at more candidates, I'm sure we can find a suitable one. Your sister can also look around at school. This way we cover both fronts." My sister just got divorced. She definitely isn't in the mood for this, Li Su thought. But considering his burning back couldn't take another slap, he didn't dare argue with his mother. If his mother wants to look, let her look, as long as she doesn't waste her effort. To be honest, among the people in the brigade and commune, Not to mention his sister, even he didn't think much of a few of them. In his view, this group could be considered good men. He was one, his second brother barely counted as one, then there was Ruegu and no one else. It would be surprising if their mother could pick someone better. When Jiang Daegu and Li Su returned, they passed by Hongshan Middle School, got off the car, told Jiang Nan, "The matter is settled, she doesn't need to worry about it anymore," and then left. Jiang Nan was completely baffled and had no idea that her eldest aunt was so formidable in battle, causing chaos in the Chung family, while she herself just went to work and studied methodically. At the end of the month, she chose a weekend to visit Chung Hao. As soon as she arrived at the residential area for family members, well-meaning people surrounded her, talking all at once. "Xiao Jiang, why didn't you tell us about all the grievances you've suffered for so long?" Jiang Nan sighed darkly. "Do you think you can make decisions for me or something if I tell you?" "Exactly, otherwise would your mother-in-law and sister-in-law dare to bully you like this?" Someone else sneered. "Xiao Chung really has someone outside, huh? Then you're just too pitiful." Some people empathized angrily. "You shouldn't have divorced, just drag those two scumbags down with you." In short, there were all kinds of comments, spectators, sympathizers, and those kicking her when she was down. Jiang Nan didn't care. Her eldest sister-in-law had already handled everything for her. The ugly behavior of the Chung family was known to everyone. She had achieved the effect she wanted and didn't want to waste time with them anymore. So she pulled her hand free and smiled. "Thank you for your concern, but I have to take Chung Hao out to eat and catch the bus, so I won't chat with you." With that, she quickly walked away. As soon as she left, the people behind started gossiping again. "Xiao Jiang has really changed." The others nodded in agreement. Jiang Nan wore a floral shirt paired with a black skirt, her long hair braided into two buns. Although it still looked old-fashioned by modern standards, it was a huge change compared to before. The original owner worked in a workshop and often got her clothes dirty, so she mostly wore dark, durable, or work clothes. She had never worn such bright clothes before, and her energy and spirit were different from the tired and sluggish look she had when working overtime. At a glance, it was glaringly obvious. But such a change also sparked a slew of malicious rumors, like Jiang Nan having someone else outside. Jiang Nan was completely unaware of this. She arrived at the Chung family courtyard, knocked on the door and called for Chung Hao, but there was no response. Jiang Nan asked the children of other families in the courtyard, "Did Chung Hao go out to play today?" The child shook his head. "No, Chung Hao hasn't been playing with us lately." Jiang Nan understood. The aftershocks of their divorce had arrived. So she stood in the yard and called out to Chung Hao. "Chung Hao, I brought you some comic books, Little Soldier Zhangji, and Neza Conquers the Dragon King. The cinema is showing Havoc in Heaven today. Are you going to watch it or not? If not, I'm leaving." Jiang Nan stood for a while, then heard voices arguing inside. Chung Hao tried to go out but was stopped. She smiled, confidently waiting for a moment. Never underestimate the impact these childhood idols have on children. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Chung Hao came out, with his mother still grabbing his collar. The moment she saw Jiang Nan, she awkwardly let go. Cheng's mother casually adjusted her clothes, then coldly glanced sideways and said, "What, you think causing enough trouble for our family isn't enough and you still have the nerve to come here? Chung Hao doesn't have a mother like you who ruins his father." The news that Chung Denglin was going home to await investigation had frightened the Chung family, and Cheng's mother hated Jiang Nan and her eldest aunt's family even more. Jiang Nan Xiao took a comic book out of her bag and handed it to Chung Hao. Chung Hao excitedly snatched it and began flipping through it, completely ignoring Cheng's mother's displeased expression. Jiang Nan then said to Cheng's mother, "If I don't come, does that mean you don't want Chung Hao's living expenses anymore?" After saying that, she took out money for Chung Hao. "Here's your living expenses for the next 2 months. Take it to your grandma. We have to go now." She had to make sure everyone knew she hadn't abandoned or rejected Chung Hao, minimizing the impact on him. Chung Hao didn't even look up, instead handing the money to his grandmother with his other hand. Jiang Nan told him to put down the book and come along, but he refused. He ran back home with quick steps, grabbed his backpack, and carefully placed the little comic book inside, wanting to take it with him. Jiang Nan didn't pay him any mind and proceeded to do everything he had promised. They ate braised pork at a state-run restaurant, then bought soda and hawthorn strips to take to the movies. Eating the soda and hawthorn strips mixed together, the sourness made him squint and frown while watching with great interest. On the way to send Chung Hao home, Jiang Nan reminded him again. "Lately, quite a few people have been laughing at you, haven't they?" Chung Hao nodded, his mood suddenly sinking. Yes. During this time, whether adults or children, whenever they met him, They asked if he knew that his parents had divorced and then asked if it was his mother who abandoned him. His grandma was always at home saying that his mom had turned the house upside down, almost got his dad fired, made the whole family starve, and even forbade him from acknowledging his mom. He found these people so annoying. And his mom too, saying she would bring him good food and fun things, so he kept waiting and waiting, but from the time his dad was on leave until his dad went back to work, his mom still hadn't come. Chang Hao believed those words. His mom really didn't want him anymore. Then he doesn't want her anymore. Before his mother came to find him today, Chang Hao had already decided that he wouldn't pay attention to her, nor would he support her in her old age. Chang Hao's reaction was exactly what Jiang Nan expected. If Chang's mother didn't play these little tricks, it would be strange for Char Shu to suddenly become a good son. Remember what I told you? Jiang Nan looked down at Chang Hao. If someone mocks or bullies you, just tell them what I did with you today. Tell them to go home and bring their moms who haven't divorced them here. If they don't come, it means they've lost to you, and they have no right to mock you. Chang Hao really cheered up again, his eyes sparkling as he asked her, "When will you come to see me next time?" Jiang Nan thought for a moment and replied, "Not sure, but I'll definitely come within 30 days. Chang Hao felt down. "Can't you come more often?" He wanted to be this happy every day. Jiang Nan laughed. "I have to work to earn money. How can I have fun without money? I can only take you to the park to just sit there. Would you be happy with that?" Chang Hao quickly shook his head and compromised. "All right then." When he got home, he waved to Jiang Nan. "Come earlier next time." The neighbors in the residential compound saw the mother and son come back looking so good after just one outing, and they clicked their tongues in amazement, saying Jiang Nan must be good at coaxing children. Jiang Nan didn't hear this. Hurrying along, he just managed to catch the last bus to Hongshan Commune. There were only a few scattered people on the bus, and sitting in the front row was a woman with a bandage on her head. Jiang Nan glanced over and sighed, thinking the chance of encountering an injured person on this bus was really high. In front was Zhao Rui, and behind was this woman, both with head injuries. What a coincidence. After getting off the bus, Jiang Nan saw the woman carrying her luggage heading towards the reception, but didn't pay much attention. She didn't expect that shortly after returning to the dormitory, just after finishing her wash, she would see that woman again. Teacher Zhu knocked on Jiang Nan's door with her, awkwardly asking if they could stay over. "The introduction letter from Tsun Jiqing has expired, so the guest house won't let us stay. It's already dark and it's unsafe to return to the brigade, so we can only borrow a place at the school for one night," Teacher Zhu explained. Jiang Nan didn't mind but said, "There is an empty bed, but I don't have extra bedding. As for Teacher Ni's bed, I can't decide on that. The nighttime temperature in this area in March is not high. Without bedding, one would definitely catch a cold." Teacher Zhu was happy to hear her agree, saying, "I have an extra quilt." Saying this, she went back and brought a quilt. In this way, Jiang Nan contributed a bamboo mat and half a pot of hot water to host this female-educated youth. After everyone wrapped themselves in quilts and went to bed to rest, Jiang Nan began to sit at the desk to review. She had spent the whole day playing wildly with Chang Hao and had not yet completed her study plan. Feeling that someone was looking at her, Jiang Nan turned around and found the female-educated youth sitting on the bed, staring at her dazedly. "Are you going to take the college entrance exam?" the woman asked. "Yes." Jiang Nan nodded. She had taken it in her previous life as well. Sun Jingqiu fell into her own thoughts. But she did poorly on the exam, losing the chance to return to the city. She couldn't accept it, so she abandoned her husband and children and ran back home. After 8 years in the countryside, everything at home had changed. Her brother and sister-in-law had 3 children and had taken over the rooms that she and her sister used to have. She didn't even have a place to sleep, but she still refused to go back to the countryside. She knew that the restoration of the college entrance exam meant that policies were relaxing, and the city would no longer expel educated youth to the countryside door to door like before. She didn't want to return to rural life, didn't want to work under the scorching sun and have her skin turn dry and yellow, nor did she want to endure the stench of the outdoor latrines, worrying about maggots crawling on her feet. Then her brother and sister-in-law introduced her to a match, hoping she would marry early. She accepted, planning to prepare for the college entrance exam for 7 or 8 years while keeping her brother and sister-in-law satisfied, just waiting to leave home after the exam. Unexpectedly, she failed the exam again. There was no other way, she could only get married. The years after her second marriage were the easiest in her more than 20 years of life, even more comfortable than when she was young at her parents' home. She lived in a spacious house, didn't need to work, spent her days leisurely reading books, listening to music, cooking for her second husband and stepson, and doing laundry. Everything was wonderful, but the good days didn't last long. A few years later, that man was executed for smuggling, corruption, and bribery, and the family's assets were all seized. She became destitute again. She wanted a divorce, but her in-laws wouldn't let her go. They wanted her to find a job to support her stepson, and she struggled greatly before she finally escaped. Because she had no work experience, she could only do manual labor. She was impoverished and destitute, and in the end, it was Xiao Xiao who came to find her. Thinking of her future daughter-in-law, Sun Jingqiu smiled knowingly. It turned out that the son she had abandoned and forgotten had always been thinking of her, and the man she had hurt had not remarried for more than 10 years. Sun Jingqiu looked at that dignified and imposing man, and she regretted it. Her marriage to Zhao Rui was also a makeshift solution. Life in the countryside was too hard and exhausting. She couldn't even earn enough for her own food, so she had no choice but to marry a local man, at least to avoid starving. It just so happened that Zhao Rui was also tired of being pressured into blind dates. The two hit it off immediately, got married, and had children. She originally thought there was no affection between them, so she left decisively, but she didn't expect that man to be hurt for life and never remarry. Zhao Rui? While her son was making all sorts of preparations for their reconciliation, she agreed, but did not expect that Zhao Rui's mother disagreed. After finally waiting for the elder to pass away, Zhao Rui had a car accident. The son inherited everything from Zhao Rui. Even though Zhao Rui's company split not long after and the son's assets significantly shrank, her life remained quite comfortable. Unexpectedly, after accidentally falling, she returned to her youth. Sun Jingqiu was delighted. She hadn't sent out the divorce papers yet, so there was still time. She immediately packed her bags and rushed back. In this life, she wanted to make up for all the regrets. Jiang Nan thought this woman might not be mentally well. She had been absent-minded all the way, and even now, her eyes were sorrowful and nostalgic, then suddenly uplifted, shining brightly. Seemed she had a story. However, it was none of his business. Seeing that the woman no longer talked to her, Jiang Nan continued doing practice problems. As for Zhao Rui, he was shocked to see Sun Jingqiu suddenly return. Could it be that he really wasn't reborn but had traveled through a parallel world? Chapter 14. When Sun Jingqiu returned home, Zhao Rui was mending the fishing net. He got injured while breaking up a fight, and the team specially allowed him to rest at home for a few days. Zhao took advantage of the fact that everyone else in the team had gone to the fields and took out the fishing net to mend it. A few years ago, he had helped a re-educated agronomy professor from a nearby farm. That professor taught him the artificial breeding technique for grass carp. He and Li Su secretly conducted breeding experiments in a pond after crossing 2 mountains. Unexpectedly, they actually managed to raise them successfully. In recent years, they breed once a year, harvesting the pond twice, once during the Dragon Boat Festival and once before the New Year, earning money for the holidays. Although the frequency and amount of money aren't much, it doesn't affect their daily work for work points, so it's not easy for others to find out, keeping the risk very low. Before the New Year, they accidentally caught 2 or 3 farmed fish over half a meter long. They pulled the net a bit harder, the fish didn't break free, but the net got damaged. They haven't had a chance to mend it since. Sun Jingqiu appeared outside the door at this moment, her eyes nostalgic and hazy, as if tears were about to fall any second. When she saw Zhao Rui notice her, she shyly and timidly smiled. Zhao Rui was also stunned by the situation before him. Originally, he should have received Sun Jingqiu's divorce letter in the past few days, but unexpectedly, she suddenly came back. And it looked somewhat strange, making Zhao Rui feel wary. Zhao's mother came out to pour water, and also noticed Sun Jingqiu entering. She exclaimed with surprise, "Jingqiu, you're back." Then called into the room to Zhao Chuanza. "Xiaozhe, your mom is back." In the blink of an eye, the happy Zhao Chuanza ran out and hugged Sun Jingqiu's leg. Sun Jingqiu looked at him with eyes full of love and gently stroked his hair. She hadn't given this child much love before, yet he had thought of her for more than 10 years. This time she would no longer be absent from his growth. Zhao Rui looked at her eyes and movements, then glanced again at the bandage on her forehead. His gaze was sharp, and a suspicion arose in his mind, making him feel nauseous. "Jingqiu, why are you back so early? Have you eaten?" Mother Zhao asked curiously. After all, the bus from the city to the commune only departs at 7, arriving at the commune close to 9. Then walking back from the commune would take until at least 11. It was only a little past 8 now. How did Sun Jingqiu arrive so early? Sun Jingqiu still vividly remembered how much she hated and was driven away by Mother Zhao before her rebirth. Suddenly seeing such a kind and caring mother-in-law felt very unfamiliar. She briefly explained that she was staying at the school temporarily, then hesitated and replied, "Not yet." Then I heard Zhao's mother say, "Then I'll make it for you." Then she noticed the injury on her forehead and worriedly said, "What happened to you this time?" Zhao Ruizai just removed his bandage and now you're hurt too. Are you okay? Before Cin Jingqiu could answer, she kept muttering, "It's just the beginning of the year and everyone is getting hurt. It's not a good omen. Later, I'll go pick some pomelo leaves and bring them back to boil water for you to wash with, to drive away the bad luck." Saying this, he told Zhao Rui to go get the luggage bag for Cin Jingqiu, then turned and went into the kitchen to start a fire and heat up breakfast. Only then did Cin Jingqiu have a chance to speak with Zhao Rui. Just as she was excited and nervous, not knowing how to start, Zhao Rui's words hit her like a bucket of ice water, chilling her to the bone. "Why are you back here in person to handle the divorce?" Hearing this, Cin Jingqiu was shocked and looked up, staring at this man whose coarse patched clothes did not diminish his imposing presence. The Zhao Rui in front of her was actually not much different from the well-dressed man he would become later. How had she never noticed before? Cin Jingqiu recalled Zhao Rui more than 10 years later. Time had left little trace on him. In his 40s he was still incredibly charming. So, when her son said he had always been thinking about her, Cin Jingqiu's vanity was greatly satisfied. Even though she was no longer young or beautiful and had no advantages, he was still willing to reconcile with her. Cin Jingqiu was moved by this unwavering love. Comparing Zhao Rui at different ages, a vague thought suddenly surfaced in Cin Jingqiu's mind, but she wasn't sure. She could only stammer. "What are you talking about? Why would I get a divorce when everything's fine?" Zhao Rui became suspicious from Cin Jingqiu's change in attitude towards her son and mother. If he wasn't completely sure just now, her shocked expression basically confirmed his guess. "Aren't you getting married?" he said. "What was that man's name again? I forgot. I think his surname is Zhou, right?" Cin Jingqiu was startled. How did Zhao Rui know? Had he gone to Ningxing to inquire, or he was reborn too? Seeing that both sides were clear, Zhao Rui opened the window and spoke frankly. "What do you want to do by coming back? Take Zhao Chuanzi away? That's fine. He can pay child support." "No, I'm not," Cin Jingqiu hurriedly explained. "I want heaven to give us a chance to start over, so that our family won't have any regrets in this life." "What kind of dream are you having?" Zhao Rui was disgusted and interrupted. "What makes you think that after knowing what you did in your past life, I could still accept you without any resentment?" Cin Jingqiu was hurt by these words, but she thought Zhao Rui was just sulking and being insincere, so she said, "I know you're very angry, but you've waited for me all these years, now let's go back to square one." "Who told you I was waiting for you?" Zhao Rui was speechless. Cin Jingqiu's words were simply unbearable to listen to. It was truly absurd and laughable. Cin Jingqiu was speechless, looking down at her son in disbelief. It was Zhao Chuanzi who told her, and he swore it was true. Zhao Ruishuan followed her gaze, sneered coldly and said, "He really is Cin Jingqiu's good son, able to turn black into white for her like this. At first, I didn't remarry because I was afraid Zhao Chuanzi would suffer if a stepmother came in. Later, there were too many schemers around me, and I didn't want anyone to take advantage, so I didn't consider it. How could it be for you?" Cin Jingqiu looked at the unhidden mockery on his face and blushed deeply. "Weren't you the one who got mom hospitalized just to remarry me?" Cin Jingqiu didn't give up, looking at him and murmuring. Zhao Rui flew into a rage, grabbed the shuttle on the table, and smashed it toward Zhao Chuanzi, who was holding Cin Jingqiu's leg. "You little beast!" Zhao Chuanzi was hurt by the blow and scared by his dad's fierce expression, crying out, "Wah!" Zhao Rui ignored it, breathing heavily in anger. He got his hard-working grandmother, who raised him, hospitalized just because of a mother who abandoned him, and he still dares to blame me. Zhao's mother heard Zhao Chuanzi crying, hurried out to see, and called the child over, holding him in her arms to comfort him. "You two should talk things over properly, why take it out on the child?" She vaguely heard the couple arguing from the kitchen but didn't want to interrupt, so she didn't come out. She never expected her son to actually hit his grandson. Zhao's mother decided not to go inside and just stood in the yard watching them, to see if they would keep arguing. The two really couldn't continue. Zhao Rui persuaded for a long time before finally getting her to take Zhao Chuanzi back. Zhao Rui then continued, "Cin Jingqiu, don't think about reconciliation or not. The world doesn't revolve around you. Divorce isn't something you can just decide on, and you can't just mend things whenever you want. In a sense, you and Zhao Chuanzi are the murderers of my mother. I will never forgive you two, mother and son. There's no way for us." The doctor said his mother's health was well maintained, And if she hadn't been mistreated, she could have lived for several more years. Sun Jingqiu cried. Even if everything you said is true, everything has started over. Mom is fine in this life. Zhao Rui, you can't judge me for things that haven't happened yet. Zhao Rui found her logic quite funny. Sun Jingqiu, be honest. If I hadn't had the achievements of my past life and had been a dirt farmer all my life, would you have come back today? So you don't need to make any sophistic arguments about past lives or this life. I'll tell you, the thing I regret most in my past life was not making a will. Everything of mine should have been inherited by Zhao Chuanzi. He was so filial to you and you enjoyed it, right? If I had known I was raising such a beast, I would have thrown the money into the water to hear it splash rather than leave a single cent to you and your son. Oh, by the way, Zhao Chuanzi never told you in his past life, right? The day before my car accident, I kicked him out to let you and your son love each other. If you weren't still so young this life, I would have kicked him out too. Now you don't need to say any fake words to me about wanting to make amends or start over. I won't accept it. This marriage I'm definitely divorcing. Zhao Rui peeled away the lies Zhao Chuanzi had woven for her one by one, and Sun Jingqiu was so devastated she was about to collapse. She shook her head repeatedly. No, I don't believe it, I won't leave. Zhao Rui was indifferent. If you don't agree, I will sue for divorce in court. If both parties in a de facto marriage agree to divorce, they can simply separate. For a more formal process, they need to go to the registration authority to first obtain a marriage certificate, then apply for a divorce certificate. If one party disagrees, the other can directly sue for divorce in court. Sun Jingqiu was not afraid, gritting her teeth. I am not at fault, the court will not grant the divorce. Zhao Rui laughed. Then we'll just drag it out. I will keep suing, live separately in the meantime, and after 2 years the marriage will naturally be dissolved. He dared to drag it out, but Sun Jingqiu couldn't hold out. After being married for several years, Zhao Rui considered himself to know Sun Jingqiu fairly well. Sun Jingqiu craved enjoyment, couldn't endure hardship or fatigue. Going to the countryside before was out of necessity, but now that she knew the future after the reform and opening up, she would never be willing to stay in this small village and suffer. If it was for the future created by his past life, then she would be disappointed. Zhao Rui had no intention of leaving the village to develop in this life. Sun Jingqiu cried, heartbroken. Startled, Zhao's mother rushed out again, scolding her son while comforting her daughter-in-law. Hearing that Zhao Rui wanted a divorce, Zhao's mother disagreed. Other families divorce because those educated youths ran away and had no choice. But Jingqiu has come back, so why divorce? And Xiao Zhe is still young. Would you really let others mock him as a child without a mother? Zhao Rui was helpless. He couldn't talk to his mother about matters from a past life. In his past life, his mother disliked Sun Jingqiu because she thought Sun was a gold digger. When he was still a peasant, Sun Jingqiu abandoned them father and son, remarried into a better-off family, and when Zhao became successful, she wanted to come back. Why should she? Her son was not a trash can. He had better options. Why should he be stuck in her quagmire? And now Zhao's mother knew nothing about all this. Sun Jingqiu held tightly onto Zhao's mother. She was not going to leave. She had abandoned everything in the city to come back, and if she left again, she would truly have nothing left. Seeing that she was determined and even followed his mother closely, never leaving her side, Zhao Rui felt uncontrollably angry. He immediately went out, borrowed a bicycle from someone, got a certificate from the brigade committee, and headed straight to the court to file for divorce. No one knew when the court would make a judgment, but the whole village knew that Zhao Rui was getting a divorce. The elders in the village didn't understand. Nowadays, no matter how big the matter, it was basically settled privately. If a young couple had a quarrel, how could it escalate all the way to the officials? The women's director of the brigade also came to mediate. Sun Jingqiu held the person tightly, crying non-stop, saying, I won't divorce. Zhao Rui wasn't home, so the women's director could only comfort Sun Jingqiu with a few words and left empty-handed. In the evening, Zhao Rui came home. Li Su quickly came over to check the situation and immediately confronted Zhao Rui's betting role, and received a message from Brother Rui. I'm coming to your place to squeeze in for a few days. On this side of Jiang Nan, early in the morning upon waking up, the female educated youth was found missing. At dawn, she heard some movement and thought the female educated youth was getting up to use the bathroom, but unexpectedly, she had left directly. Jiang Nan stared at the blanket on the upper bunk, stunned for a few seconds, and could only climb up herself to fold it and send it back to Teacher Zhu. This coming and going attracted many ambiguous glances from those unaware of the situation. She and Teacher Zhu each gave their own explanations, and only then was it settled. Chapter 15. At night, Zhao Rui squeezed into Li Su's small single room, where he made a bed using wooden boards and 2 long benches. After pulling and stretching the bedding, he lay down peacefully. Li Su couldn't understand why people who had recently divorced were also determined and open-minded. His sister was, and so was Rui Gu. He propped his head up and looked at Zhao Rui, who had his eyes closed, ready to sleep, and asked, "Rui, bro, why did you get divorced?" His sister was bullied badly by the Cheng family. The Chengs had affairs, so she divorced. But Rui, bro? Surely Sun Jingqiu didn't have an affair too, right? Zhao Rui replied calmly. She ran away, then regretted it and came back. His emotions were very steady, as if he was talking about someone unimportant, not his own wife. Li Su was excited and secretly observed his brother Rui. Actually, he had long suspected that Sun Jingqiu might have run away. After all, no matter how long a home visit was, 2 months without any news was unusual. Especially recently, many teams had cases of educated youths getting divorced. Sun Jingqiu hadn't returned for a long time, and everyone vaguely had their suspicions, they just didn't say anything. But unexpectedly, Sun Jingqiu came back, and the one who got divorced was actually his brother Rui. "Brother Rui, how did you know? She ran away?" Li Su asked. "Isn't he back now? What if he was just delayed by something, and brother Rui misunderstood?" Zhao Rui didn't want to explain in detail, so he stopped responding and remained silent. Li Su could only lie down, his thoughts racing. Brother Rui is a decisive person. If he says divorce, it will definitely happen. Sai, why are divorces happening all at once? Right now there's his sister and his brother Rui. Suddenly Li Su remembered what his mom said a few days ago about a good man, and he even bragged about Rui. Now Rui is divorced, so what about his sister? No, that's not right. Li Su quickly patted his own face. Sun Jiqing is still staying at the Zhao family's house. What would it look like if it were with his sister? No wild thoughts allowed, no random pairings. Li Su closed his eyes and went to sleep. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes again. The more he thought about it, the more bizarre it seemed. Li Su couldn't fall asleep, while Zhao Rui was sleeping soundly. He was separated from Sun Jingqiu and didn't sleep at home. When Zhao's mother went to the field to bring him breakfast, the whole brigade knew about it and stared at him like they were watching a spectacle. Zhao's mother stomped her foot anxiously. "What on earth are you trying to do? Everything was fine, why do you have to make such a fuss?" Zhao Rui didn't want her to worry or get angry and ruin her health, so he simply explained. She went to the city to meet a potential partner, but changed her mind and came back. Zhao's mother was shocked. This. She didn't know what to say. Should she say the daughter-in-law had wronged her son? Yes, but it wasn't finalized, right? The daughter-in-law came back, and her attitude of repentance was quite good. To be honest, Zhao's mother felt awkward and couldn't quite say whether it was serious or not. But as long as the person came back clean and clear in her eyes, it wasn't a big deal. Seeing that her son cared deeply, she could only sigh helplessly. After all, it's her own life to live. She couldn't replace him, nor could she force him. She then heard Zhao Rui instruct. "Mom, when you get home, divide our rations and set aside Sun Jingqiu's share for her. We're getting a divorce and it's better to clarify some things. If she insists on staying, let her cook her own meals. Don't let her mix with us." Zhao's mother said weakly. "You're trying to drive her away." Zhao Rui did not deny it. "Anyway, I am determined to get a divorce. You have to stand with me. Letting her leave early is for her own good, so she won't waste time here." Zhao's mother saw that he was unwavering, shook her head and went back. Zhao Rui finished breakfast in 2 or 3 bites and went to the field. It was the busy season for spring plowing, preparing the land and nurturing seedlings, with a lot of work to do. At home, Sun Jingqiu saw her mother-in-law return from the field. It seemed she had changed her attitude a bit. She wanted to test whether Zhao Rui had told her anything, but was afraid of exposing herself. The mother-in-law reverted to her previous disdainful attitude, completely cutting off her way out. Sun Jingqiu could only ask with grievance, "Mom, are you going to drive me away too?" Zhao's mother divided out her grain and said uneasily, "You young people's matters, handle them yourselves. I'm old, I don't understand, and I can't manage so much." Sun Jingqiu originally planned to stay and try to win Zhao Rui back, but in the blink of an eye Zhao Rui moved out, not even coming home for meals. No matter how well she behaved at home or how much she cared for her mother-in-law, it was all for nothing. Zhao Rui even wanted to eat separately from her. So she gritted her teeth and made a decision to follow Zhao Rui to the fields. When the villagers saw her, their eyes were filled with mockery. The busybodies would tease the couple about sleeping in separate rooms, while the well-meaning ones would advise Zhao Rui that since his wife's attitude had come to this, he might as well go along with it. But Zhao Rui was unmoved by everyone's teasing, as if he didn't know Sun Jingqiu and as if the person in front of him didn't exist. He showed no sadness or joy, just kept his head down and did his own work. Those who were joking and watching the fun saw everyone turn cold, and they became embarrassed, awkwardly closing their mouths, leaving Sun Jingqiu alone to shed tears in humiliation. After a few days, Sun Jingqiu could no longer hold on and lost heart. It was not only Zhao Rui's indifferent disregard but also the heavy farm work. In her previous life, she originally chose Zhao Rui because the work would be easy. After marriage, Zhao Rui earned full work points and could also bring money from outside. So the Zhao family never worried about food or drink. When she went to the fields, she would just slack off, earning only 2 or 3 work points a day, and she wasn't diligent with housework either. Her mother-in-law couldn't stand it and would take the work away to do it herself. She only needed to wash her own clothes and occasionally cook. Even later, when she escaped from the Zhou family to another city, the hard labor she did was just domestic work or dishwashing. She had never done such intense farm labor. Sun Jingqiu gritted her teeth and persisted for a few days but couldn't bear it anymore, her waist and back aching. Whenever she felt tired, she would recall Zhao Rui's story of building his fortune. In the early days of the reform and opening up, he went south to work, starting as a laborer on construction sites, gradually becoming a contractor, then founding a real estate company. To raise funds for bidding on projects, he traveled to Russia as a middleman. By chance, he brought back a batch of materials, and as a reward, the authorities gave him that piece of land. His career took off from there. After recovering funds from real estate, he began to venture into the stock market, energy, and emerging technology industries. His business empire grew larger and larger. This is a well-known story. The only flaw is that she did not know the exact time when Zhao Rui made his fortune. Zhao Rui had already been reborn, yet he made no moves and worked in the fields all day long. A pampered big boss working harder than the old hands in the village. Sun Jingqiu couldn't understand it. Having lived such a life, shouldn't he be trying his best to escape poverty as soon as possible? Sun Jingqiu couldn't stand it anymore. She began to prepare on 2 fronts, thinking about how to use her memories to make money and change her situation. But now, the special economic zones hadn't even been established yet, and without capital or technology, she couldn't do anything. Suddenly, Sun Jingqiu's eyes opened wide. She thought of someone. Maybe she could catch a ride. The departure of the female-educated youth was like a small stone dropped into the lake. After sinking to the bottom, the ripples quickly disappeared, causing little impact on life in Jiang Nan. She attended classes as usual, finished classes, and reviewed for exams. Only today, after class when she was about to return to the office, a girl quietly tugged at the corner of her clothes and, blushing, told her that her pants were dirty. Jiang Nan didn't react immediately because she hadn't had her period for a long time after surgery. Seeing the person's head lowering more and more, she quickly grabbed a few milk candies from her bag and sincerely said, "Thank you, but there's no need to be shy about this kind of thing. It's a normal physiological phenomenon." Seeing the girl nod with bright eyes looking at her, Jiang Nan then let her go back to class. She was a lovely girl with a relatively introverted personality. Middle school girls are in their developmental stage, and at that time bras were rare. When the PE teacher asked the students to do frog jumps with their hands behind their backs, the boys noticed the girls' developing bodies. This girl was among those who developed earlier. Jiang Nan passed by the playground and saw a few boys following her, laughing and making lewd remarks. After scolding them, Jiang Nan had their homeroom teacher take them away for further discipline before letting them go. She also kept an eye on those boys regularly, worried they might retaliate or continue bullying the girl. Unexpectedly, the type of girl who was usually afraid to talk to teachers actually came to warn her about this awkward situation. It seemed she had made great progress. Jiang Nan sighed and then went back to the dormitory to change her sanitary pad. But the situation over the next few days was quite strange. It really didn't feel like her period. Only then did Jiang Nan realize that it might not be her period at all, but a postoperative complication. Startled after her afternoon class, she hurried to the clinic for a checkup. The doctor examined her condition and reviewed her medical records before saying, "This is a normal situation." Jiang Nan finally felt relieved. Then she heard the doctor ask her, "Do you have children?" Jiang Nan nodded. The doctor breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. In your condition, if you want to have children in the future, it's best to see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor for some treatment. Even if you don't want children, you should still take care of your health. Your body is too weak." Jiang Nan took it seriously. In TV dramas, the big sister-in-law characters often fell ill and died in their 50s or 60s, with an average lifespan not even reaching that. This was a lesson from the past. She hurriedly asked the doctor where she could find a reliable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. The doctor recommended the medical office at the farm, saying, "There is an old doctor named Yu there, highly skilled in medicine. A few years ago he was sent to the farm for reform. In 1976, he was rehabilitated, but he severed ties with his children and stayed to work at the farm without returning to his hometown. You can go see him." Jiang Nan smiled again, grabbed a handful of milk candies to give the doctor, and then left the clinic. On the weekend, she borrowed a car from Principal Yang to go to the farm for a medical visit. She had just taken a number and sat down for a short while when she ran into someone she knew. "Aunt Zhao, Brother Rui." Jiang Nan stood up, following Li Su's way of calling out. Zhao Rui supported one of his mother's arms as he approached. "Oh, isn't this Xiao Nan? You're not feeling well." "Okay." Zhao's mother recognized Jiang Nan and asked with concern. Jiang Nan worried that Zhao's mother would go back and tell Jiang's eldest aunt about her coming for medical treatment, so she quickly smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. I heard the doctors here are good, so I came to get some medicine to help nourish my body." Before she finished speaking, she heard the health worker calling numbers. Jiang Nan smiled at her and went into the consultation room. Zhao's mother sat down in the seat Jiang Nan had just vacated, right by the door of the consultation room. After waiting a while for the pulse taking, they heard the senior doctor inside ask Jiang Nan, "What result do you want, the child or your health?" Chapter 16. Health. Jiang Nan answered without hesitation. As long as the body is healthy, the child doesn't matter. The old doctor listened, lowered his reading glasses to look at her, then pushed them back down and said, "You have a broad mind." Jiang Nan smiled without saying a word. Her current sons are not affectionate, so how could she expect the next one to be any better? Her health is good, she earns money to spend on herself, so why should she long for children? "Where's your husband? Does he think the same way?" The nurse nearby couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "Xiao Gao." The chief doctor scolded her disapprovingly, as if afraid Jiang Nan would change his mind. Jiang Nan was indifferent and smiled. "I'm divorced, I don't care what others think." The nurse was surprised, her mouth slightly open, and Zhao's mother outside was the same. The senior doctor was also surprised, but what surprised him was not her divorce, rather her current attitude towards it, open, magnanimous, and not ashamed of it. The senior doctor handed her the prescription and first praised her. "You're doing very well." Then he said, "Take the medicine for half a month first, then come back for a follow-up." Jiang Nan took it, thanked him, left the consultation room, and then told Zhao Rui and his mother before going to pay and collect the medicine. Zhao's mother watched her back and tightened her grip on Zhao Rui's arm. "This girl is divorced too?" Zhao Rui seemed unaware. "Mom, it's our turn, let's go in." Since his rebirth, Zhao Rui had been worried about his mother's heart condition. He first took her to the People's Hospital for a checkup under the pretext of a follow-up, but nothing was found. He didn't know if it was because current technology was insufficient, the doctors were not skilled, or his mother hadn't started to get sick yet. So he brought her to the famous old doctor nearby to try his luck. Unexpectedly, they really found something. The old doctor said it was fortunate they came early. If they had waited another year or two, it would have been much harder to treat. Today was the follow-up after finishing the first course of medication. Zhao Rui quietly watched Dr. Yu take his mother's pulse, then asked some questions before adjusting the prescription. Just like that, the Zhao mother and son ran into Jiang Nan again at the pharmacy. Zhao's mother exchanged a few casual words with Jiang Nan, but Zhao Rui remained silent the whole time. After Jiang Nan took the medicine and left, Zhao's mother quietly asked Zhao Rui, "She's divorced too?" Since Zhao Rui was staying at Li Su's house, he must know some information. Zhao Rui didn't want to pry into others' privacy, so he nodded without saying much. Zhao's mother sighed deeply, wondering why they had gotten divorced. Jiang Nan hung the medicine on the front of her bike and, panting heavily, rode back to school. Just as she reached the school gate, she heard the security guard calling out to her. "Teacher Jiang, come take a look. Could this be your child?" Jiang Nan was puzzled. Her child? As a result, when he got off the car and looked at the guard room, it really was. "Why are you here?" Jiang Nan was surprised. Seeing that there was no one else besides the guard, he asked, "Who brought you here?" Unexpectedly, Chang Hao puffed out his chest. "I came by myself." Then proudly announced, "I ran away from home." Jiang Nan hadn't reacted yet when the gatekeeper burst out laughing, then said seriously, "Teacher Jiang, you should have a good talk with him. He took 2 transfers all by himself to get here. Luckily, he didn't run into any bad people on the way, or else he'd be in trouble. Only then did Jiang Nan take a deep breath, trembling with fear, and ask him, "Did you tell your dad?" Chang Hao looked unhappy and emphasized, "I ran away from home. How could I tell him?" Jiang Nan didn't care and directly took him to the principal's office, returned the car, and borrowed the phone. Then she realized that the Chung family hadn't even noticed that Chang Hao was missing. She angrily scolded Chang Denglen. "He's been gone from home for 3 or 4 hours and you didn't notice. Aren't you afraid he might be kidnapped by traffickers?" Chang Denglen felt innocent. Wasn't it normal for Chang Hao to go out and play with his friends for most of the weekend? He could only endure Jiang Nan's anger and asked, "So should I go pick him up now?" "No, I'm not going back." Chang Hao heard his dad's words and sharply refused. Jiang Nan held the microphone and looked at him, seeing something was wrong inside, so he said to Chang Denglen, "No need, I'll take him." After saying that, he hung up the phone, took Chang Hao back to the dormitory, made him a cup of brown sugar water, and then asked, "Tell me, why did you run away from home? Did your dad bully you?" Chang Hao sat on the high stool, swinging his feet, seemingly unwilling to speak. "If you don't say, I'll take you back," Jiang Nan threatened him. But then Chang Hao retorted, "I asked, can I stay?" Jiang Nan shook his head and told him, "You said if you really get wronged, I'll help you get it back." Chang Hao's mood instantly wilted. Jiang Nan showed him around his dormitory. "Look, this bed isn't even a meter wide, it can't fit both of us. If you stay, I have classes during the day and can't take care of you. I eat at the cafeteria every day, so I can't cook anything good for you. Besides, there's nothing fun here, and none of your little friends are around." Chang Hao was persuaded and slowly revealed the reasons why he ran away from home. It turned out that he had taken the comic book Jiang Nan gave him and was showing off everywhere that he had watched a movie and drank soda. Because of this, Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Mingsheng teased him every day, calling him a traitor and refusing to play with him. Jiang Nan laughed. "They are in kindergarten, and you are in elementary school. If they don't want to play with you, you can find your classmates or your little friends. There are so many kids in the residential area. You don't have to hang out with them." Chang Hao felt that his mother didn't understand his point and tried to explain. "If I don't play with them, they tell Grandma that I bully them, and Grandma scolds me. So I have to play with them, but then they call me a traitor and ignore me. It's been like this for several days." This time Jiang Nan understood. Not only did they prevent Chang Hao from playing with others, but they also kept him close while verbally belittling and isolating him. Goodness, quite a slick little trick. Jiang Nan was angry. She knew these 2 children were smart. In the TV drama, Lu Mingxing had an IQ over 140, and although Lu Xiaoxiao didn't have such a high IQ, her quirky personality and excellent social skills often led to unexpected moves. Even several of the heroine's business deals were resolved thanks to her. Moreover, the brother and sister had teamed up to deal with the big sister-in-law. After learning that big sister-in-law was asking their mother for child support, the 2 children often ran over to watch when the neighbors were cooking. The neighbors, seeing their young age, would call them to eat together, and then the 2 would tell people. Their aunt at home said they only eat plain rice and wouldn't let them eat enough, and so on. They would also sneak out of kindergarten to pick up trash everywhere, getting themselves all dirty, saying they wanted to help their mother share the living expenses, causing chaos at the kindergarten. When they got home, Cheng's mother held them and cried bitterly in the yard. Big sister-in-law's harsh and malicious reputation became widely known, and people kept coming to advise big sister-in-law. "The 2 children don't eat that much, don't be so stingy." Heaven knows that what big sister-in-law was asking the female lead for was the kindergarten enrollment fee and the monthly nutritious lunch fee for the children, which averaged out to an extra 6 yuan per month for the 2 kids. Originally, the female lead was a factory employee, and the kindergarten was free. Since she went to university and was no longer a factory employee, she had to pay the fees, and of course it was her responsibility to pay. However, after the commotion caused by these 2 children, the matter was dropped. This part of the TV drama was very cheerful, fully showcasing the cleverness of Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Mingsheng, with only the big sister-in-law as the comic relief. Jiang Nan didn't expect that with the big sister-in-law absent, this cleverness would actually be directed at Chang Hao. "Where's your dad? Did you tell him about their behavior?" Jiang Nanxing asked Chang Hao angrily. Chang Mu's butt was crooked from the start, so she wasn't expected to change, but what about Chang Denglen? Chang Hao was also helpless and said gloomily, "I told him, but my dad just said I shouldn't hang out with them." Jiang Nan took a deep breath, controlled his temper and then said, "Come on, if your dad doesn't care about you, your mom will fight for your rights." After speaking, Jiang Nan packed 2 bags of milk candies for Chang Hao and, with him in tow, stormed straight to the agricultural machinery factory's residential area. After banging loudly on the Chung family's door, Jiang Nan didn't go inside but stood at the entrance shouting, "Chung Dinglin, your sister has been exploiting me like a beast of burden, and now her children are treating my son like a dog. What's the deal? You just think it's easy to bully us mother and son, huh?" The people in the courtyard had recently witnessed plenty of drama from the Chung family. They thought it had settled down, but unexpectedly there was more to come. They quickly grabbed some sunflower seeds and gathered around. Someone asked Jiang Nan, "Xiao Jiang, what's going on this time?" Jiang Nan did not hold back and recounted Cheng Hao's ordeal once again. Cheng's mother stomped her feet angrily at the door. "Xiao Nan, is this child's childish play really worth you making such a big fuss? Can't you stand to see our family doing well?" As soon as she opened her mouth, the blame immediately fell on Jiang Nan. "If you don't want me to make a fuss, then don't bully my son." Jiang Nan looked at her coldly. "Cheng Hao is only 1 year older than Lu Mingxiang and Lu Xiaoxiao and you. Cheng Yisan spends all day at home teaching him to protect his younger siblings. He stood up for Lu Xiaoxiao and got beaten twice himself. His parents bowed their heads and apologized with smiles outside. But the little sister he protected didn't even say sorry." After saying this, Jiang Nan turned to Cheng Dinglin. "Your son is being bullied like a dog by your nephew and niece, beaten and scolded. And you have no reaction at all. I've wanted to tell you for a long time, Cheng Dinglin, you're truly blind. That new down jacket was damaged by a nail on the rattan chair. And you never thought there was a problem here." Cheng Dinglin was dazed. "Problem? What problem?" Jiang Nan was too lazy to explain to him and just looked at Cheng's parents. "My son has the right to make friends on his own. He can choose who to play with or not. As long as he doesn't bully others, it's up to him. No one needs to interfere, including you." Then he lowered his head and looked at Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Mingxiang hiding behind. "Cheng Hao may not be as smart as you, but he has a mother, so you can't bully him. If it happens again, I won't come to find the parents. I'll deal with you myself." "Xiao Jiang." Cheng's father raised his voice, displeased. "How can you, an adult, scare children like that?" Jiang Nan snorted and said sarcastically, "If you really reason like that, Cheng Hao wouldn't have been bullied to the point of running away from home to find me." After Jiang Nan finished speaking, feeling the matter was mostly resolved, he said to Cheng Hao, "Remember my number. Okay? Next time if something happens, call me. Don't sneak off by yourself again. If you run into traffickers and get sold to the mountains, you won't even have a place to cry." Cheng's father and mother felt a bit scared upon hearing this. Cheng Hao nodded and popped a candy into his mouth. His mother wasn't around, and he hadn't had candy for a long time. After warning Cheng Hao, Jiang Nan glanced around the Cheng family, was about to turn and leave, but caught sight of a flash of green fabric inside the Cheng house, looking like a skirt. However, Jiang Nan didn't care. Whether they were guests or relatives of the Cheng family, it had nothing to do with her. On the bus back to Hongshan Commune, she unexpectedly ran into Sinjiqing again. Jiang Nan politely smiled at her as a form of greeting. Sinjiqing looked somewhat indifferent. When she sat down, the hem of her skirt spread over the seat. It was green. Chapter 17. Jiang Nan suddenly had a strong premonition that Sinjiqing was the figure she had seen at the Cheng family. But she recalled carefully that the original owner had been married to Cheng Dinglin for 8 years, and it seemed there were no such relatives or friends at the Cheng family. She was puzzled but thought she might have mistaken someone. Meanwhile, Sun Jingqiu was also thinking. Teacher Jiang, who had taken her in, was surprisingly sharp-tongued and petty. Today, she originally planned to take advantage of Zhao Rui taking his mother out for a medical appointment to quietly slip out and catch a ride. She remembered Xiao Xiao telling her that her hometown was also Anqing, and that she grew up in the family housing area of the agricultural machinery factory until she graduated from elementary school, before moving to another city with her mother. Sun Jingqiu intended to accidentally meet them, to get to know her in-laws and daughter-in-law in advance. But when she inquired at the agricultural machinery factory, she found out that her future mother-in-law had gone to university. Sun Jingqiu was disappointed but didn't want the trip to be in vain, so she decided to go see the daughter-in-law from childhood. After asking around for the Cheng family's address, she said she was a friend of Cheng Yisan. These people then began to look at her with strange and peculiar glances. Later, an aunt who couldn't keep her mouth shut couldn't help but ask her if she knew about Cheng Yisan freeloading at her brother and sister-in-law's house. Sun Jingqiu's first reaction was to refute. The in-laws are not that kind of people. In her eyes, Cheng Yisan was elegant and intellectual, exuding a noble aura. How could she do such a tasteless thing? It was just that she stayed at home for a few days, and her brother and sister-in-law even asked her for food money. How could the Chung family tolerate it for 2 or 3 years and then suddenly have it explode? This must be misinformation, a rumor. Sun Jingqiu definitely did not believe it. She knocked on the Chung family's door with some fruit, introduced herself as Chang Yisin's friend, originally intending to talk to Chang Yisin. But since Chang Yisin had gone to college, she came to visit Cheng's parents and Chang Yisin's child instead. Cheng's parents did not suspect anything after all. Sun Jingqiu was good-looking, dressed decently, and brought gifts, which really did not seem like a scammer. Sun Jingqiu then entered the Chung household, chatted casually with Cheng's parents, and called Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Mingsheng over, holding their hands to look closely, happily exclaiming that indeed the daughter-in-law was also pretty and cute when she was young. The more she looked, the more she liked her. Jiang Nan was the one who came to the door at this time. Sun Jingqiu, afraid of making the Chung family feel awkward, didn't go out and only took a quick look at the so-called sister-in-law of the in-laws at the door. In the previous life, because Zhao Rui never agreed to Xiaoxiao's marriage to his son, they never had a meeting with the in-laws. Sun Jingqiu had only met the daughter-in-law's mother and stepfather, and hadn't had the chance to get to know the rest of her family. Unexpectedly, teacher Zhang was actually the daughter-in-law's aunt. No, it should be said the former aunt. If she hadn't met this woman today, who was like a shrew and even threatened the child, she really wouldn't have thought teacher Zhang was that kind of person. As for the option that Lu Xiaoxiao was a bad kid, she never even considered it. Like Mrs. Chang, she thought Jiang Nan was making a big deal out of nothing. So when she saw Jiang Nan again, she no longer had a pleasant expression. Jiang Nan never did the thing of putting on a warm face for a cold reception. Seeing the cold attitude, she didn't intend to engage and said nothing. The two of them just left like that. As for the Chung family, after sending Sun Jingqiu off, Mrs. Chung immediately grabbed Cheng Hao by the ear and scolded him. "It's such a small matter and you think it's worth running out for?" Cheng Hao was chewing candy and when it hurt, he turned around and tried to open the door to chase after his mother, but Mrs. Chung quickly held him back. "I can't stand you anymore. Where did you get such a bad temper?" All learned from Jiang Nan. Cheng Hao, feeling fearless, deliberately let out a heavy humph, chewing the milk candy in big mouthfuls just to tease Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Mingsheng. Lu Xiaoxiao, frightened and aggrieved, pouted and suddenly burst into tears with a wah, while Cheng's mother hurried over to comfort her, looking utterly troubled. Meanwhile, Chang Dinglin was staring intently at the rattan chair in the house. After this chair wore out, some of the rattan broke, and the nails inside did indeed become exposed. But his mother was worried that the children might get hurt by catching on them, so he tightly wrapped a coil of hemp thread around it, covering all the nails inside. Why did it catch on the clothes that day? Chang Dinglin looked at Lu Xiaoxiao, who was still crying, and Lu Mingsheng, who was glaring angrily at Cheng Hao. His spine chilled, and he didn't dare think further. How old is Xiaoxiao? Training a dog? He thought again about what Jiang Nan had said. To be honest, it was a vivid description, but Xiaoxiao and Mingsheng were just over 5 years old. How could they think of that layer? Maybe Jiang Nan was overanalyzing. Chang Dinglin looked at Cheng Hao again and saw that he hadn't stopped talking and was peeling candy. He warned in a low voice, "Eat less or you'll ruin your teeth." Cheng Hao shook his head and didn't listen. Only then did Chang Dinglin realize that their mother hadn't bought snacks for the children in a long time. 3 people shared one portion of milk, and Cheng Hao going to find his mother wasn't without the desire to eat something good. Chang Dinglin sighed. He was currently sending 35 yuan a month home for living expenses and hadn't expected things to be this tight. He was considering whether to send a little more. It wasn't until a while later, when he went to find his parents, that he heard them arguing. Father suppressed his voice and said, "Let Yisin transfer the kindergarten fees for Xiaoxiao and Mingsheng. You can't keep saving on living expenses like this. Look how the kids are craving." Mother seemed displeased and whispered something that Chang Dinglin couldn't hear. Father got angry again. "Yisin has money, and she can still earn more in the future unlike us. Once the retirement money is used up, we'll have to completely rely on our son and daughter-in-law's goodwill to get by. Are you happy with that? Besides, Xiaoxiao and Mingsheng are Lu family children. The Lu family left money to support them, and it's with Yisin. How can it all depend on our family?" Chang Dinglin heard this, and before his parents could discuss a result, he silently turned and went back to his room. After that day, he started taking care of Cheng Hao himself, coming home early from work, no longer earning overtime pay or travel allowances, just focusing on Cheng Hao's studies. Candy, pastries, and nutritional supplements were still bought in the same amounts as Jiang Nan used to, kept in their rooms, and given to Cheng Hao as rewards based on his study progress and homework completion. Cheng Hao felt both extremely happy and upset. Zhao's mother returned home from the farm and didn't see her daughter-in-law. When she asked her grandson, he said she had gone out. She didn't say anything after all. Her son was about to get a divorce, so she couldn't control what others did. Not long after, the divorce lawsuit went to court. As Sun Jingqiu had said, it was not approved. The current law does not recognize divorce due to a breakdown of feelings. Zhao Rui had anticipated this and didn't mind, continuing to submit the lawsuit application. A couple of days after returning from the court, Sun Jingqiu received a letter from her brother and sister-in-law, which was filled with accusations, questioning why she had run away and urging her to come back quickly, warning that otherwise the Zhou family would retaliate against them. The troubles with the Zhou family were something Sun Jingqiu deeply experienced in her past life, and she definitely would not go back. Only she didn't expect the Zhou family to be able to find the Zhao family. Zhao Rui was tilling the field when he saw his son running over to him. "Dad, someone has come to the house. Grandma wants you to come back quickly." Zhao Rui found it strange. At this time all the teams were busy, so how could anyone be visiting? He walked out of the field while asking Zhao Chuanzi, "Who came?" "Done." Zhao Chuanzi was about to cry as he said, "I don't know her, an old lady, and she even wanted to hit Mom." The people working in the field, upon hearing this, became curiously eager. Once the father and son had walked away, someone seriously asked the squad leader for permission to go to the restroom, then quietly sneaked after them. When Zhao Rui arrived at his doorstep, he heard an old woman inside his house loudly cursing Sun Jingqiu for being promiscuous and marrying 2 husbands. Many old men and women who were not working had gathered around his house to watch the commotion. When they saw him, they hurriedly urged him inside. "Zhao Rui is back. Quickly go in and take a look. Don't let anyone smash up your home." After Zhao Rui entered, he vaguely heard them sighing. No wonder they want a divorce. Who would want a daughter-in-law like that? At the Zhao family home, Zhao's mother felt reassured the moment Zhao Rui returned. She grabbed him and explained the current situation. "This is the family Jingqiu matched with in the city." Zhao Rui glanced at Sun Jingqiu, who was hiding behind his mother, her hair and clothes disheveled and tears streaming down her face. Sun Jingqiu shrank back, frightened by the coldness in his eyes. Zhou's mother, who had traveled a long way to cause trouble, saw that Sun Jingqiu's man was so tall and imposing, and for a moment she restrained her temper. She said to him, "Young man, you judge this fairly. Sun Jingqiu was set up to meet my son, a date was fixed, and the family and relatives were all informed about the banquet. Unexpectedly, she ran away. I'm here to get an explanation from her. Isn't that reasonable?" Zhao Rui did not answer her question, only said, "Sun Jingqiu and I are in the process of getting a divorce. Whatever you want with her, as long as you don't make a scene in my house, I won't interfere no matter what happens. Now get out of my house or don't blame me for being rude." Then, he coldly looked at Sun Jingqiu and said, "You too. If he disturbs his mother and causes her to fall ill, he will make these people pay." Both Zhou's mother and Sun Jingqiu were startled by Zhao Rui's imposing aura. As if Zhao Rui was about to pick up a big stick and drive them out the next second. Zhou's mother had come with her nephew, who tugged at her sleeve from behind. Zhou's mother felt timid inside but still tried to hold her composure. With a flick of her hand, she left with her nephew, holding their heads high. She came specifically to make things difficult for Sun Jingqiu. Her original plan was to ruin Sun Jingqiu's rural home as well, so that she would lose on both ends and see what happens to those who deceive and manipulate the Zhou family. Unexpectedly, this country girl had already filed for divorce, but Sun Jingqiu was adamant about not letting go. Zhou's mother was shocked and angry. Sun Jingqiu had run away from her son's marriage just to cling desperately to a countryman. She felt a suffocating sense of humiliation that her son was being outdone. Now, with a dirty and disheveled face, being kicked out the door, how could Zhou's mother be satisfied? So she stood at the Zhao family's doorstep, spreading rumors about Sun Jingqiu's actions to the villagers, claiming that she had divorced in the countryside, had no children, and was going on blind dates in the city. The Zhao family elders present felt their faces sting as if slapped. They couldn't believe they were compromising their own younger generation for such a woman. They kept urging reconciliation, but Zhao Rui refused to listen and even asked the Li family to send Zhao Rui back home. Who would have thought? The man who followed Zhao Rui home took a big bite of the juicy gossip, then quickly turned around to share it with the workers back in the fields. The villagers gasped repeatedly upon hearing the news. Someone asked, "Does this count as breaking a marriage, or is it a crime of hooliganism?" Someone frowned and hesitated. "I don't think so, since nothing really happened," then reminded the previous speaker. "That kind of talk isn't popular anymore. Watch your words." Sun Jingqiu was about to go crazy with anger. She knew the Zhou family were not good people. The daughter-in-law before Zhou Min was forced to divorce because of her family background. In her past life she was also forced to flee Ningqing. But she never expected Zhou's mother to go this far. In this era when traveling was difficult, she actually managed to come over just to ruin her. Originally, only Zhao Rui knew about her matchmaking, and she could still play the pity card to get help and mediation. Now she didn't even dare to look at Zhao's mother. Hearing Zhou's mother continuously slandering her outside the door, Sun Jingqiu could no longer bear it and rushed out to fight Zhou's mother. Another big commotion broke out outside the Zhao family gate. Jiang Nan had just come to the Li family to visit Aunt Jiang and overheard something, sighing inwardly that one should not judge a book by its cover. Chapter 18. Last time Aunt Jiang and Li Su came to visit Jiang Nan, they brought a lot of things. Jiang Nan had been wanting to return the favor, but couldn't find the right gift or the right time. That day, she happened to overhear two female teachers in the office discussing pork being sold without a hostage price. She joined them and after some detours, they went to the black market and bought 5 jean in one go. Then she went to the clinic to get a jean of brown sugar with a medical record slip, brought some small gifts, and headed to Zhang Daigu's house. When she rode her bike into the village, it was just time for people to finish work. She didn't want to rush through recklessly, so she got off and walked holding onto the bike. People who recognized her on the way greeted her. "Xiao Nan, here to see your aunt?" Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. When people looked into the basket hanging on the front of her bike to see what she had packed, they pretended not to notice. It was at this moment that she overheard villagers discussing the matter between Zhao Rui and Sun Jiqing. Only then did she realize that these two were a couple about to get divorced, and she couldn't help but think to herself how the 6 degrees of separation theory was right. Through 6 people you can know everyone in the world. What a coincidence, the world is really small. "Sis." Jiang Nan was walking lost in thought when he heard Li Su's voice. She turned around and saw Li Su running towards her carrying a hoe. Then with practiced ease, he propped the hoe on the cart and took over the cart, asking her, "How do you have time to come back?" Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Eating in the cafeteria every day is tiring, so I came home to improve the meals." Li Su knew this was definitely a lie. His sister might have brought something, fearing that their mother wouldn't want it. The two chatted casually as they went home. Zhang Daigu was very surprised to see Jiang Nan. "Why are you here?" Jiang Nan took the basket down from the cart and handed the items to her one by one, explaining, "Isn't your little sister about to give birth? I might not have time to come over later, so I thought I'd bring the things to you in advance. Could you help me deliver them then?" Zhang Daigu had 2 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest and the youngest were both daughters. The youngest daughter married into the neighboring commune more than 3 years ago, and in 2 months she was going to have her second child. At that time it was an important period for exam preparation in Jiangnan, so she couldn't go with them. Zhang Daigu touched the thick fine cotton cloth in her hand. "How many yards did you buy?" Jiang Nan replied casually, "Definitely not enough for 2 sets of clothes." In fact, she had used all the fabric coupons she got from the divorce. She had enough clothes to wear and didn't need to make new ones for the past 2 years. After 2 years, the fabric coupons were cancelled, so she bought all she could since she wouldn't be able to use them later. Aunt Jiang looked at the meat she had brought up again, sighed with concern and patted her hand. "Why did you buy so much? You're burning through money too fast." Jiang Nan mischievously slipped past, took the meat out of the kitchen, and handed it to the original owner's second cousin-in-law, Sun Xiuzhen. "Second sister-in-law, get it all cooked. The weather's getting warmer, it won't keep well." Then, he sat in front of the earthen stove to help his second sister-in-law stoke the fire and pick the vegetables. His second sister-in-law also felt sorry. "All this cooked can serve as a meal. Then just treat it as a meal." Jiang Nan laughed. Jiang Nan's talk of improving the meals was not empty. Zhang Dagu's braised pork was a specialty, and the whole family ate until their bellies were full, then sat comfortably in the yard to cool off and aid digestion. Only Li Su sat for a while before shouldering his hoe and going out again. Jiang Nan glanced at his watch. It was still not time to start work. Aunt Jiang saw her confusion and waved her hand, saying, "Don't mind him. These past 2 days he's been messing around with Zhao Rui in the private plot, saying they want to plant some tomatoes. It's just a waste of time." "Isn't planting tomatoes a good thing? How could it be a waste?" Jiang Nan asked curiously. Aunt Jiang explained to her that originally, besides planting some vegetables for their own consumption, the rest of the private plot was all used to grow sweet potatoes to feed the pigs. This year Zhao Rui didn't plan to plant sweet potatoes. The 2 fun of private land would be entirely planted with tomatoes, saying they would sell the tomatoes. If the pigs didn't have enough to eat, they would use the money from selling the tomatoes to buy sweet potatoes. "Don't you think this is just pointless fussing?" Aunt Jiang shrugged. Jiang Nan understood Aunt Jiang's meaning. She thought selling tomatoes might result in a loss, the money wouldn't even be enough to buy sweet potatoes, or the profit would be small. Yet it would require an extra step, wasting time and effort. This was also normal after all, every household in the countryside grew vegetables, and in the villagers' perception, vegetables were worthless and couldn't be sold at a good price. But just because the village wasn't short of vegetables didn't mean the city wasn't. Especially since tomatoes weren't grown locally, and with the transportation industry underdeveloped these days, tomatoes were still a rare commodity in Ansheng. "Aunt, you're speaking too soon. I believe Xiao Su and the others can make money," Jiang Nan said confidently. "This Zhao Rui is quite clever. At present, the reform and opening up has not yet begun, and the household contract responsibility system has not yet taken root. The state only allows farmers to sell small quantities of agricultural and sideline products they produce themselves. The self-cultivated land is neither too much nor too little, and the output will not reach the sentencing standard for speculation and profiteering. Tomatoes are a rare commodity, so it is reasonable for their price to be slightly higher than other vegetables. In other words, Zhao Rui and Li Su might reasonably and legally make a small profit. In fact, Zhao Rui did plan it this way. He intended to establish himself locally in this life, starting from the production source to handle fresh produce, beginning by accumulating capital through high-quality vegetable vendors. After a couple of years, once he could lease a large amount of land, he would set up vegetable greenhouses, expand production to run fresh produce supermarkets, and when the state allowed private, long-distance transportation, he would have already built up strength to manage supply chains or a fresh produce supermarket chain. Although far less than in his previous life, it would be enough to live without worry, allowing him to peacefully accompany his mother in her old age. Aunt Jiang was half convinced, but Li Chang, after thinking for a while, persuaded Aunt Jiang. "Mom, since our land hasn't been planted yet, why don't we plant tomatoes?" Aunt Jiang frowned, still reluctant. Li Chang pressed on. "When have you ever seen Zhao Rui make a losing deal? Besides, Xiao Nan also agrees. If you don't trust others, can you not trust Xiao Nan's judgment? Jiang Nan has been someone who could earn money since childhood." Aunt Jiang looked at Li Chang and then at the expectant Jiang Nan. After pondering for a while, she hesitantly asked Uncle Jiang's opinion. "So, shall we plant them?" Uncle Jiang took a drag of his dry tobacco, nodded, and said it was doable. The whole family reached a consensus like this, and Aunt Jiang then arranged, "This afternoon after work, second brother, you call third brother to go and tidy up the land, the tomato seedlings. First check if Zhao Rui has any extras, we'll buy from him. If not, we'll grow our own." The matter was settled like that. Aunt Jiang suddenly seemed to remember something, slapped her thigh, and got up to walk into the room. Jiang Nan continued chatting with the Li family. At this moment, a child came looking for Li Chang's eldest son to play, calling out from outside the door, "Jinqi." Sun Xiuzhen recognized the voice immediately and replied, "Chuanza, come in." Jiang Nan saw a neat-looking little boy of about 5 or 6 years old, tugging a slingshot as he entered. The little boy didn't see Jianxi and looked around left and right. Sun Xiuzhen smiled and said, "Go look for him inside the house. His second aunt brought some comic books and is reading them there with his little sister. You should go join them and take a look. Wait until the sun goes down a bit before going out to play." The little child smiled shyly, then excitedly ran into the house. Sun Xiuzhen turned her head to introduce to Jiang Nan. "This is Zhao Rui's son." Jiang Nan recognized the face and chatted casually with her. "Is it Chuanza? The Chuandaze with both mountains and water." The meaning is quite good. It also sounded somewhat familiar. Zhao Chuanza, where had she heard that name before? Speaking of this, Sun Xiuzhen was even more dissatisfied, casting a sidelong glance at Li Chang and complaining, "Yeah, unlike your nephews and nieces Li Jian, Li Aihong, your brother's education was all for nothing. Giving the kids names that when you call out on the street, 100 or 80 people turn their heads." Jiang Nan is amusing. The original owner and her cousins had indeed all finished junior high school. Second brother Li Chang was displeased upon hearing this and defended, "Building the motherland and loving the Red Army is very meaningful." Second sister-in-law completely ignored him and continued chatting with Jiang Nan. "But their parents have nice names too, Jingqiu Zhao Rui. Unlike me, Xiuzhen, there are 4 or 5 people with that name just in the brigade. I think it's quite good." Before Jiang Nan could speak, Li Chang said decisively, "An excellent treasure, how wonderful." Second sister-in-law, upon hearing this, turned her head and shyly twisted second brother's arm. Jiang Nan suddenly felt like he had been force-fed some dog food, mixed with the noon's braised pork, feeling a bit full. Fortunately, eldest aunt came back and handed her a photo. "Take a look." On it was a man in military uniform, square-faced, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, exuding a righteous aura. After Jiang Nan saw clearly, he instantly understood the meaning behind Big Ant's words and said with a mix of laughter and tears, "Big Ant, I don't have the time or energy to think about this right now." Big Ant Jiang was angry. "Just take a look first, we can talk about whether it works later." So she introduced this man to him, a deputy battalion commander with 2 children at home. His ex-wife died from complications during the birth of their youngest son. The 2 children have always stayed in their hometown, cared for by his mother. Recently, his mother, while taking care of these 2 children, neglected his eldest brother's child, causing the eldest brother's child to hit his head, which made the eldest brother unhappy. This deputy battalion commander planned to bring his mother and the children to live with the army unit. However, his mother wanted him to marry a wife to help take care of them, and they are currently in the process of meeting potential matches. Jiang Nan immediately felt it was inappropriate and laughed. "Big Ant, this guy is mainly looking for a wife to take care of the child, right? I have to work and study, I can't even take care of Chang Hao, let alone someone else's child. It's not suitable." Big Ant Jiang opposed. "With his mother around, you just need to lend a hand." Jiang Nan laughed again. "Big Ant, if I go to university, that's 4 years. I also plan to pursue graduate school another 3 years. In those 7 years, his child will have grown up and won't need me anymore. So why would he still want me?" This was not Jiang Nan deceiving Big Ant Jiang. Her subsequent retirement plan required a Shanghai household registration, so she planned to apply to a university in Shanghai. However, after graduation, most job assignments would return her to her hometown. To stay in Shanghai, continuing her studies or possibly becoming a teacher at the university might solve this problem. The Li family all seemed shocked by Jiang Nan's plan. 7 years? How old will you be when you graduate? 33 or 34? Aunt Jiang felt even more urgency about finding a match for her niece. If they waited for Jiang Nan to take action herself, she would be much older by then, making it even harder to find someone. Jiang Nan laughed, handed the photo back to Aunt Jiang, and brought the conversation back on track. "So, I'm not suitable for this company, Commander." Aunt Jiang unconsciously took the photo and murmured, "Not really suitable. Soldiers cannot leave the unit at will. And Xiao Nan has 7 years of school ahead. If the 2 really got together, the frequent separations would still lead to a breakup, especially since they would only be a couple halfway through life." Aunt Jiang could only put away the photo and reluctantly give up. In the afternoon, Aunt Jiang's family still had to go to work, and Jiang Nan had to return to continue studying, so he rode his bike away. Halfway there, the sun grew hotter and hotter. Jiang Nan wasn't wearing a hat and couldn't bear it anymore, so he stopped under a big tree to take shelter. Sunlight filtered through the scattered leaves, dappled and somewhat soft, making one feel drowsy. Jiang Nan dared not sleep, so she let her mind wander wildly to keep her brain active. Suddenly she perked up, realizing that the name Zhao Chuanzi sounded familiar. Isn't that the name of Lu Xiaoxiao's boyfriend in the TV drama? There is also Cin Jiqing Jingqiu. Cin Jingqiu. This is the name of the biological mother that Lu Xiaoxiao helped her boyfriend find. Jiang Nan touched his face, stunned for a moment, and once again marveled at how small the world is. So, the woman she saw at the Cheng family is very likely Cin Jiqing. Her intuition was correct. But does Cin Jiqing know the Cheng family and the young Lu Xiaoxiao? Jiang Nan couldn't find any related plot, and was full of confusion. She then thought of Zhao Rui, Zhao Chuanzi's father, who was a big shot the female lead Cheng Yisin had always wanted to meet in the TV drama, but the big shot really didn't like Lu Xiaoxiao, the future daughter-in-law. She remembered the female lead seemed to guess that the big shot might look down on their small family business, thinking the 2 children were mismatched and therefore disapproved, so she insisted on visiting to plead, hoping to move him emotionally and reason with him to change his mind. But the big shot never met her, and only after the big shot died in a car accident did Zhao Chuanzi and Lu Xiaoxiao officially get together. Good grief, what a plot twist. Jiang Nan took a breath and sighed, feeling that this person was also a victim in a way. However, since he knew the Zhao family was also part of the plot, Jiang Nan thought it best to keep his distance to avoid getting into trouble. Chapter 19. Jiang Nan returned to school and continued to focus on work and study. In the blink of an eye, it was already late April, 2 months since she left the Cheng family. The newspaper announced that this year's college entrance exam syllabus had been released. Jiang Nan and teacher Zhu were worried about where to get a copy, when Principal Yang brought them a photocopy from the Education Bureau. The 2 were delighted and immediately used the school's mimeograph machine to print 2 copies. Afterwards, outside of teaching hours, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to identifying gaps in knowledge and practicing problems. The teachers in the office voluntarily provided them with a comfortable environment, lowering their voices when joking or discussing students' learning, trying not to disturb them. Of course, there were also those who didn't understand. Just like Aunt Jiang initially didn't understand why selling tomatoes to earn money, and then buying sweet potatoes was necessary, they believed that if one got into a normal university for teacher training, the assigned job would still be teaching. Although it might be at a better school, everyone's salary would be the same, the nature of the work unchanged, so it was a complete waste of 4 years and totally unnecessary. If teachers Yu's decision to take the college entrance exam to return to the city could be accepted, then for some people, Jiang Nan taking the exam was just making trouble and pointless fuss. Because even if she is currently only a substitute teacher, with her excellent teaching ability, she has a chance to become a full-time teacher, so there's no need to take the college entrance exam. Especially after Cheng Hao visited the school, all the teachers there knew that she was divorced. Divorced and taking the college entrance exam again, there was always a kind of restlessness and a risk of easily blowing up, so the teachers were much more cautious in their interactions with her. Jiang Nan also kept a certain distance appropriately. After all, it couldn't be forced. Teacher Jiang, someone is looking for you at the school gate. One day, a female teacher carrying a bag came back from outside and informed Jiang Nan. At Wuxian Haowen Jinzai, Jinjiang Literature City. Jiang Nan was doing practice questions, and after a few moments of reaction, she said thank you and got up to leave. At the school gate she saw Li Su, holding a bundle of books tied with hemp rope. Seeing her, he excitedly lifted the books and shook them, as if it was a surprise for her. Jiang Nan walked over, took a look and saw self-study books on math, physics and chemistry, along with the college entrance exam syllabus. Jiang Nan was surprised. Where did you get this from? I heard that this set of books is so popular that even staying up all night in line at the Xinhua bookstore might not guarantee getting a copy. Plus, it includes the exam syllabus, which you definitely can't get without connections. Li Su smiled proudly and glanced over not far away. Jiang Nan followed his gaze and saw Zhao Rui. His long legs were propping up a bicycle, and a bundle of identical books was hanging from the handlebars. Seeing them look over, he nodded and smiled in greeting. Jiang Nan also smiled in response, then turned around to listen to Li Su explain. Today Rui and I went to the city bookstore to buy agricultural books. We saw many people preparing for the college entrance exam lining up to buy these books, almost fighting over them. I immediately realized these were valuable, so I had to get a copy for you, sister. But the bookstore was sold out. When I told Rui, he took me to the seed seller to get 2 copies. The other copy was brought by Rui to Tsinjingqiu. Li Su was puzzled. Hadn't Rui had a falling out and broken ties with Tsinjingqiu? Why was he still thinking about her? Rui said that if he didn't give Tsinjingqiu a way out, she would cling to the Zhao family forever. Who knows, she might end up living with the Li family for a lifetime. Yes, Rui Gu is still crammed in his small single room with him right now. After Li Su finished speaking, he noticed that his sister's face showed surprise but no joy. Why was that? Could it be? Sis, you haven't already, have you? He said sharply. Jiang Nan just looked at him and smiled. What do you think? This book is a must-have for college entrance exam candidates. With less than 3 months left until the exam, how could she possibly not have it? Moreover, she had this set of books even earlier. The original owner bought them a few years ago while self-studying high school knowledge. At the end of last year, due to health reasons, she couldn't take the college entrance exam and lent this set to Cheng Yisin. Once the exam was over, the original owner was supposed to return, but Jiang Nan took them away during the divorce. Li Su frustratedly scratched his head, while Jiang Nan lowered her head and flipped through a few pages of the bound book, finding that although it was an old book, the inside was very clean and better than her own set. The original owner lent it to Cheng Yisin, who was quite casual about it, directly writing and drawing on it. Combined with the original owner's problem-solving process and notes, some questions were covered up, and the problem-solving approaches of the original owner and Cheng Yisin would also interfere with her. Also, the exam syllabus Jiang Nan is currently using is a copy of a copy, and in some places the ink is unclear, especially some mathematical formulas. She often needs to compare it with the first copy, and sometimes she runs into teacher's Yu, which is quite inconvenient. In summary, the set of books and the exam syllabus that Li Su gave her are both useful to her. So Jiang Nan happily accepted them, explained a bit and thanked him, then asked how much he spent, saying she would go to the dorm to get it since she didn't bring money when she came out. Li Su, still feeling down, did a kind but useless thing, his voice muffled. Didn't spend any money. Rui Gu and the boss are friends, they gave it to us directly. Jiang Nan was silent. It was a matter of personal favor, which was even harder to repay, but the money still had to be given. A complete set of self-study books on mathematics, Physics and chemistry cost nearly 20 yuan, more than her current salary, so she couldn't refuse to pay. She then called Li Su to walk to the dormitory. Li Su refused. "Sister, I really didn't spend any money." Jiang Nan insisted. "Then wait here for me, don't leave, I'll go get it." At the moment she turned around, Li Su wanted to run, but Jiang Nan had anticipated it and quickly grabbed her hand. He said helplessly, "This money isn't yours, you have no right to refuse it on someone else's behalf." Li Su immediately said, "Brother Rui, don't want it either." Saying that, she was about to turn her head and call someone to ask for their opinion. Jiang Nan hurriedly stopped her. "Forget it, we can't give it today. After the college entrance exam, I'll personally deliver it to your family." Not dwelling on money, Jiang Nan asked Li Su about other things. "Aren't the private plots all planted with tomatoes? Why buy seeds to plant elsewhere?" Speaking of this, Li Su became lively, smiled mysteriously, and whispered into Jiang Nan's ear, "Chinese medicine seeds, planted in the mountains." His sister was able to persuade his mother to plant tomatoes with Rui Gu, so Li Su naturally trusted her judgment and hoped to gain her approval for what they were about to do next. The private plots were always too small. Relying solely on planting tomatoes couldn't accumulate enough capital. Zhao Rui then thought of some other methods, spreading Chinese medicine planting into the mountains to harvest when the time came. Jiang Nan frowned. "Is this going to work?" Li Su said again, "That's why we went to buy books to study. To research what kind of environment is best for seeds to sprout and grow, and how to manage them efficiently to save time and effort, while still producing yield." Although the original owner used to make money by collecting medicinal herbs, her knowledge of herbs was extremely limited. All her knowledge came from the village herb dealers, who would never let her learn the core secrets. So she had only ever dug up dandelions, cloves, kudzu root, caught centipedes and snakes, collected cicada shells and snake skins, and knew nothing else. Even if ginseng grew right under her feet, she wouldn't recognize it. Jiang Nan really didn't know whether Zhao Rui's idea was feasible. But one thing she was sure of. If you can really grow it, be careful when you take it to the collection station. After all, there's still a difference between wild herbs and those cultivated artificially. It would be troublesome if someone recognizes it. Also, the yield from planting will definitely be larger than from gathering. The market isn't open yet, so it's better to be cautious. Li Su listened, and although he was grateful to his sister, he didn't take it too seriously because they could sell their goods without going through the collection station. Jiang Nan didn't know what he was thinking. After nodding to him, he asked about the situation of other family members. The two chatted for a while, but it wasn't yet time to eat, so Jiang Nan couldn't even invite them to a meal. He could only watch Li Su jog a few steps, jump into Zhao Rui's car, and drive off into the distance. On the way, Li Su repeated Jiang Nan's words to Zhao Rui, feeling that his sister really loved to worry. Unbeknownst to him, when Zhao Rui, who was riding a bike, heard the words, "The market hasn't opened yet," his eyes flickered. Li Su's cousin really had a problem. First, her divorce was different from the trajectory of her previous life. Li Su had once casually revealed his guess that his sister might have divorced because she discovered her husband's affair partner and couldn't tolerate it. So did he not realize it in his past life? Or did he realize it but endure it silently? And what caused it to erupt in this life? He once suspected this was a parallel world, perhaps different from the original world in some aspects, but after studying newspapers, policies, and interacting with or testing ordinary and important people, he found nothing unusual. In other words, within the scope of his observation, except for himself, Sun Jingqiu, and Jiang Nan, there were no changes. If Jiang Nan divorced after he and Sun Jingqiu were reborn, he might not care and would only think it was caused by some butterfly effect triggered by their inadvertent actions. Jiang Nan got divorced first, and they were reborn afterward. And now the words market and opening up that Li Su blurted out made him even more certain that Jiang Nan knew about future policies, and it was very likely that, like him and Sun Jingqiu, she had been reborn. Following this line of thought, what caused their rebirth? And why was it not others but the three of them? As for the commonality among the three, according to what Zhao Rui currently knows, it is only that they know and have contact with Lu Xiaoxiao. What's so special about Lu Xiaoxiao? Zhao Rui thought deeper and deeper, and even when Li Su talked to him on the way, he couldn't hear it. He went straight home, then came back to his senses, knocked on Sun Jingqiu's door, and placed the books in front of her. "You've taken the college entrance exam twice. Even without memory, you should have experience. I heard the test questions in the first 2 years weren't difficult. If you work hard, you can seize the opportunity. Otherwise, do you plan to waste your whole life in the village?" Sun Jingqiu was pleasantly surprised by Zhao Rui's approach but was hurt by his words. She stared at the stack of books for a few seconds, her face showing pain and struggle. Is it that she doesn't want to take the exam? She worked hard in her past life, but the path of the college entrance exam is not for her. Moreover, she hasn't touched this knowledge for 20 years now. After rebirth, she completely abandoned her books and gave up on the exam, with only 3 months left. How could she possibly pass? Sun Jingqiu thought this way, staring at Zhao Ruwei with resentment. We're husband and wife, why are you so heartless? Ignoring those things that haven't happened, wouldn't it be better for their family to live a harmonious and happy life? Why force her to divorce, force her to leave? Zhao Ruwei coldly ignored all her reactions. Sun Jingqiu felt cold and hateful, but was helpless. Her situation in the Zhao family was becoming increasingly difficult. After old lady Zhou caused a scene, her mother-in-law no longer showed her any mercy. A while ago, her son secretly brought her food made by her mother-in-law, and the mother-in-law turned a blind eye, but now no matter what her son said, the mother-in-law would not allow it. The village was full of people laughing at her. She didn't want to work in the fields, but she couldn't avoid it. Without working in the fields, she wouldn't earn work points. Although her grain supply wouldn't run out immediately, it wouldn't last long. If Zhao Ruwei continues to ignore her like this and neglect her, she might really starve to death in the Zhao family. But if she chooses to leave, then all of Zhao Ruwei's countless family assets will truly have nothing to do with her anymore. Sun Jingqiu thought intensely. After a long moment, as if having made up her mind, she gritted her teeth and said, "Give me 10,000 yuan, and I'll agree to the divorce." Chapter 20. When Zhao Ruwei heard the amount, he laughed out loud and sneered. Sun Jingqiu, what era do you think you're living in? Sun Jingqiu lowered her eyes and said softly, "Of course I know, otherwise I would have asked you for 100 million, a billion, or even half of your assets." Zhao Ruwei sneered. No. The work points he earned from that fish pond would only amount to 500 or 600 yuan in a year, so how could it possibly be 10,000 yuan? Sun Jingqiu guessed that he didn't, it was just a test. She never cared about what Zhao Ruwei was doing outside before, as long as Zhao Ruwei gave her money. As a result, she now doesn't even know what Zhao Ruwei is actually doing or how much savings he has. So she lowered it a bit, 8,000 no less. Whether you borrow, steal or snatch it, as long as you can give me the money, I'll leave immediately. Zhao Ruwei was impatient. 1,000 yuan, take the money and leave if you want, or wait 2 years if you don't. Anyway, I can wait, but you don't know that. He only had a little over 1,800 in savings. Giving her half was fair for these years of marriage. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Sun Jingqiu gritting her teeth in anger. Then Sun Jingqiu stayed quiet for 2 or 3 days, waiting for Zhao Ruwei to renegotiate with her. She didn't believe Zhao Ruwei would easily give up the chance to kick her out. What surprised her was that Zhao Ruwei really left her hanging. A few days ago, he would occasionally come home for meals, but these past few days he hasn't even stepped through the door. Sun Jingqiu panicked but thought this was Zhao Ruwei's psychological tactic, so she forced herself to stay calm and waited a few more days before realizing Zhao Ruwei truly didn't care about her anymore. She quietly went to the Li family's place to snoop around, but was caught once by Aunt Jiang. Aunt Jiang told her, "Not here, working in the field. Go look in the field." Sun Jingqiu was anxious and frustrated. Working hard. Really feeling like she might be a mud-legged laborer for life. After returning, she began to consider the possibility of 1,000 yuan. To be honest, this amount of money was not small in this era. If she saved it carefully, it would be enough for her alone for 3 or 4 years, but it was definitely not enough to get rich. So that night she asked Zhao Chuanzi to call Zhao Ruwei back and told him her bottom price, 2,000, just give me 2,000. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruwei laughed angrily. Sun Jingqiu, are you buying groceries? Then he said sternly, 1,000 yuan, not a cent more. If you agree, we'll go to the police station to register. If not, you better think carefully about how you're going to support yourself. Sun Jingqiu still wanted to bargain, but Zhao Ruwei pretended to leave. Good. Sun Jingqiu took a deep breath, closed her eyes and agreed. Today, the vegetables Zhao's family had taken from their private land were all eaten. Zhao's mother went to Zhao Debai's house ahead to exchange for 2 bundles, but didn't give her any. Sun Jingqiu realized that even if she stayed in the countryside, it would be living off the land until it was all gone. If that's the case, why not go somewhere more comfortable? She wanted to go back to the city. To be honest, Zhao Ruwei was somewhat surprised by her decisiveness. However, once agreed, it was a good thing. The next day, the two quickly went to the brigade committee to get an introduction letter, then to the police station to first obtain the marriage certificate, and then the divorce certificate. The terms on the divorce agreement were clear and explicit, leaving Sun Jingqiu no chance to cause trouble anymore. Sun Jingqiu clenched the divorce certificate in her hand angrily. She had originally planned to exploit a loophole, using the status of a de facto marriage to later threaten or ask Zhao Rui for benefits. Unexpectedly, Zhao Rui had directly cut off her way out. During the divorce process, the two tacitly agreed not to mention their son Zhao Chuanzi, implicitly allowing Zhao Rui to have custody. Sun Jingqiu chose to abandon her son once again. She thought that her son loved her enough and would understand her, and that he would definitely accept her again in the future. Besides, by leaving the son behind, Zhao Rui's vast fortune would not fall entirely into the hands of outsiders. After completing the procedures and returning home, Sun Jingqiu sold the food ration she was allocated. She hugged Zhao Chuanzi tightly, exchanged heartfelt farewell words, and only then, carrying all her clothes and daily necessities, left without looking back. Zhao Rui thoroughly cleaned the room she had lived in, and the things she had used before moving back from the Li family. Seeing the untouched self-study books on mathematics, physics, and chemistry on the table, Zhao Rui smiled wryly to himself. He had clearly overestimated Sun Jingqiu. Then he picked them up and went straight to the sent-down youth point. The sent-down youths there were overjoyed, and after pooling their money, they managed to gather 20 yuan for Zhao Rui, thanking him profusely. Zhao Rui waved his hand and left, walking to a distance where he could still hear their cheers. As for Sun Jingqiu, who had boarded the train, she did not return to Ningxing. She was going to find Chang Yisin. The in-laws built their fortune from nothing in their past life. If this life adds her foresight, they will definitely reach a higher level. She wants to invest early and join hands with the in-laws to create a great business, so that Zhao Rui will regret it. Her life will definitely no longer be as poor and miserable as in the past life. After Sun Jingqiu left, everyone in the village knew that Zhao Rui had successfully divorced. Only Zhao Chuanzi from the Zhao family was sad for a long time, remembering the promise that his mother would come to see him. Zhao's mother and Zhao Rui were indifferent and acted as usual. After work every day, Zhao Rui and Li Su would wander up the mountain. They had already found several suitable places for sowing seeds, just waiting to compare and confirm before taking action, keeping themselves busy all the time. At home, Zhao's mother was suddenly visited by a matchmaker. Zhao's mother invited the matchmaker to sit down, poured a glass of water and said anxiously, "My son Zhao Ruizai just got divorced. I think it's a bit too soon to consider this." It didn't sound good to say it out loud. The matchmaker disagreed. "What's the big deal? The previous one is divorced, not dead. Does he still have to wait for a year of mourning? Zhao Ruizai is a fine young man, good-looking and capable. Is he really going to be tied down to that woman for life?" Zhao's mother thought about it and agreed. "The son is not at fault, so why can't we look for someone?" So they agreed to hire a matchmaker and asked her to help see if there was anyone suitable. In the evening, Zhao's mother told Zhao Rui about this. Zhao Rui's first reaction was to refuse. He wasn't in the mood for it at the moment. But then he recalled his past life, thinking it would be foolish not to look, especially after being treated so badly by his own son. After some thought, he agreed and told his mother to take her time finding someone. He wasn't in a hurry. Zhao's mother was extremely happy when she heard this and promised to definitely find him a suitable match. Time moved into May, and Jiang Nan took some time to visit Cheng Hao. He heard that Cheng Dinglin was strict with his studies, but also rewarded him with delicious food and fun activities. Cheng Hao kept switching between pain and joy, much to Jiang Nan's schadenfreude. As for his relationship with Lu Mingsheng and Lu Xiaoxiao, Jiang Nan didn't ask. That was something Cheng Dinglin should handle. As usual, she took Cheng Hao out to eat at a restaurant, then took him to the zoo to see the lions and tigers. Nowadays, the tigers and lions are all kept in enclosures with limited space. The smell of their droppings and body odor was really overwhelming, but even so, Cheng Hao watched with great interest all afternoon, not moving an inch. Jiang Nan borrowed 2 newspapers from the gatekeeper and sat a distance away to keep him company. Before leaving, Jiang Nan informed Cheng Hao that she wouldn't come to see him in June, and bought him a tin toy motorcycle as compensation. The closer it got to the college entrance exam, the more Jiang Nan wanted to stay away from the Cheng family, fearing any unexpected incidents. At first, Cheng Hao was still unhappy, but once he got the toy, he quickly forgot about it and happily hugged the motorcycle as he went home. Jiang Nan returned to school to continue studying. As the exam date approached, the study atmosphere grew increasingly intense. The more knowledge Jiang Nan mastered, the more relaxed she felt, while teacher Zhu was the opposite. It wasn't a lack of confidence in her own academic results, but rather a worry about unexpected events. According to the teacher's private gossip, the educated youth who passed the exam last year actually did not perform as well as teacher Zhu. However, Last year Teacher Zhu's hands were frozen stiff due to the cold weather, and after entering the exam room, he became nervous and didn't finish the political questions. The next morning, after leaving the exam room, he mistakenly drank cold water in his nervousness, which caused stomach pain in the afternoon, and he still didn't finish the exam. Otherwise, he should have passed last year. Jiang Nan, seeing Teacher Zhu busy and making mistakes while also reminding her not to drink cold or untreated water, suggested, "Teacher Zhu, during the college entrance exam days, we could stay at the guest house near the exam site. The guest house has hot water, you can rest at noon, and most importantly, you don't have to commute daily between the commune and the exam site. You won't have to worry about being late in the morning, and you'll have more time to review in the evening. What do you think?" This routine modern exam arrangement made Teacher Zhu's eyes light up as soon as he heard it. So, 2 days before the college entrance exam, the two of them went to Principal Yang to get a letter of introduction and registered at the guest house early the day before. Because reservations are not popular these days, even if there were reservations they wouldn't get a spot. The two were worried that other candidates with the same idea might arrive late and find no rooms available, or that the guest house itself might be full and unable to accommodate them. Arriving earlier would give them more time to think of other solutions. Fortunately, the guest house had vacant rooms, and although the front desk was skeptical about the reason for their study inspection stated in the introduction letter, after seeing their work IDs they still booked the rooms. After receiving the keys, the two each went into their rooms to begin their final push. The next day was the college entrance examination. After handing in the first political exam, Jiang Nan was extremely relieved that she had spent a lot of time reading newspapers and works of great leaders recently. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to answer more than half of the questions today. The following math exam, as well as the physics and chemistry exams on the second day, were relatively easy for Jiang Nan. She had graduated from a key university with a master's degree in her previous life, ranking in the top 5%, so she already had a solid foundation. Coupled with the review and practice questions she had done over the past few months, her accuracy was guaranteed to be no problem. Jiang Nan and Teacher Zhu did not meet during the 3 days of the college entrance exams. It was only after the third day's exam ended, when both felt relieved and relaxed, that they compared answers on the bus back to school. They also made preliminary estimates of their respective scores, both full of confidence. Back at school, Principal Yang took the lead in congratulating them. Although it was still early for the results to be released, Principal Yang was certain they would be admitted. He also showed his support through concrete action. The school posted a teacher recruitment notice the next day. Jiang Nan and Teacher Zhu had not rested for 2 days before throwing themselves back into the school's recruitment work. Because the education system was reformed at the beginning of the year, changing middle school to a 5-year system. 3 years of junior high and 2 years of senior high, Hongshan Middle School would add a grade. Besides recruiting English teachers for the 3 grades, teachers for other subjects would also be increased as appropriate. Principal Yang still used the recruitment method of a written test plus a trial lecture. At the beginning of the year, Jiang Nan was spared the written test process because someone recommended her. This time, she first participated in proctoring and grading the written test, then followed Principal Yang and Teacher Zhu to score the candidates applying for English teacher positions. It wasn't until the last day of July, when there was no English teacher trial lecture, that she went to see Chang Hao. When I took him out to eat, I saw him wolfing down his food. When I asked why, it turned out that because Cheng's mother had burned her hand, he had been eating at the cafeteria for half a month. Chapter 21. Xiao Xiao wanted to drink brown sugar water. When Grandma was preparing it for her, there was a noise in the kitchen, so Grandma put the kettle on the table and went into the kitchen. Xiao Xiao wanted to pour the water herself, so she reached for the kettle but couldn't hold it steady, and the kettle tipped over. Grandma came out of the kitchen just in time to see it and quickly helped Xiao Xiao steady it, but the hot water spilled onto Grandma's arm. Chang Hao spoke while using his left hand to gesture along his right hand that was holding chopsticks, from the middle of his upper arm down to the back of his hand. "It's all red and there are blisters. Grandpa said it will leave scars." Jiang Nan was silent for a moment, then nodded at Chang Hao's right hand. "Are you sure it's this hand?" Chang Hao nodded and Jiang Nan asked again. "When did it happen?" Chang Hao answered without hesitation. "The day after I got the report card." Because his grades had improved, his father specially bought egg cakes to reward him, which Chang Hao remembered vividly. Jiang Nan calculated the time and felt a lingering fear. The holiday schedule for all elementary school students in the city is the same. 1 week later, they will receive their report cards and have a parent-teacher meeting, just a few days before the college entrance exam. Perhaps this is the reason why the big sister-in-law did not take the college entrance exam. Given the original person's character, even if she took out her anger on Lu Xiaoxiao because of her daughter, she would never stand by and watch a child get burned in front of her. She would definitely help, and her hand would surely get injured. It seems the plot is indeed fixed to happen. Only the people experiencing the events have changed with her divorce. Jiang Nan was deep in thought when she heard Chang Hao, who had just finished eating, loudly insisting on going boating on the lake at the workers' club park because several of his classmates had been there, and he wanted to go too. Jiang Nan snapped back to reality and hesitated. Can you swim? She couldn't. Chang Hao shook his head. His dad said he would take him to learn during the holidays, but he hadn't learned yet. Jiang Nan asked him, what if we fall into the water while boating? Or if the paddle falls into the lake and we can't retrieve it, and neither of us can swim, and we just stay floating on the lake with no one coming to rescue us? These are all safety issues that need to be considered in advance, especially since Chang Hao is a mischievous child. But no matter what, Chang Hao had to go, and Jiang Nan only agreed to take him for a walk in the park. However, when they arrived at the boat rental point, they found it was a weekday and no one was there to row boats. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Nan invited a staff member who could swim to accompany them for 2 laps, and Chang Hao was very satisfied. Jiang Nan saw him off at the courtyard gate, giving him the living expenses for June and July that he hadn't had time to give, along with the next 2 months' expenses to take home. Only then did he return to Hongshan Commune. After returning to school and staying busy for about a week, the recruitment work was finished, and the school was about to close. Jiang Nan could no longer stay in the dormitory, and since she was going to college, most of her belongings had to be stored at her eldest aunt's house. So she decided to stay at her eldest aunt's place temporarily. Therefore, Jiang's eldest aunt asked Li Su to borrow a donkey cart to help Jiang Nan transport all her luggage back home. In the afternoon, Jiang Nan was making the bed and organizing her things in the room when she suddenly noticed Jiang's eldest aunt silently standing at the door, staring at her, holding a clay pot in her hand, which startled Jiang Nan. Eldest aunt, what's wrong? Jiang Nan asked cautiously. Aunt Jiang raised the earthenware pot in her hand and asked her in return, are you sick? When she was cleaning the pot, she smelled a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine, and inside the pot was a faint black ring, which only forms after long-term decoction of herbs. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered, seeing there was no way to avoid it, so she spoke vaguely. After the miscarriage surgery, I felt unwell, so I went to old Dr. Yu at the farm to get some tonic medicine. I took it for 2 months. Old Dr. Yu said I was almost recovered, and I have stopped taking the medicine for over a month now, although she still needed to recuperate through dietary therapy. Aunt Jiang obviously didn't believe her and said with a stern face, tell the truth. She's lived this long and still can't tell the truth from lies? Jiang Nan was silent. She didn't want Aunt Jiang to worry. But Aunt Jiang said, if you don't tell me, I'll have Sanner hitch the cart right now, and we'll go to the farm to have the doctor tell me. Jiang Nan sighed helplessly, took the earthenware pot from her hand and set it down, then invited her to sit. It's really nothing. Then she casually added, it just means that most likely I won't be able to have children anymore. Jiang Daegu was stunned, and it took her a long moment to react. She patted Jiang Nan's back and whispered anxiously, you call this nothing? Jiang Nan smiled and waved it off. What's the big deal? It's not like I don't have kids already. Besides, giving birth is painful, raising kids costs money and effort. If I can't have more, I'm actually quite happy about it. Jiang Daegu gritted her teeth, holding back the words welling up in her throat, afraid that saying them would hurt her niece's feelings. Not being able to have children and not wanting to have children, are those the same thing? Sai Xiaonan's marriage prospects have hit another snag. Aunt Jiang sat silently for a while, then went out again. Jiang Nan opened his mouth but said nothing, nor did he try to stop her. She accepted it well, but Aunt Jiang, deeply influenced by the thinking of the times, might need some time to digest it. In the evening, Aunt Jiang prepared a big table full of delicious dishes, a welcome feast from Jiang Nan. Everyone ate until their eyes squinted and their stomachs were full, feeling very comfortable and satisfied. After the meal, Jiang Nan and Li Su cleaned up the dishes together, and then the whole family sat down to chat. Jiang Nan took out 55 yuan, placing 30 in front of Aunt Jiang. Aunt, this is my living expense for the next 2 months. This time Aunt Jiang had no chance to speak as Uncle Jiang refused. Xiao Nan, take it back. We're all family, no need to be so formal. Jiang Nan laughed. Brother-in-law, if you don't accept it, I won't live in this house. Tomorrow I'll have Li Su take me back to the commune, rent a place, and eat at the state-run restaurant every day. Calculated that way, 30 a month probably won't be enough. Elder brother-in-law knew Jiang Nan was stubborn, She really could do such a thing, so he found it hard to say anything at the moment. Elder sister-in-law said nothing, quietly put the money away, planning to buy some chicken, duck, fish, and meat to help Jiang Nan recover her health. Jiang Nan didn't know her thoughts, was happy to see her take the money, then handed the remaining 25 yuan to Li Su. This is the money for that set of books and the exam syllabus. I might not be able to repay Zhao Rui's favor, but the money must be given. The Li family was confused, so Jiang Nan explained everything to them. Aunt Jiang immediately said seriously, "Sanner, go deliver it. We must be honest and straightforward. Your sister did use that book, so even if you have a good relationship with Zhao Rui, you can't take advantage of them for free." Aunt Jiang has always been clear about right and wrong. Even though she felt sorry that Jiang Nan had to come up with such a large sum of money at once, she still believed it was the right thing to do. Li Su looked around at his family and found that everyone shared the same opinion. Not a single person sided with him. He had no choice but to lower his head, take the money, and go to the Zhao family. After entering the Zhao family home, Mrs. Zhao was the first to notice him and called out, "Li Su, here to see Zhao Rui?" "He's in the main room listening to the news." Li Su knew that his brother Rui had developed this habit recently, listening to the news for half an hour every day before handing the radio over to Aunt Zhao and Xiao Zhe to listen to songs or storytelling, so he responded to Mrs. Zhao and headed toward the main room. When he entered the main room, Zhao Rui was listening while scribbling in a notebook. Seeing him come in, he distractedly asked, "What's up?" Li Su placed the 25 yuan on the table. "My sister gave me the money to buy books. I said I didn't want it, but she insisted, saying I couldn't refuse her kindness and that I had to at least accept the money." Zhao Rui said nothing, nodded and took it, then handed it to Zhao's mother who had followed behind Li Su. It was better to accept it so people wouldn't keep thinking about how to repay it. It was just a casual favor at the time, not worth remembering for so long. After Li Su finished speaking, Zhao Rui continued listening to the news, his hands busy. Li Su didn't interrupt, he just said, "I'm heading back," and was about to leave, but Zhao's mother called him back and asked, "Li Su, I saw you went to pick up your sister during the day. Where did you pick her up from?" Li Su was off guard, thinking it was just casual chat with Zhao's mother, and replied, "The commune. My sister is a teacher at the commune middle school." As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and smiled, adding, "Brother Rui knows too. On the day my sister reported for work, Brother Rui helped carry some things, and later he and I went to deliver books once. See, the money you're holding is the book money my sister asked me to bring." "I see." Zhao's mother listened while her thoughts drifted away. She searched for a match for Zhao Su for several months. Zhao Su rejected those who were too young, and those of similar or slightly older age were also deemed unsuitable. She didn't know how to find anyone. Actually, Zhao Rui was quite helpless as well. He knew most people of similar age, but either their character was bad or their families had issues. If there were no problems, he already knew who those people eventually married, and he even had a good relationship with some of them. Having him go on blind dates with these people, even if they remained unmarried for life, made Zhao Rui feel a sense of guilt, so he refused as soon as his mother mentioned anyone. From the first time the matchmaker came to the door until now, several months had passed, and Zhao Rui hadn't met a single potential match. Zhao's mother was also troubled. But when she saw Jiang Nan again today, she suddenly brightened up. "Xiao Nan, haven't you also divorced? Moreover, you know each other well, and the age is just right." So she asked Li Su a few more questions to understand Jiang Nan's recent situation, and tomorrow she would ask Li Su's mother if Jiang Nan was interested in a blind date. The next day, Jiang's eldest aunt was secretly called out by Zhao's mother, and when asked what she thought of Zhao Ruiren and whether he was a good match for Jiang Nan, she was completely stunned. Although she often went to the matchmaker to inquire about situations, she never included Zhao Rui as a candidate. After all, they had been neighbors for decades, and Zhao Rui had played with her family's third son since childhood. The two were like brothers, too familiar with each other, so she naturally filtered him out. But thinking carefully, Zhao Rui was indeed not bad. He was tall and well-built, good at work and making money, and his divorce happened right under the whole village's watch. Although it was a bit of a scandal, it was cleanly done. Most importantly, he had children. Since yesterday, when Jiang Daegu learned that Jiang Nan could not have children, she hadn't been able to put her mind at ease. She was determined to find Jiang Nan a partner who had children, so that the in-laws wouldn't criticize her because of her health issues, and life could go smoothly. Isn't Zhao Rui just perfect? Moreover, Zhao's mother has long stopped working in the fields and is diligent. If Xiao Nan and Zhao Rui really get together, she wouldn't have to take care of the child and could just go to school. But there are also problems. Aunt Jiang hesitated and said, If my Xiao Nan gets into university, she'll have to go to school and be away from home for a long time. Your family probably can't handle that. Zhao's mother hesitated after hearing this, but since she was optimistic about Jiang Nan, she said, "Let's each go home and ask the children for their opinions before deciding." Chapter 22. When Jiang Daegu told Jiang Nan about this, she was studying the writing styles of various periodicals and magazines purchased from the post office. At the end of March this year, the payment system for manuscripts was restored. Various periodicals and magazines that had been suspended for 10 years gradually resumed publication. Along with the rehabilitation of a large number of intellectuals and the enrollment of the first batch of university students, poetry and literature reflecting the scars of the decade-long revolution began to emerge, and the literary world flourished, still in its early stages. Although the university provides subsidies, most of them go towards meals, and there isn't much cash. Jiang Nan spends little herself but has to pay Chang Hao's support fees. She can't just sit and deplete her resources for 4 years, so she thought about submitting an article to give it a try. She planned to write about the original owner's journey from ignorance to struggling through education from an observer's perspective. She wanted to use this content not only to make people remember the original owner, but also to encourage more girls in similar situations to persist in their studies and change their fate. Suddenly hearing Jiang's aunt ask for her opinion, Jiang Nan's mind went blank. Who? Zhao Rui? That is Lu Xiaoxiao's future father-in-law. Is she about to change from Lu Xiaoxiao's mean former sister-in-law to her future vicious mother-in-law in training? Jiang Nan thinks it's not feasible. Better to stay away from the plot characters and be safe. Jiang Daegu didn't know her thoughts and was still analyzing all the advantages of Zhao Rui for her. Although Zhao Rui is in the village and doesn't have a proper job, he earns no less than people in the city. Take our family's 2 acres of tomatoes for example, they made nearly 30 yuan in just over 2 months. Although it doesn't sound like much money, the family puts in very little effort, watering once every 8 or 9 days, applying fertilizer 2 or 3 times, and the most troublesome part is cutting thin bamboo from the mountain to set up frames to support the seedlings. I originally worried about not being able to sell them and letting them rot in the field, but unexpectedly, Zhao Rui took the 3rd son and immediately sold them to the unit canteen at 7 cents per jean. That was 7 cents, more than 3 times the price of vegetables and radishes. I was worried they would get caught. Jiang Nan's thoughts were gradually led astray by Aunt Jiang. How could they possibly sell to the unit canteen? These days, public units are not allowed to purchase from private sources. Then thinking about how Zhao Rui and Li Su easily obtained the series of books and outlines, there must be other channels. Jiang Nan didn't expose them. Aunt Jiang kept talking, saying, "That's just a small amount. Sanner gives me 300 yuan every year, and still has quite a bit left." He said Zhao Rui helped him earn it, so Zhao Rui must have earned even more. Besides, the Zhao family is small and close to ours. If you suffer any grievances, just come home. Auntie can help you confront them. Unlike the previous place where you suffered unfairly for 2 or 3 years. Auntie. Jiang Nan listened as Auntie Jiang gradually went off topic, and helplessly interrupted her with a smile. "No matter how good this person is, I have the same attitude as when I introduced that soldier to you earlier. It's not suitable." Seeing that Auntie Jiang still wanted to say something, Jiang Nan quickly held her back. Think about it, who would want a daughter-in-law to be away from home for 10 months out of the year? If I have some issues during my holidays and can't come back, that means we won't see each other year after year. And if later I'm assigned a job outside this area, it would be a long-distance marriage, which is basically the same as not being married at all. Would anyone be willing to accept that? As for the future reform and opening up, allowing people to move freely, this TV industry big shot is fully capable of living anywhere in the country. Jiang Nan felt there was no need to inform Auntie Jiang about such a future in advance. For now, the most important thing is to get Auntie Jiang to give up on arranging blind dates for her, whether it's Zhao Rui or anyone else. What if people are willing? Aunt Jiang said stubbornly. Ordinary people are different from soldiers with restricted activity areas. She married a university student, who is beautiful and capable, but after being apart for several years, countless young men have inquired through matchmakers. If she didn't dislike those greedy faces bargaining for a price, and Jiang Nan wasn't in a critical exam preparation period, her matchmaking prospects could line up from the doorstep to the village entrance. Moreover, the Zhao family, since Mrs. Zhao did not reject it outright, it means she can accept it. It only depends on Zhao Rui's opinion. Therefore, Jiang Nan's reason for refusal did not convince Aunt Jiang, and she changed her mind. Jiang Nan was anxious. She couldn't tell Aunt Jiang that Zhao Rui would become in-laws with the Chung family in the future, so she could only feel frustrated. Then she thought that since Aunt Jiang said she wanted to ask both parties' opinions, The other side probably wouldn't be willing, so she just waited for them to refuse. Meanwhile, Zhao Rui was also surprised to hear that his mother wanted to introduce Jiang Nan to him. Only heard Zhao's mother sigh. When Xiao Nan came back after graduating from junior high, I wanted to tell you to come back and be a wife, but I didn't know you weren't that kind of person. Zhao Rui followed Zhao's mother, recalling unfamiliar and distant memories. At that time he had just started working in the fields, wholeheartedly wanting to repay his mother for raising him through years of famine, and improve their bare and empty home. He had no mind for marriage or romance, and he didn't even remember if his mother had ever mentioned Jiang Nan to him. Her eldest aunt was worried about Xiao Nan being away from home for a long time because of school. Others might have minded, but I knew you wouldn't. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent Jingqiu to the college entrance exam last year. Other families were all afraid that the educated youth daughters-in-law would fly away after returning to the city following the college entrance exam, but only her son was busy running around for his former daughter-in-law's exam, braving the cold winter wind to shuttle back and forth. So whenever Aunt Zhang mentioned it, Zhao's mother didn't think it was a big deal at all. Hearing her mother envision a bright future for Jiang Nan as her daughter-in-law, Zhao Rui couldn't help but pour cold water on it. Are you sure she's willing to go on a blind date with me? Zhao's mother, annoyed at the disruption, said unhappily. Isn't this exactly why I'm asking for your opinion? Zhao Rui smiled and said, she got married to the city in her first marriage, has a job, and even took the college entrance exam, which shows she is a very ambitious person, always striving to rise higher. Why should she go back? Looking down on me as just a bumpkin? Zhao Rui is very self-aware. Before he achieves success and fame, being divorced with a child is not considered a good match. Li Su's cousin, if given another chance, would go through divorce, college entrance exams, always actively striving to change her life and become better than in her past life. Such a person is unlikely to want to return to live in the village. The mother, however, did not believe it. Her eldest aunt has already arranged everything. Do you think she would refuse just like that? In short, as long as Zhao's mother didn't hear Zhao Rui say a single bad word about Jiang Nan, he was not allowed to refuse this matter. Zhao Rui was helpless. He firmly believed Jiang Nan would refuse, so he just waited. Thus, the matter of the two getting engaged was settled, with Zhao's mother and eldest aunt Jiang ignoring their own opinions. The two sat awkwardly facing each other in the main room of the Li family house. Both were thinking, why didn't you refuse? Then, like clever people, they instantly understood each other's thoughts from their eyes. Almost simultaneously, they relaxed, and upon realizing how perfectly in sync their thoughts and actions were, Jiang Nan and Zhao Rui exchanged a smile, already treating this blind date as a casual meeting between ordinary friends. Then they leisurely started chatting. Jiang Nan asked about Zhao Rui and his and Li Su's traditional Chinese medicine planting business. Zhao Rui replied, many seeds didn't sprout, and those that did grew unevenly, some strong, some weak. After all, we don't have specialized pesticides or fertilizers, and we can't go up the mountain every day to carefully tend to them. The first year we can only explore like this. After a couple of years, once we gain experience and can contract the land, we'll be able to plant on a large scale. Jiang Nan nodded. In fact, she was surprised they managed to grow anything at all. You don't seem surprised that you can contract the land? Zhao Rui suddenly asked a question, catching Jiang Nan completely off guard. Once he realized it, his pupils instantly dilated. That's right, the Xiaojiang village incident hadn't happened yet, and the outside world had no idea about it. The concept of land contracting hadn't even been proposed. Jiang Nan reined in his earlier ease and looked at Zhao Rui warily. Where had he heard about this? Seeing Jiang Nan's guarded demeanor, Zhao Rui smiled and candidly said, don't worry. I have no intention of prying into your secrets. I just want to understand how I came back, and whether I might suddenly end up somewhere else again. He was fortunate enough to return to the time when his mother was healthy, and before he could care for her in her old age, he did not want any more accidents to happen. Jiang Nan listened and took a deep breath, completely certain. Zhao Rui had been reborn. What is this, a Mary Sue female lead era drama with a big shot rebirth revenge plot? A cheesy melodrama actually spawning a series? And judging from what Zhao Rui said, he seemed to think she was also reborn, or was he just testing? Jiang Nan was uncertain and just said, what do you mean by come back? How could I possibly know how you get home? Zhao Rui saw that she was unwilling to reveal anything and didn't mind, so he changed the question. Do you think Lu Xiaoxiao has any special qualities? This was the only entry point Zhao Rui could find. Jiang Nan showed no expression on her face but could only feel inwardly. Wow, you almost got to touch the core of the world. But looking at Zhao Rui's expression, he couldn't immediately associate it with Chung Isin. Jiang Nan didn't mind giving him a hand. Lu Xiaoxiao and her mother are very lucky. They always manage to turn misfortune into fortune and have their wishes come true. Lucky? Zhao Rui looked at the smile on Jiang Nan's face and fell into deep thought. Indeed very lucky. Sun Jingqiu fled Ning City to Guang City, but only a few people happened to see her and informed her brother and sister-in-law. Zhao Chuanzi, despite using his network, couldn't find her. Yet Lu Xiaoxiao easily found her among millions. As for his car accident to Lu Xiaoxiao, wasn't it also a kind of wish come true? As for Lu Xiaoxiao's mother, it was not hard to hear from Jiang Nan's words that this was the key point, but how did she know? Zhao Rui watched as Jiang Nan's eyes grew darker. She must have information he didn't know, which was becoming increasingly interesting. Jiang Nan, suddenly intrigued by the aura emanating from Zhao Rui, was very curious about what Zhao Rui was thinking at this moment. In the past life, he never agreed to Lu Xiaoxiao and Zhao Chuanzi's marriage until his death. Would there be a change this time? But curiosity killed the cat. Matters of the big shots were not to be meddled with. Jiang Nan politely held back his words. Then the two exchanged information as if they were just casually chatting. At the end, both were very satisfied with the conversation. The Li family and Zhao's mother watched from afar, seeing the two talking happily and thought it was settled, all with joyful faces. Unexpectedly, Zhao Rui came out and told them. It didn't work out. Li Su was frustrated, chasing after Zhao Rui out the door and asking, "Why didn't it work? My sister is so good, so amazing. Rudy, you're so damn." No, you got a huge advantage, you know that? From my Ruiji to my brother-in-law, wouldn't that make us even closer? As Li Su's loud voice faded away, Zhao's mother looked regretfully at Jiang Nan, who hadn't come out of the main room, shook her head and left with a sigh. Aunt Jiang took a deep breath and went inside, patiently asking Jiang Nan, what was inappropriate about the conversation? She needed to learn from the experience. Jiang Nan smiled and told her the truth. Zhao Rui also thinks we're not a good match. It was Aunt Zhao like you who wouldn't give up, so he had no choice but to come. After explaining, Jiang Nan advised Aunt Jiang, as for matchmaking, you don't need to worry anymore. I promise you I'll definitely find someone, and won't end up lonely. Aunt Jiang was anxious, and seeing Jiang Nan's serious expression that left no room for refusal, she sighed. Then you'd better hurry. When you're young you find young people. Once you get older it's all leftover oddballs and I won't accept that. Jiang Nan smiled and agreed, and in the following days, Aunt Jiang indeed quieted down. Li Su, however, did not give up, constantly praising Zhao Rui in Jiang Nan's ear. Jiang Nan helplessly pulled out her trump card. I never used you as a shield to stop Aunt from setting me up. Now do you want to try? What if I tell Aunt you want to get married? Li Su took a deep breath and said, You really are my good sister. After that, he didn't dare mention it in her ear again. Jiang Nan finally had time to write her novel. Chapter 23. The original owner was born in a small mountain village under the jurisdiction of Zhuan Commune, named Jiang Nan. The name was not taken from the misty beauty of the misty Jiangnan water town, but rather from the hope that the Jiang family would have a son, truly a Jiang boy. Unfortunately, the original owner was a girl, and the entire Jiang family was extremely disappointed. Moreover, in the following years, no matter how hard Jiang's father and mother tried, they did not have another child. The original owner grew up like a wild grass in the Jiang family, until she was 7 years old. There were children in the village who went to school, but the majority either did not attend or could not attend. The original owner had no desire to go to school until one day, when she took dried dandelions and clothes to the medicine vendor's house to exchange for candy, she saw the medicine vendor scolding 2 children who had skipped school. A thumb-thick stick struck the 2 children's buttocks again and again. If you don't go to school, do you want to stay in this mountain hole for the rest of your life? The original owner didn't know what the world outside the mountain was like. Nor did she understand the meaning of going to school, but she clearly knew one thing. The medicine peddler was the smartest and most successful person in the whole village, and what he said must not be wrong. So, for the first time she had the idea of going to school. She asked the children in the village who went to school how she could attend school. When she learned that the annual tuition fee was actually 2 yuan, not including the cost of books, the original owner did not back down. She knew the Jiang family would not pay this money for her, so from that day on, after digging up dandelions and clothes, she stopped trading for candy. She wanted money. The medicine peddler collected herbs in the village, using the excuse of helping the villagers by taking them to the purchasing station. It was originally a cash transaction, but since the children couldn't spend the money they exchanged, he bought candy and toys specifically to trade with them. The original owner saved money little by little like this, and by the time she was 9 she had saved 3 yuan, barely enough for a year's tuition. She begged her parents to take her to register. Her parents were both surprised that she had managed to save so much at such a young age, and tried to coerce her into handing over the money for household expenses. This was the original owner's first time rebelling against her parents. She held a knife to the 2 ounces of flesh on her just-turned 1-year-old brother, threatening that if they didn't let her go to school, she would cut off the 2 ounces of flesh from her brother. That way he would be the same as her. They didn't have to go to school and worked every day. Parents and grandparents have to work and cannot always take care of the younger brother. She has plenty of opportunities to use her phone. The Jiang family was frightened by her ruthlessness and immediately agreed. Later, after the original owner was beaten by her parents until her face was bruised and swollen, and the Jiang family searched everywhere but could not find the money she had saved, the original owner finally got the chance to attend school. Jiang Nan polished the content from the original owner's ignorant days, put it on paper, moved her wrist a bit, and then continued writing. The original owner attended school while gradually discovering the meaning and joy of learning. At the same time she saved tuition fees, encountered difficulties and interesting events along the way, as well as kind people she met on her educational journey. Jiang Nan used simple yet witty language to describe how the original owner learned from a medicine peddler, discovering that snake sloughs, centipedes, and the like were even more profitable. The nervousness during the first time catching centipedes, the physical sensation of being bitten, how she met a one-eyed old woman who pitied her and couldn't bear to see her suffer, helping her detoxify, teaching her how to catch centipedes and snakes, and how to prepare centipedes and snake gall. How kind Aunt Jiang took her out of the small mountain village to prevent her parents, who favored boys, from using her to exchange bride price for her brother. In the end, Jiang Nan removed the original owner's marriage experience and only told how she self-studied high school knowledge, obtained a high school diploma, took the college entrance exam, and looked forward to a bright future. The article also includes some first aid tips for centipede and venomous snake bites, snake-related ghost legends told by the one-eyed old woman, as well as content in line with the times, the unfortunate fate of the one-eyed old woman, a witch famous far and wide, and the medicine peddler who engaged in shady trading. The entire text is over 20,000 words. Jiang Nan revised it for several days, carefully copied it out once, and planned to submit it to a magazine she favored. Looking at the manuscript in her hand, Jiang Nan felt uneasy. She was not a liberal arts student and had limited writing skills. Unsure if the article would be accepted. To be safe, she copied it again by hand. If the magazine rejected it, she would submit it to another newspaper. Jiang Nan was ready and asked Li Su to help her borrow a bicycle to go to the post office to send the manuscript, and to visit Changhao in the city on the way. But Li Su said, "Isn't this a coincidence? Sister, pack your things and wait at the village entrance. The team leader and the point leader of the educated youth are also going to the city. They're taking a donkey cart. You can go with them so you don't have to bother riding a bike. Also, give me an approximate time when you'll be back home, and I'll come pick you up." Jiang Nan was already prepared and could leave at any time, but she didn't understand why Li Su was so excited. So I asked him. Li Su mysteriously approached Jiang Nan and whispered, "Sun Jingqiu got arrested. The Public Security Bureau called the brigade, asking the brigade leader and the educated youth office to bail her out. The brigade leader felt it was embarrassing, so he went to find Ruegu. Ruegu said the two are already divorced, so Sun Jingqiu is none of his business, and he wouldn't go. The brigade leader had no choice but to go himself, and he even forcibly dragged along the educated youth point leader." Li Su spoke while gloating. Jiang Nan sighed at how deep the relationship between him and Zhao Rui was. Sun Jingqiu was unlucky, but he was happy for Zhao Rui. How come when watching TV dramas before, he never noticed that the big boss had someone like Li Su by his side? Though feeling emotional, she couldn't let it delay her important tasks. The two hurried out the door, Li Su grinning broadly, waving goodbye to the sullen brigade leader, the educated youth and the awkward Jiang Nan. Along the way, Jiang Nan could sense that the brigade was on the verge of fury, as if it could explode at any moment. She remained silent the entire time, only breathing a sigh of relief once they boarded the bus passing by the post office. After sending the manuscript at the post office, she bought a children's literature magazine for Changhao to read, then headed to the agricultural machinery factory. As soon as she arrived at the residential area, she was surrounded and forced to hear some gossip. Chang Yisin had also been caught. It is said that after the summer vacation started this year, Chang Yisin brought a friend home to stay. They had some fabric with them, saying that their classmates liked their clothing styles and asked them to make clothes. But since they couldn't finish the work, They thought of bringing it back and asking the aunties in the residential area to help with cutting and sewing, treating it like small jobs such as pasting matchboxes, and paying them for the manual labor. Afterwards, someone reported them, accusing them of profiteering and exploiting labor because neither of them were from the agricultural machinery factory. The security department did not intervene and directly had the Public Security Bureau arrest them. Fortunately, the two insisted that they were making clothes for their classmates and themselves, not for sale. The Public Security Bureau saw that the quantity of clothes was indeed small, and with Chung Denglin running around on their behalf, they didn't make a formal charge. After giving them a lecture, they let the family take them home. Chung Yi-sin was brought back yesterday by Chung Denglin. Jiang Nan thought about the team leader who came to pick someone up today. Could it really be such a coincidence? So she asked one of the gossipers, "Which friend of Chung Yi-sin is it?" However, unfortunately, none of the educated youth today knows who the other party involved is. Jiang Nan had had enough gossip and then went to the Chung family courtyard, finding a child to help call Chung Hao, so she wouldn't attract the attention of the Chung family. If they took out their anger on her, what could she do? She definitely didn't want to fight a battle that had nothing to do with her. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Chung family was gloomy. Mrs. Chung was still incessantly complaining about Chung Yi-sin's friend, saying, "It's all her fault for leading Yi-sin astray. Otherwise, our Yi-sin, with her status and money, would never do such a thing. When she came last time, I felt something was off. It turned out she was a vagrant." Chung Denglin, who was off today, listened silently on the side without saying a word. My younger sister brought some single women home, and he didn't want to get too close, so he didn't ask what they had been up to lately. Who would have thought such a big incident would suddenly happen? And the mother, did she really not know the nature of this matter? It was just that nothing had happened before, and there was money to be made, so she stayed silent. Now that something has happened, why push all the blame onto others? Is Chung Yi-sin really innocent? If she didn't want to do it, could others force her to take money or put in effort? Chung Yi-sin, facing her brother's cold and reproachful gaze, couldn't stop her tears and explained for who knows how many times. "Brother, I really wasn't the one leading this. It was Tsun Jingqiu who came to me. She said my clothes looked nice and asked how I made them. She wanted to buy the patterns of my clothes and asked if I was willing to make clothes with her. That's why I did it." At first, they only made one set of clothes for Chung Yi-sin to wear around campus to attract the attention of female classmates, then helped interested female classmates make clothes and earn some handmade fees. But that was too exhausting. Copies appeared quickly and were cheaper than theirs. Sun Jingqiu suggested they take advantage of the holiday to make a big move, producing a batch of new ready-to-wear clothes all at once to secure a good profit. Even if others copied later, they would have already earned the money they were supposed to. This required manpower. Chung Yi-sin then thought of the many older women in the residential area who could sew, and brought them home. Who would have thought someone would report her? Chung Denglin didn't express any opinion, only saying, "Now that the matter is resolved, there's no need to talk about this anymore. That female educated youth shouldn't be contacted again." And Lu Lin's comrades also helped out. "When you have time, go thank them." Chung Yi-sin nodded with tears streaming down her face. The child Jiang Nan found was in these words, and after a long time he knocked on the Chung family's door. "Chung Hao, your mom is here." Chung Hao, who was playing with toys inside, upon hearing this voice, completely ignored the sadness and gloom in the room, happily rushed out the door without looking back at all. Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Mingxing also came out of the room, looking at his back with envy, and cautiously approached Chung Yi-sin to ask, "Mom, can we go out to play?" Just like Chung Hao going to watch movies, see tigers, go boating. When Chung Hao bragged about these things, they outwardly showed disdain, but in their hearts they were very envious, always thinking that it would be fine once their mother came back from school, and their mother would definitely take them there. Chung Yi-sin wiped her tears and hugged the two children. She really didn't want to go out, but she still comforted the children, saying, in a few days we'll go." Raising her eyes, she saw her older brother looking longingly out the door, but he didn't move. Chung Yi-sin lowered her head and cast down her eyes, hiding the resentment in them. When did her life start to go wrong? It's Jiang Nan. From the day she stepped into Jiang Nan's room, the carefully maintained image and the secrets she desperately tried to hide began to crumble and be exposed bit by bit. Her harmonious family relationships were torn apart by this divorced sister-in-law, and her life started to go downhill. Chung Yi-sin was resentful and unwilling to let it go easily. She was determined to find an opportunity to take revenge. At this moment, Jiang Nan was taking Chung Hao to browse a bookstore. Chung Hao was only interested in comic books. Once he picked one up, he wouldn't move, wasting her effort to cultivate a literary atmosphere. Jiang Nan simply bought him a few volumes of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, telling him to go home and read them carefully, so at least he could recognize some historical figures. Therefore, today ended quickly. Jiang Nan sent him and the books and magazines home, then took a bus back herself. When she arrived at Hongshan Commune, it was still early, so she didn't wait for Li Su to pick her up and walked back slowly on her own. When she got to the village, she found it very lively. People were all discussing the matter of Cin Jingqiu. She really is Cheng Yisin's friend. Jiang Nan heard about the captain's miserable situation all the way outside. Cin Jingqiu was an educated youth from the village, often away from the village, drifting into the city to engage in speculative and illegal activities. The captain surprisingly neither managed nor knew about it, and was severely reprimanded at the Public Security Bureau. That wasn't all. Their team became notorious in the commune because of this incident, and the captain had to regularly go to the commune for study sessions and criticism. The team leader felt wronged mainly because Cin Jingqiu and Zhao Rui had married before, which meant they had settled down in the countryside and were considered locals, so naturally, he was more lenient with them. Cin Jingqiu came and went without going to the team to get an introduction letter or giving any notice. He thought Zhao Rui had helped handle it, so he was too lazy to manage it. Who would have known that she didn't even return to her hometown, wandering around everywhere, almost getting accused of profiteering? If it weren't for the connections of that other family, both of them would have been sent to labor reform. Cin Jingqiu was thick-skinned. After returning to the village, she hid away in the sent-down youth's room and ignored everything, leaving him to clean up the mess alone. The team leader was furious. Cin Jingqiu never expected that she was just trying to be the first to take a bite of the cake. Yet it caused so much trouble. Now she returned with a dirty face, and the team leader looked at her like she was a criminal. Her career was basically over. She took out her passbook and checked. She had still earned some money in the past few months, which was much easier than working in the fields. Cin Jingqiu smiled contentedly. Jiang Nan arrived at her eldest aunt's house and ran into Zhao's mother, who was holding back Zhao Chuanzi as he tried to run out. She said persuasively, "We're about to eat, let's go tomorrow." Obviously, this little boy wanted to find his mother. Mrs. Zhao saw Jiang Nan return and greeted her with a smile. "Xiao Nan is back." Jiang Nan also smiled and replied, "Yes." Then Zhao Chuanzi threw something at her, glaring angrily. "Bad woman. My mom is back, so you can't be my stepmom anymore." Chapter 24. Jiang Nan glanced at the slingshot on the ground and smiled as she retorted, "Who said I want to be your stepmother?" Zhao Chuanzi saw Jiang Nan stop and speak to him, so he stopped struggling and running away. He snorted and turned his face away, seemingly disdainful of talking to Jiang Nan. Seeing this, Zhao's mother felt quite embarrassed and quickly apologized to Jiang Nan. "Xiao Nan, this child is immature and believes everything he hears. Please don't mind it, I will teach him a lesson." Saying this, she gave Zhao Chuanzi a pat on the back, and then pushed him to apologize to her. Zhao's mother had always been quite polite to her. Jiang Nan didn't want to make things difficult for her, so she only said to Zhao Chuanzi, "You're mistaken. Your father and I just went on a blind date. I'm not going to be your stepmother. If everyone who's been on a blind date with your father counts as your stepmother, then there would be too many to count. You'd be even more pitiful than the little cabbages in the field." After saying this, she deliberately clicked her tongue in pity at him and turned around, preparing to go inside. When she turned, she saw Zhao Rui and Li Su carrying hose, rolling up their pant legs, appearing not far away. After approaching, Zhao Rui said to her, "Sorry," then went over to embrace Zhao's mother and take her home, persuading her as they walked, "Didn't I tell you as long as he's not hungry, not cold, and not sick, you don't need to worry so much, right?" Pushed along, Zhao's mother kept looking back at Zhao Chuanzi unhappily. "Xiao Zhe is your son, how can you not know how to care for him? And he hasn't eaten yet, isn't he hungry?" Left alone in place, Zhao Chuanzi timidly glanced at Zhao Rui's back, then followed his father and grandmother with small, aggrieved steps, moving back home. On the Jiangnan side, Li Su also entered the house, still nagging about Zhao Chuanzi. "This kid is usually quite sensible, why is he so bad today? Sis, don't blame him. Next time I'll help you teach him a lesson." Jiang Nan did not believe his nonsense. Li Su had a good relationship with that kid, so she just smiled and didn't agree with him. She was still thinking about what problems might exist between this father and son. In the TV drama, Zhao Chuanzi was truly a crown prince. If Zhao Rui didn't like him, he wouldn't have such a stable position. But right now, Zhao Rui's gaze at Zhao Chuanzi was colder than that of an ordinary father and son. Was it always like this between the father and son? Or did something unknown happen in their past life that caused Zhao Rui to change his view of Zhao Chuanzi? Jiang Nan was really curious. At the Zhao family, Zhao Rui was still persuading Zhao's mother to shift her care, love, and attention away from Zhao Chuanzi. Since he likes his mother so much, just let him be. If he wants to live with Sun Jingqiu, that's fine too. You help him pack his things and send him to the educated youth camp, so that Zhao Chuanzi could see whether the good mother he longed for could really take care of him. At this moment, Sun Jingqiu, hiding at the educated youth point, was worried about how to get through the night. She had come back with Chang Yisin, and apart from clothes, snow cream, toothbrush and toothpaste, she hadn't brought anything else. Sun Jingqiu had gone to the countryside early and married early. She had lived at the educated youth point for a short time. Most of the educated youths who went to the countryside with her batch had already returned to the city, leaving only a few. She didn't have deep feelings with those few, and besides, she had caused so much trouble and even made a trip to the Public Security Bureau, which made the educated youths unwilling to get close to her or help her. She didn't even have bedding. After thinking it over, despite the possibility of being mocked by Zhao Rui, she went to the Zhao family to ask Zhao Rui to return her previous personal belongings. Unfortunately, Zhao Rui didn't even let her in the door. Standing on the stone steps in front of the door, looking down at her from above, he said, "I threw away everything you used." Sun Jingqiu breathed heavily in anger, but forced herself to hold back. "Then you still have to compensate me." But Zhao Rui sneered. "Those were all things I paid for, why should I compensate you?" After saying that with a bang, he shut the door and went inside, leaving Sun Jingqiu in a daze. Yes, the luggage she brought to the countryside was originally old family belongings. When she married Zhao Rui, the Zhao family had bought all new items, so she threw away some things and gave others away. The things that belonged to her were long gone. Sun Jingqiu came back to her senses and knocked on the door again, but the Zhao family no longer opened it. She listened to her sons crying inside for a long time, then helplessly returned to the sent-down youth point. Then she found the people who had once taken her things and used both soft and hard tactics to get them to support her with some daily necessities, at least to get through the night. Before going to bed, all she could think about was the rental apartment she had arranged in Jiangcheng, the household items, kitchenware, and food inside. She had no way to retrieve them and wondered who had benefited from it. She began to regret coming back with Chang Yisin. As for Chang Yisin, after hiding at home for a few days and waiting for the gossip to die down, she realized that the police station hadn't charged her with any crime. What was there to hide from? So she started going out, and the first thing she did was buy a thank you gift to express her gratitude to Lu Lin's comrade. When she met the comrade her brother had spoken of, Chang Yisin once again experienced what it felt like to have her heart flutter. Over the years she had countless suitors, but very few could stir her emotions. She treated these people as backups, dangling them with gentle words, occasionally asking them for small favors. But over time she grew tired of it. She once thought her heart would never flutter again, but unexpectedly, such a person suddenly appeared. This man had a buzz cut, a cold and stern appearance, and a tall, upright posture. When he walked in, a strong wave of masculinity hit her. Chang Yisin's face flushed slightly. She was shyly about to say thank you but then heard him refuse. "I don't need it. I hope you will be cautious with your words and actions from now on, and not tarnish Lu Lin's achievements and reputation." Chang Yisin's heart seemed frozen. The flesh on her face faded, and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. But she quickly changed her mind, tears streaming down in big drops. "Do you think I want to do something illegal and against the rules? It's all Lu Lin's fault. He died heroically and was praised by everyone. What about me and my child? If he were still here, would I risk everything just for a little tuition and nutrition money for the child?" Upon hearing this, the man's cold, stern face indeed showed faint cracks. Chang Yisin persevered, recounting the hardship she had endured over the years and the children's longing for their father. In the end, the conversation concluded with the man agreeing to take Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Mingshang boating. Chang Yisin turned around, her eyes filled with joy, returning victorious. A few days later, when she saw the man full of tenderness, taking the two children to tour the lake and telling them about Lu Lin's heroic deeds, and the children looking up to him with admiration, Chang Yisin was determined to win this man over. Compared to Chang Yisin's exciting love life, Jiang Nan's daily routine was somewhat plain. After settling in at Zhang Degu's house, she familiarized herself with the locations of various utensils, and then took the initiative to cook lunch and dinner for the Li family members who went to work every day. During the remaining time she would read comic books with her little niece, tell her stories, and while waiting for a reply from the magazine, she would brainstorm ideas for her next article. One day the family was happily eating in the courtyard when a discordant voice sounded at the door. "Yo, big sister, big brother-in-law, are you eating?" Everyone turned their heads to see a thin middle-aged couple entering the door, accompanied by a somewhat sturdy young man. The visitor walked over to the dining table in a casual manner, glanced at the dishes and exclaimed, "Not bad at all." Then he ordered Sun Xiuzhen, "Daughter-in-law, quickly bring us some bowls and chopsticks. We've been on the road all morning and are starving." Sun Xiuzhen looked around at the Li family members with grim faces and was about to get up, but Jiang Nan held her back, saying, "If you have something to say it quickly. If you have gas, let it out quickly. If you have nothing, then get lost." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face immediately darkened. Pointing at her, he cursed harshly. "You damn girl, how dare you talk back to your own father like that?" "That's right. The people who came were the original owner's biological parents and younger brother." Jiang Nan looked at him coldly. "Do you believe I dare to beat you speechless?" Zhang's father obviously didn't believe it. He rolled up his sleeves, walked around the table, and was about to slap Jiang Nan. Zhang's eldest aunt stood up, pulled him back and said coldly, "What? You came all the way to my house just to bully my niece, thinking I'm dead?" Father Jiang had always been afraid of this fierce eldest sister, and his momentum was suddenly broken. He couldn't help but soften his tone and said, "This is my daughter. What exactly is the matter?" Father Jiang was startled by Aunt Jin's loud voice and shivered. Mother Jiang behind him gave Jiang Nan a sharp look, then smiled politely at Aunt Jiang and said, "Eldest sister, look, we've been rushing all the way and haven't eaten yet. Can we talk after we've eaten?" Before Jiang Daegu could speak, Jiang Nan interrupted. "No, this family doesn't have food for you." Jiang Mu was also angered and shouted sharply, "I am your mother." Jiang Nan sneered. "I remember when we got married, we already severed ties. Back then, the original owner married Cheng Dinglin. Jiang father and Jiang mother asked the Cheng family for a bride price of 200 yuan. The original owner gave them two choices: accept the 200 yuan bride price and be sold away, thus severing ties, or accept the rural average bride price of 28 yuan, in which case they would still be her biological parents and she would continue to support them in the future. Jiang's father and mother did not hesitate at all, and immediately blurted out 200 yuan. The original owner then used all the money she had saved, and also asked Cheng Dinglin for 68 yuan as a bride price, effectively buying herself. As a result, she was left penniless, only bringing a new quilt prepared by Jiang's eldest aunt when she entered the Cheng family, and was privately despised by Cheng's mother for a long time. Jiang's eldest aunt did not want to get entangled with this pair of scoundrel couple. "If you won't leave on your own, then get out of my house." She immediately called Li Su and Li Chang to stand up and invite them to leave. Father Jiang knew that eldest sister was decisive, so he hurriedly said, No, eldest sister. Your big nephew found a partner from the commune on his own and is discussing marriage. The girl's family wants the 3 big items plus 200 yuan as a bride price. We have no choice. That's why we came to you, Xiao Nan, to think of a solution." Saying this, he turned to Jiang Nan. "Xiao Nan, a daughter who marries out without brothers to back her up will be treated like you, casually sent back home. If you help your brother this time, next time when you marry, your brother will definitely stand up for you and won't let you end up like this again, right, Yuanji?" Following behind their parents, Jiang Yuanji nodded at the words but kept his eyes fixed on the food on the table. "How do you know Xiao Nan got divorced?" Eldest Aunt Jiang reacted quickly and immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Jiang Nan never sent any news back to her hometown after the divorce. Jiang's father snatched the clothes from Jiang's eldest aunt's hand, dusted them off and said arrogantly, "I don't just know she's divorced, I also know the Cheng family gave her 700 yuan. Now her brother is getting married. Isn't it reasonable to ask her to help out a bit?" This time Jiang Nan was truly angry. It wasn't surprising that the Jiang family knew about her divorce. After all, the gossip in the surrounding villages was always the same. It was normal for someone to have visited Zhuan commune and brought the news back. But the number of people who knew she got 700 yuan from the Cheng family could be counted on one hand. The Cheng family. Jiang Nan squinted. "We severed ties long ago. I don't have a brother." She stood up and emphasized again. "You all get out of the eldest aunt's house now. We'll pretend you never came and nothing happened today. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Jiang's father's anger flared up again. "Eldest daughter, listen to this. Are these the words a daughter says to her father? If I don't teach her a lesson, am I still her father?" After speaking, he swung his hand toward Jiang Nan. The Li family members were shocked and hurriedly tried to pull him back. Jiang Nan tilted his head back, raised his arm to block his father's slap, and with a kick of his foot struck the bench, hitting his father's calf. When his father bent over in pain, he kicked him in the stomach. Jiang's father took a few steps back, then fell to the ground with a thud. The Li family members were stunned, not expecting Jiang Nan to actually dare to strike her own father back. Jiang's mother was the first to react, screaming sharply, hurriedly helping Jiang's father up and shouting loudly, "Someone come quickly, our daughter hit her own father." Jiang Yuanji saw his father being beaten and immediately put on a fierce face, ready to attack Jiang Nan. Li Su and Li Chong finally came to their senses and immediately stepped forward to block Jiang Nan, each holding him down on one side. Jiang Nan glanced over, said nothing, turned and went into the kitchen, and soon came out again, holding a firewood knife in his hand, approaching Jiang Yuanji. Jiang's mother was frightened and, ignoring Jiang's father on the ground, rushed over to protect her precious son. Jiang Nan turned to Jiang Degu and Sun Xiuzhen and said, "Degu Ersa, you two help me hold her down." Jiang Degu looked at the knife in Jiang Nan's hand, then at her fierce expression. Worried she might do something foolish, she was about to persuade her, but seeing the calmness in her eyes, she gritted her teeth, grabbed her daughter-in-law, and the two of them went up to restrain Jiang Mu as well. Jiang Fu cursed at Jiang Nan with words like "little slut," while trying to push himself up, but he was also pressed back down, face against the ground. It wasn't Jiang Degu's husband, but Zhao Rui, who had come over to help after hearing the commotion. Jiang Nan only glanced once, then turned back and continued looking at Jiang Yuanji, saying, "Your family really has a thick skin. Your parents never told you, did they? Otherwise, if they were sensible, you would have been castrated by me when you were a child. And now you still dare to rely on those two tails of flesh to scheme for my money, eating boldness like a leopard's heart? But it's okay." Jiang Nan scraped the blade of the machete with his finger to test its sharpness and smiled. "There's still time now. I'll help you chop off those two tails of flesh, so you won't have to worry about where the bride price comes from, or whether you can have a son in the future." Jiang Yuanji saw how seriously Jiang Nan spoke, and his lips, which had been shouting "let her try," began to tremble. Jiang Nan smiled and told Li Su and Li Chong to hold him down. Jiang Yuanji struggled like a fish, flipping wildly, kicking his legs erratically. Jiang Nan squatted down and forcefully struck his thigh bone with the back of a knife. Jiang Yuanji winced in pain and paused for a moment. Jiang Nan then pressed down on one of his legs, kneeling on one knee on his kneecap, while Li Su knelt on the other leg. Jiang Yuanji howled in pain. He felt the ruthless strength and force under Jiang Nan's hands, and Li Su and Li Chong pressed down harder and harder. The moment his pants were pulled down, he was terrified. Jiang Nan was serious. The cold firewood knife pressed against his thigh. Jiang Yuanji suddenly felt a sharp pain and saw bloodstains on the firewood knife raised by his sister. Then he heard his mother shouting, "Someone's been killed. Come quickly, someone's been killed." Feeling the sharp blade pressing heavily against his lifeline, Jiang Yuanji was scared. He struggled desperately but feared struggling too much would push the blade deeper, so he could only helplessly beg for mercy. "Sister, it's not me. It's Dad who insisted on asking you for money. It has nothing to do with me." Meanwhile, Jiang's father, with his foul mouth, was being pinned to the ground by Zhao Rui, stammering and unable to form a complete word. Jiang Nan looked at Jiang Yuanji and smiled. "Don't worry, your sister has been chopping pig feet and peeling snake skin since she was little. Her skills are sharp and precise. She'll definitely shave you clean, not leaving a single stubble." After saying this, Jiang Nan's expression turned grim. She raised the machete high and brought it down in a chop. Jiang Yuanji peed himself. Jiang Nan and Li Su quickly dodged in time, then got up disdainfully and stepped back several paces. Jiang's mother, like a rooster with a blocked throat, completely stopped crowing the moment Jiang Nan's knife fell. As soon as Jiang's eldest aunt let go of her, she immediately pounced on Jiang Yuanji, pressing his wound with her clothes, then turned her head and cursed Jiang Nan. "You damn little prostitute." Jiang Nan ignored it and returned to her father Jiang's side. She tapped her father's cheek with the firewood knife stained with Jiang Yuanji's urine, laughing and warning him, "Don't think I'm bluffing. If pushed too far, I really dare to do it. If I chop off two tails of Jiang Yuanji's flesh, at worst it counts as intentional injury, a few years of labor reform and then I'm out. Your Jiang family will be cut off. Your son will be a eunuch for life, laughed at forever. How about the title eunuch of the new era? I can arrange for the newspapers to interview him, making Jiang Yuanji's name famous nationwide. I'm willing to trade my few years for his whole life. I think it's worth it. What do you think?" "Worth my ass." Jiang Nan acted while complaining. Who would sacrifice a lifetime for a coward? Zhao Rui saw the change in her expression beside her and almost laughed out loud. Jiang Nan noticed it, barely restraining the urge to glare at him, and signaled him to have the person let go. Then he said to Jiang's father, "Now we can talk about how you found out that I split the 700 yuan. Chapter 25. Zhang's father was released by Zhao Ruisong and sat on the ground, spitting out a few mouthfuls of dust and dirt with a puff, then wiped his face disgustedly. He glared fiercely at Jiang Nan, intending to teach this unruly daughter a lesson again, but fearing Zhao Rui, who was watching him closely nearby, he ultimately held back. When this man held him down, he couldn't move at all, which shows how strong he was and how painful it would be to be hit by him. So he ignored the man and arrogantly said to Jiang Nan, "Tell me, how much money are you giving?" Jiang Nan squatted down with a smile, tapping the ground with the firewood knife in her hand. "Isn't letting your son go enough?" Saying this, he called out to Li Su, "Xiao Su, send 2 kicks to Zhang Yuanji. Let Comrade Zhang see our sincerity." Not far away, Li Su was almost amused by his sister's tone, like a tough big sister from the underworld. But after hearing the words, he immediately stepped forward a few steps, walked to Zhang Yuanji's side, and was about to give his chubby belly a couple of hits when Zhang's mother threw herself onto Zhang Yuanji to protect him. Li Su quickly changed direction and kicked Zhang Yuanji's thick thigh bone twice. Zhang Yuanji was in so much pain he wanted to grab a big leg for support, but just now Jiang Nan and Li Su had knelt on his kneecaps, which really hurt, and he still couldn't bend them. He could only grit his teeth and roll slightly on the ground, with his mother pressing down hard on him. Zhang Yuanji almost couldn't catch his breath. Seeing this, Father Zhang was both angry and heartbroken. He immediately wanted to get up to check on him, but was held down by that man's hand on his shoulder, the grip so strong it made his shoulder blade ache. "That's your own younger brother. How could you be so ruthless?" Father Zhang hissed in pain while cursing Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan smiled. "That's why I say your family has no memory. I've emphasized several times that we have severed ties. None of you are my parents, so how could your son be my brother? Don't waste time either. If you're straightforward, I'll promptly send your whole family out the door. If you don't want to fine, then let Zhang Yuanji suffer a bit more. You two carry him home yourselves." "Big sister, are you just going to watch this dead girl disrespect and bully your own brother?" Father Zhang helplessly pleaded with Big Aunt Zhang. Big Aunt Zhang snorted coldly. "Now you realize he's my brother? When he was throwing his weight around in my house, fighting and bullying my niece, why didn't you know then? Be sensible and tell Xiao Nan to let your son suffer less, or don't call me. I'll stand with my niece and won't care about the lives of you unrelated people." Zhang's father, upon hearing this, was so ashamed and angry that he burst out cursing, listing all the years Zhang's eldest aunt refused to return to her maternal home to care for their parents in their old age, and how in recent years she wouldn't support him and even tried to take his daughter away. Jiang Nan, hearing him distort the truth and slander Zhang's eldest aunt, could no longer tolerate it. He raised his knife and struck his father's thigh bone. Zhang's father let out a howl and finally stopped his filthy words. Jiang Nan sneered as he stood up, brushing off the non-existent dust on his pants. "I think you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Saying this, he lifted his knife, turned around, and charged at Zhang Yuanji once again. This time, Zhang's mother finally caught the opportunity and lunged forward to scratch Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan grabbed her wrist and twisted it back. Zhang's mother immediately lost her vicious momentum, crying out in pain. Jiang Nan smiled. She had spent a lot of money learning free combat. If she couldn't handle a middle-aged woman who only knew how to scratch faces and pull hair, then it would have been a waste of money. When she was weak, she could only use her mouth and brain. Now that her body had recovered, it would be ridiculous to let others bully her. Seeing Jiang Nan holding his mother with one hand, his face twisted in a grimace, the machete swung down at Zhang Yuanji without hesitation. Although it was just the back and side of the blade, the fierce force scared Zhang's father so much that his body weakened and he broke out in a sweat. Hearing his son's desperate screams begging for mercy and to quickly get the item to save him, Zhang's father finally couldn't hold back. "Here. Someone sent a letter home." Saying this, he fumbled anxiously to pull the letter out of his pocket. Zhang's father was worried that Jiang Nan would flatly deny the money, so he brought the letter to confront him face to face. Who would have thought that this wolf cub Jiang Nan wouldn't even give room for discussion, immediately driving people away and brandishing a knife. Zhao Rui was close by. He helped Jiang Nan take the letter, carefully checked the postage stamp, postmark on the envelope, and the contents inside, then nodded to Jiang Nan. "It's real." Only then did Jiang Nan sneer at Zhang's father and smile. It would have been better if it had been like this from the start. Then twisting Zhang Mu's arm, he dragged her to the door, used a skillful move and threw her out. Seeing this, Li Su and Zhao Rui also tacitly each grabbed Zhang Yuanji by the collar, forcing him to stand up, one holding Zhang Fu's shoulder, forcing him to stand as well, and together they took them to the door and pushed them out, slamming the door with a bang. They locked the entire Jiang family of 3, along with the villagers who had come with lunch to watch the commotion, outside the door. Jiang Nan took the letter from Zhao Rui's hand but did not open it immediately. Instead, he invited the Li family to continue eating. After all that commotion, the whole time was nerve-wracking yet exhilarating, and the whole family was still excited, completely losing their appetite. Even the 2 children had bright, sparkling eyes as they looked at Jiang Nan, as if she were some great hero who defeated the villains. Jiang Nan smiled. She had been worried that today's sudden bloody scene and her fierce appearance would scare the children, but unexpectedly, they were all quite brave. "Big Aunt, you still need to eat," she advised. Aunt Jiang pointed at her with her finger. After today, the niece's reputation for being fierce and unfilial would start spreading again after many years. She sighed helplessly, picked up the dishes and went back to the kitchen to reheat them, then called Zhao Rui, who had come to help, to stay and eat together. Zhao Rui declined. He had eaten half at home before coming over, and his mother would help him reheat it. It wasn't too late to go back now. Then, amid the continuous pleas from the Li family, he left the house. Outside the door, the Jiang family of 3 was crying to the villagers who were watching the drama about Jiang Nan's cruelty. Seeing him come out, they shrank back in fear and didn't dare to speak for a moment. Zhao Rui gave a cold glance, pushed through the crowd and went home. At the Zhao family, Zhao's mother and Zhao Chuanza also went to check the situation. Zhao's mother, widowed young, knew best that if a woman wasn't tough and fierce, she would easily be bullied. So she didn't react much to Jiang Nan's behavior, and even felt some admiration and liking for her. As for Zhao Chuanza, he couldn't help but feel fear towards Jiang Nan. Especially the image of Jiang Nan raising a knife towards his younger brother's lower body kept flashing before his eyes. Zhao Chuanza quietly covered his little thing, thinking, he offended that bad woman, but would the bad woman really come to cut him? He also secretly warned himself to stay far away from bad women in the future. At the Li family, Jiang Daegu and Sun Xiuzhen were busy in the kitchen. Jiang Nan went to rinse the firewood knife and wash his hands, while Li Su used a shovel for pig manure to scoop the soil soaked with Jiang Yuanji's urine into the toilet. After everyone finished their chores, they ate, and only then did Jiang Nan open that letter. The handwriting on the letter was wild and exaggerated, flimsy and weak. It was obvious it was written with an unfamiliar hand, showing no writing habits at all. However, it clearly stated that she took 700 yuan when she left the Chung family. Li Su leaned over to look together with Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan simply handed him the letter and focused on examining the envelope. There was no sender address, but the sender's postal code was from the city. Li Su flipped the letter over several times, unable to make sense of it, then asked Jiang Nan, "Sis, I can't see anything from this. Do you have any clues? Who exactly wants to mess with you?" Jiang Nan said nothing, playing with the envelope in her hand, her gaze darkening. It could only be someone from the Chung family. A few days later, Jiang Nan chose a day off to go out. Aunt Jiang asked her where she was going, and when she heard that she was going to the Chung family, she guessed that Jiang Nan was going to deal with the letter. She told her to be sure to bring Li Su along, so she would have a helper. So Jiang Nan and Li Su went into the city together. On the bus from the passenger station heading to the agricultural machinery factory, they encountered a man boarding the bus with Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Mingsheng. The bus was crowded with no seats available. The man and the children happened to stand right next to Jiang Nan and Li Su's seats. Jiang Nan, however, did not show the admirable virtue of giving up her seat for the children, remaining as still as a mountain. The 2 children noticed her as well. Their joyful smiles instantly disappeared, and they clung to the man's legs, glaring at her angrily. Jiang Nan deliberately curled the corners of his lips in a forced smile, which to the man looked like Jiang Nan was just scaring 2 kids, giving her a warning glance with an unfriendly look. Jiang Nan found it amusing, not knowing which suitor of Chung Yisun this one was. The trouble with TV actors looking different from real life is that you can't match names without saying them. After getting off the bus, Jiang Nan deliberately followed behind the man and the Lu siblings with Li Su, and although the man slowed down to match the pace of the 2 kids, he never got ahead of them. Li Su didn't understand, but he knew his sister must have a purpose for doing this, so he obediently followed without urging her. Although the man didn't turn around, he sensed their movements. The 2 children kept making faces behind him, and the man was somewhat displeased, unclear about what the man and woman were trying to do. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the Chung family's home. After sending the children back, he could question the 2 without any worries. Chung Yisun calculated the time the children would arrive home, and kept adjusting her makeup in the mirror. She can't dress too obviously, so that the man doesn't realize she has specially dressed up to see him, and then become aware of her feelings and distance himself from her. nor can she be too casual, revealing her. The downside is that it would be completely without highlights and appeal. Thinking of this, Chung-yi couldn't help but look at the rosy glow on her face in the mirror and blame the man for being too principled, which gave her a headache. He was extremely tender and gentle with Xiao Xiao and Mingsheng, but with her he was always straightforward and kept his distance. The first time he took the children to tour the lake together, they were misunderstood and teased for how good-looking their family was. After that, whenever the man took the children out, he refused to let her come along. Chung Yi-sin was worried that showing too much enthusiasm would drive the man away, so she reluctantly agreed. The only thing she could do was to leave a good impression on him when he came home to pick up and drop off the children, hoping to find an opportunity to get closer. It was the same now. However, when she came out to greet them and saw the former sister-in-law following behind the man and the children, the smile on her lips almost disappeared. "Thank you for your trouble today." Chung Yi-sin first thanked the man, then had the children thank him as well. Watching the children happily holding the man's hand, hopping and chattering about how reluctant they were to part, Chung Yi-sin's heart sank. Although she also wanted to spend more time with the man, Jiang Nan's ambiguous smile told her that today was not a good time. Jiang Xiao always avoided too much contact with the widows of his comrades. Every time he delivered the children, he would immediately go home. This time was no exception, especially since he had 2 more troubles waiting for him afterward. Unexpectedly, Jiang Nan took the initiative to greet him. "Yi-sin, aren't you going to introduce me to this comrade?" Upon hearing this, Chung Yi-sin became alert. The 2 children clung tightly to the man's legs, their eyes seemingly saying, "He's ours, not for you." Seeing this, Jiang Nan chuckled. Without waiting for Chung Yi-sin's response, he directly asked the man, "Comrade, what's your surname? Which unit do you work for?" Jiang Xiao still wore a cold expression, looking at her with an unfriendly gaze. Jiang Xiao, Public Security Bureau. Unexpectedly, this ill-intentioned woman was not afraid at all. Her eyes even lit up with curiosity. How could Jiang Nan not be curious? Originally, seeing how much Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Mingsheng depended on and liked this man, she thought he was Chung Yi-sin's second husband, that is, the male lead in the TV drama. But it turned out he wasn't, and Chung Yi-sin didn't seem to have any suitors named Jiang, right? And his profession was in public security? Jiang Nan took out the letter from his bag and chuckled to himself. What a coincidence. "Comrade Jiang, you and Chung Yi-sin are friends, right? Could you do me a small favor for her? Her former sister-in-law?" Jiang Nan asked with a smile. The moment Chung Yi-sin saw the letter, her pupils contracted slightly, her throat moved, and she tried to keep her voice calm. "Comrade Jiang, Chung and I are not friends. Please do not trouble others in my name. Also, Comrade Jiang is very busy with work, so please do not take up his personal time." Saying this, she turned to Jiang Xiao and added, "Thanks to you, the 2 children have been well taken care of recently. I had planned to host you today, but some guests arrived unexpectedly at home, so it's not convenient. We'll have to wait until next time." Jiang Xiao finally figured out the identity of the strange woman. It turned out to be Xiao Xiao Mingsheng's former aunt by marriage. No wonder the 2 children behaved that way. After all, it's not uncommon for aunts and nephews to have a strained relationship, and he could understand that. Seeing that Chung Yi-sin didn't want him to get involved, Jiang Xiao took the opportunity to take his leave. Unexpectedly, Jiang Nan took a step to the right, blocking his way. "Don't be in such a hurry, Comrade Jiang. When I settle scores, I like to have someone watch. Since things haven't escalated yet and the neighbors haven't come out, why don't you stay and be my audience?" Jiang Xiao felt the veins on his forehead bulge in anger. What kind of ridiculous excuse was that? However, he asked, "Are you trying to cause trouble for my comrade's widow? If that's the case, he really can't leave." He and Lu Lin served in the same unit before Lu Lin was promoted. They faced life-and-death situations together on several missions and shared a deep bond. Later, they were assigned to different units, and their contact gradually lessened. After Lu Lin's sacrifice, he knew that Lu Lin's family was financially stable, and he had also inquired about his wife's family background, which was not poor either. Since the 2 children could be properly cared for, he didn't pay as much attention or send monthly living expenses like he did for other fallen comrades and subordinates from poor families. Unexpectedly, this year, after being transferred to Anqing due to injury, the first case he handled was that of Lu Lin's widow. To be honest, Chung Yi-sin's case wasn't very serious. They seized a dozen or so pieces of clothing, and they insisted they were just helping a classmate. He had connections at home and knew that the upper echelons were recently focusing on economic issues. Economic opening was only a matter of time, and actions like Chung Yi-sin's would definitely become legal in the future, even encouraged. In order to prevent Lu Lin's child from having a criminal mother and affecting their future, he teamed up with Chung Isen's brother to protect Chung Isen. Right now, someone claimed they wanted to cause trouble for Chung Isen, and he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Jiang Nan saw the change in his expression and said casually, "At the moment, we don't know which member of the Chung family did this, but the widow of your comrade is the most likely." When Jiang Nan finished speaking, Chung Isen was unsettled. "Comrade Jiang, you and my brother have been divorced for over half a year, and you've come to cause trouble more than once. What exactly do you want us to do to satisfy you?" Jiang Nan laughed. "Chung Isen, look at what you're saying. When have I ever come over without reason? It was always you who provoked me first, and I only came back to confront you." She refused to take the blame for this. Seeing Jiang Nan about to bring up old issues, Chung Isen quickly said to Jiang Shao, "Comrade Jiang, you can leave first. This is a private family matter that I can handle. Thank you for your willingness to help." Jiang Nan was unwilling, and Li Su took the initiative to stand in front of the man. Although he looked arrogant, Li Su was very timid inside. Look at those muscles, that physique, he couldn't win. He should have brought Ruegu along. After the standoff lasted so long, someone from the Chung family finally came out. Cheng's mother first greeted Jiang Shao, then saw Jiang Nan, both looking exhausted, with only one thought in their hearts. What is she causing trouble for this time? Chung Dinglin was actually surprised. "Shao Nan, is something wrong?" Jiang Nan had already come to see Chung Guohao this month, so coming today could only mean there was something urgent. Without saying a word, Jiang Nan handed him the letter in his hand. Chung Dinglin opened it with suspicion, then looked serious and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" He knew very well how difficult his in-laws were. With so much money on her, Shao Nan was like a piece of fat meat in their eyes. How could they not take a bite? "It's nothing, just a fight," Jiang Nan said casually. Looking around at the Chung family, he asked Chung Dinglin again, "Who do you think sent this letter to my old home?" Chung Isen felt a chill in her heart. Chung Dinglin fell silent. Jiang Nan coming to the door indicated that she suspected the letter had come from the Chung family. Cheng's mother listened to their riddles, feeling impatient. She just wanted to quickly drive Jiang Nan away to avoid damaging their families, especially Isen's image in Jiang Shaoxin's mind. So, he took the letter in his hand during the process, looked at it, and then inexplicably glanced at Jiang Nan. "Shao Nan, you suspect our family just based on this scribbled thing?" The envelope and letter paper were ordinary, with no markings. The handwriting didn't belong to anyone in their family. Why suspect their family? Couldn't it be that Jiang Nan got into trouble outside, flaunted wealth, and was schemed against? Jiang Nan sneered. "The key point of this letter is 700 yuan. Besides me, only 5 people know the amount in my savings. The postal staff." Jiang Nan held out his palm and bent his thumb. "And the 4 members of your family. That still doesn't prove it was us." Cheng's mother tried to argue. Jiang Nan said, "Let's not even talk about the fact that I don't know that staff member and have no grudge against her. Even if it was her, would she really go out of her way to send a letter not from her local post office but from the city post office? To rule out her suspicion is simple. Just ask the post office if she was working the day the letter was sent. Then, how about your family members?" The Chung family all fell silent. Cheng's father said irritably, "Xiao Jiang, after living together for so many years, do you really see us as such despicable people?" As Cheng's father finished speaking, Jiang Nan suddenly clapped her hands. "All right, based on the clueless and angry reactions from you, Aunt Chung and Chung Dinglin, I can almost definitely rule out your suspicion. So what about you, Chung Isen?" Everyone looked at Chung Isen, who still lied without changing her expression. "In the end, this is all your groundless speculation, Comrade Jiang. Our family never did such things, so how can we prove we didn't? Stop making unreasonable accusations." Jiang Nan smiled and stepped forward, and Chung Isen looked at her fearlessly. Jiang Nan suddenly acted, grabbing the hair at the back of her head and pressing her raised head down. Everyone was shocked. Chung Isen felt pain and screamed sharply. Cheng's mother cried out in alarm and rushed forward to help, but Jiang Nan pulled Chung Isen backward. Chung Isen cried out in pain again, and Cheng's mother dared not advance further. Cheng's father Chung Dinglin and Jiang Shao approached but couldn't step forward to pull Jiang Nan. They could only persuade her. "Shao Jiang/Shao Nan, what are you doing?" Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Mingsheng had already rushed toward Jiang Nan, preparing to rescue their mother, but were pushed aside by Chang Hao, who appeared out of nowhere. If Jiang Shao hadn't supported them from behind, they would have fallen backward. Jiang Nan felt relieved, knowing that these past few months of enjoying good food and fun were not in vain. She lowered her head and said to Chung Isen, who was grabbing her wrist and trying to pull her hand away. Yi-sen, was it because of me that you were reported to the police station? Chung Yi-sen did not answer, so Jiang Nan tightened her grip. Not wanting to hurt, Chung Yi-sen could only shake her head. Jiang Nan then asked gently, then how can you drag me into unhappiness with you? Are you a princess? Your brother and I have been divorced for over half a year. I deliberately chose a place to work and live far away from your home. How can you still turn me from your bloodsucker into your scapegoat? That's not reasonable, is it? Xiao Nan, what nonsense are you talking about? Cheng's mother looked at Jiang Xiao, then at the neighbors gathered around, sharply reprimanding. Jiang Nan looked up, seeing Jiang Xiao looking at them with an expression that was hard to explain. Chang Denglin was as expected, but his expression was somewhat dejected. Only then did Jiang Nan grab Cheng Yi-sen's hair and pushed her forward, causing her to bump into Cheng's mother. She said amusingly, next time you stick a stamp, remember to use glue from the post office, not your family's paste. The paste your mom makes has sugar in it to feed the kids. Cheng's mother stopped in her tracks upon hearing this. Chang Hao snatched the envelope from his dad's hand, tore off the stamp and licked it. It really is sweet. Chapter 26. Chang Hao's actions and Jiang Nan's words confirmed each other. The neighbors and Jiang Xiao basically figured out the whole story, and all looked at Chung Yi-sen with complicated expressions. Several uncles and aunts who had watched Chung Yi-sen grow up couldn't help but sigh. Why does Yi-sen's character keep getting more crooked as she grows? A widow freeloading off her own brother and sister-in-law with her child might be understandable on a human level, but using such underhanded schemes behind their backs is just pure evil. Then a young daughter-in-law quietly retorted, maybe she was always like this. After that, quite a few people nodded in agreement. These were women who either envied or resented how well Chung Yi-sen lived at her parental home, or were unhappy that their own men were always helping Chung Yi-sen and constantly watching her, believing they saw through Chung Yi-sen. Chung Yi-sen heard these murmurs and her eyes glanced at Jiang Xiao. Seeing the disappointment on his face, her heart ached with pain and hatred. She absolutely could not admit to this. At this moment, Cheng's mother had already walked over to Chang Hao's side, snatched the envelope from his hand and scolded him. What kind of dirty things are you stuffing into your mouth? And what's so sweet about it? Paste naturally has a sweet taste, and it's not just our family adding sugar to it. This could also be seen as a disguised way of defending Chung Yi-sen. Jiang Nan sneered sarcastically. Chung Yi-sen had already pulled herself together, stood up straight, tidied her disheveled hair, and said coldly and sternly, Comrade Jiang, you guessed recklessly that I was the letter writer just because I knew you had 700 yuan and that our family's paste was sweet. So can I also suspect that you staged this yourself? As Chung Yi-sen's words fell, the courtyard fell silent for a moment. Everyone seemed to be waiting for a twist. Then Chung Yi-sen continued, you deliberately forged this letter using the sweet paste and information known only to a few, to frame me and conveniently come to our home to cause trouble. Can I guess like this too? You're talking nonsense. Before Jiang Nan could say anything, Li Su stood up angrily. You're the one with dirty thoughts and sneaky tricks, don't randomly accuse others. Do you know my sister chased that wolf-like man away with a firewood knife? Your family's self-directed drama is so realistic. Want me to act it out with you? As soon as I walk in, you ask me for the 3 essentials plus 200 bucks. If you don't give it, I slap you right away. Want to try? Saying this, Li Su's face showed cruelty as he approached Chung Yi-sen. Chung Yi-sen was so frightened that she kept retreating, and Cheng's father stepped forward in time to block Li Su. Whether this matter is true or false, you are welcome to investigate at the Hongshan Commune Shirley production team. Many people in the village can testify for me. Jiang Nan shouted to the crowd, then looked at Chung Yi-sen. Do you dare to cooperate with me to verify? Write with your left hand, and let the Public Security Bureau's forensic or handwriting experts compare. Jiang Nan glanced at Jiang Xiao, then stared straight into Chung Yi-sen's eyes. Do you dare? Chung Yi-sen was scared and secretly glanced at Jiang Xiao. Could the words she had scribbled carelessly really be verified? Enough. Cheng's father, feeling his daughters trembling behind him, spoke to stop this farce. Xiao Jiang, what exactly do you want? Jiang Nan smiled upon hearing this. Are you admitting on behalf of Chung Yi-sen? Cheng's father remained silent, playing dead to the end, refusing to admit it verbally. Jiang Nan laughed. I came all this way, asking her to pour me tea and apologize, and buying 3 jean of pastries and a knife cut meat as an apology gift isn't too much, right? These are the 2 customary gifts for an apology visit in this area. She originally planned to ask for money as mental compensation, but with the police present, she worried that asking for money would lead Chung Yi-sen to accuse her of extortion, so she had to give up. Impossible. Chung Isin still stubbornly denied. I didn't do it, why should I apologize? Apologize. After a long silence, Chung Dinglin suddenly spoke out, demanding sternly from Chung Isin. He had seen the greedy and ugly faces of Father Jiang and Mother Jiang, so he believed Li Su's words. Xiao Nan had really suffered such a thing, and Isin, the instigator, must apologize. The Chung family looked at Chung Dinglin in disbelief. Cheng's mother said, Dinglin, what are you saying? Little sister already said it wasn't her. Isn't the son just undermining the daughter? Chung Dinglin ignored it and looking only at Chung Isin, who was heartbroken, said in a deep voice, I'll give you one last chance, apologize. Chung Isin said nothing, turning her head to glare fiercely at Jiang Nan. It was this woman who had taken away the brother who loved and cared for her. Jiang Nan felt baffled. Chung Dinglin wanted her to apologize, so why was he glaring at her? Picking on the weak. Then she secretly smiled to herself again. How could she have let Chung Isin think she was easy to bully? Chung Dinglin saw that Chung Isin was not moving, and might even have come to hate Jiang Nan. Disappointed, he closed his eyes briefly and quietly told Chung Hao to go home and get something. When Chung Hao came out, he handed the money order in his hand to Jiang Nan. Xiao Nan, I apologize on behalf of Isin. I'm sorry. Then he added, there wasn't enough time to buy a gift for the apology, so can we use the money order instead? Jiang Nan looked around and after a moment laughed. Chung Dinglin, you really are a sucker. At this moment, the very perceptive Li Su, like Jiang Nan's little follower, stepped forward to take the money note from Chung Donglin's hand, secretly rubbing it with his fingers and thinking to himself, wow, $20, not bad. Chung Isin cried. When Chung Dinglin apologized on her behalf, it was like nailing this matter firmly onto her. She didn't even dare to look at Jiang Xiao's eyes. She could only cover her face and squat down crying. Jiang Xiao had no time to pay attention to her. He was busy controlling the two children, not allowing them to get caught up in the conflicts between the adults. Chung Dinglin watched his parents hurriedly wrap Chung Isin in their arms, coaxing her like a child, then said coldly, Isin, this is the last time I'm cleaning up your mess. Mom, deduct this money from next month's living expenses. The Chung mother and daughter were momentarily stunned by these words. What does this mean? Then Chung Dinglin, acting as if it was none of his business, called Chung Hao and was about to go back inside. You should do your homework. Jiang Nan smiled, not expecting any unexpected gains. Chung Hao came in front of his mother and asked expectantly, Are we going out to play today? Jiang Nan rubbed his forehead, unable to expect the mischievous child to understand the atmosphere, then shook his head. It's too late today, maybe next month. You did very well today, I'll bring you a toy next time I come. Receiving Jiang Nan's praise and promise, Chung Hao followed his dad back inside, both happy and disappointed. As Chung Dinglin left, the courtyard, which had been quiet for a moment, became lively again, with everyone lamenting the discord between the Chung siblings. Jiang Nan had scolded Chung Isin, damaging her reputation and possibly ruining a budding romance. Chung Dinglin also cut off his support. Although it was a pity not to hear Chung Isin's apology and admission of fault, this trip was already worth it. Jiang Nan, filled with the joy of a great victory, lowered his eyes to glance at Chung Isin and finally warned, Chung Isin, I hope this is the last time. Otherwise, I won't just come to your family's door. I will also go to your school and let your teachers and classmates see what kind of person their good student and good classmate really is. Someone with flawed character who loves to play petty tricks. Chung Isin, upon hearing this, was so angry she cried and hiccuped, no longer covering her face, gritting her teeth and glaring at her with full hatred. Jiang Nan was not afraid at all, waved his hand, didn't even say goodbye, and left with Li Su. Jiang Xiao looked at their departing backs, as if nothing had happened, comforted the two children, and calmly said goodbye to Mr. and Mrs. Chung. As for Chung Isin, he didn't even glance at her. Over the years, he had seen all kinds of military families. Outstanding soldiers' family members did not necessarily all have noble character and morals, but as long as they did not infringe on national interests, he felt he could tolerate them. The same went for Lu Lin's widow. Even knowing some rumors about Chung Isin, he thought it was just human selfishness, and since she had already made amends, considering her genuine care for the two children, he could overlook the past. But he never expected Chung Isin to actively harm others. Such a character was truly unsuitable for raising the orphan children of martyrs. Jiang Xiao left the Chung family courtyard, and this time he ended up falling behind the Jiang Nan siblings. The man asked in surprise, Sis, you discovered that the paste was sweet? Why didn't you tell me? Then the woman named Jiang Nan replied in a speechless tone, No way, I was tricking her. Jiang Xiao was shocked and gasped just like the man. Jiang Nan explained. The paste from the Chung family is indeed sweet. If Chung Yi-sin used it, then it's sweet. Tasting it would reveal the truth. If she didn't use it, I first give this definite condition. Everyone assumes by default that the stamp was affixed with sweet paste. If Chung Yi-sin insists on verifying or refuting this, then I can question her and catch her in a slip-up. Then Jiang Nan paused, took a deep breath and said, So when I saw that silly Chung Hao tearing off the stamp and licking it, I was almost scared out of my wits. What if Chung Yi-sin really used glue and Chung Hao, being clueless, said it out loud? Wouldn't I have been exposed? Chung Hao, that silly boy. Always causing trouble for his mom. Splurt. Not only Li Su but even Jiang Xiao laughed along. Hearing the voices, Jiang Nan turned around and couldn't help but smile. Seeing her suddenly straighten up, she greeted sarcastically, Comrade Jiang, I see you have a good relationship with the Chung family. We're all leaving. But they didn't invite you to stay for a meal. Jiang Xiao was speechless. After you caused a scene at the Chung family, do they still have an appetite? Then he said, I have some business to return to the office. He passed by the siblings without waiting for the bus and hurried away. Jiang Xiao did go to the office and used the office phone to contact the Liu family in the neighboring city, inquiring about Liu's father's condition. He learned that the man had not been well recently, caught a slight cold, and had an 4 drip at the hospital today. After expressing some concern, he didn't say much and hung up. Jiang Xiao believed that Xiao Xiao and Mingsheng could no longer follow a mother like Chung Yi-sin, but Lu Lin's father was old now, and the care was currently handled by Lu Lin's eldest brother and sister. How could they possibly take care of 2 children? He irritably ran his hand through his short hair, thinking that from now on he would have to take more care of him. The only consolation was that Chung Yi-sin was going to college and wouldn't stay at home for long, so the impact on the child would be much less. Once the child was a bit older and his values were set, living with his mother again shouldn't lead him astray, right? Jiang Xiao could only hope for this. Jiang Nan and Li Su first went to the city's pastry shop and used the apology money to buy 3 jin of pastries, then went back to the commune to buy 3 jin of meat, returning home with a full haul. Passing by the fields on both sides of the road, the men and women from the work team pointed and whispered about Jiang Nan's back. Jiang Nan didn't need to listen. She already knew about the incident where she took a knife and cut her own younger brother. The Jiang family of 3 cried for a long time at the Li family's doorstep. The bloodline on Jiang Yuanji's leg was shown to many people, and the 3 of them cried and shouted as they went to complain to the team leader's house, then stayed for a meal before leaving. Afterwards, the team leader didn't trouble Jiang Nan at all. After all, Jiang Nan wasn't part of the team, and the Li family hadn't used the knife. He just listened to the gossip and didn't get involved. Sun Jingqiu was also in the crowd watching Jiang Nan. Now the team leader makes the squad leader supervise her work every day. Her treatment is no different from that of a labor camp inmate. She has already learned from Zhao Chuanzi that Jiang Nan and Zhao Rui are engaged. On one hand, she hopes the 2 won't succeed. Although she has no chance, as long as her son is around, there will be a day to turn things around. On the other hand, if Zhao Rui really wants to remarry, finding Jiang Nan would be fine. She had previously mentioned to Chung Yi-sin about encountering Jiang Nan at her home. Chung Yi-sin didn't like this former sister-in-law very much. When they talked, she found out that Jiang Nan was infertile. A woman who cannot have children poses the least threat to Zhao Chuanzi and her. Although very unwilling, Jiang Nan is the best candidate. Sun Jingqiu lowered her head. No one knew what she was thinking. After finishing work, Zhang Dagu's family returned home to find the 2 children each holding a face-sized egg cake, eating with their mouths full of grease. Immediately, Li Su began animatedly describing Jiang Nan's heroic figure to the family, ending with a sigh. Besides backing up my sister, it seems I haven't been of any use. Hearing this, Zhang Dagu gave him a disdainful glare. And you still have the nerve to say that? She made the whole family laugh. The magazine's acceptance letter and payment were sent together. The letter said that Jiang Nan's novel of more than 20,000 words would be published in 4 installments, with a payment of 2 yuan per 1,000 words, totaling 40 yuan. This was such a surprise to Jiang Nan. She hadn't expected her work to be accepted. She immediately borrowed a bicycle, took her eldest nephew and youngest niece, one sitting on the back, the other on the front bar, went to the commune to buy delicious food and fun things, and also bought 2 pounds of pork belly to make braised pork to celebrate. When Aunt Jiang came home from work and saw this, she scolded Jiang Nan for spending money recklessly, but at the same time, she sighed that these past few days felt like the new year, eating meat every day. At the dinner table, Jiang Nan said the money earned from writing articles was quite good, earning as much as 40 yuan each time. After expressing admiration for how well-educated people could make money, He even banged the table to scold his two sons for not studying hard in their younger years, saying that otherwise, they could also easily make money. The two of them listened with headaches, just burying their heads in their food, while son Xiuzhen and the two children were laughing heartily. The whole family lived their days peacefully and happily like this. Time moved into September, and Jiang Nan's admission letter still hadn't arrived. The eldest aunt occasionally asked about it but was afraid that Jiang Nan hadn't passed and would be disappointed, so she didn't ask much. Jiang Nan, however, was not anxious. She was confident in her results. One day the postman came to the door. Aunt Jiang was overjoyed, thinking it was the admission notice, but it was not. Jiang Nan opened the letter and found that it was from a film studio director, inquiring whether she was interested in authorizing her novel to be made into an animated film. If interested, they wanted Jiang Nan to add several distinctive classmates and friends in the story, so the audience could more directly feel the joy and beauty of campus life, inspiring children to be more eager to learn. Jiang Nan was pleasantly surprised but also somewhat troubled. She and the original owner were both very busy after school. She did farm work and house chores, while the original owner did house chores and earned tuition fees. Neither of them had friends, nor many happy memories on campus. After much consideration, Jiang Nan decided to invent a few. A responsible class monitor, a pampered darling girl from a loving family, and a chubby kid who liked to bully others. The story begins after the young protagonist enrolls, when the village children tell classmates that she threatened her younger brother with a knife. This story spread and turned into a rumor that the young protagonist had a bad temper and liked to hurt people with a knife, so the classmates didn't dare to get close to her, including the darling girl. The class monitor accidentally discovered the little protagonist digging dandelions in a corner of the schoolyard. Out of curiosity, he asked and then learned about the little protagonist's difficulties. He then took the initiative to help her integrate into the class group. After learning about the situation, the pampered girl cried out of sympathy for the little protagonist. She had been cherished by her family since childhood and had never seen such a struggling girl before, so she actively asked to join in. Thus, through the efforts of these two young classmates, the hurtful rumors about the little protagonist were dispelled. The little protagonist studied and played games with her classmates during breaks. However, there were still people in the class who disliked the little protagonist, such as the group led by the bullying chubby boy. They laughed at the young protagonist for being old, wearing tattered and ill-fitting clothes. Although the class monitor and Jiao Jiao girl spoke up for him, the chubby boy still did not change his original intention. Until the young protagonist helped the chubby boy catch a centipede that had crawled onto him and gave him first aid. From that day on, the chubby boy regarded the young protagonist as his life-saving benefactor, admired him, and under the guidance of the young protagonist and the class monitor, reformed his ways and stopped bullying others. Then the four of them formed a small team, brainstorming and actively helping their classmates solve several small story problems. Therefore, they were commended by the school and teachers, and the four of them went up to the stage together to receive certificates and wear red scarves. These experiences greatly encouraged the young protagonist whenever he was tired from struggling to pay tuition. After finishing writing, Jiang Nan felt that these little stories were very formulaic and idealized, forming a strong contrast with the harsh reality of the original protagonist's schooling, and there was some sense of disconnection, but she really did her best. After putting the manuscript into an envelope, Jiang Nan included a letter, telling the film studio that if they found these stories unsuitable, they could discard them. But unexpectedly, these contents were adopted again. The director felt that these little stories had conflicts, twists, and educational significance. They conflicted with the theme when placed in the novel, so they were indeed inappropriate there, but they fit perfectly in the film. What followed was a remittance slip for a copyright fee of 200 yuan. Jiang Nan jumped up excitedly holding the remittance slip, causing Aunt Jiang to click her tongue in amazement, saying she hadn't seen Jiang Nan so lively in many years. Wait. She looked at it, then was shocked by the amount on the remittance slip. She gently rubbed the edges of the remittance slip, always feeling that this money didn't seem real. Jiang Nan immediately wanted to go to the commune to buy meat to celebrate, but was stopped by Aunt Jiang, who said, "I think you're just burning money because you have too much." Then, she took her to tie the tomato seedlings to the stakes to calm down. In fact, Aunt Jiang wanted to watch her personally to prevent Jiang Nan from secretly spending money recklessly. The family's meals have been good enough lately. No need for extra meals, and once Jiang Nan goes to university, there will be no source of income. This money should be saved whenever possible and not all spent on them. Jiang Nan sighed. She was indeed a bit carried away. In her previous life, even after earning 2 million, she never celebrated and only became more frugal. This life, suddenly having relatives to share with, she got a little too happy. This is not good. Jiang Nan patted her face, reminding herself to be restrained. A few days later, she finally received her admission letter, delivered by Teacher Zhu. Jiang Nan unexpectedly invited him inside and served tea. Teacher Zhu scratched the back of his head and said embarrassedly, "I was anxious waiting, so I kept going to the post office every few days to ask. Today I finally got it." Then, he solemnly handed the mail to Jiang Nan with both hands. Seeing him like this, Jiang Nan's mood also became solemn and stirred. "Congratulations, Teacher Jiang." "Congratulations to you too, Teacher Zhu." The two solemnly and respectfully congratulated each other again. Jiang Nan genuinely felt from Teacher Zhu the respect and longing that educated youth of this era had for the university. She felt a moment of shame for her plan to take the college entrance exam just for the diploma and household registration. The Li family members nearby had long been eagerly anticipating the admission notice in Jiang Nan's hands. Jiang Nan smiled and quickly opened it. F University, Department of Chinese. In her previous life, Jiang Nan studied finance to make money. This life, she is preparing for retirement and wants to try a different path. Aunt Jiang carefully took the single page from Jiang Nan's hand, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. On this simple piece of paper, she saw the future that would distinguish her niece's life from her sister's. She sincerely felt happy for her niece. Xiao Nan had endured hardships for more than 20 years and had finally carved out a smooth path. She then showed the admission notice to the two children who were tugging at her pants, urging them to study hard, to take the university entrance exam like their aunt, and to go out and see the world. Aunt Jiang let the children look but did not allow them to touch Jiang Nan's admission notice, fearing it might get damaged. After the Li family's excitement subsided, they took turns looking at Jiang Nan's admission notice. Only after she carefully put it away did they formally begin to entertain Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu was ignored for quite a while but didn't mind. He could understand the feeling and believed that when he returned home, his family's reaction would be much the same. Aunt Jiang and Teacher Zhu started chatting casually, and only then did they realize he had come to say goodbye. Teacher Zhu said, "I've already completed the formalities with Principal Yang. I plan to go home first to visit family, then report to the school from there. Thinking that there might not be another chance to reunite in the future, I took the opportunity of delivering the notice to boldly come by and say farewell. Sorry for the disturbance." Jiang Nan shook his head and teased, "How could it be a disturbance? You're very welcome. I should be the one thanking Teacher Zhu for remembering me." Teacher Zhu also smiled and expressed his gratitude to the Li family for the help Jiang Nan had given him in his studies over the past 6 months. Only when the Li family wanted him to stay for a meal did he take his leave, saying, "I have already arranged to have a farewell dinner with the educated youth from your team, so I won't disturb you." Jiang Nan knew that there was also an educated youth from the brigade who had been admitted to university, and 2 others who had been admitted to junior college. It had been quite lively recently, so they did not keep him, seeing him off from a distance before turning back home. As soon as he got home, he heard Aunt Jiang muttering that Teacher Zhu was a good young man, but unfortunately his home was too far away, and he didn't attend school in the same place as Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan shook her head with a smile. She had only been quiet for a few days when her eldest aunt started thinking about finding her a match. She simply ignored it, letting her eldest aunt be disappointed for a while before it passed. When the educated youth Sun Jingqiu learned that Jiang Nan had actually been admitted to F University, she sighed, lamenting how unfair heaven was to her. Jiang Nan had a bad temper and a harsh personality. Such a person surely couldn't focus on studying. Yet even she got admitted, while she herself had worked so hard in her past life but failed the exams twice. The more Sun Jingqiu thought about it, the angrier she became, and then she thought of Jiang Nan's ex-husband, Cheng Yisin's brother. That man could have bailed both her and Cheng Yisin out when they were detained at the Public Security Bureau, but he didn't. He just threw her luggage in front of her, warned her not to contact Cheng Yisin again, and then left with Cheng Yisin, leaving her alone to spend a night full of fear at the Public Security Bureau. So she immediately wrote a letter and asked Teacher Zhu to help her send it to Cheng Yisin via the commune post office. She wanted to tell the Cheng family. Jiang Nan had been admitted to university, and Cheng Yisin's brother regretted it deeply. At the same time, she reconnected with Cheng Yisin to rebuild their relationship and seek a chance to revive it. It must be said that she and Cheng Yisin could get along because their ways of thinking resonated to some extent. These disgusting little tricks ultimately led to the same outcome. And the Cheng family who received the letter was furious, not at Cheng Dinglin, but at Cheng Yisin. Chapter 27. If there was any regret after the several upheavals in Jiang Nan, The Chung family absolutely did not regret it. The only feeling was frustration. First, the enemy was getting better and better. How could their morale be smooth? Second, Jiang Nan only started to rise after leaving their family. If you didn't know, you might think their family was some kind of prison, holding back others from progressing. Chang Yisin clenched the letter, furious yet unable to believe it. Mom, did Jiang Nan really get good grades? How did she get into F University? Chang Yisin considered her own grades decent and didn't even dare to apply there. Yet Jiang Nan, who was inferior to her in every way, actually got accepted? Chang Yisin borrowed Jiang Nan's books. The notes were extensive and the answers neatly organized. Considering Jiang Nan's previous personality, Chang Yisin thought she was the type to make up for shortcomings with hard work. Even if she studied more thoroughly this year and had a chance to get into college, there was no way she could get into a top school. Who knew reality would slap her in the face like this? Cheng's mother looked hesitant and unwilling to say more. It's just like that. Being an English teacher, although only a private teacher at the commune middle school, she must have some level of skill. Otherwise, the strict principal Aunt Gua mentioned wouldn't have hired her. Chang Yisin remained silent. She had already gotten the answer from her mother's attitude. Only then did she realize that she didn't seem to understand this sister-in-law, who she once easily controlled, very well. Cheng Hao learned this news from Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Mingsheng. Your mom is going to school too. Let's see how you can still go out and play. Unlike us, when mom's not around, there's Uncle Jiang. These words were like a bolt from the blue for Cheng Hao. After Cheng Denglin got off work and came home, Cheng Hao chased after him to make a phone call. He wanted to confirm it with his mom personally. Cheng Denglin never doubted Jiang Nan could get into university. He was just surprised by the source of Chang Yisin's news and speechless at how Cheng Hao was provoked by Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Mingsheng's words. Your mom goes to school, and I can take you out to play every month. Besides, the phone number your mom left is for the school. And since school hasn't started yet, she can't be reached. Cheng Hao seemed naturally unable to grasp the point and accused Cheng Denglin. Then why didn't you take me out to play before? Cheng Denglin was momentarily stunned, feeling a sudden guilt in his heart. As a father, he had indeed been negligent, so he apologized. It was Dad's oversight. I will correct it from now on. Cheng Hao was happy to hear that he could still go out to play in the future. It didn't matter who took him. But he also felt a slight disappointment over Jiang Nan's broken promise. Stinky mom, you clearly promised to bring him delicious food and fun things every month. Feeling disappointed, he muttered with a bitter face. Why do adults all like going to school? It's so strange. He wanted to grow up quickly every day so he wouldn't have to go to school or do homework anymore. He really couldn't understand the thoughts of adults like his aunt and his mom. Cheng Hao was comforted by Cheng Denglin like this. When Jiang Nan came to see him in September and told him the news, he expected him to throw a tantrum, but unexpectedly, he accepted it well, only scolding her with a stern face for breaking her promise. After promising Jiang Nan that he would send him the latest toys from Shanghai, the person was easily appeased. Jiang Nan breathed a sigh of relief and let Cheng Hao take half a year's living expenses home. Aunt Jiang was very concerned about Jiang Nan going to university. She urged her to pack her luggage early while pondering whether to prepare a few banquet tables to celebrate. After Jiang Nan learned of her idea, she hurriedly stopped her. She was considered family only by the eldest aunt's side in the brigade. The others were just acquaintances, so there was really no need for these people to go to great lengths to celebrate for her. Eldest Aunt Jiang reluctantly gave up but still prepared a good meal, and invited the neighboring Zhao family to come over for a big feast. Jiang Nan was okay with this. After all, when the Jiang family came that day, Zhao Rui didn't hesitate to help out loyally. Later, when she bought egg cakes, she had Li Su send some over but never directly thanked him, so this feast was a good opportunity to return the favor. Zhao Rui didn't mind much. Over the years, Li Su had helped him quite a bit, and if anyone caused trouble at the Li family, he would definitely step in. Zhao Chuanzi, who was squeezed together with Li Jianxi, heard that Jiang Nan was going to study in another place, and his eyes lit up with happiness. That wicked woman is finally leaving, so he won't have to hide from her to come and play with Jianxi anymore, nor will he have to rush past her house nervously. His mother, Cin Jingqiu, was more anxious. Before things between Jiang Nan and Zhao Rui were settled, Jiang Nan was about to go to college. After seeing the colorful world, he looked down even more on Zhao Rui, who still had the appearance of an old farmer. Cin Jingqiu also thought about having Zhao Chuanzi assist, teaching Zhao Chuanzi to get close to Jiang Nan, and even connecting him with his father. But Zhao Chuanzi, who always listened to her, was unwilling. Cin Jingqiu was troubled. She couldn't just urge Zhao Rui to pursue Jiang Nan herself. With Zhao Rui's clever mind, he would definitely see through her intentions and it would surely backfire. Jiang Nan was greatly shocked when Sun Jingqiu came to her, asking her opinion of Zhao Rui and actively trying to match them up. Her expression almost twisted. At first, she only thought that Sun Jingqiu, as the ex-wife with lingering feelings, minded her having gone on a blind date with Zhao Rui, so she kindly explained once again that she and Zhao Rui were not compatible and the blind date didn't work out. Unexpectedly, Sun Jingqiu then started promoting all sorts of advantages of Zhao Rui to Jiang Nan, using a pitch very similar to Aunt Zhang's, and kept praising Jiang Nan as a good woman, saying she felt very assured in trusting her son to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan listened with her hair standing on end, immediately pulled her hand away from Sun Jingqiu's, wiped it off disdainfully and loudly retorted, "Sun Jiqing, you've worked with Chung Yi-sen, and you actually think I'm a good person? Not likely. Otherwise, that day on the bus returning from the Chung family, you wouldn't have given me a cold face even though I helped you." Sun Jingqiu twitched the corner of her mouth after hearing this. All her insincere rhetoric forcibly shut back down. Jiang Nan, after all, is an educated woman. Does she not even understand the most basic social etiquette? Does she have to be so blunt, as if she has to strip away a person's dignity to make her point? Jiang Nan didn't want to give this obviously scheming person any face, and warned her again. "Zhao Rui and I have no relationship whatsoever. Please don't believe or spread rumors. If any gossip about Zhao Rui and me appears in the village, whether it's you or not, I will come after you. You should have seen my fighting ability. The fighting ability to chop people with a firewood knife." Jiang Nan saw her eyes flicker with fear and immediately turned away. You can't interact too much with people who aren't clear-headed, or it will affect your intelligence. After returning to the Li family, she took several deep breaths before restraining herself from rushing to the Zhao family to point at Zhao Rui's nose and urge him to manage his ex-wife. After calming down, Jiang Nan found Li Su and asked him to pass a message to Zhao Rui. If Sun Jingqiu is scheming something, just let it be. Anyway, Sun Jingqiu's purpose is definitely related to Zhao Rui, so just let the chief culprit handle it himself. After Zhao Rui learned about this, he was so shocked by Sun Jingqiu's action that he was dazed and took a long time to react. He confirmed again with Li Su. "Are you sure your sister really said that?" Li Su also found it unbelievable but said resolutely, "I definitely didn't hear it wrong." Jiang Nan's reporting day was October 9th. It took 4 days and 5 nights by train from Anqing to Shanghai. Jiang Daegu, afraid that Jiang Nan would find out or that something might happen on the way, urged her to set off with Li Su at the end of September. Li Su was eager to try and had long been looking forward to the Shanghai market. The night Jiang Nan received the admission notice, she strongly insisted on being taken to school. Jiang Nan originally didn't want to trouble anyone. She thought taking the train back and forth for such a long time would be really exhausting. She planned to calculate the time, first mail her bedding to the school, and then take the train herself with just clothes and some pots and pans. But Li Su insisted on going to see the world. So on that day, Li Su carried her bedding on his left shoulder, held a bag of pots and pans and his small luggage in his right hand. Jiang Nan carried her suitcase in her left hand, and in her right hand she held the big pancake with eggs prepared by Aunt Jiang and a kettle full of hot water. After saying goodbye to Aunt's family, they boarded the train. Because Anqing was the second stop for this train, it was not crowded, and there were many empty seats. Li Su found his seat by looking at the ticket and called back to Jiang Nan. "Sister, here." Jiang Nan came over and saw 2 little girls running back from their seats to their parents, snuggling close to them and secretly observing them. They were a polite and refined couple who smiled slightly upon seeing them, as a form of greeting. The man even stood up voluntarily to help Li Su unload the large bag on his shoulder. Li Su cheerfully thanked him and declined his offer to put the bag on the luggage rack. Jiang Nan as well, her siblings were quite strong, but the men looked weak and delicate, as if afraid of straining their backs. After sitting down, both parties politely asked where the other was getting off. Upon discovering that their destination was both Shanghai, they exchanged names and carefully refrained from prying into each other's privacy. Jiang Nan felt very fortunate to have such a comforting seatmate on the long-distance train. The next 5 days would undoubtedly be much less troublesome. Only the seatmate was reassuring. The neighbor was not. A short, chubby aunt with a round face suddenly placed her hand on Jiang Nan's shoulder. "Miss, do you have a boyfriend?" Jiang Nan was startled and quickly leaned toward Li Su to avoid her hand, smiling. "Auntie, my son is already 7 years old." When away from home, whenever someone asked Jiang Nan if she was married, she would answer like this to save herself a lot of unnecessary trouble and hassle. As expected, the aunt lost interest, her smile disappeared, and after sizing Jiang Nan up from head to toe, she turned around disdainfully and went back to her seat. Jiang Nan felt inexplicably puzzled. The slightly older little girl across from her cupped her hands around her mouth like a small trumpet and whispered to Jiang Nan. This grandma has asked this question to all the young and pretty sisters and aunts on the bus. Is that so? Thank you for complimenting me as young and pretty. Jiang Nan touched her hair and whispered back to her. Seeing the little girl shyly snuggle into her parents' arms, Jiang Nan smiled and stopped teasing her. After these few months of recuperation, her health improved a lot, and her face gained some flesh, making her look several years younger. She no longer looked as fierce as before, but her figure remained slim, hardly like someone who had given birth. Perhaps it was for this reason that the older woman was mistaken. They were all happily together on this side, but things were far from good on the older woman's side. An older woman from the same profession complained, "You're almost good enough, but with the three of us girls here, it's still not enough. We have to keep looking for more." The few people in the front row were probably together as well. A young man stood up and agreed. Exactly. Jiang Nan listened carefully for a long time and realized that the plump aunt was really a matchmaker. She had taken 3 young women and their families to a different place for blind dates. But after getting on the train, the 3 families only then found out that among the potential matches, only one was from the city, while the other 2 were from the commune town. The aunt had already reached an agreement with one of the families. The city family would be matched with her family, and the other 2 families were upset. Why should this family be matched with the city family? After some back and forth, the matchmaker aunt compromised. The 3 families would take turns going on blind dates with the city family, and the city family could choose whoever they liked. Damn, is the emperor choosing a concubine? Li Su widened his eyes and complained to Jiang Nan. The couple from the Song family opposite couldn't help but laugh at this remark. However, Jiang Nan found it strange. She carefully observed the 3 families. Judging by their clothing and the skin weathered by wind and sun, they were clearly farmers. How could they afford to take the train for a matchmaking meeting with just 2 or 3 people in a family? Nowadays, train ticket prices are not cheap relative to a farmer's income. Moreover, was the matchmaking target in the old matchmaker's hand really that high quality? Was it worth making such a long trip? Only to hear the wife opposite, Wu Hui, seemingly noticing Jiang Nan's confusion, vaguely said to the siblings, "It's about the same." Then, she quietly mentioned that the 3 aunts who brought their daughters had already boasted on the road that it was the transportation fee from the prospective match's family. Li Su sighed. That is indeed about the same. The official family provided transportation fees to send them to the capital. If the emperor liked them, they stayed. If not, they were sent home to marry on their own. Chapter 28. Long-distance travel time is always long and boring. Jiang Nan listened to the Song couple reading and telling stories to their child while observing the round-faced matchmaker. She noticed that besides asking unmarried girls if they had a boyfriend, the matchmaker just chatted and cracked sunflower seeds with the 3 families traveling together. Really like an ordinary matchmaker. After 4 or 5 hours, the train arrived at the next station, and many passengers boarded again. The auntie started moving again. Jiang Nan greeted Li Su and followed her around before returning. The auntie seemed to have noticed her shadowing her. After sitting down, she gave Jiang Nan a glare, then turned her head away, looking like she didn't want to pay attention to her. Jiang Nan smiled beside the seat, completely unbothered, and said, "Auntie, I found out that as a matchmaker, you're also being gender biased. How can you only ask female comrades if they have a partner? You should also seek happiness for the vast number of male comrades, right? Look at my brother, strong and robust with clear and handsome features. He's really good at working and earning work points. Could you help introduce a partner for him too?" Li Shui, hearing Jiang Nan ask someone to find a partner for him, even though he knew it was a joke, he still felt uncomfortable all over and stared at his sister with a look full of grievance. Li Su was unwilling, and the matchmaker aunt was even less pleased. She gave Li Su a disdainful look, curled her lips in contempt, and said, "I arrange marriages so that rural girls can marry into the city and enjoy a good life. How can I let city girls marry into the countryside to suffer?" Jiang Nan found this amusing. Judging by the aunt's tone, it seemed like she thought it was easy to get rural girls married into the city. Was this really an easy matter? According to the original owner's memories, it was not. These days, rural girls marrying into the city do not have city household registration, so naturally they don't receive ration allocations. Moreover, the child's household registration must follow the mother. Not having enough food affects the child's future. Any one of these reasons is enough to make most city people hesitate to marry rural girls. The original owner had a hard time at the Chung family during those 2 years without a job. So she feigned regret and asked, "Then isn't it common for city girls to marry into families?" As soon as Jiang Nan said this, the matchmaker's words caught in her throat. Looking at Jiang Nan and Li Su as if they were spineless weaklings, she looked even more disdainful and impatiently waved her hand to dismiss Jiang Nan, saying, "I don't have anyone like that on my list. You should find another matchmaker." Jiang Nan, however, didn't let her off and pressed on. "Auntie, how much did you get for the matchmaker's gift?" At this moment, everyone on the train perked up their ears. Gossip and secrets, who doesn't love to listen, especially when the train ride is really boring? The auntie felt offended and angrily said, "None of your damn business." Jiang Nan quickly stepped back 2 paces to avoid the auntie's spit. To others, it looked like Jiang Nan was scared by the auntie's anger. Then someone chimed in. "Auntie, this female comrade is just asking out of curiosity. What's there to get angry about? Besides, the matchmaking fee isn't a secret matter, so why hide it?" The auntie was displeased, stood up and shouted loudly, "I said the salary and work points are transparent, but if I ask you how much savings do you have, would you be willing to tell me?" Seeing that she was at a loss for words, the auntie spat and concluded, "It's easy to talk when you don't have to bear the pain." Jiang Nan stepped to the right at the right moment, blocking the auntie's view to prevent her anger from spreading to others, and smiled. "Auntie, I just wanted to help you compare with other matchmakers. If you charge too little, wouldn't that be a loss for you?" The aunt shot her a disdainful glance and said firmly, "No need." Jiang Nan could only sit down with a helpless look and said loudly to the song couple opposite, "I've heard before of matchmakers like this aunt who bring people from other places for blind dates, but they match people from villages, not from cities or towns." At this, an aunt who was a fellow matchmaker asked in confusion, "Miss, if you're matching village people, why bother traveling so far? Local people know each other's backgrounds well. Isn't that better than marrying far away?" Jiang Nan smiled. "Aunt, this situation is different. Listen to me first." The aunt quieted down and Jiang Nan continued, "Everyone knows that in some places the preference for sons over daughters is very serious. Female infants are either abandoned, drowned, or buried alive. That was all before the founding of the country, right?" Someone who had never seen the dark side whispered in objection. But more people remained silent. Because it's not just before the founding of the country. Even now, although women's status has improved and there is widespread promotion that women hold up half the sky, such situations still occur repeatedly. Jiang Nan didn't respond to this and continued speaking to himself. Over time, the gender ratio started to become unbalanced, and the men in these places began to have trouble finding wives. What to do? They could only look for wives from other regions, so matchmakers like Auntie Dama, who bring people from afar for blind dates, came into being. A flat rate of 200 yuan, and a wife is guaranteed. Hiss. Many people in the carriage gasped in shock. Clearly, many were listening to Jiang Nan's story. Someone envied. "Oh my goodness, 200 per person, isn't that making a killing?" Some people were envious, saying, "Isn't that almost like human trafficking? Shouldn't we report them to the Revolutionary Committee and the Public Security Bureau?" Others shouted at the matchmaker lady, "Auntie, you wouldn't also be making 200 a family, would you?" The 3 families who were there also looked at the matchmaker lady suspiciously. The matchmaker lady's eyes flickered as she loudly refuted. "Nonsense. I am a proper matchmaker, how could I do such a thing?" Jiang Nan smiled, ignoring the way the aunt stared at her as if she were a cannibal, and continued, "This 200 yuan is the matchmaker's fee, not including the bride price given to the bride's family. How many families in the village can come up with such a large sum? There's no choice. These families have to borrow. After the matchmaker takes the money, she goes to her hometown or some impoverished mountainous areas to find girls, then brings the girl's family to the groom's house for matchmaking. On the bride's side, arriving in an unfamiliar place, they can't get any real information. The parents, having actually received the bride price, only think the new son-in-law's family is indeed well off and return home after the wedding. It is only after these girls adapt to life in their husband's home that they realize they have been deceived. Those loans have to be repaid by having them work alongside the men doing countless years of farm labor, which is equivalent to the girls earning money to marry themselves, but ending up serving the husband's family like beasts of burden for a lifetime. This is a true story that Jiang Nan personally witnessed in modern times. The matchmaking fee was not 200 yuan but 200,000. At that time, the average annual household income in Jiang Nan's hometown was only about 20 to 30,000. The 3 girls who had come to a different place full of hope for blind dates suddenly became afraid. Could it be that they were also tricked into working? They unconsciously clutched the clothes of their parents or brothers beside them tighter. Jiang Nan looked at the 3 girls, his smile fading considerably. These girls are unfamiliar with the place and can't run away. Even if they really ran back home, their parents and brothers, because the girls have already consummated the marriage with the men or even become pregnant, would only advise them to endure a bit and make do since it's already like this. Then, they would either hand the girls over to the men who came after them or personally send them back. The few who stayed at home were also despised by their brothers, and soon casually remarried off. The three aunties listened and cautiously asked the matchmaker auntie, "You wouldn't be deceiving us as well, would you?" Just as the girls said, once they entered the bridal chamber, it was too late for them to regret. The matchmaker auntie's face flushed red, and she slammed the table angrily. "Don't listen to her nonsense. When I took you all to meet potential matches, we always went to the groom's family home. Those are multi-story buildings with electric lights and running water, even with 2 holes in the wall. At that time, open your eyes wide and take a good look at the good life they live. What reason would we have to lie to you?" The three aunties looked at each other and thought about it and agreed. There were 8 or 9 people in their group. Surely they couldn't all have been deceived, right? So she relaxed, half displeased with Jiang Nan's provocation, glanced at her and half advised the matchmaker. "Why are you so angry? We were just casually asking after hearing the story. Come on, have a sip of water to calm down." Seeing that the effect was achieved and all 3 families were now on alert, Jiang Nan didn't interfere further. After all, it's hard to reason with someone courting death. Suddenly, she thought of what to write for her next story. She would write about a woman deceived into marriage, from her struggle after realizing the deception, to the despair after being forced to compromise by her parents and relatives, then numb assimilation, until her daughter grew up and faced the same situation. The woman then came back to life, and through continuous efforts and running around, using improved laws different from those in the past, carved out a new path for herself and her daughter. While Jiang Nan was mentally filling in the character of the female student, Li Su suddenly stood up beside her and exclaimed, "Sister!" Jiang Nan only felt a gust of wind by her ear as Li Su used his arm to shield her head, scolding the other person. "What are you doing?" Only then did Jiang Nan react, and Li Su quickly withdrew his hand from her head, grabbing the other hand of the aunt who was reaching out to scratch him. Both of the aunt's hands were held, and it seemed Li Su was using a lot of strength. The aunt's expression twisted as she struggled with her arms, shouting, "Assault! Harassment!" The people in the carriage were discussing Jiang Nan's story. Some were shocked, some were indifferent and unconcerned, and others kept marveling at the fact that there were 200 pieces of matchmaker money. No one expected the matchmaker auntie to suddenly take action. Jiang Nan stood up, took hold of one of the matchmaker's arms and sneered, "Auntie, you said yourself that you are different from the matchmaker in my story. What do you mean by greeting me like this?" The matchmaker auntie felt the pain in her hand ease considerably and was in the mood to speak. "You little brat, you're slandering me with your indirect insults. What's wrong with me teaching you a lesson?" Jiang Nan smiled, signaled Li Shusong to step back, and at the same time quickly twisted the auntie's arm upward with force, turning it behind her back and pressing it against the ceiling of the carriage, forcing her to bend over and scream. She laughed. "Then facing your lesson, self-defense should be fine, right?" The change in situation was so sudden that everyone in the car didn't react immediately. After coming to their senses, they all gathered around, urging Jiang Nan, "Let her go. At her age, if something bad happens, wouldn't it be your fault?" Jiang Nan remained unmoved, holding his ground for a while, and only after making sure she had learned her lesson did he let her go. The matchmaker fell to the ground with a thud and started throwing a tantrum. "My arm is broken. Everyone come and see, the young man is bullying me." Jiang Nan, annoyed by the noise, rubbed his ear and smiled. "Ma'am, I can set bones. Would you like me to try?" Saying that, he bent down to grab the matchmaker's arm. But she was so scared she hugged her arm and shrank back, shouting, "Murderer!" This commotion attracted the attention of the attendants and the police officer. After hearing the whole story, the two of them, the attendant, looking headache-ridden, pulled the matchmaker aside. "Ma'am, that's enough. You made the first move, so you're in the wrong. The arm is fine, so stop holding on to it." The trained police officer criticized Jiang Nan from the side. "Comrade, even when giving a friendly reminder, you need to pay attention to your approach." Jiang Nan smiled and agreed. Afterwards, the attendant and the trained police stayed in the carriage for a while. Seeing that neither side showed signs of further dispute, they finally left. Jiang Nan and the auntie exchanged glances, the matchmaker rolling her eyes as if they were about to turn to the sky. Jiang Nan still smiled sweetly, raised his hand and flexed his wrist. The matchmaker was so frightened that she turned her back. Early the next morning, the matchmaker and her group arrived at their destination. She snorted at Jiang Nan and left. Jiang Nan chuckled to himself. At this moment, an elderly lady with neatly arranged silver hair passed by Jiang Nan, smiling softly and said, "You don't need to worry, I will have my son look into it." After speaking, she glanced at the middle-aged man behind her, who wore a serious expression. The man nodded at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan stood up and watched as the two got off the car and left. Li Su waited until she sat down before carefully asking about the matchmaker story in Jiang Nan. "Sister, the matchmaker you mentioned isn't just a matchmaker, she's a human trafficker. Why hasn't anyone caught her?" The Song couple also looked at her curiously. Jiang Nan sighed and said, "Because the boundaries are very blurred. They didn't go against the wishes of the women involved, the female party's family and relatives were aware, and all the proper formalities were observed. At most, it counts as marriage fraud or deception. The villagers lack legal awareness and are very afraid of law enforcement. Even if they are deceived, they won't seek help from the Public Security Bureau or the police station. They either endure it or get tangled up, and if someone comes to beat them up for some compensation, they just let it go. The Public Security Bureau is unaware. So how could anyone catch them? Those girls who were deceived are really pitiful." Wu Hui sighed along. "No place to settle, only to return to that quagmire, or step into another quagmire." The 5 days and 4 nights on the train passed without any incident except for this matter. Jiang Nan and Li Su got off the train, both looking tired, and without waiting even half an hour, headed straight to the guest house closest to the school to check in and take a shower. Since it was not yet time to register, after resting, Jiang Nan accompanied the excited Li Su to start exploring Shanghai. International Hotel, municipal building, Bund Street scenes, department stores. Li Su regretted all along not having a camera. Otherwise, he could have taken photos to bring back and show his family. Jiang Nan thought for a moment, then bought a roll of film at a high price from a tourist taking pictures at the Bund, paid for the labor, and took Li Su back to these places specifically to take photos. By the day Li Su registered with Jiang Nan, he was already so exhausted that he had no attachment left to Shanghai. In Jiangcheng, the old lady took the matchmaker's information from her son, who was full of anger. She only heard her son say, "It is indeed a marriage scam, but the situation is not quite the same as what that girl described." After reading it, the old lady let out a long sigh. This matchmaker specialized in arranging marriages for families in the city and commune who had disabled or impaired members, but the rural girls were matched with the able-bodied brothers of these disabled men. If there were no brothers or the brothers were unsuitable, the matchmaker would find handsome young men to take their place. The couple did not share a room on their wedding night, under the pretext that the bride's parents were still around and it was inappropriate. Only after sending the bride's family away would they switch back to their partner. It was only then that the girls learned the truth. Some accepted their fate while others resisted. But the distance was too great, and the girls who resisted could not return. Moreover, these families would send money to the girls' hometowns during New Year and festivals, so the bride's family never came looking for them. A very few of these girls lived well, but most suffered greatly. One of them was even beaten to death by her husband, who was an alcoholic and disabled. They lied to the outside world, saying she fell in the dark when getting up at night, hitting the back of her head on the bedpost and died from the fall. One of the 3 girls this time was from his family, and the matchmaker's thank you gift was even higher than what the girls on the train said. 500 yuan per person. Have all the people been caught? The matchmaker and those young men who assisted in the wrongdoing asked. The old lady asked her son. The son replied, "Caught them. Those 3 families all bought tickets and sent them back. It was also lucky to run into that girl on the train and to meet you who are so good at handling things. Otherwise, who knows how badly that good girl would have been tormented. This kind of cancerous tumor, who knows how much longer it would have grown in Ningqing. However, the placement of these female comrades has also become a problem," the son added. The girls' claim of having nowhere to settle is not empty talk. Some of the female comrades are even unwilling to leave their in-laws' homes, believing that leaving would make them the subject of ridicule and unable to live independently. Sending them back home would only drown them in the villagers' scorn. "Sai, we can only slowly work on their mindset." The old lady nodded. For now, that was all that could be done. Then looking up at the clock, he stood up and smiled at his son. "Isn't Liang Meng bringing a female comrade home for dinner? Hurry up and get ready." Chapter 29. Before the start of school, Jiang Nan had already anticipated that registration day would be lively, but she didn't expect it to be so crowded. Looking around, the crowd was dense, and after she and Li Su joined in, it was as if they had merged into a sea of blue-gray. Jiang Nan was so squeezed that she had no choice but to find a place for Li Su to stay and guard the luggage, while she went to line up for registration. Then the two reunited and followed the directions to the dormitory building. The dormitory building was equally crowded, with students and parents carrying or dragging luggage up and down the stairs. If one wasn't careful, the luggage would bump heads or hit people. Jiang Nan lived in room 305. As she walked along, she glanced briefly at each room. The layout of each dormitory was roughly similar. On the left were 2 bunk beds, in the middle 2 desks placed vertically back to back, on the right 1 bunk bed, a desk placed horizontally beside the bed, and at the entrance space for each person included a small cabinet and a rack for toiletries. The dormitory area looked to be only half the size of the 2-person room she had at Hongshan Middle School. When Jiang Nan and Li Su arrived at the door of room 305, the cramped space was already packed with people, making it difficult to even turn around. The siblings simply put down their luggage on the spot and decided to wait until someone came out before going in. It was clear that the situation wouldn't be resolved anytime soon. There were 3 lower bunks, 2 had already been made up, and the remaining 6 people, each from families of 3, were fighting over the last lower bunk. However, there was no quarrel. The parents on both sides were counting on their fingers, listing their daughter's various physical defects and bad habits, insisting that only that lower bunk would do. Jiang Nan was watching the lively scene. Before he had a chance to meet new classmates, he roughly learned about their personalities from the family's conversations. A 16-year-old graduate named Su Xinxin, and a former department store saleswoman named Shen Yuezhi. Suddenly, the corner of her clothes was pulled, and a childish voice happily called out to her, "Aunt Jiang." Jiang Nan looked down and called out in surprise, "Meow meow." It turned out to be the youngest daughter of the couple Song Mingyang and Wu Hui on the bus. She looked up and indeed saw the couple carrying large and small bags walking over. After glancing inside the dormitory, they put down their luggage and chose to wait outside with them. Wu Hui smiled and said, "I saw you when we were lining up to register, but it was too noisy around so I couldn't call out to you. I even swapped dorms with a female classmate who was ahead of me in line, just to be in the same room with you." Although the 5 days on the train were short, Wu Hui got to know a bit about Jiang Nan's way of dealing with people. She was a straightforward person who clearly distinguished between friends and foes. Although her personality was very different from Wu Hui's, they got along well and felt comfortable with each other. Being roommates would probably be very interesting, and she looked forward to the next 4 years. Jiang Nan was somewhat surprised. On the train, she had only roughly learned that the two were sent-down youth from Shanghai, who had both been admitted to university, and were returning to the city with their 2 daughters. Both were very humble and didn't mention their school. Out of politeness, Jiang Nan didn't ask further, so she hadn't expected them to be classmates. While saying, "It's a great honor," Jiang Nan asked the Song couple, "Comrade Song, are you also in the same class as us?" Wu Hui shook her head and smiled. "No, he is in the history department, he likes archaeology." Song Mingyang subtly pushed up his glasses. "That's good too, literature and history go hand in hand," Jiang Nan said, teasing the couple. The two chatted while also attending to the 2 children. Li Su and Song Mingyang exchanged pleasantries, and before they knew it, the winner had finally been decided inside. Shen Yuezhi got the lower bunk by the door on the left. The short-haired female classmate on the right, already having made her bed and wearing a linen suit, gave up her lower bunk. Su's parents were helping the short-haired classmate to move the bedding to the upper bunk. "Can you sleep on the upper bunk?" Jiang Nan asked Wu Hui, who didn't mind either way. Wu Hui replied politely and casually, "When I first went to the countryside to the farm, I also slept on the upper bunk. I'm used to it, not picky." The people inside only now had time to notice them, and they all made way, clearing a narrow path so they could enter the room and settle their luggage. There were only 2 left, the upper bunks on the left side. Jiang Nan and Wu Hui each politely yielded, and the back and forth went on endlessly. Jiang Nan finally decided to let Wu Hui sleep on the one by the window, and only then did the 2 start making the beds. Jiang Nan was just about to ask Li Su to help her take out the bedding while she went to the stairwell washroom to fetch a basin of water to wipe down, when she saw Song Mingyang already stepping up onto the upper bunk, exclaiming, "It's clean." Jiang Nan also reached out to touch the bedboard, and indeed there was no dust. The short-haired female classmate opposite said, "I came early and already wiped it once. If you think it's not clean, you can wipe it again." Jiang Nan and Wu Hui exchanged glances and both said thank you. The 3 exchanged names. The short-haired female classmate was named Su Dan. "I'm Su Xinxin." The youngest classmate immediately raised her hand and excitedly introduced herself. The 3 Jiang Nan students did not ignore her because of her cute middle school appearance and personality. They all greeted her sincerely. However, Shen Yuezhi and the female classmate in the lower bunk by the window who was completely absorbed in her book and oblivious to the outside world, remained silent. No one minded. They only heard Su Xinshin's mother entrust the 3 Jiang Nan students. My Xinshin is young, has never left home or lived in a dormitory. If she acts out of line in the future, please all be understanding. Jiang Nan looked at Su's mother, who was only about 35 or 36 years old, and couldn't help but sigh. If this were a previous life, they would have been peers. Therefore, Jiang Nan no longer saw Su Xinshin as a generation younger, and her attitude toward her became the same as toward Chang Hao. But she still regarded Su Xin as a classmate when she returned to Mrs. Su, saying, "There's no need for thanks. It should be mutual help and progress together." After a few more polite exchanges, they finally began to move. Su Dan wiped the bedboard very cleanly, and Jiang Nan felt there was no need to wipe it again, so he prepared to make the bed. Then he heard Shen Yueji's mother muttering, "I don't know why they can't come sooner. This canopy will gather so much dust later." Jiang Nan pretended not to hear and went straight over, asking Li Su to hand her things. After hanging the mosquito net and laying out the bedding, she saw Shen's mother fanning her hand while pretending to cough, saying, "Please be a bit more careful, there's too much dust." Jiang Nan glanced at the air in front of Shen's mother, where there was no dust or flying fluff, then looked at her own gentle movements and smiled. "Riley, how about you put your things away first and step outside to wait? I'll let you back in after I finish tidying up so nothing will get dusty. Or you can just switch beds with me. The air upstairs is better. Some things are non-negotiable." She didn't want to cause trouble on the first day of school, but some people, if you don't point it out, will take advantage without restraint. The Li family had finally managed to get the lower bunk, so switching was out of the question. Shen's mother didn't even look at Jiang Nan, just frowned unhappily and said to Shen's father, "I told you, even college students vary in manners." "Yes, indeed they are different," Jiang Nan replied. Then, pretending to be disdainful, he looked up and down at the Shen family parents, and at Shen Yu, who said nothing and was boredly filing her nails, using his eyes to tell them who truly lacked manners. "You!" Shen's mother clearly understood. She angrily spoke out, then glanced at her daughter before closing her mouth. She did not want to argue with others at the university and cause her daughter to lose face. After Jiang Nan saw that there was no follow-up, she remade the bed, finishing it in 10 minutes. After getting out of bed, Jiang Nan didn't immediately open her suitcase. She didn't want to display her personal belongings in public. She only took her toiletries and lunchbox to the washroom to rinse them off, then placed them back on the dormitory shelf. Wu Hui's bed was also made, but since they still had to go to Song Mingyang's dorm to set things up, the two families parted ways there. Jiang Nan and Li Su took a walk around the campus, and after eating they returned to the guest house together. The next day, Jiang Nan saw him off at the train station before returning to school to attend the afternoon class meeting. At the class meeting, after everyone introduced themselves, Counselor Zhang directly appointed the class committee members based on their personal resumes and said that after half a semester, once everyone has gotten to know each other's personalities and abilities, there would be a re-election. Room 305 had only Sudan, who, relying on his experience as a political officer in a factory of 10,000 workers, became the Youth League secretary. The rest were all small fry. A list of required readings compiled by the subject teachers was also announced. Jiang Nan looked at the densely packed list of books on the blackboard and felt the heavy responsibility ahead, while Wu Hui beside him was already enthusiastically copying and ticking off items, indicating she had read a large portion of them. The surrounding classmates were much the same, except for Jiang Nan, a science student shaped by modern exam-oriented education, who felt out of place. After the class meeting ended, most of the class rushed straight to the library to grab books. Jiang Nan coordinated with Wu Hui. She wanted to take advantage of Wu Hui. She only borrowed books that Wu Hui had already read, and then also borrowed the ones Wu Hui had gotten but hadn't read yet. Wu Hui gladly agreed and remarked, "You actually used your science scores to apply for a liberal arts major. No wonder you haven't read so many popular contemporary novels." To be honest, from the perspective of national talent resources, Jiang Nan's talents are being wasted. But as a staunch supporter of the Chinese department, Wu Hui warmly welcomes her joining. When the two squeezed out of the library, Jiang Nan was holding 5 books, while Wu Hui had only 2. It wasn't that Wu Hui lacked fighting power, but rather that her reading list consisted mostly of books that most other students hadn't read. By the time she finally found these 2, the others had all been borrowed. On the way back to the dorm, their pace slowed down and they finally felt like chatting. Wu Hui said that even though she had only left home for half a day, she already missed her daughter. She then asked about Chang Hao, remembering that Jiang Nan had mentioned on the train that his son was 7 years old. Jiang Nan laughed and said, "My silly boy only knows how to eat and play. Without the toys I sent back, it's no wonder he can't remember me." When Li Su came, he had a small luggage bag, but he returned home fully loaded. Jiang Nan not only bought toys for Chang Hao, but also for the children of her eldest sister, second brother, and younger sister. She also purchased Shanghai specialties, half by herself and half with Li Su, gifts for each member of the Li family, and so on. It was about as much as the luggage she brought when she came. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Nan and Wu Hui found that the four had returned before them. Upon asking, they learned that Su Dan was delayed because the counselor held a class committee meeting. She guessed she would be too late to borrow books, so she came back directly. Su Xinxin, coming from a scholarly family with many books at home, said even she hadn't read those books, so others definitely hadn't either. She also admitted that her small frame couldn't compete with others in squeezing through, so she returned to the dormitory and planned to check again in a couple of days. If it really didn't work out, she could ask her family elders to contact other universities to borrow books for her. The classmate Yang Ling, who had been looking down at her book the whole time, managed to borrow the book after registering. She hadn't finished reading it yet, so she didn't join the commotion. And the last one was a freeloader. Shen Yueji's hand was already on the book Jiang Nan had just put down, but Jiang Nan pressed it down with one hand, his expression indifferent as he glanced past her. With a sharp cut, Shen Yueji lowered her eyes and flicked her hand as if she had touched something dirty, then sat back on the bed, pulled down the curtain, and shut herself off from the world. Jiang Nan first opened the suitcase, took out some daily necessities and clothes she often wore, arranged them neatly, and then planned to start reading. Seeing that she and Wu Hui were putting things into the drawers, Su Dan reminded them, "Don't leave valuables outside. People come and go in the dormitory, and it would be troublesome if they get damaged or lost. Used by someone else is even more disgusting." No sooner had Sultan finished speaking than Shen Yueji's voice came from inside the tent. Jiang Nan and Wu Hui were baffled and Sultan explained, "Yesterday someone stole Shen Yueji's face cream." "Serves you right," said Yang Ling, who was looking down at her book without lifting her head. "Are you done yet?" Shen Yueji pulled open the tent flap. The Sultan hurriedly tried to mediate. It turned out these two had already had a quarrel yesterday. Shen Yueji's expensive face cream was left on the table. When a visiting classmate recognized it, one showed envy while the other pretended not to care, flaunting it. This revealed the cream's value, and at some point a chunk had been dug out from the middle. Shen Yueji only discovered it when she was applying the cream before bed. After a big fuss and calling it disgusting, Yang Ling sarcastically said that if she hadn't been bragging, no one would have stolen it. The two had a big fight. Jiang Nan raised her eyebrows, exchanged a glance with Wu Hui, then looked at the popular brand face cream on their hands. Although it was a bit over 4 yuan, it shouldn't be that much, right? Wu Hui obviously had the same thought. The two of them tacitly put the items casually into the drawer, then sat down to read and write reading notes. Next came the official classes. The Chinese department required a huge amount of extracurricular reading for every subject. Jiang Nan's foundation was weak, so she spent almost every day in the library. It wasn't until the end of October that her reading volume barely caught up with the other students, after which she began drafting the story she had conceived on the train. But revising, copying. Wait. Shortly after sending it out, she received a rejection letter. Jiang Nan was not discouraged. After revising her writing style, she sent it to another magazine, but it was rejected again. Only then did she realize the problem. One day, Jiang Nan took advantage of Wu Hui's free time and invited her to a quiet lawn, asking this talented woman to help review her manuscript. Wu Hui carefully read through it twice before looking up and asking Jiang Nan, "Just asking, does the female protagonist have a real-life model?" Jiang Nan wanted to shake his head but then recalled the women he had seen who married far away to that small mountain village in their hometown, as well as a few documentaries he had watched, and replied, "You could say she does." Wu Hui smiled and underlined a line on page 11 of the manuscript with her finger, saying, "I guess the real-life model only has her life trajectory up to this point, right?" Since it was Jiang Nan's own writing, he could tell the progress at a glance. It was only when the female protagonist's son turned 6 that she was allowed to visit the town market for the first time. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, yes. This is the true experience of the documentary's female lead. After being deceived into marriage, she wanted to return home, but her husband's family kept her under watch. During this process, she found that her husband was actually not so bad, and gradually changed her mind, willing to spend the rest of her life with him. However, this man she thought was not bad only accompanied her to visit her parental home for the first time when their son turned 6, confirming that she would not run away. The documentary is coming to an end here. The reporter asked the female lead what she thought, and she said, I have a child now, I can't leave, this is how I'll live my life. And at the moment the female lead resigned herself, no matter how much life she had left, her life was over. The female protagonist in Jiang Nan was already disappointed in her family when her parents sent her back to the man's home. Therefore, Jiang Nan did not write about her maternal home, but instead depicted an open, densely populated place as a place of liberation. This also marks the time and symbol when the female protagonist was completely assimilated in everyone's eyes. Wu Hui smiled again. Because before this, your protagonist was full of flesh and blood, rich in emotions, allowing people to truly feel her struggle, her despair, fear, and confusion. After this comes the daughter facing marriage and her sudden awakening. Personally, I think this does not align with the character's behavioral logic. She has been numb and resigned for more than 10 years. It is very difficult to awaken her until her daughter has suffered real harm or has successfully triggered her painful memories by repeating her own experiences. Also, the female protagonist's use of the law to protect herself and her daughter is too idealistic and hollow. I guess you hope your prototype can be redeemed as in the ending of your novel. But when it comes to writing, I believe that harsh reality, though hard to accept, is more thought-provoking. After listening, Jiang Nan took a deep breath, sincerely thanked Wu Hui, and promised to treat her to breakfast for a week. Wu Hui hurriedly waved her hand to refuse, smiling. I don't believe you can't think of this layer. It's just that you are unwilling to change this ending. Jiang Nan smiled with pursed lips, looked down at the manuscript in his hand, and decided to follow Wu Hui's advice, changing the daughter's experience and ending to a tragedy, making it a hammer to wake women up. But he insisted on keeping the legal aspect unchanged. The ending would just be more realistic, where she could only reclaim a tiny bit of justice. All right. Wu Hui clapped her hands. The serious business is done, let's go quickly. Where to? Jiang Nan asked curiously. Wu Hui said excitedly. They're showing a movie in the auditorium. Song Mingyang and the others went to their dorm early to save seats. Let's go quickly and watch Ken Takakura together. Jiang Nan laughed. Is it okay for you to go watch another man with your husband? Wu Hui said shyly and reservedly. I didn't stop him from watching me either. Jiang Nan laughed heartily. The two of them went to the auditorium together and were amazed. It was no exaggeration to say it was a sea of people. Manhunt is really popular. Wu Hui squeezed in with Jiang Nan all the way inside, receiving quite a few dirty looks before finally finding Song Mingyang. They also saw a few others from the dorm not far away, but judging by the atmosphere, Jiang Nan noticed the distant gap between Yangling and Shen Yuezhi and couldn't tell they had come together at all. Fighting again? Jiang Nan pointed toward the roommates and asked quietly near Wu Hui's ear. Wu Hui nodded helplessly. Shen Yuezhi is trying on the new dress she bought in the dormitory, and now they're arguing again. Jiang Nan is not often in the dormitory, so he doesn't see much. Yangling is usually quiet and unassuming, seeming like she could keep her head down and read even if the sky fell, but she just can't stand Shen Yuezhi and has to retort at every word and action. Fortunately, she often goes home to see her child, so out of sight, out of mind. But Sudan, who probably has to mediate between them many times every day, is about to lose it. Sure enough, after the movie ended and they returned to the dormitory, the quarrel started up again. The new dress Shen Yuezhi was reluctant to wear was cut open, and she suspected Yangling. Chapter 30. As soon as Jiang Nan returned to the dormitory, she put down her bag and took out manuscript paper to start rewriting the outline for the second half of the novel. After hearing Shen Yuezhi make a big fuss, Yangling sarcastically said, Shen Yuezhi, sometimes I really wonder how you managed to get into the same school as us with your brain. Shen Yuezhi immediately understood but still reflexively asked angrily, What do you mean? Xin, being a child who didn't understand, raised her hand to translate. It means your brain isn't very smart. In this tense atmosphere, the few of them almost burst out laughing. At the right moment, Sudan said to Shen Yuezhi, we left the house together, stayed in one place the whole time, and now we're coming back together. How could Yangling have had time to cut your clothes? Shen Yuezhi remained silent, then looked coldly at Jiang Nan's back and said, What about you all? Jiang Nan didn't hear anyone speaking, looked up, saw the four quietly waiting for her to speak, then lowered her head and continued writing as she spoke. I went to the library early and haven't come back since. Wu Hui left earlier than you all. I just followed behind you back to the dormitory, and Wu Hui was on a date with her husband and hasn't returned yet. Why are you asking us? But Shen Yuezhi was relentless. Do you have any witnesses? What if you came back while we were watching the movie? Only we and the dorm supervisor have keys to this dormitory door. Jiang Nan finally put down his pen and turned to look at her. Before he could speak, he heard Yang Ling hum and then sneer. Aren't you the one who knows best whether Jiang Nan and Wu Hui came back halfway through? Jiang Nan, Su Dan, and Su Xinxin were puzzled by her words, but they saw Shen Yuezhi biting her lip, her face flushed and her eyes shy. Yang Ling, what do you mean by that? Su Dan asked. Yang Ling glanced disdainfully at Shen Yuezhi. What movie is she watching? Her eyes never left the great talent from the history department. How could she not notice Jiang Nan and Wu Hui sitting in the same row as the great talent? Jiang Nan laughed. So Shen Yuezhi, what do you mean by that? Are you deliberately picking a fight? Or do you want me to bring that great talent from the history department to testify for us? Yang Ling was wrong. Your mind works pretty fast. Shen Yuezhi, hearing this, was both embarrassed and angry. What nonsense are you talking about? I wasn't staring the whole time. And everyone was focused on watching the movie. How could anyone notice if someone nearby left? No need to be explicit. It was clear that the great talent from the history department wouldn't pay attention to Jiang Nan. So, you insist it was me and Wu Hui, or at least one of us? Jiang Nan looked at her coldly, seeing that the others tacitly sided with her in the confrontation. Jiang Nan sneered, lowered her head to close the pen cap, then put away the manuscript paper. She stood up and said, Then take your evidence and let's go find the teacher or the police to prove my innocence. On the way, you can start thinking about how you will apologize to us for framing us. Let me remind you in advance, a simple sorry is not acceptable. Regarding this matter, I can speak for Wu Hui, and she won't accept it either. Seeing her so determined, Shen Yuezhi's eyes flickered, and she became uncertain again. Su Dan came over and grabbed Jiang Nan. This is not the attitude to solve the problem. Jiang Nan smiled and said to her, Branch Secretary, you're working too hard. Our studies are already intense and you have duties in the Youth League Committee, plus you have to take care of class affairs. How do you have time to deal with such trivial matters? Let the professionals handle the case. Besides, the results they come up with will be the most convincing, and it will also clear the suspicion from me and Wu Hui. Otherwise, the moment we step out of the dorm, our classmates will look at us like we're criminals. My skirt cost more than 30 yuan. How is that a trivial matter? Shen Yuezhi retorted unhappily. Stop messing around. Su Dan turned her head and scolded Shen Yuezhi, unable to hold back any longer. What's wrong with 30 yuan? No one in our dorm even looks at it properly. Who cares about causing trouble? This is the truth. Jiang Nan studies diligently and is often not in the dormitory. Wu Hui, whenever she has free time from studying, goes home to see her child. Su Xinxin is young, and although she is at the age to care about beauty, she cannot appreciate Shen Yuezhi's mature aesthetic. Yang Ling only focuses on her books and doesn't care about food or clothing at all. As for Su Dan herself, to be honest, she feels that Shen Yuezhi embodies a kind of capitalist corrupt style, but times have changed and she has to adapt to the development of the era, so she constantly reminds herself not to view things with old perspectives and simply ignores it. Shen Yuezhi's vanity is never satisfied, always showing off in other dormitories. Su Dan thinks Yang Ling is very right, that is, serves her right. If she hadn't always liked showing off, how would she have brought trouble upon herself? Shen Yuezhi was even more annoyed upon hearing this. She threw the clothes onto the bed. Only we have the dormitory key. If you're not from this dorm, the life counselor wouldn't lend the key at all. If it's not you guys, could it be me? Jiang Nan thought of something, glanced at the door lock and suddenly asked, When you went out today, didn't you lock the door from the inside? Hearing this, the few exchanged glances with each other. Yang Ling laughed loudly. Shen Yuezhi was the last to leave, the cabinet wasn't locked, and the door wasn't deadbolt. Who says she doesn't deserve it? Before leaving, Shen Yuezhi had been agonizing over whether to wear that new dress. She wanted to look beautiful in front of everyone, but was afraid that the crowd in the auditorium would dirty or tear her dress. It wasn't until a few people urged her repeatedly just before leaving that she hurriedly changed clothes, casually closed the cabinet door, and only pulled the dorm door shut. Hearing it lock, she ran off. Jiang Nan sneered. I told you that this kind of door, if not deadbolt, is easy to open. Have you never taken it seriously? In her previous life, Jiang Nan's high school dorm had this kind of door lock. Using a thin, hard card like a meal card or bank card, you could easily slide it open along the gap with some force. That's why she had warned everyone to deadbolt the door when leaving. She just never demonstrated it because she didn't have a handy tool at the time. You say if it can be opened, it can be opened? Shen Yuezhi's eyes were filled with anger and hurt, unable to listen to anything else, only retorting harshly. Jiang Nan completely lost patience, his face turning cold. Let's go, find the teacher and report to the police on the way. Dan didn't want to make a big deal out of it and tried to stop them, but Jiang Nan pulled her hand down. Don't bother, it's not worth the trouble. Saying that, Jiang Nan yanked the door open. Just as she stepped out, she saw Wu Hui looking back while approaching. Seeing their unhappy expressions, she asked curiously, "What's going on?" Upon hearing this, Su Xinxin peeked out from behind and briefly recounted the sequence of events. When Wu Hui heard that the main suspects were her and Jiang Nan, the smile on her face faded. "We really should find the teacher. Over there, room 316 and several dorm rooms on the second floor have also been cut." Everyone was surprised and hurried out to take a look. Sure enough, there were many people gathered outside room 316, making a lot of noise. Everyone immediately turned back. Since other dorms were also affected, it had nothing to do with their dorm. Shen Yuezhi hadn't expected this situation either, and his expression darkened. Yang Ling crossed her arms and smiled. "It's better now, you have company whether you're looking for the teacher or the police." Jiang Nan looked at her coldly. "Apologize." Shen Yu said nothing, holding her head high as she was about to head to room 316. Jiang Nan grabbed her arm, forcing her to stop. "Although your matter is urgent, I don't think taking the time to apologize will cause any delay." Shen Yuezhi looked around and saw that everyone was staring at her seriously, as if they wouldn't let her leave unless she apologized. She took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." The tense, raised jaw and the sideways glance avoiding direct eye contact all indicated that this apology was insincere. Jiang Nan finally relaxed his grip and let her go. However, everyone's attitude toward her in the dorm had turned cold. "Go back." Sultan looked at Shen Yuezhi's departing back and called out to everyone. Just as everyone entered, Wu Hui suddenly slapped her forehead and said, "Almost forgot, Jiang Nan, your letter. Ming Yang and I were walking to the reception room and saw it, so we brought it back for you." Jiang Nan was surprised. She had only just received a letter from her eldest aunt, so who else would be writing to her? She opened it and saw it was from Cheng Dinglin. The letter said that Cheng Hao had broken his arm. Wu Hui saw that her complexion was not good and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen? Do you need help?" Jiang Nan shook her head and said, "It's nothing serious, it's already been resolved." Cheng Hao took the train toy she bought to school. Someone tried to snatch it from him, and when he protected it and refused to give it up, he was pushed down the stairs and broke his arm. Cheng Dinglin said that to punish Cheng Hao for secretly bringing toys to school, Jiang Nan should not send any toys for 2 months. Wu Hui, were there many people lined up to make phone calls at the reception when you came back? Jiang Nan asked. Wu Hui recalled, 4 or 5, not too many. Then I'll make a call, Jiang Nan said, grabbing her bag and heading out. The others left in the dorm were each doing their own thing, but unexpectedly, the matter with Shen Yuezhi was not over. Before long, several counselors arrived with Shen Yuezhi and other victims, gathering in room 305, saying they wanted to see Jiang Nan. Su Dan looked at the few pretty female classmates whose clothes had been cut, all looking fierce, and couldn't help but frown, saying, Jiang Nan has gone to make a call. Teacher, what do you want to see her about? Teacher Zhang explained. This is not Shen Yuezhi talking about Jiang Nan saying the dormitory door can be opened without a key. Let's ask what's going on. Su Dan glanced sharply at Shen Yuezhi standing behind the teacher, then said appropriately, Teacher and classmates, please come in and have a seat. I'll pour water for everyone. Saying that, he called Su Xinxin and others to borrow stools from another dormitory. Teacher Zhang quickly waved his hand. No need. Jiang Nan, did you call about something urgent? If not, could you ask her to come back for a moment? Wu Hui was about to leave but was stopped by Su Dan, who refused, saying, There's something going on at her home. Please ask the teacher and classmates to wait a moment. Everyone in 305, seeing Su Dan's attitude and the anxious expressions on the victims' faces behind her, no matter how slow-witted, realized that those who came were not friendly. Jiang Nan waited in line for a while, then called Cheng Dinglin on the phone, and it took more than half an hour before he returned. Just as she turned onto the stairs, she saw a group of female classmates each holding their clothes that had been cut, staring intently at her. Jiang Nan looked puzzled. As she approached, she heard Teacher Zhang explain the situation. They wanted her to try how to open the dormitory door without a key. Jiang Nan reacted for a moment, then glanced at Shen Yuezhi, who had been looking sideways the whole time, and asked the counselor with a half-smile, Teacher, I want to confirm. I'm only assisting with the investigation, not a criminal suspect reconstructing the crime scene, right? Teacher Zhang awkwardly replied, Of course. With insufficient evidence, he couldn't misunderstand any student. The female students from other departments were displeased upon hearing this and wanted to say something, but their counselor held them back, so they could only turn their faces away in anger. Jiang Nan looked around again and asked Teacher Zhang, "Is there no security department, teacher? If not, I dare not open it. What if I am mistaken for a criminal?" These days, the security department in formal organizations is not just an old gatekeeper. They are professional soldiers with guaranteed impartiality. Besides, I don't have the tools. If you want a demonstration, you teachers have to provide the tools, Jiang Nan added. Teacher Zhang understood that Jiang Nan was angry and deliberately making things difficult for them. But there was no other way. They had to first confirm whether the door could really be opened without a key. He could only have Shen Yueji from his class run to the security office and also ask the dormitory supervisor to find a thin piece of material as Jiang Nan requested. Unexpectedly, Shen Yueji refused to move and whined, "Teacher, the security office is too far, I can't walk anymore." Teacher Zhang was caught off guard by the refusal and was momentarily stunned. Just as he was about to choose someone else, he saw that everyone else was looking away, clearly unwilling to go. The only one watching him was Jiang Nan, who calmly pulled up a chair, sat down, crossed his legs elegantly, and leisurely looked at him. Su Xinxin, being a bit of a goof, quickly poured a glass of water, held it with both hands and bent down to hand it to Jiang Nan. It was impossible to ask her to go. Teacher Zhang wiped his face and went by himself. Everyone in room 305 couldn't help but burst out laughing. More than 10 minutes later, Teacher Zhang arrived with the head of the security department. The head immediately began by criticizing several counselors, saying, "After such a serious incident, you should have informed us earlier." Then, according to Jiang Nan's request, a piece of brass was brought over and handed to her. Jiang Nan touched the part she didn't know where they came from. They were the right thickness and fit perfectly into the gap. She tried it twice. With a click, the door really opened. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. The head of the security department glanced at Jiang Nan, took the copper piece and tried it himself. He opened it faster and more easily because his hands were stronger and more skillful. Several female classmates who were victims had long been gossiping, and now they directly pointed at Jiang Nandao. The facts are all laid out clearly. If not her, then who? The others also nodded in agreement. Jiang Nan looked at them coldly, then turned to Shen Yueji. "What do you have to say?" Shen Yueji turned her face away. "What do you mean, what do I have to say?" The Sultan angrily slammed the table and stood up. Jiang Nan raised his hand to stop him and loudly explained again. "Teacher Zhang, after my class today, I stayed in the library. The classmates from our class who were in the library can testify for me. Around 4:50 p.m., I arranged to meet Wu Hui to ask for her help, and then the two of us went to the auditorium together to watch a movie with students from the history department. They can also testify for me. I have witnesses for the entire time. Do you have any other questions?" Before Teacher Zhang could respond, Jiang Nan turned to the female classmates behind him and said, "I have already explained this to Shen Yueji. Before going to find the teacher, she even apologized to me for misunderstanding me. Now, following classmates who don't know the full story to accuse me, what does that mean?" The scene instantly fell silent. The female classmate who had just accused Jiang Nan looked at Shen Yueji in disbelief. "You didn't tell us." Everyone looked at Shen Yueji, who confidently raised her face, acting as if nothing had happened. "Did I ever say the culprit was her? She only said that Jiang Nan mentioned the dormitory door could be opened without a key." Teacher Zhang took a deep breath in anger, feeling deceived. From the situation, it was clear the two had a conflict, and Shen Yueji was deliberately misleading them. And they actually waited here for Jiang Nan, going back and forth looking for people and things. Busy for nearly an hour wasting time. "Shen Yueji, do you think the school is your home? Letting you act like a child?" Teacher Zhang angrily scolded, pointing at Shen Yueji's nose. The other counselors hurried to stop him and asked the security department to inquire with several students from the history department, receiving the same testimony as Jiang Nan. They all looked at Shen Yueji with disappointment, their blame obvious. In the end, led by Teacher Zhang, everyone apologized, including the unwilling Shen Yueji. Jiang Nan accepted it and stood up to solemnly warn them. "Since the matter is clear, I do not want to be involved in this issue any further. I ask all of you students, if you hear anyone misunderstanding me, please explain it to them. If I hear any slander against me, I strongly demand that you all jointly write a statement explaining the situation and post it on the bulletin board for a semester. Otherwise, I will sue several of you present at the Public Security Bureau and the court for infringing on my reputation." The victims originally felt somewhat guilty for misunderstanding Jiang Nan, but they did not expect her to make such a big fuss and escalate the matter, so they all became indignant again. Jiang Nan ignored them and only said to a few counselors, "I ask you teachers to help me bear witness." They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Since they had misunderstood him from the start, this was the right thing to do. Everyone came in full force and left dejected, all for nothing. The matter was handed over to the security department for investigation. On the way, the head of the security department sighed about Jiang Nan Road. Students nowadays are really something else. Shin Yuezhi did not follow the others but lowered his head and entered the dormitory alone. Su Dan slammed the table, angry at his roommate for the first time since the start of the semester. "You did it on purpose. Do you even know what kind of situation this is?" Luckily, Shizi Bang was taken down. Otherwise Jiang Nan wouldn't even have a chance to defend himself and would be dragged away for struggle sessions. During the revolution, such ambiguous and overinterpreted false accusations were common. "Isn't that exactly her specialty?" Yang Ling said coldly from behind. Shen Yuezhi was startled, frowning anxiously as she retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yang Ling laughed. "When you were an H underling those years, weren't you best at this kind of thing? Oh, and also, you're really good at stealing things on the sly." After saying that, Yang Ling grabbed her book and walked straight out of the dormitory. "I'm going to the classroom for evening self-study." Everyone fell silent. How did Yang Ling know about Shin Yuezhi's past? Su Xinxin asked curiously. "Shin Yuezhi, you were actually an H underling before?" Shin Yuezhi kept staring at the door without speaking, her expression obscure and unreadable. Inside the dormitory, the three from Jiang Nan were deep in thought. It was clear that Shin Yuezhi and Yang Ling did not know each other before, and their birthplaces and places of residence were even different. How did Yang Ling know that Shin Yuezhi had previously been a low-level soldier in H? Was it because of this that she targeted Shin Yuezhi? Chapter 31. Several days passed, and there was no progress in the investigation of the incident where several beauty-loving students had their clothes cut. The dormitory supervisor insisted that the keys were neither lent out nor stolen that day. The security department confirmed that the locks on the dorm rooms of the affected students showed signs of wear, and the unlocking method should be the same as the one demonstrated by Jiang Nan. However, since a movie was being shown in the auditorium that day, the situation was chaotic, making it impossible to verify the whereabouts of many students. As a result, the investigation came to a standstill. Shin Yuezhi was very unhappy, throwing things around in the dorm every day to vent her frustration, and she developed a new habit, secretly observing Yang Ling. Meanwhile, Yang Ling continued to do as she pleased, studying, reading, writing, and clashing with Shin Yuezhi. The Sultan was troubled by the two of them every day, but later simply followed Jiang Nan's advice to neither intervene nor persuade nor waste any thought on it. Sure enough, life felt lighter and more beautiful. Jiang Nan's new manuscript had already been sent out, and soon the message room's blackboard displayed her remittance slip and letter, so she knew the manuscript had been accepted. She took the letter back to the dormitory, and Wu Hui glanced at its thickness, exclaiming in surprise, "Such a thick sample issue?" Jiang Nan laughed, took out 4 magazines from inside and explained, "Before the semester started, I submitted an article that was published in 4 installments. The magazine only sent me the first issue's sample, but I got busy and forgot about it, so they sent these along with this time's issue." The scam marriage novel was also divided into 4 installments, with a total payment of over 43 yuan. Wu Hui and the others in the dormitory were all surprised that she had published articles before enrolling. They quickly gathered around and one person took a copy, jokingly saying they wanted to appreciate her masterpiece. "Jiang Nan, which one is yours?" Su Dan asked while flipping through the magazine. Jiang Nan told them, and when they saw the pen name, Yinyu, under the title, they all burst out laughing. Wu Hui said, "You're really taking the easy way out." Jiang Nan smiled. "Isn't this good? The hazy landscape painting vibe is overwhelming." Actually, it was her who was bad at naming. Su Xinxin said without a second thought, "The meaning is indeed very good, but it doesn't suit Sister Jiang at all." Wu Hui, Su Dan, and Yang Ling all nodded in agreement upon hearing this. In the past 2 months of living together, the few of them had more or less figured out Jiang Nan's character, clear about grievances and favors, respectful to others by a foot while expecting a yard in return, a straightforward and generous person, which really didn't match Jiang Nan's gentle and graceful beauty. Jiang Nan smiled, and the few of them didn't speak anymore, focusing on reading the articles. After a short while, Su Xinxin began to sob. Jiang Nan glanced at the cover and saw that she was reading the article about marriage fraud, silently thinking it was a mistake. Such a cruel and harsh reality was not suitable for a minor little princess living in an ivory tower. "How about not looking anymore?" Jiang Nan tentatively asked. You can wait until you're an adult to read it. It's not too late then. That way, you can be cautious about being tricked into marriage. Su Xinshin shook her head, quickly finished reading the magazine, then with red eyes and a runny nose, asked Jiang Nan for the original manuscript to read the next part. She wouldn't take no for an answer, so Jiang Nan reluctantly gave it to her. She took it back to bed and covered herself with the blanket while reading, occasionally tossing out clumps of damp tissue. The other three exchanged it among themselves, and Jiang Nan also took the first issue sample to finish reading the section about pursuing education. Yang Ling was silent and lost in thought for a while before asking Jiang Nan, "Is this your real experience? Because the protagonist's name is also Jiang Nan." Jiang Nan shook her head and said, "It's another girl also named Jiang Nan." After listening, Yang Ling lowered her eyes, seemingly deep in thought, then solemnly returned the magazine to Jiang Nan and said, "Thank you." Jiang Nan was confused and did not understand what she was thanking for. A week later, a new issue of the campus newspaper published a scar literature piece titled The Devil, which caused a sensation. The article, told from the perspective of a 9-year-old girl, recounted how she witnessed her mother and father's students transform from gentle and kind older brothers and sisters into devouring devils, leading to her mother's unbearable humiliation and suicide, and her father's exile to a cattle shed, where he died of a minor pneumonia far from home. The strong contrast between the fairy tale depiction of devils through a child's naive eyes and the harsh reality shocked the entire school's teachers and students. Many teachers, professors, and students wrote book reviews and submitted them to the radio station, which broadcast them daily across the campus for a time. It was heard that the school originally planned to invite the author to give a lecture to all the teachers and students, but the author declined. While the students felt regretful, they began to inquire about which class and department the original author named Ouyang Linlin belonged to, only to find that F University had no record of such a person. It was only heard that a major publishing house, through contacts at the campus newspaper, intended to publish this novel. That day, as the weather grew colder and the library became freezing, Jiang Nan borrowed 2 books early and returned to the dormitory to do her homework. Just as she was deeply focused, she suddenly heard a loud clang, as the dormitory door was forcefully pushed open, bounced against the wall with a tremble, and then slammed shut with a bang. She turned around and saw Shen Yuezhi stride in holding a newspaper, throwing it onto Yang Ling's desk. With a dark expression he asked, "Did you write this? Where did you find out about these things?" Yang Ling looked up and Sudan frowned. "What's going on this time?" Then Sudan took the campus newspaper and saw it was the issue of The Devil, looking at Yang Ling in surprise. "Did Yang Ling write this?" Only then did Yang Ling stand up, take off her glasses, lift her heavy bangs, revealing a delicate and beautiful face, and look directly at Shen Yuezhi, sneering, "Yes, Sister Zhanjin, I've always been surprised that you couldn't recognize me. Unlike me, even if you changed your name and your appearance became more fashionable and prettier than before. Liang, I recognized you at first glance." Yang Ling stepped forward, her gaze cold, her voice like sharp ice piercing. "Shen Yuezhi, is my family's money easy to use?" Shen Yuezhi was both shocked by Yang Ling's true identity and flustered, quickly looking toward Jiang Nan and the others, as if afraid they might hear something. Yang Ling was not as lenient as she wished, continuing, "Do you know how ridiculous it is for me to watch you flaunt this and that every day? I've wanted to ask you for a long time. How can you use money that was stolen and taken by force so calmly and without guilt? You're talking nonsense." Shen Yuezhi's face twisted with rage. "I bought that with my own salary." Yang Ling laughed, her eyes gradually reddening. "Then where did your job come from? A sales clerk at a department store, such a respectable and sought-after job. Was it arranged for you by those people who stuffed so-called evidence into my house to frame my parents?" Shen Yuezhi opened her mouth to deny, but Yang Ling suddenly lost control of her emotions. Looking around at Jiang Nan and the others, she pointed at her with tears streaming down her face and a hoarse voice. "I saw with my own eyes her hiding those false accusation letters in my house, and under her coaxing, helping her deceive my mother. It was me who caused my mother's death." Yang Ling sobbed, covered her face and crouched down, crying her heart out. Sudan hurriedly put down the newspaper, went around the table, and comforted Yang Ling. Yang Ling's crying attracted 2 class committee members next door to knock on the door and ask about the situation. Seeing the situation escalating, Shen Yuezhi grew fearful, raised his voice to say it's nothing, and tried to send them away. Jiang Nan stood up and was about to open the door. Shen Yuezhi hurriedly grabbed her, angrily whispering, "What do you think you're doing?" Jiang Nan smiled, grasped her wrist, and threw her onto the nearby cabinet. "If you're brave enough to do it, why be afraid of others hearing? Yang Ling was willing to write down and publish her painful experiences, which meant she was not afraid of others hearing, and even hoped more people would know the truth. Since that was the case, Jiang Nan was willing to help her. She opened the door and welcomed the 2 class committee members in, both wearing worried expressions. Then Su Xinxin brought over a stool, and Wu Hui poured water for the 2 of them. Shen Yuezhi could only glare at them, both angry and frustrated. After hearing Yang Ling's address and complaints, the people in room 305 had roughly understood the situation. Yang Ling is the author and protagonist Ouyang Linlin of The Devil, while Shen Yuezhi is one of the devils in the novel, Shanzhen. Shenjun is a girl from a poor family. After the young protagonist Ouyang Linlin's mother discovered that she was underfed and poorly clothed, she often brought her home for meals, tutored her, even made clothes for her, and taught her to play the piano and dance. But Shenjun repaid kindness with ingratitude. At the beginning of the revolution, she hid a box of English letters in the Ouyang family. When Ouyang Linlin discovered it, Shenjun coaxed her, saying it was a surprise for the teacher, and asked Ouyang Linlin to keep it a secret until a special day to inform her mother. Ouyang Linlin believed it, and because they shared a secret, she became even closer to Shenjun. Until the incident, Ouyang Linlin saw with her own eyes Shenjun change into a different person, following a group of people to wildly smash and loot their home. During the so-called search for evidence, she secretly hid a large amount of cash, silver dollars, and some valuable items, and later came back to take them away quietly. The day her mother was dragged onto the stage, Ouyang Linlin saw with her own eyes Shenjun, with fierce eyes and a delighted expression, use a knife to mess up her mother's carefully maintained hair and scratch her mother's beautiful face, like a demon descending to earth. To be honest, when they learned that Shen Yuezhi was Shenjun's new name, they were all very shocked. In their eyes, Shen Yuezhi was proud, vain, and arrogant. They originally thought it was due to her upbringing and environment, but unexpectedly, it was actually built upon the wealth and suffering of the Yang family. How utterly disgusting. What exactly happened? The 2 class committee members were very responsible, looking anxiously at Yang Ling and Sudan, unable to drink water or sit still. Jiang Nan closed the door and said, "You 2 sit for a while and wait for Yang Ling to calm down, let her tell you herself." Listening to Yang Ling's crying, Shen Yuezhi felt the disdainful gazes from the others. She secretly resented Jiang Nan, who had opened the door, and was filled with fear and anxiety. She dared not speak much, afraid of exposing her past, and could not fight back against Jiang Nan's attacks, fearing it would draw even more attention. She just lowered her head in silence, hoping Yang Ling would keep crying like this, crying until the end of time with nothing more to say. More than 10 minutes later, Yang Ling wiped her tears, sniffled, composed herself, stood up, and without explaining to anyone, looked at Shen Yuezhi. "I have already agreed to publish this novel. Every person who has persecuted my family is named in it." Shen Yuezhi, Shenjun, heaven is blind. You say it's the mistake of the times and bear no responsibility. Each of you lives a life of ease. I refuse to accept this, and I stand up for my parents who died innocently. If God won't punish you and the law can't touch you, then I will take revenge myself. I want everyone in the country who reads this book to know the true faces of you devils and ungrateful wolves. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuezhi turned her head and saw the 2 class committee members' incredulous eyes. Her vision darkened, and she almost lost her balance. But after regaining her composure, Yang Ling said she was going to publish it, to let everyone know what she had done. Shen Yuezhi panicked. She hurriedly walked up to Yang Ling, grabbed her hand and pleaded with a trembling voice. "Lin, it's my fault, I deserve to die. Please don't publish it, okay? I'm willing to make amends. As long as you don't publish it, I'll serve you like a beast of burden to atone." Lin. She had studied diligently and had finally been admitted to F University. Her brilliant life was just beginning. But once the book was published, her future would be completely ruined. Yang Ling remained unmoved, coldly raising her hand to shake her off. Seeing that Yang Ling was impervious, Shen Yuezhi felt despair and had no choice but to turn to Sudan and the 2 class committee members. "Branch secretary, can you help me? Please persuade Lin. If this matter gets out, it won't be good for the school, right?" Sudan laughed angrily at this. "Shen Yuezhi, are you threatening the school?" Su Xinxin from room 305 was the most furious and emotionally expressive person after watching The Devil. Hearing Shen Yuezhi's words, she spoke up. "Yang Ling, if the school won't let you publish, give me the manuscript. I'll have my grandfather and my grandpa find someone to publish it." Wu Hui also offered. "My family can help too." Jiang Nan smiled at the door. "I don't have that much influence, I can only introduce you to a director at a film studio to see if he has any connections. She had been in correspondence with director Shi, who bought her rights, but their relationship wasn't very close, so it was just an introduction. The rest would have to depend on Yang Ling herself. The two class committee members also comforted Yang Ling. Don't worry, the school is not a place that ignores right and wrong. Even if there are concerns and they don't allow you to publish this book, our class committee will collectively protest to the school on your behalf. We will never allow the truth to be buried. Sultan raised his hand and waved dismissively, saying, all of you go away, go away. Does the school oppose it? Besides, you don't need to worry about this. Seeing that no one was helping her, Shin Yueji's eyes went blank as she thought about the impact the novel spread would have on her studies and work. In desperation, she opened the drawer, took out a pair of scissors and pressed them against her neck, threatening, Yang Ling, if you don't cancel the publication, do you believe I'll kill myself to show you? Jiang Nan burst out laughing. Everyone looked at her in surprise. How could she be laughing at a time like this? Jiang Nan returned to her seat, propping herself up on the chair with one hand and looking at Shin Yueji with amusement. Shin Yueji, I've noticed that sometimes your way of thinking is really strange. You're Yang Ling's enemy, yet you're threatening Yang Ling with your own life. Why should Yang Ling care? Saying this, she looked at the others and waved her hand. Sit down, what are you standing for? Some people don't even cherish their own lives, yet they expect those who dislike and hate them to cherish them. It's really ridiculous. Chapter 32. Sudan and the two class committee members did not agree with Jiang Nan's view. They stared nervously at the scissors in Shin Yueji's hand, afraid that if she got hurt under their watch, it would be their negligence. Wu Hui, Su Xinxin and Jiang Nan all sat down with the same indifferent attitude, not caring about anything. Yang Ling also wiped her face with the towel hanging by the bedside, glanced mockingly at Shin Yueji, put her glasses back on and sat down coldly, as if it was none of her business. The three of them, Sudan included, were really troubled and kept urging Shin Yueji, put the scissors down first, this won't solve anything. Shin Yueji stared intently at Yang Ling, waiting for her response, but Yang Ling completely ignored her. After she focused on writing the continuation of her novel, she decided to include the part about changing Shan Zhan's name to Shin Yueji. Shin Yueji wanted to commit suicide, let her do it. Yang Ling firmly believed she wouldn't dare, otherwise that would truly be satisfying. The rustling sound of pen on paper in the dormitory intertwined with the voices of Sudan and the other two persuading, and Shin Yueji's extreme threats. The group didn't know how long the standoff lasted. Sudan quietly signaled a class committee member to find the teacher, but was threatened by Shin Yueji, who didn't want the matter to spread further. She dragged the tip of a pair of scissors across her skin, leaving a red mark, scaring Sudan and the others into freezing. Jiang Nan was doing homework while laughing out loud. Voice. Shin Yueji's behavior really resembled the scene that modern online discussions say university counselors fear the most. It is said that as long as you send a message to the counselor saying you think the rooftop view of a certain building is really nice, the counselor will obey your every word. Jiang Nan, Sudan warned. Jiang Nan didn't even look up and said to Shin Yueji, make sure to aim your scissors at yourself and hold them steady. If you dare to scratch even a little bit of the 3-liter smooth skin, you don't have to worry about social death at school or affecting your career prospects. You'll be expelled and sent to labor reform for intentional injury. Shin Yueji trembled with anger upon hearing this, and the 3 class committee members looked at Jiang Nan in shock. They knew Jiang Nan meant well for them, but his attitude was really too cold. The 3 class committee members valued life, and Shin Yueji believed she had figured out a few people's weaknesses. She kept gesturing with scissors until lights out. When she saw Yang Ling was going to wash up, she blocked her, refusing to let her go anywhere unless the decision to cancel the publication was revoked. Worried about being pinned down by her, Yang Ling directly asked Jiang Nan and the others to help pour water. She placed the basin on the desk, washed up, and then troubled them to pour water again. The group worked together seamlessly, leaving the 3 class committee members stunned. Then they watched as the group nonchalantly went to bed to rest. In the middle of winter, the 3 from Sudan definitely couldn't stay up late waiting here with Shin Yueji, so they tried to leave, wash up, and go to sleep, leaving only Shin Yueji alone. No one knew how long she had persisted through the night. Only the next morning, when everyone woke up, Yang Ling had already gone out, submitting her revised manuscript to both the campus newspaper and the publisher. After Shin Yueji found out, she desperately smashed things in the dormitory in a frenzy, then fell into an endless state of madness. Even when Sudan called her to class, she did not respond. Yang Ling no longer refused the school's invitation to give reports. After one lecture, She successfully nailed the name Shun Yuezhi to the pillar of shame. The students at F University were both impressed by Yang Ling's writing and deeply moved. Especially among the classes of 77 and 78, many came from intellectual families. Yang Ling's mother was a middle school teacher, and her father was a professor who studied abroad, which made them empathize even more and despise people like Shun Yuezhi. However, under the school's and teachers' restrictions, no extreme actions were taken. Yang Ling also repeatedly warned others in lectures, "It is not worth sacrificing the bright future we have waited 10 years for because of those scoundrels." Afterwards, Yang Ling received lecture invitations from many universities in Shanghai, and she attended them all. Her book was reprinted twice and still in short supply. Most of the people mentioned in the book suffered retribution as a result. It is said that the most severely affected associate professor had his title revoked, and the school required him to be suspended for reflection as a warning to others. However, this matter also sparked a wave of heated discussion in society. Some people believed that Yang Ling's use of real names was a form of retaliation. They argued that that crazy past was a mistake of the times, and what was needed was healing, not dredging up old grievances. It is obvious what those who speak out like this are trying to cover up. Yang Ling's attitude was as firm as a rock. In repeated lectures she refuted these troublemakers one by one, once again boosting the novel's popularity and causing a significant chain reaction, leading to more demons being punished. Since then, Shun Yuezhi became a universally despised outcast, so much so that she didn't even dare to attend classes. The counselor and department head tried to persuade her many times without success. The school suggested she take a year off and repeat a grade, but she was unwilling. A classmate who used to often discuss clothes and cosmetics with Shun Yuezhi was disgusted by the source of Shun Yuezhi's money. She personally went to room 305, pointed at her nose, and scolded her harshly. She was also the only one who suggested that Shun Yuezhi should return the money to Yang Ling. That was something even Yang Ling had no hope for. Shun Yuezhi knew her current situation well. Her future was completely ruined, but she was determined to get her university diploma and keep the money in her hands. So she gave up and recklessly blurted out, "If you want me to return the money, show me the evidence." After these brazen words spread around the dormitory, a classmate with a strong background who couldn't stand it gave a push behind the scenes. With the reinvestigation and exoneration of the wrongful case involving Yang Ling's parents and aunt, Shun Yuezhi was taken away for investigation. Yang Ling finally got the result she wanted and broke down crying bitterly again in the dormitory. Jiang Nan and the others comforted her for a long time before she spoke with a sobbing voice. "Actually, I had finished writing this novel a long time ago, but my family hasn't been vindicated. I was afraid that my identity would be exposed, and that my family's background would affect my studies. My aunt only managed to secure a politically reliable background for me through a divorce. I couldn't take the risk, so I never dared to bring it out. That day when I saw Shun Yu's unrepentant nature, and how she misled people to frame Jiang Nan, I lost control. Later, after reading Jiang Nan's novel, I wanted to take a gamble before I couldn't hold back and stabbed Shun Yu. And I won the bet." After finishing, Yang Ling started crying again. They exchanged a few glances, sighed silently. Fairness and justice had come a little too late. After Yang Ling had calmed down, Sudan thought for a moment and decided to give her a warning. "You will most likely only be able to recover the property Shun Yu took from your home. As for Shun Yu herself, she will be fine," Yang Ling replied. "I know that." "Why?" Su Xinshin slammed the table, filled with righteous indignation. Yang Ling smiled bitterly with tears. She was only 13 years old back then. The madness of the times, her youth and ignorance being incited and coerced, can all be reasons for her acquittal. Sudan sighed. "The main thing is that she did not cause serious harm to your parents' bodies." Yang Ling nodded, saying nothing. Jiang Nan, who had been silent beside them, thought about the future economic opening. Although this matter would have a significant impact on Shun Yuezhi's job assignment, even causing her to be rejected by her workplace, this impact was short-term. After the reform and opening up, she could completely rely on her degree from F University to find another job, or even start her own business. So Jiang Nan said to Yang Ling, "The money Shun Yuezhi used, you must not think it's dirty. You have to recover every cent, principal and interest included. They say even a pig can fly when standing at the economic windfall, but it still requires capital support. Just like everyone knows housing prices will rise, but how many can afford a house if we return to the era when prices were cheap? In fact, only Shun Yu's father works to support the family. As long as Yang Ling regularly demands payment from the Shun family every month, Shun Yuezhi will have no chance to rise in the next 10 years, which are crucial for building a resume. From now on, it depends on how the Ouyang family, who will gain power after being vindicated, will retaliate and fight back. Only Jiang Nan thought long-term, but did not expect Shen Yuezhi to be so disappointing. At the end of December, after Shen Yuezhi returned, she was emaciated and frail. The counselor arranged for her to change dormitories. Afterwards, all the subject teachers organized a final assessment exam. Shen Yuezhi failed every subject. If she did not pull herself together, she would definitely be advised to withdraw due to academic issues. Since the stolen goods found in the Shen family were returned to Yangling, Shen Yuezhi's study environment and living conditions have changed drastically compared to before. Shen Yuezhi was vain and competitive with a bad temper. She couldn't get along with her new roommate, and quarrels were a regular occurrence. She often went to great lengths to maintain her former appearance in terms of clothing and food, making it impossible to focus calmly on her studies. As a result, she only passed 2 subjects in the final exams. Of course, that is a story for later. Another major event happened in December: the reform and opening up. The class held a meeting, and the counselor urged everyone to keep up with the times and start learning English. Since the Chinese department did not offer English courses, the counselor suggested that Jiang Nan tutor classmates with weak foundations. Of course, Jiang Nan's efforts would not be unpaid. She would receive extra moral education credits. Jiang Nan raised her hand and stood up. "Teacher, I teach junior high school English." Teacher Zhang smiled and told her to sit down. "I know, but from what I understand, most of the students in the class are at a junior high school level, and a few have hardly been exposed to English at all, so they are perfect to be your students." Since the counselor said so, Jiang Nan was naturally willing. After all, opportunities to earn performance points easily are rare. So, after a joint discussion among the classmates, it was decided to add an English class every Wednesday and Thursday evening at 7 o'clock. On Wednesday evening, Jiang Nan brought her lesson plan to the classroom and found the entire dormitory accompanying her. Jiang Nan looked at them and smiled. "You're all going too? Then won't I be showing off my big knife in front of Guangong?" Wu Hui, Su Xinxin, and Yangling all came from scholarly families, but she didn't know much about Sudan. Sudan smiled and said, "Maybe for them but not for me. Because of my work, I know Russian and a bit of German, but my English might not even be at a middle school level." Yangling also said, "When I was a child hiding in a small mountain village, I was afraid someone would suspect my background, so I never spoke English. The middle and high schools didn't emphasize English subjects, and I didn't dare to study it deliberately. What my parents taught me is almost completely forgotten." As for Wu Huiyan, white, Su Xinxin said, "Of course we went to watch Teacher Zhang's teaching style." These words made everyone laugh. When Jiang Nan arrived at the classroom, he found that except for Shen Yu, all the other students were there. Jiang Nan was very surprised. After all, about 10 of them were well-known all-rounders in the department, so English was naturally no problem. He only heard them laughing and teasing. "Teacher Jiang, let us listen together. We also need to review and learn new things." Jiang Nan smiled, thanked them for their support, put down the lesson plan, and officially began teaching. Although it was all junior high school knowledge, compared to junior high students, the top students had a qualitative leap in comprehension ability, self-discipline, and diligence. Knowledge that junior high students needed 1 or 2 weeks to fully digest, Jiang Nan students grasped in about 1 class period. What they lacked more was vocabulary accumulation and oral practice. The next day, Jiang Nan, based on these circumstances, shifted the teaching focus to phonetics and grammar. She believed that once the students in the class mastered these 2 areas, they could use reference books like English-Chinese dictionaries to accumulate vocabulary and improve through self-study. This is the most efficient way to learn. The students also feel this method suits them better. After praising Jiang Nan, their learning progress has accelerated. In the blink of an eye, it is already mid-January, and the exam week is approaching. The English class has reached its final session. Jiang Nan rescheduled the time to the weekend, planning to spend the whole morning helping students fill in gaps and answer questions. This day is less formal than usual classes. Those who need to study knowledge points continue learning, but more students choose to sit together, freely bringing up topics to discuss in English, testing what they have learned. Jiang Nan did not participate. After correcting a classmate's grammar, a male classmate came to her with an original Shakespeare poem to ask for her opinion. Jiang Nan was troubled. There were clearly many famous translations of these celebrity poems, yet he insisted on asking for her insight. At first, Jiang Nan seriously discussed it with him, but later, she realized that this male classmate was actually expressing his love for her. But he didn't say it outright, nor did he cross any boundaries. Jiang Nan, not wanting to be overly sentimental, didn't reject him directly. Instead, whenever he came over, she would turn and find a male classmate who was good at English to explain to him. After several times like this, Jiang Nan felt that her attitude had already been made very clear. But this male classmate seemed unaware and continued to act clingy. Jiang Nan was puzzled. Everyone in the class knew she was divorced, and as classmates no one minded. But as a romantic prospect, even though Jiang Nan looked good and had a nice figure, most people excluded her. This male classmate used to consider her just an ordinary classmate, so why did he suddenly come looking for her? Jiang Nan couldn't understand. Could it be that she had some special charm during class? Jiang Nan, someone is looking for you outside. A classmate sitting by the door suddenly called out loudly. Jiang Nan felt like she had met a savior, told the male classmate to look for someone else, and quickly left the classroom. Stepping outside to take a look, it was actually Li Su and Zhao Rui. How did you guys come to Shanghai? Jiang Nan widened his eyes. Li Su grinned. Came to see you. Jiang Nan didn't believe it, glanced at her watch and saw that it was about time. Besides that male classmate, no one else came to discuss studies with Jiang Nan. She entered the classroom and called out once. A few classmates who were good at English saw that someone was looking for her and told her to leave directly. Although our teaching level isn't as good as Teacher Zhang's, answering questions and clearing doubts is still not a problem. Jiang Nan smiled and thanked them, then said a word to Wu Hui and the others before grabbing her bag and leaving first. After she left, Li Su became worried. Sis, if you're busy, we can wait. We just came to have a meal with you today, no rush. Jiang Nan was anxious, grabbed his hand and called Zhao Rui. I'm not busy, let's go quickly. Zhao Rui seemed to sense something, glanced back and saw a bespectacled, refined man holding a rolled-up book, craning his neck to look at Jiang Nan's back. Seeing Jiang Nan's attitude again, Zhao Rui smiled, stepped back 2 paces and shielded her. Outside the state-run restaurant, Jiang Nan had already learned from Li Su the purpose of their trip to Shanghai. They harvested the Chinese medicinal herbs scattered on the mountain, but the buyers were certain they wouldn't yield a large quantity, so they deliberately lowered the price. Zhao Rui sold them half of what had just been dug up, processed the rest himself, took it to the Shanghai market to sell, and had already arranged future buyers. He brought Li Su along mainly to teach him how to connect with these people. Additionally, they negotiated for a batch of greenhouse materials, planning to use them on their private land as a 1-year early experiment. Jiang Nan was surprised when Li Su said they made over 2,000 on a single trip. Wasn't it said that many seeds didn't sprout? How did it turn into a large quantity of goods? Li Su proudly said. That's because we planted even more seeds. Jiang Nan silently glanced at Zhao Rui, thinking about their previous conversation. This person was being overly modest. Zhao Rui smiled without saying anything and poured tea for the siblings. After the meal, Li Su and Zhao Rui prepared to return to the guest house, as they had an early train tomorrow. Li Su kept regretting that Jiang Nan hadn't taken the exam yet. Otherwise, they could have gone home together. Jiang Nan was actually quite happy. She immediately took Li Su on a tour, bought the New Year's gifts to bring home together, and had these 2 strong laborers help carry them back, which saved her a lot of trouble. After seeing off Li Su and Zhao Rui, who were loaded with bags hanging all over their bodies, she returned to school in a good mood. Just as she entered the school gate, that male classmate suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking Jiang Nan's way and asking, "Who is the person you came to see?" Jiang Nan felt utterly baffled, and her good mood vanished. She snapped, "Classmate Geng Jia, I don't think our classmate relationship is close enough for you to pry into my privacy. Please don't cross the line." After saying that, Jiang Nan turned to leave but suddenly remembered something and looked back. "Also, classmate Geng Jia, please don't come to discuss foreign poetry with me anymore. I really am not good at it." This time she truly left, though she didn't know how long he had been watching from behind. As Jiang Nan entered the intense exam week, Zhao Rui and Li Su had already taken the train to Zhongqing Station. After the train arrived, Zhao Rui got off to smoke a cigarette. When he returned to the carriage, he saw Li Su talking to an elegant elderly lady with a head full of silver hair. Beside the elderly lady were a young man and a young woman. He didn't recognize the man, but this woman was Lu Xiaoxiao's mother. She obviously knew Li Su, her smile tinged with reluctance. Chapter 33. Zhao Rui approached just as Li Su called out to him, then turned to the old lady in surprise. "Really a fraud?" The old lady glanced at him as well, smiled, nodded in greeting, and then replied to Li Su, "The matchmaker and the disabled man who killed someone have already been executed. It was reported in the newspapers. I kept a copy, hoping to meet your sister again someday to share this good news. Without her, Those 3 girls on the train that day would have been in trouble. As soon as Zhao Rui heard it, he knew what it was about. Li Su had told him about his experience with Jiang Nan on the train. Li Su waved his hand. Please don't say that. I can't guarantee anything else, but if you say it's my sister's credit, she definitely won't accept it. My sister is a serious person. If she hasn't actually contributed, she won't take the credit. But you, a heroic woman who doesn't yield to men, still vigorous in old age and kind-hearted, willing to investigate just by hearing a story from my sister. You are the one who has truly accumulated great virtue. After praising the elderly lady, Li Su said regretfully, My sister hasn't finished her exams yet, otherwise she could have heard you talk about the fate of these people in person. The elderly lady asked curiously, Where does your sister go to school? Li Su proudly puffed out his chest. F University in Shanghai. As if he himself had been admitted to F University. The elderly lady was somewhat surprised and praised. F University is a prestigious school. It seems your sister's grades are quite good. Li Su smiled and praised. Of course, my sister has always had good grades since she was little. And you, which school do you attend? The old lady asked Li Su. It was currently the university students' holiday period, and the old lady assumed that Li Su on the train was also a student returning home. Hearing this, Li Su realized the old lady had misunderstood and quickly scratched his head to explain. You've got it wrong. I'm not cut out for studying. I've never been able to sit still since I was little. If I were in the same grade as my sister with her supervising me, I probably wouldn't even have gotten my middle school diploma. Meeting you here means I'm just coming back from handling some business out of town. The old lady felt she had been rude and comforted Li Su, saying, There are masters in every trade. Studying isn't the only path to success. The two of them chatted back and forth for a while. The train started moving, and the young man reminded the elderly lady to return to her seat, worried that she might lose her balance and fall on the shaking train due to her age. The elderly lady nodded in agreement, then turned to ask Li Su for a contact address and also gave one to Li Su. I get along well with your sister and hope to see her again. If you ever encounter any problems you can't solve, you can also come to me. Li Su was surprised and originally wanted to refuse, but then thought that since it was for his sister, leaving a way out for her was good, so he accepted it. The old lady took the address from Li Su and was surprised to see it was from Ansheng. She glanced back at her grandson's partner and noticed something unusual in her expression, but she kept a calm face and smiled as she introduced. You're also from Ansheng? What a coincidence. Our little Cheng is from Ansheng too. Li Su had already noticed Cheng Yisin but hadn't had time to pay her any attention. Hearing the old lady say this, he said with ill intent, What a coincidence indeed. I used to be relatives with this comrade Cheng. He was especially eager to cause a little trouble for Cheng Yisin, who had schemed against his sister. Before. The man asked in confusion, looking past the old lady. How could relatives have been before and not be now? Li Su laughed loudly. My sister divorced her own brother, so now they have nothing to do with each other, right? The man felt awkward upon hearing this, not expecting to be involved in someone else's privacy. The elderly lady glanced at Cheng Yisin and thought to herself, no wonder she looked uncomfortable. It turned out there was such a backstory. She guessed there had been some conflicts between the sisters-in-law before, so she didn't stay any longer. After saying goodbye to Li Su, she left. Li Su watched them turn into a soft sleeper compartment, then said regretfully to Zhao Rui, The old lady is a good person. How did she end up with such a granddaughter-in-law? Cheng Yisin and the old lady's grandson clearly had an unusual relationship. Zhao Rui said, The fate hasn't even been written yet, don't talk nonsense. Li Su turned around in surprise, not expecting Zhao Rui to actually chat with him about gossip. Wasn't Brother Rui the one who disliked gossip the most? Zhao Rui ignored him, returned to the bed, rested his head on his hands, and closed his eyes to rest. Lu Xiaoxiao's stepfather's surname is Han, not Liang. However, judging by the old lady's demeanor, her background must be extraordinary. Lu Xiaoxiao's mother is indeed, as Jiang Nan said, very fortunate. The old lady, having found a seat to rest, watched her grandson arrange his luggage. She pulled Cheng Yisin, who was about to help, to sit down and smiled. Xiao Cheng, let Liang Ming come, you don't need to do it. She then asked her, although it might be a bit forward, may I ask why your brother and sister-in-law got divorced? Cheng Yisin was nervous, worried that the Liang family might find out about her past and hold a grudge against her. She also resented Jiang Nan, wondering why she seemed to be everywhere, like an unrelenting ghost. But from Liang Meng's words, she learned that the old lady had a very good impression of the young lady on the train. Therefore, she didn't dare to evade or mislead like she did with others. In front of this shrewd old lady, she only told the truth about what she knew. The family wasn't clear either. My brother and sister-in-law suddenly informed us they were getting a divorce. Then they quickly completed the procedures. My sister-in-law immediately changed jobs and moved out of our home. The Chung family indeed still didn't know why Jiang Nan and Chung Dinglin divorced. The old lady was silent for a moment after hearing this, then smiled and nodded, without asking further, seeming no longer interested. Chung Yisin saw the situation and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, the old lady had 1,000 thoughts swirling inside, and these few words from Xiao Chang revealed quite a few issues. Her brother was a public official, and a hasty divorce could affect his future. Even if the young couple had agreed to divorce, what about Xiao Chang's parents? Why didn't they stop or persuade them, but instead let them complete the procedure so easily and quickly? This was abnormal. In her view, Jiang Nan was willing to offend people for a few unfamiliar young girls, so her character must be solid. Then, would there be any problems with the Chung family after she left? The elderly lady calmly observed Chung Yisin, who was talking with Liang Meng. Liang Meng had been pampered since childhood. After spending several years in the countryside, eating poorly and going through periods of hunger and fullness, his stomach was damaged. Although he saw doctors and carefully recuperated after returning to the city, he never fully recovered. In September last year, while handling affairs at school, he suffered a stomach ulcer and collapsed halfway. Fortunately, he met Xiao Chang, who had returned to school early. Xiao Chang took him to the school clinic and with the help of the school nurse, together they sent him to the hospital. Because they did not know Liang Meng's name and could not contact his family, she stayed at the hospital to care for him for 2 days until he woke up. Liang Meng developed feelings for her due to her life-saving kindness and attentive care, and the two became a couple. The Liang family knew she was from a martyr's family and had 2 children, but as long as Liang Meng liked her and Xiao Chang had good character, their family would not object. Looking at it now, there might be some problems. The old lady turned her gaze to Liang Meng, feeling the need to have a serious talk with him. All of this was unknown to Jiang Nan, who was busy with urgent school reviews. During exam week, library seats became increasingly hard to get, so Jiang Nan and Wu Hui, among others, chose to study in the classroom. That day was no different. Because several courses lacked textbooks and handouts, the students could only form study groups, combining their notes to fill in the gaps. The same was true in dorm 305. Some students worried that their notes might have omissions compared to those of their group members, so after checking their own, they would take turns moving behind other groups to verify. Jiang Nan only felt the people behind her coming and going continuously, but she didn't know when exactly the person behind her stopped changing. She didn't pay much attention and didn't even turn around, just thinking maybe this classmate's notes were more incomplete. Until adulterer and lewd woman. A strong and sharp voice rang outside the classroom. Before anyone could react, there was a chaotic noise of desks being pushed and chairs being thrown, along with the students' exclamations. Jiang Nan turned around and saw that it was that upright classmate Geng Jie standing behind her. After entering through the back door, a woman who looked like she had caught them in the act charged straight at them, slapped Geng Jie twice, cursed shameless, and then lunged at Jiang Nan. At this moment, it was already clear who the adulterer and the lewd woman she was referring to were. All the students wore shocked expressions. There was no time to communicate with each other before Jiang Nan was hit. Wu Hui was sitting next to Jiang Nan with desks on both sides, leaving no room to retreat. He could only use his hands to shield his face and endured 2 blows from this female comrade. Only then did the students from the Chinese department react. The male students hurriedly surrounded to pull the person away, while the female students tried to persuade the woman, "Comrade, let's talk this through calmly." But obviously, this female comrade was already furious and completely deaf to reason. She shouted adulterer and harlot, and from her posture, it looked like she was about to tear Jiang Nan and Geng Jie apart. She was very strong and several male students were pushed down. Fortunately, space around Jiang Nan was quickly cleared. She was protected by Sudan and Wu Hui, temporarily pulled away from the battlefield. Although the female comrade wasn't subdued, she was entangled by other classmates. Only then did Jiang Nan come to her senses and glanced around. She saw Geng Jie cowering behind the crowd, not daring to step forward. When he noticed Jiang Nan looking at him, he showed a face full of guilt, as if there really was something shameful between the two of them. Given the current situation, he felt he owed Jiang Nan an apology. Jiang Nan was disgusted by his behavior. She glanced at the irrational female comrade, pushed aside Sudan's protective hand, and walked straight toward Geng Jie. To Geng Jie's surprise and anticipation, she kicked him down to the ground and chased after him, kicking his thigh and kneecap repeatedly. She never hits the stomach because the internal organs are fragile and can easily cause death. But the leg bones are different. If they break and they can be set back. At most she would pay for the medical bills and she can afford that. Gung Jie fell to the ground, both in pain and shock, repeatedly wailing. For a moment, everyone's movements froze, staring at Jiang Nan and the rolling Gung Jie in disbelief. What's going on here? Wasn't it said that Jiang Nan and Gung Jie were adulterers? Is Jiang Nan embarrassed and angry? So she's actually such a fierce person? All the students in the Chinese department seemed to be caught in a brainstorm, questions coming one after another, unable to stop at all. As for Jiang Nan, she only stopped after hearing the chaotic classroom fall completely silent, then turned to look at that female comrade, breathing a little heavily, and asked, "Calm down now." Obviously she's tired from hitting. The woman didn't speak and Jiang Nan took it as her being calm, then asked again, "Who told you I have anything to do with this kind of trash?" Saying that, he disdainfully kicked Gung Jie again. Gung Jie groaned in pain, and only then did everyone come to their senses. Sudan hurried forward and pulled Jiang Nan back a few steps. "No more hitting. If you keep going, something bad will happen." The female comrade looked at Jiang Nan and then at Gung Jie in shock, opening her mouth but unable to say a word. Jiang Nan asked her again and she finally murmured, No one. No one." Jiang Nan shouted angrily, glaring. "No one, and you came up and hit me, then put a label on me." The female comrade hesitated to speak, seeing the shocked faces around her and the incomprehensible condemnation in their eyes. She finally cried out in grievance. "Gung Laosen wrote home saying he wants a divorce from me. I just came and saw him staring at you all the time. I just. Jiang Nan closed her eyes after listening, let out a light breath and then said, "First of all, I have no relationship with classmate Gung Jie. A month and a half ago I didn't say a word to him. About a month and a half ago, the class suddenly had an English lesson. He asked me a few questions, that's when we had contact, but after the English class ended we never spoke again." She looked at the female comrade. "Am I clear enough?" The woman nodded, realizing she had misunderstood. Actually, Jiang Nan didn't explain, and she believed it too. After all, she had never seen a woman hit her lover so hard. Secondly, what reason did he give for wanting a divorce? Jiang Nan asked again. Hearing this, the woman sat down on the ground and cried loudly. "Gung Lao San, that scoundrel, said our marriage was arranged, forcibly tied together, and wouldn't be happy. He said he wanted me to pursue my own feelings. Bah, what a nice way to put it. He clearly has a second mind and wants to chase after someone else." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan looked down on that piece of trash even more, shaking off Sudan's hand and preparing to kick Gung Jie. A few male classmates nearby hurriedly stepped forward to pull Gung Jie up, and the class monitor quickly came over to stop Jiang Nan, whispering, "Teacher Jiang, that's enough. If you keep hitting him, there will be trouble." Jiang Nan, unable to vent her anger, could only raise her hand and throw the pen in her hand at Gung Jie, pointing at his nose and scolding. "Why didn't you say it was arranged marriage when you were enjoying yourself in bed? You think getting into college means you've crossed social classes, so you look down on your wife of many years. Who do you think you are? And you even dare to flirt with her, ruining her reputation." Exclamation point. Jiang Nan's words once again stunned everyone, making their heads spin. "Jiang Nan, what are you saying?" Sudan whispered a warning. Jiang Nan turned around and saw Su Xinxin covering her ears with both hands and a group of unmarried female classmates with flushed faces looking down. Annoyed at his own loose tongue, he waved his hand and said, "Kids, you all go out first. Come back in after things are settled." As soon as these words were spoken, the originally tense and serious atmosphere instantly disappeared, and the classmates almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Jiang Nan had said enough and then turned to the female comrade. "I suggest you go to the school. Last year the school dealt with quite a few cases like yours. The school leaders have experience and won't let you suffer losses." The woman looked at Jiang Nan in shock. She hit her herself and she even helped come up with ideas? "Any more questions?" Jiang Nan asked when she saw no response. The woman shook her head blankly. Afterwards, the male and female class committee members each took Gung Jie and the female comrade to find the counselor and school leaders. Before leaving the classroom, the female comrade looked back at Jiang Nan in surprise. Those remaining in the classroom, almost simultaneously, applauded Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan smiled, tidied his messy hair and bowed. "Thank you all for your support. Then ask everyone to tidy up the classroom and continue studying." Su Xinxin looked at Jiang Nan, who was pulling the table, and kept sighing to Yang Ling. "Xin Yuezhi is really lucky. She didn't make Sister Jiang angry, otherwise with her small frame, how could she withstand Sister Jiang's beating?" Chapter 34. In the evening, Jiang Nan, Wu Hui and others went to the cafeteria for dinner, then helped Sudan, who was handling the matter of the Gung couple, with a task before returning to the dormitory. When Sultan returned, without them asking much, she took the initiative to recount the whole incident. It turned out that Gung Jie's family background was that of wealthy peasants. His father had anticipated trouble early on and had Gung Jie go to the home of a poor peasant woman named Yang Xiulan. Earlier this year, it was announced that wealthy peasants and their children could have their labels removed, and Gung Jie's mischievous thoughts began to stir. As for why it was Jiang Nan, after today, a few of the male classmates in their dorm guessed it might be because you showed off your wealth. Sudan swallowed the food in his mouth and said to Jiang Nan, "Showed off my wealth?" Jiang Nan looked down at his clothes all around. "These are all old clothes and I'm using old stuff." She has been wearing the same clothes for nearly a year, hardly buying anything new except for underwear. Sudan pointed to her. "Your remittance slip." Gung Jie's roommate had noticed more than once that he paid special attention to the bulletin board in the delivery room. Everyone suddenly understood it was true. The remittance slips have arrived, and the head of the communication room will write them all on the blackboard for people to collect. Just from what they know, there have been 3 times in Jiang Nan. After the marriage fraud article was approved, Jiang Nan tried writing some folk stories to submit as scripts to a comic book publisher, but only 2 were accepted. The payment was not much, yet unexpectedly this also attracted attention. Jiang Nan became even more puzzled. There are so many talented boys and girls at school, and quite a few have had their submissions accepted outside. Why are you specifically targeting me? Upon hearing this, Yang Ling snorted. Just full of yourself, huh? Thinking that after your divorce, he would still be interested in you. That's your honor. You'll definitely be chasing after him, spoiling him, giving him your money to spend. Pfft, what a joke. Jiang Nan frowned in shock. Is that possible? Do I look like someone so easy to bully? Wu Hui laughed. You're either in class or holed up in the library all day. People would definitely think you're a bookworm who doesn't understand the ways of the world, which makes it easy to take advantage of you. The Sultan also agreed. Highly likely. Gung Jie could not possibly reveal his true feelings to the teacher or class committee, but his behavior clearly showed his thoughts. He actually dared to turn black into white in the teacher's office, claiming that Jiang Nan was the one who first revealed her feelings to him, which made him move. A male class committee member immediately explained the little trick of him, asking Jiang Nan to discuss poetry and Jiang Nan's rejection attitude one by one, shutting Gung Jie down. He also complained to the teacher that Jiang Nan had beaten him, demanding the school to severely punish Jiang Nan and compensate him. Unexpectedly, before their class committee could defend Jiang Nan, Comrade Yang Xiulan stood up and took responsibility for the matter, saying that Gung Jie was beaten by her out of anger, and it had nothing to do with others. Can the teacher be trusted? Su Xinxin asked curiously. Sultan thought of the scene at that time and wanted to laugh. He said seriously, Comrade Xiulan herself admitted it, and we class committee members saw it with our own eyes. Why wouldn't the teacher believe it? A married couple's fight without bloodshed or fatalities is none of the police's business, so what do the teachers and school leaders have to do with it? Several people from Jiang Nan laughed out loud when they heard their class committee collectively telling lies. Comrade Yang Xiulan is also a good person, Wu Hui sighed. Unfortunately, good people don't get good rewards, ending up encountering such a scumbag. Yang Ling also sighed, involuntarily thinking of her parents again. Su Xinxin saw that their conversation was drifting off topic, so she quickly brought it back and asked Sudan, "What happened next?" Sudan sighed and said, "They divorced. They still have 2 children, but Gung Jie didn't want them. The school decided he should pay child support, but he couldn't afford it. So, following previous cases, half of his monthly allowance was directly transferred to Comrade Yang Xiulan. The school's monthly meal tickets plus subsidies totaled 21 yuan. As for whether Gung Jie could eat enough after half was taken away, no one cared. Where is Comrade Yang Xiulan? Jiang Nan asked. Sent to the guest house. Hu Rui and the others brought her meals. She's already planning to buy a ticket home for tomorrow. After hearing this, the few people were silent for a while before returning to their studies. Only Jiang Nan didn't expect Yang Xiulan to come looking for her. I'm here to apologize and thank you, Yang Xiulan said awkwardly. Jiang Nan smiled. It's okay, no need to thank me. When you hit me those 2 times, I found it again in Gung Jie. Besides, I didn't really help you. It was the school leaders who handled it well. You took the blame for me and really helped me a lot. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Hearing her say this, Yang Xiulan rubbed her hands together, feeling even more embarrassed. Jiang Nan was in a hurry and didn't want to keep her waiting, so he took her to the cafeteria to buy a bag of steamed buns and eggs for her to eat on the way. Yang Xiulan refused, but Jiang Nan said seriously, "If the teacher finds out I hit Geng Jia, I'll definitely be punished, and it will affect my future work. This is my thank you gift, and you must accept it." As he spoke, Jiang Nan checked his watch and said he was in a hurry, then left Yang Xiulan behind and ran off. When he came back in the evening, he heard from Sudan that Yang Xiulan had already left, and before parting, she kept telling them to thank Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan smiled. After Geng Jia received a warning, this matter was considered over. As for Jiang Nan, she became famous after one battle. The label of adulterer and lecherous woman had nothing to do with her, and at the same time, after her true nature was exposed, her relationships with the opposite sex became even worse than before. Jiang Nan was pleased to see it succeed and just smiled it off. Then the intense and packed exam week passed in the blink of an eye. Although the end of the first semester at university was exciting, with the new year approaching, students were eager to return home and had little mind to stay on campus. Jiang Nan was no different. She bought her train ticket early and as soon as the exams were over, packed her luggage and headed straight to the train station to return to Anqing. Upon arrival, the platform was crowded and chaotic. Jiang Nan spent a long time squeezing through the crowd and searched for a while before finally spotting Li Su, who had come to pick her up. Jiang Nan asked Li Su curiously, "It's less than 2 days until New Year's Eve, so why are there still so many people?" Li Su took her luggage while saying, "The matter of the educated youth from Yunnan province going to Beijing to complain has caused quite a stir. Since we're close by, the local educated youth are also very angry. The major teams, worried about trouble breaking out, have relaxed the family visit permits. That's why all these people today are those who couldn't get tickets a few days ago. They'd rather spend the new year on the train than not go home." Jiang. Listening, Nan glanced back at the crowd inside before getting into the back seat of Li Su's car. On the way, Li Su told Jiang Nan about his encounter with that old lady again and lamented Chang Yisin's incredible luck. She really did end up with a good family. Unexpectedly in Jiang Nan, it turned out that the old lady was actually a member of the Liang family. In the TV drama, excluding those unknown suitors, Chang Yisin had a total of 3 formal relationships. Chronologically, the first was her first husband, Lu Lin, and the last was her second husband. And the second was this Liang Meng. This person comes from a good family background and met Chang Yisin in college. After graduating, Chang Yisin planned to start a business, and this man used his connections and family resources to help her secure the factory, machines, fabrics, and most other issues, setting up the basic framework. It can be said that Chang Yisin's initial entrepreneurial success was largely thanks to this man. However, later on, for some unknown reason, the Liang family disapproved of Chang Yisin going into business and hoped she would change to another job. Chang Yisin refused to give up her career, and the two of them broke up. After the two broke up without Liang Meng's support, the factory suddenly ran into problems, so Chang Yisin went home to her family and under the pretext of expanding production, borrowed the funds from the big sister-in-law plan to exchange houses. From the content aired in the TV drama, it seems that the Liang family was worried that Chang Yisin's business activities would affect Liang Meng's official career. At the time, Jiang Nan felt this plot twist was very abrupt because Liang Meng had helped Chang Yisin for several years, and the Liang family couldn't have been unaware of this. Why, after Liang Meng had contributed so much and Chang Yisin had achieved some success, did they force the two apart? If they didn't want their daughter-in-law to go into business, wouldn't it have been better not to help at all from the start? In a previous life, Jiang Nan guessed that the screenwriter wrote this plot development to extend the series length and to change the CP, couple pairing. Now, it seems there might be other hidden reasons. She listened to Li Su's indignation and laughed. "Don't worry, it won't happen." Upon hearing this, Li Su suddenly braked and Jiang Nan, caught off guard, bumped into his back. Only then did Li Su turn his head and say, "Sis, how come you have the same opinion as Ruegu? Where did you both get the idea that those two can't make it?" Jiang Nan laughed and teased him. "I calculated it. Knowing each person's future fate trajectory. How is that not a form of fortune-telling?" Li Su didn't believe it and wanted to get to the bottom of it, but Jiang Nan only asked him, "That old lady clearly isn't an ordinary person. How could she easily let Chang Yisin be deceived?" The fact was indeed so. That day, after Liang Meng saw Chang Yisin off the car, old lady Liang talked about this matter with Liang Meng. "Do you really understand little Chang?" the old lady asked. Liang Meng pondered for a moment, understanding why the old lady asked that question and said, "Grandma, you can't infer that Yisin and his family have problems just because Yisin's former sister-in-law was a good person, can you?" The old lady smiled and looked at him without saying anything. Liang Meng fell silent again. Then the old lady said, "You know, as long as you like her, your parents and I won't oppose it, but the premise is that the other person's character must not have any issues." Liang Meng hesitated. In his eyes, Chang Yi-sin was beautiful, intelligent, kind, and generous, but he also knew the saying that love is blind. Their feelings for each other were deep and sincere, so his perspective was inevitably incomplete. His grandmother was an old revolutionary with sharp eyes who rarely misjudged people. So, after safely sending his grandmother to his second uncle's house in Xingcheng, Liang Meng thought it over and returned to Anqing. He found a childhood friend who worked at the Anqing Public Security Bureau to investigate Chang Yi-sin. He knew that his grandmother informing him instead of using family connections to investigate privately was a sign of respect, and gave him the choice. If he found something but felt it was not a big deal and believed they could continue their relationship, the family would tacitly approve and not interfere. But if the family investigated and uncovered something unsavory, and Liang Meng still insisted on trusting Chang Yi-sin, it would cause a rift with his family and make things ugly. His childhood friend came from afar to investigate him, and the investigation targeted Chang Yi-sin, which surprised her a little. Before helping, she asked a question. "May I ask the reason?" After all, no matter how you look at it, Liang Meng and Chang Yi-sin were completely unrelated people. Liang Meng no longer held any public office, so why investigate someone unrelated? Liang Meng smiled affectionately. His childhood friend understood, patted his shoulder with an unreadable expression, and took him to the Public Security Bureau to retrieve the case files of Chang Yi-sin from last August. Then he sat aside, crossing his legs, waiting for Liang Meng to look through the materials, noticing his face growing increasingly stern. After Liang Meng finished reading, his childhood friend poured him a cup of tea and casually said, "Although I don't know how far you guys have progressed, and though we say close yet distant, I think with the bond we share growing up bare-bottomed in the same compound, I have the right to advise you. This woman won't do." Liang Meng said nothing. His friend knew he had taken it in, sat up straight, pointed to some interview records on the table, and said seriously, "The claims about her chaotic relationships are mostly hearsay and not very credible. Some say she caused her brother and sister-in-law's divorce. True or not, it doesn't concern you much. But one thing is certain, her profiteering and illegal dealings are facts, and she committed them brazenly. This is out of line, especially for families like theirs." During the revolutionary years, Liang Meng had gone to the countryside voluntarily to avoid accusations that his father did not support national policies, falling ill and only returning legitimately through the college entrance exam. Now, at the critical stage of Uncle Liang's rise, he could neither accept nor should accept someone who might make mistakes and become a weak link. "Before Liang Meng lied, I had no idea about this at all. Last year, I vaguely heard from some male classmates that the female students' outfits were indeed beautiful, but too similar. I didn't expect it was caused by Chang Yi-sin and a female-educated youth. Indeed, Chang Yi-sin was too bold and her actions were too outrageous. If this had happened during the holiday after the reform and opening up was proposed, it wouldn't have been a problem. She was married, had children, and her family background was relatively ordinary compared to theirs. To Liang Meng and the Liang family, these didn't matter. The minimum requirement was to abide by the law. But Chang Yi-sin might cross the line. After reaching this conclusion, Liang Meng rubbed his face. After a long silence, he asked his childhood friend to take him to see the Chang family's house. So, the two of them went all the way to the agricultural machinery factory's residential area. Just as Zhang Xiao was coming back from taking the two children out to play, Fa Xiao pointed to a group of one adult and two children not far away and introduced them to Liang Meng. "That's our deputy director, a comrade-in-arms of Chang Yi-sin's ex-husband. Those two children are Chang Yi-sin's son and daughter." Liang Meng looked closely. The two children were very beautiful and had a good relationship with Fa Xiao's leader. Although Liang Meng's feelings for him and Chang Yi-sin were shaken, seeing this scene still stirred his male instinct to defend his territory, making him somewhat displeased with Zhang Xiao. The two of them walked slowly behind, surrounded by a group of children holding paper guns and wooden toy guns, shouting battle cries as they rushed past them, quickly catching up with Zhang Xiao and the two children. Suddenly, a little boy running behind with one arm in a cast and tucked across his chest stumbled, about to fall to the ground. Zhang Xiao quickly stepped forward and grabbed his clothes, preventing the boy from getting hurt. Liang Meng and his childhood friends behind also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was caught. Otherwise, that kid's hand might have suffered a second injury. The childhood friend suddenly said to Liang Meng, "Look at those two children." Liang Meng was puzzled. Look at what? Weren't they standing quietly on the side? Childhood friend gave a half smile. I remember this boy is the cousin of these two children. Upon hearing this, Liang Meng looked again, his expression growing cold. These two children were indifferent to their cousin nearly getting hurt, yet showed a faint hostility towards Jiang Shao's concern for him. Although many favored children often react this way, which is normal, today Liang Meng was in a nitpicking mood, unable to tolerate it and feeling that these two children had poor upbringing. The two stood in place watching for a while, only leaving after the person walked away. Liang Meng did not contact Chang Yisin and returned directly to Xingqing, preparing to calmly think things over before deciding whether to continue the relationship. At this moment, Jiang Nan was still unaware that her divorce and Sun Jingqiu's ambition were like the two wings of a butterfly, directly crippling one leg of Chang Yisin's yet-to-begin career. Later, after Jiang Nan returned home, Zhao Rui also came by and asked if there was a person named Liang Meng in her past life. After Jiang Nan answered yes, he did not ask further. I just hoped there would be no unexpected changes. Chapter 35. On New Year's Eve, with firecrackers booming, Jiang Nan and Jiang Dagu's family sat around, looking at the large New Year's Eve dinner painstakingly prepared before them. Feeling somewhat dazed, Jiang Nan realized that by the next day, the first day of the Lunar New Year, she would have been in this world for a whole year. She couldn't help but feel that time had flown by, and the past year had been fulfilling. Divorce, college entrance exam, moving to Shanghai, going to university, writing articles to save money. Step by step she was progressing according to her plan, growing closer to Jiang Dagu and her family, making new friends and classmates, and her connection with the world was gradually deepening. Raising her glass with Aunt Jiang, they all toasted to a better year ahead. Jiang Nan followed with a drink, eyes shining brightly. Yes, she has had a good year this year, and next year will be even better. After dinner, Jiang Nan and Jiang Dagu's family kept watch through the night, falling asleep to the occasional sound of firecrackers ringing out in the village. The next day, she got up early and busied herself with Jiang's eldest aunt and second sister-in-law, burning incense and offering food to the ancestors. The environment has improved a lot in the past 2 years, and items like yellow paper and incense candles have gradually been quietly sold. Starting from New Year's Eve, the village was filled with the scent of incense. After finishing her busy work in Jiangnan, on the day she was coming back, she secretly bought firecrackers behind Jiang Dagu's back and divided them between her eldest nephew and youngest niece, then had Li Su, who had just finished putting up the door gods and couplets, take the two of them out to play. The day was spent opening the door to welcome guests and paying New Year visits. On the second day of the new year, married daughters returned to their parental homes. Jiang Dagu eagerly awaited them. Eldest sister Li Chun and her husband arrived early with their 3 children. Jiang Nan gave the children red envelopes, and then had them go set off firecrackers together with Jianqi and Aihong. After the children cheered around her, they all rushed out the door in a swarm. It was not until lunch was ready that the younger sister's family still hadn't come home. Aunt Jiang was anxious and asked Li Chong and Li Su to borrow bicycles to go and meet them. But half an hour later, only little sister Li Qing, 2 children, and a large bundle were brought back. Both Li Chong and Li Su looked unwell. Their family immediately sensed something was wrong. But before anyone could ask, Aunt Jiang called everyone. Let's eat first. They would talk after the meal. The little sister's eyes were red as she quietly asked Aunt Jiang, Mom, do we have any rice cloth at home? I have no milk left, and the child has nothing to eat. As soon as Aunt Jiang saw her like this, her heart ached. She got up to steam something for her, but second sister-in-law Sun Xiuzhen stopped her in time and asked the younger sister, can children eat condensed milk and milk powder? Xiao Nan bought some for Jianqi Aihong. Eating these is nutritious and convenient. Sun Xiuzhen saw her little sister nod, then asked if she had brought a baby bottle. If not, she could use Aihong's. The younger sister roughly wiped the corner of her eye with her hand, handed the child to Aunt Jiang, then went to the bundle to get a milk bottle, prepared milk for the child to drink, and only then did the family start eating. The atmosphere at the dining table was gloomy. Everyone hurriedly finished the food in their bowls, waiting for the younger sister to explain. Aunt Jiang waved her hand, letting Jianqi take the brothers and sisters inside to look at the comic books, leaving only the adults and the 7-month-old baby in the little sister's arms who wouldn't let go. Li Qing was silent for a moment, as if unsure where to begin. Jiang Nan just heard Aunt Jiang say, What? Nothing to say? You all have grown up, your minds have grown too. When you suffer grievances outside, you don't even tell the family. Then why come back at all? Listening to Aunt Jiang's pointed words, Jiang Nan couldn't help but straighten up. Looking at Li Qing again, his body trembled, and tears had already started to fall. Mom, why are you in such a hurry? Let your little sister speak slowly. Seeing this, the eldest sister quickly stood up and patted the little sister's back. Jiang Nan also got up and took the child from Li Qing's hand so she could rest. Then the eldest sister asked the little sister, "Where is Ding Yong? Why didn't he come back with you?" Ding Yong is the little sister's husband. His mother isn't well. He accompanied me halfway, and when he saw the second and third brothers coming to pick me up, he went back home to take care of her, Li Qing replied in a muffled voice choked with tears. What's wrong with it? You might as well have our in-laws go check it out. Aunt Jiang slammed her hand on the table angrily. Did you have a fight with your mother-in-law? Did their family bully you? Anyone who saw little sister's appearance would know she was lying. Hearing her mother ask like this, Li Qing's tears fell even harder. After a long time she wiped them dry and said, "Before the new year, Nyonya was coughing. I boiled herbal roots for her to drink, but she didn't get better. I wanted to take her to the clinic, but Ding Yong's mother wouldn't allow it, saying it was a waste of money. We had a big fight, but I still took Nyonya there. While Nyonya was getting in for, I asked the doctor. Nan Nan is only 7 months old, but my milk supply is decreasing. I wanted to get some medicine to increase milk production. But after the doctor asked what I had been eating recently, I realized that Ding Yong's mother had been feeding me things that reduce milk like old hen, pig liver, chive and egg. I thought she had changed, but I didn't expect." "Why is that?" Li Chun was puzzled. "Isn't it good for the child to have breast milk?" "What else could it be?" Zhang Degu said angrily. "Stop breastfeeding early to have a son. You and Ding Yong are still young, it's not like you can't have children. Is his family in such a hurry?" Li Chun was confused. The younger sister had 2 pregnancies in 3 years, which already damaged her health a lot. How could she be preparing for pregnancy during the breastfeeding period? Jiang Nan, however, understood clearly, looking down as he played with the child in his arms. Family planning, huh? The family planning policy was proposed in 1971. In the earlier years it was only promoted and advocated, but in the past 2 years the policy has gradually tightened. Next year, it will be established as a national policy and enforced compulsorily. The publicity efforts will likely be even stronger. Li Qing looked at Jiang Nan, then began to cry again. Yes, because the interval between giving birth to Nyonya and Nan Nan was too short. The women's director thought we didn't understand the policy and often came to our home to give lectures. Ding Yong's mother heard this and was always worried that we wouldn't be allowed to have children anymore. So she urged us to get pregnant quickly. I didn't want to, but I never expected she would use such a method. Nan Nan had no milk to drink and cried loudly from hunger. She didn't care at all, only thinking about her grandson. How could I dare to have another child? If I really gave birth to a son, I don't even know what kind of torment my daughters would have to endure. Aunt Zhang's face calmed down upon hearing this. Now you realize they're not a good family? I told you before, Ding Yong is the only son among his 2 older sisters. Their family favors boys over girls. If you marry into that family, you'll suffer. You didn't believe me, said Ding Yong wasn't like that, insisted on marrying him. And now what do you say? What about Ding Yong? His mother treats you like this and he hasn't said a word. Li Qing remained silent. Seeing her like this, Aunt Zhang thought she was still trying to defend Ding Yong. Anger surged again and she grabbed a broom, ready to teach her a lesson. Jiang Nan quickly held the child and stepped in front of his younger sister. But then the little sister said, I told Ding Yong in this life I only have 2 children, Nyonya and Nan Nan, and I won't have any more. If he can make it, let him. If he can't, then he should find someone who can give him a son. We should get divorced early. Ding Yong's mother overheard this and immediately fell ill, probably hoping to get some treatment. Li Qing snorted, her eyes turning cold. She was determined not to give in to that old hypocrite. Aunt Zhang only calmed down after hearing this. Li Qing looked around at her family again and said, Dad, Mom, second brother and sister-in-law, third brother, sister, if I get divorced and come back home with the kids, please don't look down on me. Bang! With a loud noise, Li Su kicked over the bench and was about to leave. Just by looking, it was clear he was going to the Ding family to beat up Ding Yong. No one in the Li family stopped him. Uncle Jiang spoke up. Second brother, you go along too. Watch over the third brother. Don't let anything bad happen. Daring to let his daughter suffer grievances, a lesson must be taught. One person alone is never enough for the third brother. Li Chong uttered an ah and followed. Seeing this, Li Chun also called out to her husband, and the eldest brother-in-law followed along. Only after everyone had left the door did Aunt Zhang speak to Li Qing with a bad attitude. We're all family. No one dislikes you. Besides, what's wrong with divorcing and coming home? It's better not to see your sister. She's doing well and getting better. If you suffer grievances like this again and keep them to yourself without telling the family, I'll really give you a beating." After saying this, Aunt Jiang lowered her head and busied herself with tidying up the bowls, chopsticks, and leftover food. The eldest sister and second sister-in-law hurried to help. Uncle Jiang also took his dry tobacco pipe and went out. Only Jiang Nan, Leeched, and a child remained in the house. "Does brother-in-law also want a son?" Jiang Nan asked Leeched. The original owner had a very good relationship with this little sister. They shared the same room for 3 or 4 years back then, so she wasn't very formal when talking to Leeched. The moment Leeched heard Jiang Nan ask like that, she pressed her lips together, stubbornly looked away and shed tears. "I don't know, I didn't ask." Jiang Nan was silent. His younger sister and Ding Yong had a free love relationship, insisting on marrying despite family opposition. Judging by how things looked now, their relationship was probably not bad, but the hurdle of having a son was insurmountable. In the afternoon, Li Su, Li Chong, and the eldest brother-in-law returned, followed by a bruised and battered Ding Yong. As soon as Ding Yong entered, he greeted each member of the Li family who looked unwell, then picked up Nyonyo who rushed toward him, urging Leeched to go back with him. Everyone in the house perked up their ears, waiting to hear how Leeched would respond. Only to hear Leeched say, "I'm going to get an IUD so I won't have any more children. If you agree, I'll take the child and go back with you. If you don't agree, we'll get a divorce. The child will be mine, and you will provide money and food every year. Also, pack up the things for me. In a couple of days, I'll have my third brother come to pick them up." As soon as Ding Yong heard that his wife was willing to go home with him, he agreed to anything, saying, "Whatever you say, if we don't want to have kids, then we won't." Jiang Nan glanced at the young couple and interrupted, "Brother-in-law, it's easy for women to get infections from IUDs, and they can develop gynecological diseases. But a vasectomy for men is different. The risk is very low, the surgery is simple, and recovery takes only a few days. Your wife has worked hard to have 2 children for you in 3 years. This time, you should understand her and have the surgery yourself." As Jiang Nan finished speaking, everyone was stunned and silently looked at him. "What is a vasectomy? Are you going to castrate Ding Yong?" Seeing their expressions, Jiang Nan explained with a smile, "Having this surgery won't affect your married life. It just means you won't be able to have children anymore." Seeing Ding Yong looking scared and hesitant, Jiang Nan added, "Brother-in-law can go to the hospital for a consultation to see if what I said is true. If you can accept it, then have the surgery done and come pick up your sister afterward. That way, she can enjoy a few days of peace at home." The Li family was stunned by Jiang Nan's words and looked at Ding Yong. "Yeah, you say you won't have kids just like that? You've got to show some real action for it to work." So Jiang Daegu caught Jiang Nan's words and said, "Ding Yong, if you're willing to have the surgery, there's no need to rush home. Just stay here and recover. Your mom will take care of you like she's doing postpartum. As for your chores, let the second and third brothers take turns doing them for you. I guarantee the Ding family won't lose a single bit of work credit." Ding Yong looked at his mother-in-law and second aunt, swallowed hard, then glanced at his own wife. Leeched, who had been worried sick seeing Ding Yong covered in injuries, suddenly became clear-headed. "Right, if you're willing, we'll go to the city hospital tomorrow to ask about it. We'll come back after asking. If you're not willing, you can go back on your own." Ding Yong looked at the men of the Li family and saw that they all wore expressions of agreement, completely unable to understand or sympathize with him from a man's perspective. Ding Yong panicked. He was afraid that second auntie really intended to castrate him. Leeched, seeing that he remained silent, handed the baby girl to Jiang Nan and went to Ding Yong's arms to pull Nyonyo out, acting as if she wanted to send him away. Ding Yong grew anxious. "Ching, I never said I wouldn't do it." But when Leeched asked him when he would do it, Ding Yong hesitated and stammered again. Seeing this, Li Su directly grabbed the person and threw them out, then closed the door. Coming back and seeing Leeched looking disappointed, Li Su patted his chest and promised, "If you want a divorce, then divorce. Come home, third brother will take care of you." A few days later, Ding Yong came again. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the young couple closed the door and talked for a while, leaving the child at home before going out. They didn't tell the family where they were going. When they returned, Jiang Nan and Li Su were outside setting off firecrackers with the children. From a distance, they saw the younger sister struggling to pedal a bicycle, carrying Ding Yong back. Li Su saw her staggering appearance, hurriedly handed Nan to Jiang Nan, ran over to pick them up, then switched to carrying Ding Yong back. The little sister ran to the doorstep, happily called out to Jiang Nan, "Sister," and then carefully helped the grimacing Ding Yong into the house. Li Su, holding the bicycle behind them, silently laughed until he could barely stand straight, winking at Jiang Nan. "He did it." Jiang Nan looked at the two of them slowly moving into the house together, smiled and said to Li Su, "This is truly worthy of the little sister stubbornly marrying him." It seems the little sister's judgment was still spot on. She had originally thought that Li Qing, who was bold in love and hate in the original owner's memories, had turned into someone obsessed with romance. If this matter developed in the direction the Li family hoped for, how could the Ding family be willing? Ding Yong went to his mother-in-law's house and didn't come back for several days. Ding's mother couldn't help but whisper to Ding's father, wondering if their son had become a live-in son-in-law for someone else, regretting that they shouldn't have married Li Qingyun. The elderly couple patiently waited at home for another 2 days. Seeing that the year was almost over and their son still hadn't returned, they grew anxious. They hurriedly took their 2 daughters and rushed to the Li family. As soon as they entered, they sat down on the floor and started crying and wailing, accusing the Li family of kidnapping their son. Jiang Nan saw that Jiang Degu was clenching the spatula tightly, intending to hit the old lady of the Ding family on the head with it, and hurriedly stopped her. The spatula is still needed for cooking. Hitting people is so dirty. So she plugged one ear, walked over to Ding's mother, squatted down and whispered, "Auntie, if you keep making a scene, the whole team will know that Ding Yong can no longer have children." Ding's mother looked like a rooster suddenly cut off from crowing, her mouth open but unable to make any sound, staring at Jiang Nan with eyes like bulging fish eyes.